Inside Jiangxing No. 2 High School, the air feels suffocating, heavy with pressure. On the blackboard, thick characters glare down at the class. Only one day remains before the unified exam. At the front, teacher Chen Fan delivers his final reminders, voice steady but sharp. He instructs the liberal arts students to prepare their stationery, then turns toward the martial arts candidates, his expression hardening as he orders them to ready their combat gear and weapons. His warning is blunt. The martial arts exam isn't merely difficult, it's lethal. Anyone whose awakened ability falls below D rank should seriously reconsider signing up. From his seat, Su Jingming lets out a quiet, almost amused smirk. He knows exactly who those words are aimed at. His thoughts drift inward. Somehow, he had crossed over into this world, Blue Star. The technology mirrors his old world almost perfectly, but here, humanity lives under constant threat from ferocious, man-eating beasts. Survival depends on awakened powers, abilities that surface at 16 and are ranked from the weakest F to the legendary S. Most people never rise above F or D rank. Su Jingming lifts his hand slightly. A weak spark of lightning crackles across his fingers before fading. E rank, weak electricity, barely useful. At best, it's comparable to a cheap stun baton. As frustration simmers, something taps his desk. Huang Tian, the blonde-haired classmate beside him, leans over with an obvious sneer. He asks whether Su Jingming still plans to take the martial arts exam, openly mocking him as E-rank trash who would only embarrass the school. With false generosity, Huang Tian suggests he stick to liberal arts instead. If he does, maybe one day he can work as a clerk in one of Huang Tian's companies. Before Su Jingming can reply, a chair scrapes the floor. Lin Xingwan stands up. Her voice cuts through the classroom, telling Huang Tian to mind his own business. Huang Tian scoffs at her interference, brushing off her concern. He declares that he'll prove himself during the exam and, as he walks away, tosses back one final, venomous prediction, that Su Jingming will die out there on the exam field. Silence follows. Lin Xingwan turns back to Su Jingming, her tone noticeably gentler. She tells him not to take Huang Tian's words to heart, and quietly suggests that choosing liberal arts might not be such a terrible option. Su Jingming doesn't answer. His gaze drops to the exam registration form on his desk. His ability is listed plainly, E-rank Elemental. In the Great Daxia Kingdom, the education system is split cleanly in two. Those with weaker abilities take the safer liberal arts path and live ordinary, stable lives. The martial path, on the other hand, is a gamble where danger lurks at every step. Martial arts candidates are sent into restricted zones, territories crawling with savage beasts. Survival alone earns them a chance to enter an ability user university. Within those institutions, years of brutal training can forge even an average person into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming understands why teacher Chen Fan and Lin Xingwan are worried. They fear what might happen if he steps onto that battlefield. But he also knows one undeniable truth. Running won't save him. The beast won't stop coming. That thought drags him back into a memory carved deep into his heart. A beast tied from years ago. A small boy kneeling on the blood-soaked ground, sobbing over the cold, lifeless bodies of his parents. Powerless. Shattered. That pain still burns inside him, even now. And he swears he will never be that helpless child again. His fingers tighten around the registration form. His gaze sharpens, resolve settling like iron. No matter the cost, he will take the martial arts exam. As the sun sinks beyond the horizon, Su Jingming stands alone inside a training hall. He grips a long spear, faint blue arcs of electricity crawling along its shaft. With a shout, he swings, lightning bursting along the blade's edge. Again and again, he pours everything into each strike, refusing to stop until his body finally gives in. Exhaustion crashes down on him. He yawns, staggers, then collapses onto the floor as the spear clatters beside him. Staring up at the ceiling, he mutters about how tired he is. 2.5 years of training with the spear, and yet his mastery still hasn't broken past the beginner stage. His thoughts drift to the technique he bought, Lightning Gale Break. 300,000 spent just to obtain it. At the very least, it made him slightly stronger than the average rank awakened. Still, the cruel reality remains. Every year, more students below D rank die during the exam. That fact only steels his resolve further. If he wants to live, if he wants to enter an awakened university, then he has no choice but to fight with everything he has. He forces himself back to his feet and walks toward a nearby machine. His fist clenches as he reaches for the control panel. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flickers into existence in front of him. System activating. His eyes widen. Before he can process it, the display shifts again. Newbie gift package available. Claim. He freezes, breath catching. Realization crashes over him. Could it be the legendary cheat system every transmigrator dreams of? Shock melts into exhilaration. A grin spreads across his face as his mind races, imagining what kind of rewards might be waiting. The system doesn't keep him in suspense. The contents flash before his eyes, an S-rank super ability, along with 200 ability points. For a heartbeat, his mind goes blank. An S-rank ability, the rarest existence of all. In a nation as powerful as Daxia, someone with an S-rank ability would be immediately recruited by top universities, nurtured into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming can only stare, heart pounding with disbelief and hope. All his life, he'd been branded E-rank trash. And now, this system had handed him a chance to rewrite everything. A determined smile forms as faint sparks of his former weak electricity dance across his palm. Claim. He accepts without hesitation. In the next instant, 3 system windows unfold before him. Newbie package claimed. 200 ability points credited. S-rank ability. Purple Cloud Thunder God Lightning. Now distributing. The surge begins at his core. Energy surges straight into his heart. The pain is instant and overwhelming, like his body is being torn apart from the inside. Violent purple lightning erupts through him, ripping his shirt to shreds as if it were paper. A progress bar flashes into view, inching forward while the storm raging within him grows more ferocious by the second. The training hall can't endure it. Windows explode outward, walls fracture, and chunks of debris scatter across the room. Outside on the street, pedestrians freeze as a pillar of blinding light bursts upward. A woman points in disbelief while her child tugs at her sleeve, asking what's happening. Nearby, a young man scrambles for his phone, shouting for someone to call the fire department for the Shu family's son. Inside, Su Jingming convulses as the progress bar pushes past 50%. His screams are swallowed by the deafening roar of thunder. Below, the crowd watches in terror as the sky itself darkens. Clouds twist violently, spiraling together, and from their depths emerges a colossal dragon formed entirely of lightning, its massive body stretching across the heavens. The phenomenon draws the attention of powerful figures. In a high-rise building, a man stares out the window, wondering if a catastrophic beast has invaded the city. Elsewhere, a military commander snaps orders, throwing Jiangqing's 3rd Legion into full alert. The lightning dragon opens its jaws in a silent roar, then plunges downward. Its enormous form collapses into a torrent of energy that crashes straight into Su Jingming's body. He lets out one final scream, and the progress bar flares to completion. Ability transformation complete. The storm vanishes as abruptly as it began. The crushing pressure dissipates, leaving only silence and ruin behind. Su Jingming stands amid the wreckage, chest rising and falling, sweat dripping down his face. Slowly, he raises his hand. Blue and purple lightning coils tightly around his fist, crackling with terrifying intent. A confident grin spreads across his face. This is no longer the weak shock of a stunned baton. This is true power. Power capable of annihilation with a single blow. But as his eyes sweep across the destroyed hall, his excitement dulls slightly. The windows are gone. The walls are cracked. The floor is scorched black. The disturbance was far greater than he anticipated. Still, a trace of relief flickers within him. He had managed to suppress part of it. His gaze shifts back to the floating system screen. The reminder of the second reward remains. 200 ability points. What are these even for? He mutters, reaching out to touch the interface again. The system responds, explaining that ability points are obtained by slaying fierce beasts and can be used to strengthen his body, spirit, and skills. A sly smile creeps onto Su Jingming's face. A cheat system this direct, this efficient. It's exactly what he needed. Open system panel. Instantly, a detailed status screen unfolds before him. Name, Su Jingming. Level, unranked awakened. Ability, S rank, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Ability points, 200. With the unified exam only one day away, his eyes sharpen with focus. These points must be spent carefully if he wants to squeeze out every ounce of strength possible. Blue sparks dance across his fingertips as he gives the command. Allocate points. He doesn't rush the decision. Every awakened ability is rooted in 2 foundations, the body and the spirit. Only by strengthening both can true power be drawn out. After a moment of thought, he gives the command, instructing the system to split the points evenly between them. The response is immediate. Power floods into him as his physique and spirit values soar. Dark purple energy spirals violently around his body, filling the room with crushing pressure. Su Jingming's mind reels as he takes in the transformation. The surge of vitality racing through his veins, the clarity in his thoughts sharper than anything he's ever known. He clenches his fist, feeling power compress within. One swing, the air ruptures. A violent vortex of blue and purple lightning tears forward, far beyond anything he could have produced before. The force alone sends debris skidding across the floor. Su Jingming lowers his hand, staring at the sparks dancing across his fingers. He understands now. By strengthening his raw attributes, his control over every movement, every technique, every strand of lightning has been elevated to a completely new level. The system panel refreshes. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160. A brief note follows. Each ability point converts into 0.2 units of vital or spirit energy. Su Jingming grins openly. With this kind of strength, entering an Awakened University is no longer a distant hope. It feels inevitable. Yet his thoughts drift outward. Across the province, more than 700,000 candidates will take the same exam. Among them are countless geniuses, cultivated from childhood, polished and perfected for this very moment. So where does he stand now? He doesn't bother waiting for the answer. With a flick of his foot, he kicks his spear out from the rubble, catches it cleanly, and swings it onto his shoulder. His intent is clear. He's heading to the martial arts hall to properly test this newfound power. Before he can take a single step, the apartment door slams open. 3 firefighters rush inside, hoses and equipment at the ready. Su Jingming freezes, momentarily caught off guard. The lead firefighter surveys the ruined room, brows knitting together. We received a report about a fire here. Standing amid shattered glass and cracked walls, faint lightning still flickering around him, Su Jingming straightens and answers calmly. It was just ability training. Everything's under control now. The firefighter studies him for a moment, then nods. Incidents involving awakened individuals aren't rare, and he knows better than to pry. He radios his team, signaling a withdrawal. As they turn to leave, he casts Su Jingming one last glance. There's a hint of admiration in his eyes. For someone this young to cause such a disturbance through training alone, it's impressive. Soon, the fire truck departs, and the street falls quiet once more. Dressed now in his school uniform, spear strapped across his back, Su Jingming walks down the road. His neighbor, Uncle Yang, calls out to him, concern evident as he asks whether everything is all right after the supposed fire. Su Jingming reassures him with a smile. Uncle Yang notices the spear and laughs, praising his diligence, training so hard with the exam only a day away. In this world, martial arts halls exist for one purpose. For awakened individuals. Growth is forged through relentless refinement of both body and spirit. Only there can true strength be tempered and revealed. Martial arts halls are essential to this kind of growth, providing facilities and resources that most families could never hope to afford on their own. Among them, 2 major chains stand above the rest: Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Brutal Bear Martial Arts Hall. Brutal Bear is known for its luxury, but its outrageous prices make it a playground reserved for the rich. Thunder Martial Art Hall is different. It opens its doors to all high school students free of charge, which is why it has become the most popular martial hall across the entire nation. That is where Su Jingming soon arrives. Inside Thunder Hall, the atmosphere is lively. Students fill the space, some training intensely, others chatting, all preparing in their own way for the coming exam. As Su Jingming scans the crowd, his gaze lands on a familiar figure, a girl with long black hair and striking red eyes. His cousin, Tang Chi. He walks over and casually asks what she's doing here. Tang Chi blinks in surprise when she sees him, clearly not expecting his appearance. She answers that she's just accompanying a friend. Su Jingming doesn't linger. With a polite nod, he tells her to enjoy her time with her friends and heads toward the training rooms. As he walks away, Tang Chi's eyes follow him. For some reason, she can't shake the feeling that something about him is different. Beside her, her cheerful friend Xiaoyu is staring in the same direction. She lets out a soft sigh, openly admiring his looks, then eagerly asks Tang Chi who he is. Tang Chi explains that he's her cousin, a third-year student like them, and that he'll also be taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoyu lights up instantly. She gushes that he looks like the perfect boyfriend. A male friend immediately laughs and teases her about falling in love at first sight. Xiaoyu doesn't even try to deny it. She admits it outright. Tang Chi, however, quickly brings her back to reality. She calmly reminds her that Su Jingming's awakened ability is only E-rank. The words land like a bucket of cold water. Xiaoyu's excitement collapses in an instant. She groans dramatically, lamenting what a shame it is. The male friend smirks, commenting that it's impressive someone with such a low rank would even dare to attempt the martial arts exam. Tang Chi doesn't find it amusing. Her expression darkens slightly as she mutters that courage means very little when the risk is that high. Not wanting to dwell on it, she redirects the group. They came to tour the hall, not gossip. Xiaoyu nods, brushing off her disappointment, and mentions that she spent all of high school training at the expensive Brutal Bear Hall. With the exam happening tomorrow, she thought it might be nice to relax here for once. Meanwhile, Su Jingming enters an empty training room. A large, circular testing target stands before him. He grips his spear and immediately feels the difference. It's far lighter than he remembers. The weapon itself hasn't changed. He has. His strength has grown so much that the spear now feels almost like a toy in his hands. Still, with the exam just a day away, there's no time to replace it. This spear will have to suffice. He decides to start slow. No lightning, no abilities, just raw physical strength. Drawing in a deep breath, he steadies his stance, muscles tightening as power coils quietly within him. Then, without warning, he thrusts forward, driving the spear straight into the center of the target. The impact rocks the room. Fine cracks spread rapidly across the advanced alloy surface, spiderwebbing outward as the digital display above flashes a blazing number, 321. The target hums softly and begins repairing itself, memory metal knitting back into place. Su Jingming just stares. His raw strength has more than doubled. For ordinary, unranked awakeners, 100 calories is considered peak output. He has tripled that threshold without using a single trace of his ability. Excitement surges through his chest. Now comes the real test. A faint blue glow flickers in his eyes. Purple and azure lightning crawls over his body, racing along the length of his spear. He leaps forward, lifts it high, and brings it down with crushing force. Thunder detonates inside the room. Lightning explodes outward as the target absorbs the blow. The display flickers violently before stabilizing on a number that makes his breath hitch. 3021. Su Jingming's heart slams against his ribs. One strike, and he has already stepped into the realm of a mid-tier First-Order Awakener. The official benchmark for entering First Order is 1,000 calories. He isn't even ranked yet, and he has already tripled it. Still, he isn't satisfied. Lightning continues to roar around him as he narrows his eyes. This isn't his limit. He draws on everything at once. His newly strengthened physique, his sharpened spirit, his devastating S-rank ability, and the spear techniques he has polished through years of relentless training. Power floods into a single point. The spear is swallowed by blinding purple lightning, energy condensing at its tip into a blazing sphere of destruction. Break! The spear slams down. A violent explosion of purple light engulfs the room. The shockwave tears through the hall, rattling walls and floors alike. In the main stadium, students stagger as the ground trembles. Someone shouts in panic, asking if there's been an earthquake. On the training floor, Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and the others nearly lose their footing, scrambling to stay upright as the aftershocks ripple through the building. The brown-haired boy in their group frowns, his expression turning grave as he senses the lingering pressure in the air. He mutters that the energy feels like something only a true awakener could release. Uneasy glances are exchanged. Had a newly awakened powerhouse just appeared, but all known awakened-level students in the city were supposed to be training at the other hall. Curiosity wins. Tang Chi insists they go take a look. The group follows the faint trail of residual energy down the corridor. As they turn a corner, they nearly collide with someone exiting the room. Su Jingming, calmly walking out, the spearhead wrapped neatly in cloth. Jingming, Tang Chi blurts out, startled. He doesn't even slow down. Without a trace of excitement on his face, he answers that he's heading home to prepare for tomorrow's exam. The storm he unleashed moments ago leaves no mark on his expression at all. One of the boys snorts and waves it off, telling the group not to overthink it. There's no point chasing after Su Jingming, he says. Instead, he points back toward the training room. Su Jingming just exited. That's where the energy came from. Curiosity wins. They push the door open and freeze. The sturdy training room is unrecognizable. The advanced alloy target, forged from high-grade memory metal, is gone, completely annihilated. Even the reinforced wall behind it has been blasted open, reduced to a massive crater filled with rubble and twisted fragments. Xiaoya sucks in a sharp breath, her voice trembling as disbelief spills out of her. Even memory metal was destroyed. That level of power shouldn't exist in a high school training hall. She asks aloud whether anyone in Jiangsheng could possibly be this strong. The brown-haired boy quickly shakes his head. He steps closer, pressing his palm against the jagged edge of the crater. His expression turns serious as he feels the residual energy still clinging to the wreckage. It's far too violent, he says, to belong to a student. His conclusion is simple. A powerful second-order ability user must have accidentally wandered into the student area. Another friend nods in agreement. Not even a top genius from the provincial capital should be capable of causing this kind of destruction, let alone someone from their small city. But Xiaoya refuses to drop it. Her eyes light up as excitement overtakes reason, and she blurts out her own idea. That maybe, just maybe, Su Jingming is actually a hidden super genius. The response is instant. Laughter erupts. One of them teases her for reading too many novels. Another cuts in coldly, reminding her that Su Jingming is a confirmed rank. At best, his attacks would barely reach 300. There's no way he could have caused something like this. The brown-haired boy offers one final explanation. Whoever did this must have left through another corridor. Then he turns to Tang Chi, who has remained silent the entire time, and asks what she thinks. Tang Chi doesn't argue. She only says one word. Maybe. Stepping past the others, she reaches out and runs her fingers along the shattered wall. Her gaze sharpens as she studies the deep grooves carved into the rubble. They're clean, focused, spear marks. An image flashes through her mind. Her cousin, spear resting on his shoulder. A heavy doubt settles in her chest. She wonders silently whether Su Jingming choosing the martial arts exam is truly courage, or simply him overestimating himself. Morning arrives bright and clear. The day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses line up outside a massive fortified testing ground, unloading wave after wave of students. Each carries a weapon, their expressions ranging from excitement to barely concealed fear. Among them walks Su Jingming, calm and composed, his spear resting casually on his shoulder. Ahead, a towering fence separates the candidates from the exam zone. Beyond it lie the ruins of a vast, abandoned town, now crawling with beasts. The air is thick with tension. Some students stare in awe, others stare in fear. A nervous voice suddenly breaks the heavy silence. One student complains that this year's exam is completely unfair. The beasts inside look far stronger than anything they trained for. His words spark a wave of murmurs. More voices join in, agreeing that the difficulty has clearly risen. Then, cutting through the unease, a sharp and arrogant laugh rings out. A tall youth steps forward, long hair trailing behind him, a massive sword strapped across his back. He looks down on the crowd with open disdain, mocking their fear. Anyone who can't handle something as basic as a unicorn rhinoceros, he declares, has no business standing here at all. His words leave the surrounding students momentarily speechless. Nearby, Su Jingming's best friend, Lu Jia, frowns and leans closer. Who's that loudmouth? He mutters. Su Jingming glances at the ID information, flashing on his watch. Zhou Mingyang. Lu Jia stiffens. Zhou Mingyang. That Zhou Mingyang? The genius? He's B rank. Already stepped into first order. That's something only a handful of high school students have ever managed. Su Jingming's gaze lingers on the prodigy. A faint, confident smile curves his lips, a spark of competitiveness flickering in his eyes. Quietly, a thought forms, between the two of them, who is stronger? Before the question can settle, a booming voice echoes across the testing ground. Candidates, attention. The chatter dies instantly. Every head turns toward a scar-faced man in military uniform, standing atop an armored vehicle. His presence alone carries authority. I am Commander Wang Haiyang, he announces, chief overseer of this year's martial arts exam. Before we begin, you will listen carefully to the rules. He gestures toward the ruined town sprawled beyond the fence. The exam will last 12 hours, from 9 in the morning to 9 at night. The battleground is divided into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and core. You earn points by slaying beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. His expression hardens. The core area is a bonus zone. Only the strongest should dare to enter it. Remember this. Your lives come first. Do not gamble them away for points. As the warning hangs in the air, Su Jingming closes his eyes briefly. Before the system, before this overwhelming surge of strength, his fate would have been limited to the outer zone, scraping by against the weakest beasts. But now, power hums through his body, his spirit feels limitless, and ambition burns fiercely in his chest. When the gates open, he doesn't plan to merely survive. He plans to push deep into the inner zone, and if fate allows, even challenge the core. Another announcement rings out, ordering students to collect their exam supplies. Su Jingming and Lu Jia move toward Teacher Chen Fan, who is distributing tactical backpacks. Each pack contains the essentials: a smartwatch to record points, energy bars, a hydration bottle, a medical kit, and most importantly, a safety ball. The small sphere can deploy a high-voltage barrier capable of repelling beasts, but once activated, the exam ends immediately. As Chen Fan hands Su Jingming his pack, his stern expression softens. Remember, your life is more important than your score. If it comes to that, don't hesitate to use the safety ball. Su Jingming lowers his head slightly. Thank you, teacher. Just then, a familiar voice calls out his name. Su Jingming turns to see Lin Qingluan running toward him, a warm smile on her face as she invites him to join her team. Beside her stands their class president, Lu Qin, a steady C-rank awakener, who pats his chest confidently and promises to keep Su Jingming safe during the exam. Before Su Jingming can respond, a sharp voice cuts in. One of the students scoffs, openly protesting. This is a competition, not a charity, he says. Dragging along an E-rank would only drag down their score. Another teammate immediately backs him up, glaring at Lu Qin for changing the plan without consulting them. Their stance is clear. They refuse to carry deadweight. Lu Jia bristles, anger flashing across his face as he steps forward to defend his friend. But Su Jingming calmly lifts a hand, stopping him. A faint smile touches his lips as he speaks evenly. I appreciate the concern, but I'll be going in alone. Lin Qingluan hesitates, worry plainly written in her eyes. After a moment, she nods. Then, at least be careful. The protesting student lets out a mocking laugh, muttering that they should just team up with Huang Tian instead. Still chuckling, the group turns and walks away. Su Jingming watches their retreating backs, his smile slowly turning confident. He knows the truth better than anyone else. He doesn't need a team to earn a high score. Moments later, the loudspeakers roar to life once more. The martial arts exam is officially beginning. Hundreds of drones rise into the sky, cameras activating as they lock onto the testing grounds, ready to broadcast every second to the outside world. With a thunderous groan, the massive gates begin to open. Thousands of students surge forward like a flood, shouting battle cries and declarations of ambition as they charge into the ruined city. Tangxi and her group push ahead with determination. A girl wielding an enormous sword storms forward without hesitation. At the very front, Zhou Mingyang launches himself into the air, his wind ability lifting him above the crowd as he races ahead. Su Jingming doesn't rush. He steps through the gates calmly, then breaks into a steady run, spear clenched firmly in his grip. His eyes sharpen as his heartbeat steadies. This is it. As he moves deeper inside, he taps the smartwatch on his wrist. A holographic panel springs to life, confirming his identity and displaying the real-time rankings. The leaderboard is already forming. At the very top sits Zhou Mingyang with 7 points, 2 others close behind him. Su Jingming studies the rankings quietly. Zhou may have started fast, but instead of discouraging him, it only fuels his resolve. While most students scatter across the outskirts, hunting weaker beasts, Su Jingming makes a different choice. Without hesitation, he turns and heads straight toward the heart of danger, the core area, where rewards soar and death lurks at every step. The ruined city grows darker as he advances, the air thick with pressure. Shadows stretch longer between collapsed buildings. Suddenly, he stops. Ahead of him lies a sight that sends a chill through the air. A student lies sprawled across the ground, motionless, blood pooling beneath his body. Beside him rests a green safety ball, untouched. The attack must have been instantaneous. He never even had the chance to activate it. For the first time, the brutal reality of the exam truly sinks in. The warnings from his teachers, the commander's stern words, they echo loudly in Su Jingming's mind. Without the S-rank ability he obtained only yesterday, that corpse on the ground could just as easily have been him. He exhales slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. Kneeling beside the body, he removes the fallen student's smartwatch and sends out the recovery signal. Opportunity and danger always walk hand in hand. That truth has never been clearer. Then, movement. A faint sound slips out from the shadows. From within a collapsed building, a massive clawed paw emerges. A heartbeat later, a pair of glowing purple eyes pierce the darkness. A shadow cat steps forward, its presence cold and predatory. Understanding strikes instantly. The corpse was bait, and now, the hunter reveals itself. The shadow cat launches forward with terrifying speed, claws ripping through the air. Su Jingming doesn't panic. His body moves on instinct, slipping aside as the beast streaks past him. The shadow cat twists midair and lands lightly, its gaze never leaving him. A known killer of the inexperienced. Every detail matches the rumors. Coiled muscles ready to explode, a roar that shakes the air itself, and fangs sharp enough to crush bone in a single bite. Su Jingming knows exactly why creatures like this inspire fear. Their aura alone is lethal. An invisible pressure that freezes most opponents in place, draining their strength, stealing their will, leaving them unable to even raise a weapon. Countless young awakeners die before they ever understand what hit them. He remembers how children from wealthy families are trained, protected by guards, slowly acclimated to this pressure from a young age. That kind of privilege was never his. And now, here he stands, facing his first true battle against a fierce beast. His grip tightens around the spear. The shadow cat lunges again. It closes the distance in an instant, jaws yawning wide. But Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He plants his feet firmly and raises his spear. Purple lightning crackles violently along the shaft, sparks leaping as power surges through him. In the blink of an eye, he thrusts. The lightning-wrapped spearhead tears straight through the beast's skull. The shadow cat collapses at his feet, lifeless. Su Jingming exhales, eyes narrowing as he studies the corpse. Something feels off. That suffocating aura, the pressure that should have frozen him, never affected him at all. Before he can dwell on it, a blue holographic window flickers into existence above his smartwatch. Kill confirmed. Fierce beast eliminated. Target, shadow cat, unranked. Ability points +3. The system continues, reminding him that fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9. Anything below rank 1 is considered unranked, no different from unranked human awakeners. Su Jingming glances at the map display on his watch. 3 points. For a fight that could have killed most candidates, the reward feels painfully small. Unranked beasts aren't even worth a second glance anymore. Now that he knows their aura can't touch him, there's no reason to waste time in the outer zone. His objective is fixed, the heart of the battlefield, where real danger waits. He moves without hesitation. Along the way, unranked creatures throw themselves at him. Shadow cats slipping through the rubble, iron-furred boars charging headlong, wolf-shaped predators snapping at his heels. None of them last long. His spear cuts a crimson path through them, each strike clean and final. 3 points here, 5 points there. The total keeps rising, yet an uneasy feeling creeps in. This power is too much. Every attack ends things instantly. There's no back and forth, no pressure forcing him to refine his movements. Worse, the drain is terrifying. He remembers his old E-rank ability, something he could keep active for hours without even thinking about it. This has class power, though. At full output, he wouldn't last an hour, and the exam stretches on for 12. His grip tightens around the spear as a decision settles in. From now on, he won't rely on that overwhelming lightning. He'll conserve his strength, and more importantly, sharpen his combat instincts. From here on out, the spear alone will carry him. Before he can fully test that resolve, the ground shudders. A massive shadow rises ahead. A towering, bipedal unicorn rhinoceros bursts from the ruins, its roar shaking the air. It lowers its head and flings a wrecked car aside, as if it weighs nothing. Then it charges. Su Jingming doesn't step back. He plants his feet, spear ready. The horn slams into him with crushing force, hurling him through the air. But even as he's sent flying, his body twists within human control, turning the impact into momentum. He flips midair, spear raised overhead, descending like a falling bolt of lightning. The rhinoceros barely has time to react before the blade pierces straight through its skull. One strike. The colossal beast crashes down, lifeless. Su Jingming lands and exhales slowly, surprise flickering across his face. Even something that large hadn't posed much of a challenge. A thought surfaces. Had his spear technique improved without him realizing it? He opens the system panel, and the answer appears instantly. His spear technique has advanced to the intermediate stage. His ability points, now totaling 256, shine clearly before him. The conclusion is obvious. Focusing on his spear is the fastest path forward. He rolls the weapon in his hands, feeling the smoother flow, the sharper control. Then curiosity sparks. What if I push it further? He doesn't hesitate. The points are invested at once. Information floods his mind. Advanced stances, refined footwork, lethal thrusts and counters, all imprinting themselves into his muscles. The surge is overwhelming, forcing him to clutch his head. But when the sensation fades, something fundamental has changed. He straightens, spear firm in his grasp. Confidence radiates from him as he stands among the broken ruins. No longer just a hunter, but a predator patiently waiting for his next kill. A grin curls at the corner of his lips as he murmurs his anticipation to himself. He can already feel it. The urge to test these newly forged skills against a ranked beast, something that can actually fight back. Elsewhere in the outer zone, Lin Xinghuan and her team move carefully through shattered streets and collapsed buildings. Suddenly, she slows to a stop, eyes narrowing. For just a split second, she swears she saw a familiar silhouette in the distance. I think that was Su Jingming, she says under her breath. One of her teammates immediately dismisses it with a laugh. You're imagining things. Su Jingming's only E-rank. He wouldn't dare come this deep. It'd be suicide. But the unease doesn't fade. The doubt settles heavily in Lin Xinghuan's chest, a quiet worry she can't shake. Before she can dwell on it any longer, another teammate shouts urgently from ahead. They hurry over and freeze. A massive unicorn rhinoceros lies sprawled across the street, its enormous body motionless. The wounds are fresh. Blood still glistens, not yet dried. They examine the fatal blow. One strike. Clean. Perfectly placed straight through the head. Too precise. Too controlled. That's a spear wound, someone says, breaking the silence. Everything clicks at once. The distant figure, the weapon, the timing. Lin Xinghuan's suspicion solidifies. Could it really have been Su Jingming, she whispers. Her teammate scoffs, refusing to believe it. Don't be absurd. A unicorn rhinoceros? Only a C rank could kill something like this solo. Su Jingming wouldn't stand a chance. To settle the argument, someone suggests checking the rankings. Lin Xinghuan doesn't hesitate. She activates the leaderboard on her smartwatch. The screen lights up, and her breath catches. Rank 46, 256 points. Su Jingming, second high school. Her eyes widen. It really is him. The group goes silent. Faces pale. Shock ripples through them as reality sets in. Yet none of them want to accept it. How could the E-rank nobody they'd always overlooked suddenly be sitting among the top 50? They scramble for excuses, insisting it must be a coincidence, another student with the same name. But even as they speak, their voices lose conviction. Far from the battlefield, inside a grand hall lined with massive viewing screens, officials and VIPs observe the rankings updating in real time. One spectator leans back, clearly pleased. As expected, first high school is dominating. Just look at the top 10. In Zhou Mingyang, rank 1 with 412 points. At this pace, he'll undoubtedly be crowned Jiangqing's top student. Another official nods, eyes sharp. If he maintains this momentum, maybe he can even break into the provincial top 100. Our city hasn't produced talent like that in years. At the center of it all sits Zhang Wenshan, director of the Jiangqing Education Bureau. A smug smile slowly spreads across his face. Zhou Mingyang truly is the pride of our city, he says confidently. He will enter the provincial top 100. Remember my words. He turns next, offering warm praise to the principals of 1st and 3rd High, commending their schools for their outstanding performance. Both men bow politely, gratitude etched into their faces, responding with well-rehearsed humility. Then when Shan's gaze shifts, it settles on Principal Zhou of 2nd High. The smile on his face cools instantly, his tone sharpening like a blade. Principal Xiao, your school still has a long way to go. Your so-called top student is only ranked 18th. Hardly worth mentioning. Zhou forces a stiff laugh, sweat beading along his temple as he bows deeply. Yes, Director, you're absolutely right. We will work harder. Outwardly obedient, inwardly burning. He knows 2nd High is struggling. Only 8 students have made it into the top 50. His thoughts race through their names one by one, until he stops. Su Jingming. The name jolts him. He frowns. He doesn't recognize it at all. Who is this student? He mutters under his breath. Why haven't I heard of him before? Turning sharply, he looks at the teacher beside him. Chun Fan. Teacher Chun, do you know this Su Jingming? The reaction is immediate. Chun Fan's jaw drops. His face stiffens, color draining as he hurriedly wipes sweat from his forehead. Su Jingming, he stammers. That's the weakest E-rank student in my class. Silence crashes over the room. Chun Fan shakes his head again and again, unable to accept it. Had Su Jingming been hiding his strength all this time? No, that couldn't be right. It made no sense at all. Frustration boils inside him as he turns toward the monitors. Only the top 10 students are being tracked on live cameras. Su Jingming's ranking sits far below that cutoff, which means one thing. No one can see him. No one knows what he's doing, or how an E-rank nobody is climbing the leaderboard at a terrifying speed. Back inside the exam grounds, Su Jingming has already pushed past the outer area and stepped into the central zone, where danger thickens with every breath. The shattered streets here are eerily quiet. Too quiet. A glass bottle crunches beneath his boot. He pauses, calmly unwrapping an energy bar and taking a few steady bites. The change is obvious. Far fewer beasts roam this area, which can only mean one thing. Ranked creatures. Beasts with territory, with instincts, with intelligence. Enemies meant to truly test strength. His steps slow, then stop. Every sense sharpens at once. His eyes narrow as he locks onto something ahead. Finally, he murmurs, "My target." A thunderous crash explodes through the silence as a striped monster bursts from a pile of overturned cars. Its muscles ripple beneath its hide, bone blades jutting from its forelimbs. A first-rank fierce beast, an arm-blade tiger. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. Instead, he raises his spear and lets out a low chuckle. Already a first-rank beast, he says softly. Perfect. The tiger roars, the sound tearing through the ruins as it lunges forward, claws slicing through the air. Su Jingming remains calm, unmoving, spear held steady. At the final instant, he pivots. With smooth, precise motion, he spins the shaft of his spear, meeting claw with wood and steel. The impact rings out as the force is redirected cleanly aside. The massive beast forced back a step, its momentum broken. To Su Jingming, it barely feels like a fight. He tilts his head, expression drifting toward boredom. That's it. So this is the strength of a first-rank beast. He scoffs softly. Oomph. If you were a Tiger King, maybe I'd bother taking you seriously. The provocation lands perfectly. The arm-blade tiger's roar turns feral, rage blazing in its eyes. Su Jingming lowers his stance, voice steady and decisive. Enough. I'll end this. He explodes forward. The spear flashes, piercing straight into the tiger's shoulder. Blood erupts as the beast howls in agony. But Su Jingming never slows. His grip stays firm, his momentum relentless, pressing the attack without giving it a chance to breathe. Pain drives the beast into frenzy. Teal light ignites in its eyes as it rises onto its hind legs, towering over him like a living mountain. With a deafening roar, it brings both bladed claws crashing down, a strike meant to tear him apart. Su Jingming moves first. His body twists, pivots, and in a fluid motion, he snatches a nearby lamppost, swinging around it with flawless control. The tiger's claws slam into empty air, shredding nothing but dust. In that same heartbeat, Su Jingming's movement places him in the perfect position to strike back. He lands lightly, feet steady. The arm-blade tiger stands before him, bleeding, battered, yet still refusing to fall. That stubbornness earns it a brief nod of acknowledgement. Then his voice turns cold. Enough. Any further struggle is pointless. He lifts his spear. Energy surges through the shaft as blue lightning coils around it, crackling and humming with lethal force. Lightning gale break. His body blurs. He spins, spear carving the air again and again as brilliant arcs of lightning tear outward, forming a violent storm of slashing energy. The attack crashes into the beast without mercy. The arm-blade tiger releases one final roar, half defiance, half agony, before the vortex shreds its body apart. With a thunderous impact, it collapses to the ground, motionless. A sharp chime follows. Kill confirmed. Target: first rank, Arm Blade Tiger. Ability points plus 14. Su Jingming glances at the notification, satisfaction settling quietly in his chest. 14 points. Almost twice the reward of an unranked beast. The realization sharpens in his mind. For others, this exam is a desperate struggle for survival. For him, it's a treasure ground, an arena built to fuel his growth at an absurd pace. His fingers tighten around the spear as determination flares. He'll hunt stronger prey. He'll take every point he can. Whatever this battlefield offers, he'll claim it all. Far away, in the audience stands, the atmosphere tightens. Eyes remain glued to the leaderboard as Su Jingming's name climbs. Now glowing at 32nd place, 328 points. An official leans forward sharply, turning toward Chun Fan. This student, he says tensely, he's from your class, isn't he? In an instant, Chun Fan becomes the center of attention. Colleagues turn toward him, eyes filled with admiration. Amazing. Second High only has students from your class in the top 50, one exclaims. Another nods approvingly. Your teaching methods must be exceptional. Flustered, Chun Fan forces a modest smile and waves his hands hurriedly. And no, it's not like that. The credit belongs to the students. They simply worked hard. Before the exchange can continue, a sudden shout cuts through the hall. Look, check the rankings again. Everyone snaps their heads toward the massive screen. Su Jingming's name surges upward. 25th place. A stunned hush follows, then erupts into gasps. That's impossible. His score just jumped by 44 points all at once. Director Zhang Wenshan narrows his eyes, already calculating. A peak unranked beast gives, at most, 6 points. A low-tier first-ranked beast offers 14 to 16. For such a spike to occur in a single update, Principal Zhou voices the realization aloud, his tone unsteady. The rankings refresh every 4 seconds, which means he trails off, face draining of color. The implication is terrifying. An E-rank student from Second High may be slaughtering ranked beasts in the central zone at an absurd pace. Director Zhang Wenshan completes the math effortlessly. Within 4 seconds, Su Jingming must have killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first ranks. A rare smile tugs at his lips. Such performance, we haven't seen talent like this in years. He turns to Principal Zhou, curiosity sharpening his voice. Tell me, why have I never heard of this student? He seems quite promising. Principal Zhou swallows, still reeling. I only learned of him myself today. We'll need to ask his homeroom teacher. He snaps his fingers, beckoning Chun Fan forward. All eyes lock onto the nervous teacher. Sweat beads down Chun Fan's forehead as he bows hastily before the city's top officials. Su Jingming. He awakened only an E-grade ability. Weak electrical output. The words strike the room like a bolt of lightning. Principal Zhou's jaw tightens. Are you absolutely certain? Could there be a mistake? Chun Fan shakes his head vigorously. No mistake. I was present at the awakening. I even advised him not to participate in this exam. His ability was far too weak. Silence descends. Director Zhang Wenshan leans back slowly, eyes gleaming with interest. An E-grade. Yet he has climbed this far. He taps his fingers together. Then his strength must come from elsewhere. Fascinating. He steeples his hands, voice calm but resolute. We won't have to wait long. With this momentum, he'll soon break into the top 10. Once he does, the cameras will be focused on him, and we'll see exactly how he's accomplishing this. His gaze sharpens. But if he's cheating, there will be consequences. Before the tension can settle, a wave of gasps sweeps the hall. Principal Zhou and Chun Fan stare at the screen, eyes wide. Rank 9. Su Jingming. He has forced his way into the top 10. And sitting just beneath him, at 12th place, Tang Chi, his cousin. Elsewhere in the exam grounds, Tang Chi crouches atop the corpse of a freshly slain beast. Cat-like ears twitch above her head, a sleek tail swaying lazily behind her. A faint smile curves her lips. Any lingering doubt is gone now. The devastation at the martial arts hall that day. Of course it had been her cousin's doing. Far above her, another presence takes notice. Zhou Mingyang, the current number 1, glances at the refreshed leaderboard. 6 hours still remain, yet a strange new name has forced its way into the ranks of the elite. His brows knit together. Su Jingming, he mutters. I've never heard of him. Almost immediately, a camera drone hums to life, locking onto its new target. The live feed spreads across the massive screens for everyone to see. And there he is. Su Jingming stands amid the ruins, calm and composed. His spear flashes, and with a single clean motion, another first-rank beast collapses at his feet. His smartwatch lights up, plus 14 points. Su Jingming glances at the notification and speaks softly to himself. The efficiency of hunting in the central zone, far higher than the outer area. He lifts his gaze as the drone hovers overhead. A faint smile touches his lips. So he's entered the top 10. Standing over the corpse, he He reflects briefly. This exam was never just about survival. It was a trial of strength, of potential. Those who shone brightest would be remembered. With that in mind, there's no reason to hide anymore. Breaking into the top 10, he murmurs, eyes sharp. This is only the beginning. Before moving on, he summons his system panel. His spear technique shines at the advanced stage. Total points, 312. Yet a trace of disappointment flickers across his face. Despite everything, his status still reads awakened. No automatic promotion. He thinks it through quickly. To truly ascend into an ability user, he'd need a proper cultivation method, something this exam simply can't provide. Fine. If rank advancement isn't possible, then he'll fortify his foundation. Without hesitation, he allocates his points. Physique plus 40. Spirit plus 22. Power floods his body. Muscles tighten. His senses sharpen. He clenches his fist, excitement stirring for what lies ahead. Soon, the ruined streets give way to the entrance of the core area. The most lethal zone of all. The sight awaiting him is savage. 9 armored tigers tear into the carcass of a fallen rhinoceros, metallic hides glinting under the dim light. But it's the beast at the center that commands his attention. Larger, stronger, radiating a crushing aura. The armored Tiger King. Su Jingming's lips curl upward. What a harvest. He's about to step forward when his instincts flare sharply. Someone else is here. Without turning his head, he speaks calmly. Enough hiding. Come out. Footsteps echo through the ruins. From the shadows emerges Zhou Mingyang, the number 1 ranked student. His eyes gleam with interest as he studies Su Jingming. Impressive, he says. To sense me that quickly, I didn't expect the mysterious newcomer in the top 10 to be you, Su Jingming. Recognition strikes instantly. Su Jingming narrows his eyes. The top-ranked student, he replies coolly. How did you know who I was? Zhou Mingyang lets out a quiet chuckle as he steps closer. I've studied every strong contender capable of reaching the core zone, he says calmly. But you? An unfamiliar name climbing this fast. There was only one possible answer. His gaze shifts to the feasting tiger pack, hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. I've been watching them. The armored Tiger King is a mid-grade, first-rank beast. With 9 others backing it up, no one person can take them head-on. Su Jingming tightens his grip on the spear, suspicion flickering in his eyes. What is this? He asks flatly. You planning to steal my prey? Zhou Mingyang shakes his head. No need. I don't lack points. But that pack, no matter how strong you are, taking them alone is reckless. Team up with me. We'll wipe them out together. Su Jingming answers with only 2 words. No need. His voice carries absolute certainty. I'm enough on my own. Without waiting for another word, he strides straight into the open. His boots crunch against shattered pavement, the sound instantly drawing every armored tiger's attention. Low growls ripple through the pack. Perched atop the rhinoceros carcass, the Tiger King throws its head back and roars, its dominance shaking the ruins. Su Jingming studies them calmly. Just as expected, this isn't a mindless pack. Under their king's command, the stronger beasts hold the front, while weaker ones shift behind, forming a crude but effective formation. Then the tension snaps. One tiger lunges forward, exploding into motion with murderous speed. From his concealed position, Zhou Mingyang stiffens. His eyes widen as disbelief mixes with fascination. Is Su Jingming throwing himself into death, or does his confidence have weight behind it? Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He doesn't even raise his spear. He waits. The charging tiger closes in. Then, in a sudden blur, the spear comes alive. It spins so fast the shaft becomes a perfect circle, violent energy surging outward in pulsing waves. Then, boom, a devastating sweeping strike erupts. A crescent of raw force rips through the air, wide enough to swallow multiple targets at once. The first tiger is erased instantly. So are the ones beside it. Flesh and bones split apart as the spinning arc cleaves through them, blood spraying across the shattered street. 4 armored tigers collapse where they stand. His smartwatch lights up in rapid succession. Plus 14, plus 14, plus 14. The ground turns slick with blood as broken bodies slam down. In the blink of an eye, half the pack is gone. The Tiger King's roar tears through the ruins, the air trembling with pure fury. Su Jingming glances at the carnage, clicking his tongue in mild irritation. TCH, still not enough. If my body were stronger, I could have ended them all in one strike. The remaining tigers regroup, circling him with lethal intent. Slowly, the Tiger King steps forward, teal eyes blazing. Then it opens its massive jaws wide, and the roar that follows is no longer just sound. It's a sonic weapon, pure vibration turned lethal. The shockwave explodes outward, shattering every nearby window as glass rains down like a violent storm. Even the ground trembles beneath the Tiger King's fury. From his distant vantage point, Zhou Mingyang winces, clutching his head as pain drills into his skull. That roar alone, it could cripple most challengers before the fight even begins. And yet, at the center of the chaos, Su Jingming stands unmoved, spear in hand, expression calm. Broken glass whirls around him, but the Tiger King's deafening roar fails to shake him in the slightest. The sonic blast that would leave others helpless barely registers. His voice cuts cleanly through the storm, steady and cold. You might terrify others, but you won't scare me. The response is immediate. The remaining armored tigers surge in from all sides, claws flashing, fangs snapping, killing intent flooding the air. Su Jingming meets them head-on. His spear flows like water, deflecting one strike, redirecting another. He twists smoothly, planting the shaft against the ground and vaulting upward. His foot kicks off a tiger's back, sending him soaring above another set of snapping jaws. The Tiger King seizes the opening and lunges. Too late. Su Jingming is already airborne. Still mid-leap, he gathers every ounce of strength into one decisive strike. His spear comes down like a falling guillotine, tearing through the air with unstoppable force. Crack! The impact is brutal. The spear smashes straight into the Tiger King's skull, splitting it open in a single, merciless blow. The massive beast collapses, dead before its body even hits the ground. Su Jingming lands lightly, spear steady in his grip. His smartwatch flashes. Kill confirmed. Upper rank first order, arm blade tiger. Ability points, +20. From the shadows, Zhou Mingyang can only stare. His body stiffens. Sweat trickles down his face as disbelief floods his eyes. Impossible, he mutters. He wiped out the entire pack alone. What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming, meanwhile, feels exhilaration surge through him. His points have skyrocketed, the tiger pack alone yielding an enormous harvest. A grin spreads across his face as his thoughts race. At this pace, how many points can I accumulate before the 12 hours end? The more I gain, the stronger I become. He turns, ready to continue the hunt. But before he can take another step, Zhou Mingyang bursts from his hiding place. Wait, he shouts. How did you do that? Crushing an entire pack, with just a spear. Your ability, what type is it? Reinforcement. Su Jingming doesn't bother turning around. With a powerful leap, he launches into the distance, his voice drifting back casually. Lightning type. Zhou Mingyang freezes. Rage boils beneath his skin as his fist clenches tight. Lightning type? TCH, does he think I'm an idiot? He's mocking me. Then another thought hits him, harder than the first. If Su Jingming is killing beasts at this rate, his score, heart-pounding. Zhou Mingyang snaps open his smartwatch and nearly stops breathing. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 1122 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, 985 points. Su Jingming hasn't just caught up. He's passed him. No. Zhou Mingyang's roar tears through the ruined city, raw frustration and disbelief echoing off broken walls as his number 1 position slips from his grasp. Back in the stands, the reaction is explosive. Cheers erupt. Officials leap to their feet, voices overlapping in excitement. Even director Zhang Wenshan rises from his seat, his face lit with unmistakable pride. Magnificent, he declares loudly. That level of spearmanship, there's no doubt left. Su Jingming is a true genius. He grips Principal Zhou's shoulder with both hands, his voice booming across the hall. With Su Jingming representing us, Jiangshan will finally break into the provincial top 100. Thunderous applause follows. Zhang Wenshan goes even further, promising special treatment and resources for second high once the exam concludes. Principal Zhou's eyes fill with tears as he bows again and again, overwhelmed. After so many years, second high finally has its moment. And it's all because of Su Jingming. 3 hours later, deep within the core zone, the atmosphere couldn't be more different. Zhou Mingyang trudges through deserted streets, his brows drawn tight in frustration. Where did all the beasts go? He mutters bitterly. A calm voice answers from behind. Why don't you ask the number 1 ranked student? Zhou spins around. Tang Chi stands there, flanked by Waha and Mengda, both elite fighters in their own right. Tang Chi gestures casually at the empty ruins. It's simple. Su Jingming already killed them. We searched everywhere. There's nothing left. Zhou Mingyang's jaw tightens. That's impossible. No one could clear the entire core zone alone. Tang Chi's gaze remains cool, unwavering. Cousin, it's obvious you only recently became a ranked ability user. Otherwise, you'd understand. She raises her wrist and activates the leaderboard. Look, Zhou's eyes lock onto the glowing display. The color drains from his face. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 3,435 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, barely a third of that. His lips part, but no words come. The gap is suffocating. Tang Chi continues, her tone steady, almost detached. Do the math. He earned roughly 700 points in the central zone. That means here, in the core zone, he collected over 2,500. She pauses. Nearly 200 fierce beasts, all killed by himself. A bead of sweat slides down Zhou Mingyang's temple as the truth settles in. Su Jingming hadn't been competing fairly for kills. He had planned to monopolize the entire core zone from the very beginning. Waha steps forward, his expression grim. That's why we're here. The innermost core zone is all that remains. It's packed with high-rank beasts, and even a second-order beast king. Charging it alone would be suicide. Manga nods, then looks directly at Zhou Mingyang. That's why we've banded together. Join us. Together, we might survive what's waiting inside. Zhou Mingyang clenches his fists, teeth grinding. Pride burns in his chest, but reality leaves him no choice. Count me in, he shouts. The uneasy alliance is formed. The scene shifts. Under the pale glow of the moon, Su Jingming sits in silence atop a mountain of beast corpses. His spear stands planted firmly at his side, the blade catching faint moonlight as it glints coldly. Blood and steel saturate the air around him. His rations are gone. His supplies are exhausted. Yet his pursuit of strength is far from over. The exam is nearing its end, but he isn't satisfied. Not even close. If I want more power, I have to go deeper. Beyond this zone lies the innermost core, a place where second-order beasts roam freely. The thought alone pulls a faint grin to his lips. With measured calm, he summons his system panel. The number that appears is staggering. 2413 ability points. Time for one last upgrade. The grin sharpens as he allocates the points. Power floods through him in a violent surge, ripping through muscle and nerve alike. He exhales hard, so hard the ground beneath his feet cracks from the pressure alone. Standing atop the massive corpse of a bear-like beast, he finally allows himself a brief breath. Yes, with this, I can face the finale head-on. Elsewhere, the remaining top students sprint toward the final battlefield, boots pounding across shattered stone. The last dash of the combat exam has begun, and deep within the innermost zone, something awakens. From the ruins, a nightmare crawls into the moonlight. A colossal wolf-shaped beast emerges, its fur ghostly white, eyes glowing with a predatory crimson glow. Red crystalline spines erupt from its back, pulsing with lethal energy. The air itself trembles under its presence. The final trial has arrived. As its howl shakes the battlefield, Su Jingming steps into view. Calm, composed, spear in hand. His eyes lock onto the monstrous wolf, unwavering. Confidence radiates from him as he murmurs softly. So, this is the second-order beast you prepared. Let's see what you're worth. As Su Jingming enters the final stage, the other top-ranked students also break into the deepest section of the core zone. The moment their eyes land on the towering, crystal-backed monster ahead, recognition hits them instantly. A bloodthirsty savage bear. With a single swing of its massive paw, it smashes a wrecked car into twisted scrap, effortlessly displaying its terrifying strength. The sight leaves the group shaken. Zhou Mingyang blurts out the obvious. They're in serious trouble. Manga grimly explains that the creature's hide is tougher than E-grade alloy, resilient enough to withstand even missile strikes. Worse still, a single blow from its paw could wipe them out instantly. Hearing that, Tang Chi suggests retreating altogether. The odds are simply too stacked against them. But the nightmare doesn't stop there. Guarding the area isn't just the Bear King. An entire pack of elite first-rank beasts prowls around it. One student points out bleakly that if they rush in, the pack alone will slaughter them long before the bear even lifts a claw. The tension finally snaps when one of them breaks, blurting out that there's no reason to risk their lives just to chase a higher score. Zhou Mingyang snaps back at him, sneering that there's no glory in looking impressive if all it leads to is charging straight into a death trap. But the damage is already done. The team's morale shatters completely. Then Manga suddenly shouts, pointing toward the compound. Everyone's gaze snaps in that direction. A lone figure is walking straight into the danger zone. Tang Chi's eyes widen in shock as recognition hits her. It's Su Jingming. Fearless, unhesitating, stepping directly into the heart of the beast horde. With a smooth, fluid leap, Jingming lands inside the compound. From the rooftop, the others stare in disbelief. Zhou Mingyang curses under his breath at how absurd this exam has become, while another student panics, shouting that Jingming's presence has enraged the entire pack. As if on cue, the beasts erupt. Roars thunder through the ruins as creatures rush him from every direction. Standing alone in the middle of the street, Jingming doesn't flinch. In seconds, the surging tide of snarling beasts swallows him whole. From above, the students can only watch in horror. Tang Chi's face tightens, worry flashing through her eyes. Waha shakes his head grimly, muttering that Jingming was reckless. Tang Chi snaps back that she has to help him. Manga grabs her arm to stop her, while Waha shouts that she's insane. Charging in now would only mean dying for nothing. But Tang Chi refuses to yield. He's my cousin, she yells. I want to stand here and watch him die. Before she can move, boom. A colossal surge of purple and blue lightning detonates from the center of the horde. Raw energy explodes outward, ripping across the battlefield. The light is so blinding the group on the rooftop is forced to shield their eyes. Zhou Mingyang stares in disbelief. Is it the lightning power he mentioned? As the storm fades, the answer becomes terrifyingly clear. The battlefield is littered with charred remains. Every single first-level beast lies scorched and motionless. The entire horde has been erased. At the center stands Su Jingming, untouched. Purple lightning crackles around his body like living armor. He exhales slowly. Raw physical strength alone wouldn't have been enough. That's why he finally unleashed his hidden trump card, his true superpower. Feeling the overwhelming surge of his S-grade ability, a confident smile spreads across his face. With the lesser threats wiped out, his gaze lifts. The real challenge remains. The bloodthirsty savage bear towers over the corpses of its fallen pack, fury rolling off its massive frame. It unleashes a thunderous roar that shakes the air itself. But Jingming remains calm. He studies the beast carefully. Immense power, enormous size, but poor agility. Against his thunder ability, this is manageable. Then his eyes narrow. The bear isn't alone. Several dangerous minions still lurk nearby, ready to interfere. Jingming makes his decision instantly. His gaze sharpens, lightning flaring in his eyes as resolve hardens within him. He'll clear the battlefield first. In a flash, he bursts into motion. Lightning surges through his body as his speed becomes a blur. A high-ranked shadow cat lunges toward him and is cut down in an instant. His smartwatch chimes. Plus 13 points. A grin spreads across his face as he feels thunder surge through his limbs, marveling at how the power hardens his body and sharpens every movement. He knows the state won't last long, but it doesn't need to. This is already more than enough. One after another, the remaining lesser creatures collapse beneath his spear. A single sweeping arc cleaves straight through a unicorn rhino, and his watch flashes again. Another 15 points confirmed. With the field finally swept clean, the true battle begins. The savage bear roars, fury shaking its massive frame as it slams both paws into the ground. The impact sends a violent shockwave tearing through the pavement, the earth trembling as if it might split apart. Then it charges, each thunderous step cracking the ground beneath its weight. Cloaked in lightning, Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He surges forward to meet the beast head-on, and at the final instant, he launches himself upward in a powerful leap, narrowly evading the crushing rush. His spear spins in a brutal arc and crashes down, shattering one of the massive red crystals embedded in the bear's back. The battle dissolves into a blur of motion. Jingming twists, slips, and counters with flawless precision. Each strike lands true. Crystals explode one after another beneath his spear, blood spraying as the savage bear's defenses crumble piece by piece. His smartwatch keeps flashing, numbers climbing as he dismantles the king of beasts without mercy. The savage bear bellows in rage as its remaining underlings fall. Wrapped in crackling lightning, Su Jingming sneers at it, mocking its fury, telling it to wait. Its turn is coming. He charges toward the final rhino, but the Beast King's eyes gleam with intelligence. Just as Su Jingming prepares to strike, the massive bear moves with terrifying speed. It lunges forward and, with a brutal swing, smashes its own minion apart, intercepting the attack before it can land. Jingming's eyes narrow in shock. It predicted him. The Bear King slams its paws together. The last minion is sacrificed instantly, the collision unleashing a deafening shockwave that rips open the ground and shreds nearby vehicles. The rhino is obliterated, reduced to nothing but fragments. Yet the explosion misses its true target. Su Jingming flips through the air, lightning blazing around his body, movements smooth and effortless. He lands lightly, completely unscathed, thunder still crackling along his skin. Now the battlefield is silent. No beasts remain. Only two rulers facing each other. Jingming's grin sharpens as electricity surges violently through his veins. With the minions gone, he declares it's finally time to see whether the savage bear's armored hide can withstand the full force of his thunder. With a savage thrust, Su Jingming drives his lightning-charged spear straight into the bear's head. The impact detonates in a violent surge of purple energy, swallowing the drone, trailing him, and instantly cutting its feed. On the rooftop, students stagger backward, shielding their eyes as the wave of power crashes over them. Inside the stands, officials sit frozen, staring at the screen as it dissolves into flickering static. Director Zhang Wenshan is the first to snap out of it, his glare snapping toward Principal Zhou. He shouts, demanding whether what they just witnessed could honestly be called an E-class ability, accusing the whole scene of being some kind of joke. Another official, still staring at the screen in disbelief, mutters that Su Jingming has the power to instantly kill a high-tier rank 1 beast, and even contend with a rank 2 boss. That kind of feat, he adds quietly, is something even most A-class users would struggle to achieve. Principal Zhou wipes sweat from his brow, voice shaking as he stammers that it might be a rare mutation ability. Zhang Wenshan suddenly bursts into laughter, declaring that after today, Su Jingming's name will shake the entire Xia nation. Back on the battlefield, reality crashes back in. The savage bear remains standing. A deep gash has been carved across its head, blood dripping down its thick hide, but hasn't fallen. With a furious roar, the beast swings its massive paw, smashing Su Jingming through the air. He slams into the ground hard, rolling before springing back up with practiced speed, but his mind churns in disbelief. His strongest attack had only left a shallow wound. As his thoughts race, the answer becomes clear. The beast's hide resists blades, and lightning doesn't conduct through it. With his current strength, killing it in a single strike is impossible. The savage bear growls, rage boiling over as dark energy begins pouring into its body. Su Jingming watches the aura swell, his eyes widening. "What?" he mutters under his breath. The beast's form darkens, its body resembling a living boulder of destruction as it tramples forward, the ground shaking violently beneath each step. Su Jingming leaps on a shattered debris, steadying himself as purple lightning crackles around him once more. He hadn't expected the savage bear to enter its berserk state so quickly, but it's obvious now. The creature's hatred toward him runs deep. The monster lowers its stance. Its roar tears through the air, and then it charges. Su Jingming watches closely, impressed yet cautious. The raw power of a berserk beast is terrifying. Still, he knows one undeniable truth. Power like this always comes at a cost. Once berserk is triggered, the beast's reason disappears, leaving only pure instinct. That changes everything. Brute force won't work. Su Jingming shifts strategies instantly, relying on speed and precision instead. He darts across the battlefield, narrowly slipping past crushing blows that shatter the ground where he stood moments earlier. He waits patiently, watching, calculating, until the opening appears. The beast lunges. Lightning surges through his spear as he strikes in a blur, driving a concentrated bolt of energy into its side. The impact sends a violent jolt through the savage bear's massive body, forcing it to stagger and freeze for a single heartbeat. 1 second. That's all he needs. Su Jingming's eyes blaze as he raises his hand, drawing together a massive storm of purple and blue energy overhead. Power roars through the sky as he unleashes his S-rank ability, his voice cutting through the chaos. 9 Heaven's divine lightning blast. From above, divine lightning crashes down, swallowing the savage beast in a cataclysmic torrent of destruction. The ground quakes under the impact as thunder drowns out even the beast's dying cries. When the storm finally dissipates, smoke coils upward from a charred body, sprawled motionless across the shattered street. Su Jingming stands firm at the center of it all, purple lightning still dancing along his fingertips, a confident smile tugging at his lips. He declares calmly that even the toughest hide can endure half a minute of his divine lightning. But the battle isn't over. One eye snaps open, burning crimson. With a deafening roar, the savage beast lunges one final time, jaws stretched wide to crush him whole. Electricity rips through its body, forcing violent convulsions that freeze at mid-strike, mere inches from Su Jingming. He doesn't flinch. Lowering his voice, he whispers, "It's time." His eyes blaze again as he pours every remaining shred of power into his spear. The weapon hums, vibrating with destructive force, as he unleashes his ultimate technique. Lightning Gale Break. A blazing sphere of lightning erupts, blasting straight into the monster's open maw. The explosion detonates from within, tearing the beast apart as a vortex of destruction gouges a massive crater into the street. The towering second-order beast collapses at last, lifeless. The system's voice echoes clearly. Kill confirmed. Ability points plus 124. Su Jingming drops to one knee beside the fallen king of beasts, releasing a long, steady breath. The final battle is truly over. As the adrenaline fades, he reflects on the fight, realizing that upgrading Lightning Gale was the deciding factor. Its destructive power far exceeded his expectations. A victorious smile spreads across his face. The battle lasted barely 2 minutes, yet he knows, without question, it was the most exhilarating fight of his life. His thoughts quickly shift ahead. If clearing the core area earned him this many points, then how many more await if he wipes out the remaining beasts? As night descends, the exam finally concludes. In the stands, the massive screen lights up with the final rankings, and the crowd erupts into thunderous cheers. At the very top sits Su Jingming, his name blazing alongside a jaw-dropping score of 10,835 points. Far below him, in second place, is Zhou Mingyang with just 1,113, followed by Wu Hao at 945. Officials leap to their feet in excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Zhou, and Teacher Chen fan cheer openly, declaring that Su Jingming hasn't just broken their city's record, he shattered the entire Jiangnan province record. They call him a prodigy, marveling that last year's champion barely crossed 8,000 points. With this performance, they boldly proclaim that this year's provincial title already belongs to him. Amid the ruined battlefield, Su Jingming lifts his gaze toward the sky, a confident smirk forming on his face. He reflects on how he's already cleared both the inner circle and the core areas. but with time still remaining, his decision comes easily. Instead of resting, he turns back toward the central zone, determined to cut down as many remaining beasts as possible. As he passes the rooftop where the other elite students are gathered, disbelief ripples through the group. They can hardly process what they've witnessed. Tang Chi stares in shock, stunned that her cousin actually slew a Tier 2 Beast King. Zhou Mingyang, however, can't hide his confusion. First place is already secured, so why keep pushing? His eyes narrow as the answer clicks into place. Su Jingming isn't stopping. He's heading straight for the central area. The realization sent a chill through everyone nearby. Is he really planning to wipe out every remaining beast? The thought leaves the group stunned. Zhou Mingyang suddenly grasps the danger. If they hesitate, Su Jingming might clear the central zone entirely, leaving nothing behind. His expression hardens. Without another word, he declares their temporary alliance finished and takes off at full speed. The others react instantly, scattering in all directions, scrambling to grab whatever points they can in the final hour. An hour later, a voice booms across the entire venue. The 2037 Chongqing Martial Arts College entrance examination has officially ended. Further beast kills will no longer be counted. All candidates return immediately. Across the battlefield, exhausted students freeze, then slowly relax as the long, brutal exam finally comes to an end. Tang Chi wipes sweat from her brow and exhales deeply, relief washing over her now that it's finally finished. Around her, reactions spill out in every direction. One student collapses in despair, cursing the fact that he fell one beast short of passing, while another cheers wildly after barely scraping through. Amid the noise, Su Jingming stands over the body of his final kill. There's no triumph on his face, only mild frustration. He mutters under his breath, annoyed that the exam ended so soon. He wasn't done yet. As candidates begin filing out, guards line the exits, watching over the drained but relieved students. Outside the gates, Tang Chi's friend Xiaoya is still buzzing with disbelief over what she witnessed. Clinging to Tang Chi's arm, she asks yet again if Su Jingming is really her cousin. Tang Chi nods tiredly. Xiaoya's face instantly turns red. Her crush is real. Blushing hard, she suddenly begs for Su Jingming's contact information. Tang Chi raises an eyebrow, reminding her that just yesterday, she claimed she wasn't interested. Xiaoya insists things are different now. He's the top scorer, and pleads even more desperately. Their chatter is cut short by a sudden wave of shouting. Su Jingming's coming out. The exit erupts into chaos as students surge forward, eager for a glimpse of the new champion. When Su Jingming finally steps through the gates, spear resting casually on his shoulder, his expression remains calm and composed. Cheers explode around him. Some congratulate him loudly. Others joke that he should donate 100 points out of generosity. Su Jingming simply smiles and waves, accepting the sudden fame as he heads toward the waiting buses. Off to the side, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang watch quietly. Wu Hao mutters that it should have been Zhou standing there. Zhou just shakes his head with a faint smile, admitting he's satisfied with the score. He never imagined the second high school could produce a monster like Su Jingming. Just before Su Jingming can board the bus, Principal Zhou steps in to stop him, offering warm congratulations before introducing him to Director Zhang Wenshan. The director looks at Su Jingming with clear approval and tells him plainly he'll personally see him home. One glance at the noisy, excited crowd is enough for Su Jingming to decide it's better not to take the bus. If he does, he'll be buried under endless questions and stares. Without hesitation, he follows the officials into a sleek black car, and the vehicle quickly pulls away from the venue. Inside, Director Zhang turns toward him and asks which superpower university he plans to attend. Su Jingming answers honestly. He hasn't thought that far ahead. Until now, all his focus has been on getting stronger. The director chuckles softly and reassures him that with results like his, any school in the nation would gladly take him. Still, he offers some advice. Calmly, he explains that nearly half of the country's strongest superpower users graduate from just 3 elite universities, and then begins outlining them one by one. First is Qingjing Superpower University, an institution directly affiliated with the government. Its graduates are absorbed straight into the national system, becoming official superpower users serving the country. Second is Modu Superpower University, famous for its overwhelming resources and its prestigious elite clubs. Lastly, there's Jinxing Superpower University, renowned for its long history, powerful instructors, and its legacy of producing some of the strongest awakeners in the nation. He adds that all 3 possess top-tier cultivation methods, techniques never released to the public. Su Jingming listens carefully, already aware that without proper cultivation methods, an awakened individual can never truly grow into a powerful super user. Curious, he asks what exactly makes a top-tier method so special. The director answers plainly. With an ordinary beginner method, reaching the next stage could take 3 to 4 years. With a top-tier method, the same progress could be achieved in just half a year. Smiling, he tells Su Jingming that with his score, Even these top 3 universities would offer him special admission without hesitation. Later that night, after parting ways with the officials, Su Jingming finally returns to his apartment. Exhaustion catches up to him. The next morning, after a long shower, he feels refreshed. Pulling up his system panel, he notes the remaining 2,534 ability points, more than enough to support his next steps. As he dries off, a thought crosses his mind. If universities don't have beast hunting competitions, then he'll simply head into the wilderness himself. Either way, he'll keep sharpening his strength. Just then, the door opens. His cousin Tang Chi arrives with her mother, Shu Qingwan. Spotting the broken door, Tang Chi grins, seeing it as the perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They step inside quietly, and Tang Chi calls out cheerfully. Her timing couldn't be worse. Su Jingming steps out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel, and freezes when he sees his aunt and cousin standing there. Shu Qingwan is equally stunned, blurting out a sharp question about what he thinks he's doing. Tang Chi turns beet red, completely frozen in place. Before the embarrassment can settle, Shu Qingwan's gaze shifts around the apartment. Taking in the damage, her expression hardens immediately as she demands to know what happened. A memory surfaces. After Su Jingming's parents passed away, it was his aunt who took him in, giving him a home when he had nowhere else to go. She fulfilled her role as his guardian with quiet care, sometimes scolding him, sometimes cooking his favorite dishes just to cheer him up. To Su Jingming, she wasn't just an aunt. She was family. Once the awkward tension finally fades, the 3 of them sit down together. Shu Qingwan exhales slowly before speaking, her voice soft but heavy with emotion. She admits she was terrified the moment she learned he had entered the martial arts exam. Seeing him safe now is all that matters to her. His score, she insists, is meaningless in comparison. Su Jingming blinks, genuinely confused, and asks if Tang Chi didn't tell her the results. Tang Chi just flashes a mischievous wink, saying it's better if he explains it himself. With a slightly embarrassed smile, Su Jingming scratches his head and tells his aunt he did pretty well. Over 10,000 points. The words hit like a lightning strike. Shu Qingwan spits out her drink mid-sip, coughing violently as she stares at him in disbelief and demands he repeat that. Before he can respond, Tang Chi jumps in eagerly, grinning as she confirms it. 11,124 points. Silence falls. For a brief moment, Shu Qingwan can't speak at all. Then her eyes redden, and tears spill over. She rushes forward and pulls Su Jingming into a tight embrace, sobbing openly as she declares that the Shu family finally has a true successor. She cries that his parents, watching from heaven, must surely be proud of him. Far away, inside a sleek, high-tech conference room, university recruiters pore over streams of exam data. At the front, a woman presents Su Jingming's file, his age, his officially recorded E-class ability, and his status as an unranked awakener. One recruiter slams his hand on the table, insisting they must secure this student immediately, assuming the score is real. Another scoffs, shaking his head. With that rank, he argues, achieving such results should be impossible. The room erupts in a heated debate. Some argue his ability must actually be A-class, perhaps even S-class. Others dismiss it outright, claiming the only explanation is cheating. Before the argument spirals out of control, a sharp, commanding voice cuts through the room. A senior woman seated at the table silences everyone with a single look. Calmly, she delivers her decision. Su Jingming will be listed as an S-class special recruit. Whether the score is genuine or not doesn't matter. She will personally travel to Jiangshang to confirm the truth herself. The morning after the exam, Su Jingming's phone vibrates with a notification. He glances at the screen and freezes. The Jiang province martial arts exam results have been released. His eyes widen as he reads the message. Ranked first in the entire province. Final score, 11,124 points. For a moment, he just sits there, letting it sink in. Then a rush of emotion floods his chest. He is now the top scholar of Jiangnan province. The news spreads online like wildfire. Within hours, it dominates trending searches. Forums explode with discussion. Who is Su Jingming? How could an unknown figure from Jiangnan suddenly take first place? Doubt floods the internet. An E-class awakener achieving such results? Impossible, many claim. Others demand proof, calling for the release of the exam footage. To quell the uproar, an official award ceremony is arranged. Principal Zhao steps forward to face the press. A reporter cuts straight to the point, asking whether Su Jingming's results are truly legitimate. Zhao doesn't hesitate. Calm and confident, he responds that the full exam video has already been uploaded to the school's official website, leaving no room for doubt and no questions about fairness. As the footage plays, the entire crowd falls into stunned silence. On the screen, Su Jingming is seen shattering the skull of a Tier 1 rhinoceros with a single strike, raw force exploding outward. The display of strength is overwhelming, far beyond that of an ordinary Tier 1 superhuman. Gasps ripple through the audience as disbelief spreads. How could someone with nothing more than an E-class lightning ability unleash power like this? Principal Zhao steps forward without hesitation, his voice steady as he confirms the footage is completely authentic. He proudly announces that Su Jingming is the first student in Jiangmen's history to claim the title of top scholar. In recognition of this achievement, Director Xiao Yao walks up carrying an enormous check, 1 million yuan, awarded on behalf of the city's education bureau, along with advanced superpower training methods. As if that weren't enough, the city government will match the reward and gift Su Jingming a luxury villa. Reporters surge forward, camera flashes exploding non-stop as the moment is captured from every angle. Not far from the crowd, a sharp-featured woman stands beside her car, 2 bodyguards flanking her silently. She watches with a faint scoff, remarking that while the video proves his combat performance, it still doesn't rule out the use of enhancers. To her, the real issue isn't the footage, it's confirming Su Jingming's true superpower level. Back at the ceremony, Director Xiao Yao suddenly realizes the main figure hasn't arrived yet. Slightly puzzled, he turns to teacher Chen Fan and asks where Su Jingming is. With an amused smile, Chen Fan replies that he just spoke with him. Su Jingming is still at the martial arts gym, training like any normal day. The director bursts into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. Even after becoming top scholar, the boy is already pushing himself further. As Su Jingming makes his way over, the scene shifts elsewhere. Inside a private meeting room, Principal Zhao nervously pours tea for 3 imposing figures seated before him, addressing them respectfully as teachers. When one of them casually nudges the cup aside without a glance, Xiao Yao breaks into a cold sweat. The pressure radiating from these high-level superhumans is suffocating, making his heart pound uncontrollably. These are no ordinary guests. They are recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities. The atmosphere grows tense as their spiritual energies subtly clash, pressing against one another as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Breaking the silence, a woman with short, gray-purple hair speaks up, her tone sly and measured. Zhang Zhaoyue, director of admissions at Modus Superpower University, casually asks which of them intends to recruit the rising star. Before anyone else can answer, Su Yun, dressed in a pale blue gown, representing Qingjing Superpower University, responds sharply. She tells Zhang Zhaoyue to stop pretending and declares with absolute confidence that if Su Jingming's results are genuine, then he belongs to Qingjing University. Her words earn an immediate scoff. Wu Yuan, a tall man with long black hair from Jin City Superpower University, speaks coldly, stating that Su Jingming will be theirs. He dismisses Su Yun's claim without hesitation. Spiritual energy ripples through the room, invisible sparks colliding as the 3 recruiters square off, each unwilling to yield even an inch. Watching the exchange unfold, Zhang Zhaoyue smiles faintly to herself. Conflicts like this are inevitable. When it comes to competing for top scholars, especially monsters like Su Jingming, peace is never an option. Just as the tension threatens to boil over, the door slides open. Su Jingming steps inside, a spear resting casually on his shoulder. He greets the 3 calmly, addressing them respectfully as teachers. His sudden entrance catches all of them off guard. Zhang Zhaoyue's eyes narrow slightly as she studies him. Despite standing in front of 3 elite superhumans, each radiating an oppressive aura, his presence remains steady. Even more telling, he hasn't set his weapon aside. He's still training, even now. Principal Zhao hurriedly makes the introductions. Director Zhang Zhaoyue of Modu Superpower University. Director Su Yun of Qingjing Superpower University. Minister Wu Yuan of Jin City Superpower University. Zhang Zhaoyue speaks first. She praises Su Jingming for the breathtaking combat techniques displayed in his exam footage, then immediately cuts to the heart of the matter. His ability, she says, no longer resembles the weak E-class lightning on record. She asks him directly to explain. Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. He had expected this question. Calmly, he explains that shortly before the exam, while training at home, he was struck by natural lightning. Ever since that incident, his power has grown at an abnormal rate. Wu Yuan and Su Yun exchange a glance, arriving at the same conclusion. A mutation. Zhang Zhaoyue nods thoughtfully, adding that Su Jingming himself may not yet understand the true extent of his transformed ability. Taking the initiative, she produces a superpower detection device and places it on the table. Circular patterns light up across its surface as she gestures for Su Jingming to begin the test. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jingming presses his hand against the device and releases his energy. In an instant, violent streams of purple and white lightning explode outward, swallowing the scanner hole. The power is wild, untamed, and overwhelming. Su Yun's eyes widen, unable to hide her shock. The device hums frantically as it struggles to process the input. Lights flicker out of control before a result finally flashes onto the display. Purple cloud divine thunder. But when the system attempts to measure its level, the readings spiral into chaos. The machine shrieks, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Then, a blinding golden flash erupts. The device explodes, sparks and electric arcs tearing through the room. Principal Zhao staggers back, pale, stammering as he asks what just happened. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, look almost jubilant. They immediately understand what it means. To overload a top-grade detection device like that, Su Jingming's superpower has already surpassed its limits. At minimum, S-Class. Zhang Xiaoyue allows herself a satisfied smile. The gamble paid off. With Su Jingming's S-Class potential confirmed, restraint vanishes. The recruiters don't waste a second. The bidding war begins. Wu Yuan moves first, his voice ringing through the room as he lays down his offer. Gene City Superpower University will grant a 4 million yuan admission bonus, provide a full set of C-Class equipment, and offer unrestricted access to all cultivation methods for the next 4 years. Before Wu Yuan can continue, Su Yun lets out a light scoff and cuts in. She turns towards Su Jingming with a confident smile and lays out her offer without hesitation. 5 million yuan upon enrollment, along with unrestricted access for 4 full years to Qingjing University's most advanced S-Class techniques and superpower training methods. The sheer generosity of it makes Su Jingming pause, genuine surprise flashing across his face. Then, Zhang Xiaoyue finally makes her move. Her voice remains calm as she states that Modus Superpower University won't offer money or equipment. In terms of cultivation methods, they can match the others. No less, no more. But then she reveals her true hand. Modu will provide Su Jingming with an S-Class cultivation resource every single year. The room falls dead silent. Wu Yuan and Su Yun are both stunned into speechlessness. Even Su Jingming blinks, clearly unfamiliar with the term. He asks her directly what an S-Class resource actually means. Zhang Xiaoyue smiles faintly and answers with a question of her own. Does he know about dragon-type fierce beasts? Creatures born with terrifying innate power, often emerging directly at Tier 4 or 5. Existences far beyond ordinary beasts. Then she delivers the detail that makes everyone's breath catch. Modu's S-Class cultivation resource includes the heart's blood of an adult, Tier 8 dragon. Type fierce beast. She continues, explaining that consuming dragon heart blood fundamentally transforms the body, pushing its physical strength to rival that of a dragon-type beast itself. And this isn't a one-off exception. Every S-Class resource Modu provides carries equivalent value. The silence deepens. Even Su Yun lets out a helpless laugh, openly admitting that the offer is so excessive she's tempted herself, calling Modu's wealth downright outrageous. Wu Yuan, on the other hand, bristles with frustration. He points out that S-Class resources are normally reserved for the most exceptional senior students. Handing them to a freshman is almost unheard of. But the truth is obvious. Neither of them can match this. Reluctantly, the two step back, conceding defeat. All 3 recruiters turn their attention to Su Jingming. Their gaze is fixed on him as they tell him it's time to choose. Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. His eyes are steady, his posture firm. A confident, resolute smile spreads across his face as he makes his decision clear. He will join Modu Superpower University. After making his choice, Su Jingming explains that it wasn't only Modu's overwhelming offer that swayed him. What truly drew him in was their reputation. The strongest combat training across the entire university alliance, built on the legacy of countless powerful founders who all came from Modu. He then turns to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, bowing respectfully as he thanks them for their offers. Though they keep their expressions composed, a trace of disappointment still flickers in their eyes. Satisfied, Director Zhang Xiaoyue raises her hand. A glowing admission letter materializes in the air, drifting gently towards Su Jingming. She hands it to him with a welcoming smile, officially confirming his acceptance into Modus Superpower University. She adds that while new students usually enroll on September 1st, as a special recruit, he's allowed to register early, and that housing arrangements will be taken care of for him. Excitement bubbles up inside Su Jingming as he immediately asks whether he can access the university library before the term officially begins, especially the superpower training methods and combat techniques. Zhang Xiaoyue doesn't hesitate for a second. She tells him not only will the school grant him access, they'll also arrange a private study room, just for him. Handing over her contact card, she instructs him to reach out once he arrives in Magic City. Clutching the glowing admission letter, Su Jingming grins openly and says he can't wait to register. Time slips by quickly. Before long, Su Jingming stands at the train station, luggage resting beside him. His heart pounds as anticipation builds, and then the announcement echoes through the hall. Passengers for the G91 train bound for Magic City may now begin boarding. Nearby, Shu Qingwan wipes at her eyes, unable to hold back her tears. Tang Dean gently places a hand on her shoulder, comforting her as he says proudly that Jingming has grown up. Once he leaves, he tells her the boy will soar higher than ever. Their daughter, Tang Yi, listens quietly as her father turns to her, reminding her that it's time to start preparing her own university applications. Since her cousin is heading to Magic City Superpower University, he suggests she consider schools there as well. Shu Qingwan nods in agreement, adding that it would be good for the cousins to look out for each other. Tangy blushes slightly, but still nods, responding softly. On board the train, with 6 hours left in the journey, Su Jingming doesn't waste a single moment. He opens his materials and dives straight into studying. His focus settles on the most valuable reward from the provincial exam, the Universal C-Class training method. Just like superpowers, cultivation methods are divided into ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A clear comparison forms in his mind. The higher the level of the method, the faster the cultivation speed, and the greater the resulting strength. Su Jingming immerses himself in the Universal C-Class method, confirming it falls under the intermediate tier. With his current spiritual power of 180, it takes him half a day to memorize it completely. He recalls his very first attempt. By following the method's guidance, he was able to sense the unique energy permeating the world on the very first day of practice. As the train speeds onward and Su Jingming continues studying, something changes. A new option appears on his system panel, a plus sign beside his level. It means he can break through now, advancing from Awakened to a full superpower user. Yet he stops himself. The words from the training manual echo clearly in his mind. The higher the grade of the method used during a breakthrough, the greater the benefits afterward. With top-tier techniques waiting for him at Modu, using only an intermediate method now would be a waste. Without hesitation, he decides to wait. When the train finally arrives in Magic City, Su Jingming finds himself staring out the window in awe. Modu Superpower University stretches endlessly before him, its sprawling campus covering hundreds of meters. Vast, imposing, and far beyond anything he imagined. A sleek red sports car pulls up beside him. Director Zhang Xiaoyue steps out personally, a smile on her face as she tells him to get in. She'll guide him through his admission procedures herself. As the car glides forward, Su Jingming gazes out the window, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Rows of cherry blossom trees stretch along wide roads, petals drifting gently in the air, while elegant buildings rise in the distance. Zhang Xiaoyue explains proudly that Modu Superpower University spans an astonishing 40,000 mu, so vast that even visiting students couldn't fully explore it in a single day. Su Jingming nods in genuine admiration. Seeing it in person is far beyond anything he imagined. Registration is swift. Soon after, Zhang Xiaoyue hands him his student ID card, a single pass that grants access to dormitories and serves countless functions across campus. Together, they head toward his assigned residence. Along the way, Su Jingming recalls the dorms from his past life. Crowded four-person rooms, simple shared apartments, nothing particularly memorable. But the moment he arrives, he comes to a dead stop. Before him stands a villa. Grand, elegant, lavish beyond expectation. Zhang Xiaoyue smiles at his reaction and explains that every Modu student lives in a villa, with luxury determined by entrance exam rankings. As the provincial top scorer, Su Jingming has been awarded the most extravagant model, over 800 square meters in size. The villa is designed for 2 students, split into upper and lower floors, giving each resident an entire level of privacy. Su Jingming accepts it calmly. Having a roommate isn't a bad thing. It's better than being alone. Deep down, memories stir of his past life as an orphan, where he learned to value shared dorms and companionship, even in the most cramped spaces. Inside the villa, Director Zhang Xiaoyue sits with him and begins explaining several key aspects of university life. She focuses on 2 systems that matter above all else: credits and mentors. She starts with credits. At Modu, credits are everything. They're used for meals, equipment, cultivation resources, and even high-level items. She clarifies their value. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Daxia currency. There are many ways to earn them. One guaranteed source is the fixed annual allotment based on student classification. As an S-class student, Su Jingming's starting balance is 100 credits per year. To demonstrate, she gives a simple command. Eva. A small floating sphere rises into the air, projecting a glowing interface that confirms his balance. 100 credits. She introduces it as Eva, the villa's AI assistant. Every villa has one, while the main Eva system oversees the entire university. Even these subunits are level 4 AIs, fully capable of managing daily life and academic needs. Su Jingming can't hide his amazement. The level of artificial intelligence on Blue Star far surpasses anything he ever witnessed in his previous life. With credits covered, Director Zhang Xiaoyue smoothly moves on to the next crucial system, mentors. She explains that every student has the opportunity to seek guidance from a mentor of their own choosing, with only one condition. The mentor must be willing to accept them. Su Jingming's interest is immediately piqued. He asks if that means true one-on-one instruction. She nods, confirming it, and adds that every mentor at Modu is a powerful, high-level superhuman. Many have created their own exclusive combat techniques and cultivation methods, secrets passed down only to their personal disciples. Given his talent, she tells him the university has already shortlisted 4 lightning element mentors suitable for him. Her top recommendation is Yang Jinshin, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva projects a detailed profile into the air. The information scrolls past. Yang Jinshin, 52 years old, Tier 7 high-rank superpower user, A-rank lightning ability, renowned weapons master, especially with the spear. His title stands out clearly, Thunder Spear. The profile even records his most famous battle, where he fought an 8th-tier demonic whale alone for 3 days and 3 nights before finally killing it. She briefly introduces the other 3 lightning mentors as well, but reminds Su Jingming that the final decision is entirely his. After reviewing everything, a confident smile appears on his face. A lightning wielder, a spear specialist, someone who embodies exactly the path he wants to walk. There's no hesitation. Su Jingming decides Yang Jinshin will be his mentor. With his choice made, he heads toward the mentor residential area. The surroundings shift as he approaches. Quiet, elegant, traditional-style buildings nestled deep within lush, forested grounds. The atmosphere alone feels different, heavier somehow. When he finally reaches the massive gates of Dean Yang Jinshin's residence, he can't help but pause. Compared to the student villas, this place is on an entirely different level. Just as he's about to step forward, a voice calls out. A young man with brown hair, leaning casually against a stone lion, asks if Su Jingming is also here to seek mentorship. The young man studies him closely, his brows lifting in surprise. He quickly notices that Su Jingming hasn't broken through yet, still only at the Awakens stage. Guessing aloud, he says Su Jingming must be one of this year's special recruits. Su Jingming nods in confirmation. The young man clicks his tongue lightly, remarking that in previous years, special recruits were usually already mid-tier or even high-tier rank 1. He introduces himself as Tan Mingyang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Su Jingming responds politely, introducing himself as a newly enrolled freshman. Tan Mingyang looks genuinely impressed, pointing out how rare it is for a newcomer to seek out a mentor immediately. Most freshmen, he explains, don't even learn about this opportunity until after the freshman competition. That catches Su Jingming's attention. Tan Mingyang continues, explaining that the freshman competition is a long-standing tradition held just days after registration. All the teachers observe closely, and the students who shine brightest often attract the attention of entire academies, or are even chosen directly by mentors. He explains that while it isn't impossible for a special recruit to try early, attempting to become the dean's disciple immediately after enrollment is no different from betting on a miracle. The odds are simply too slim. Su Jingming thanks him for the clarification, then casually asks if Tan is here for the same reason, seeking mentorship under Dean Yang. Tan lets out a long sigh and admits the truth. He's been coming back again and again for the past 6 months, only to be rejected every single time. This visit, he says quietly, was meant to be his final attempt before giving up for good. Just as the words leave his mouth, the massive doors ahead slowly creak open. A middle-aged man steps out, his appearance refined and formal. Most likely a butler. Tan nearly jumps out of his skin, but the man's stern expression soon eases. He greets them politely and informs them that Dean Yang is waiting inside, inviting both of them to enter. Tan Mingyang freezes on the spot. If the dean himself is waiting, does that mean all those months of persistence have finally paid off? The butler leads them into an inner chamber. 2 figures are already waiting inside. The moment Su Jingming steps in, an overwhelming pressure crashes down on him. The older man seated ahead radiates authority, sharp eyes beneath thick gray brows, a full beard framing a presence that feels immovable, like a mountain. Su Jingming doesn't need an introduction. This is Yang Jinshin, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. Beside him stands a younger man with long hair, silent and observant, his gaze never leaving the room. Dean Yang Jinshin speaks without hesitation, his eyes fixed directly on Su Jingming. He states plainly that Su Jingming must be the student director Zhang Jiahua mentioned. Not once does he spare Tan Mingyang a glance. Instead, he turns and tells Su Jingming to follow him to the training grounds. Inside a training hall lined wall to wall with weapons, Dean Yang Jinshin faces Su Jingming. He says he has already watched the martial arts exam recording and openly praises Su Jingming's combat skills and his proficiency with firearms. Still, praise alone isn't enough. Before making any decision, he insists on seeing Su Jingming's S-rank ability with his own eyes, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Su Jingming answers calmly, agreeing without the slightest hesitation. Under the dean's watchful gaze, arcs of violet lightning begin to coil around his arms. In the next instant, power erupts. Purple and white energy detonates outward, violent and blinding, flooding the entire hall with thunderous force. Yang Jintian's eyes gleam as he watches. A grin spreads across his face. There's no doubt left in his mind. This is unmistakably S-rank. Comparing it to his own A-rank ability, He admits the gap between the two is a chasm that cannot be bridged. The young man's potential is beyond question. If Su Jingming continues to temper and refine this power, his future may one day surpass even his own. Satisfied, the dean declares that accepting him as a disciple will be no problem. Then his expression hardens. His voice turns grave as he warns that the life he has lived has earned him formidable allies and equally dangerous enemies. He makes no attempt to soften the truth. He cannot guarantee that his enemies will spare his disciples. If Su Jingming follows him, danger will follow as well. Looking straight at him, the dean asks if he is still willing to accept him as his master, knowing the risks that come with it. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jingming drops to his knees. There is no fear on his face, only a wide, confident grin. He answers proudly that he is willing. He says he has always respected those who carve their strength out of blood and battle, and that the countless enemies his teacher has defeated only prove how terrifyingly powerful he truly is. Yang Jintian throws his head back and laughs, the sound booming through the hall. Clearly satisfied, he formally accepts Su Jingming as his disciple, his 32nd student, and more importantly, his very first S-rank disciple. Ordering him to rise, the dean presents two gifts to his new student. The first is a top-tier ability cultivation method, known as the Extreme Ability Training Method. The second is a body-tempering combat technique created by his own hands, the Thunder Indestructible Body. Su Jingming is left speechless. He immediately understands the value of what he has been given. A technique that strengthens the body itself is far rarer and far more precious than ordinary methods. The dean explains that while the training method is already one of only 3 top-tier techniques within the academy, the true masterpiece is the Thunder Indestructible Body. It is the culmination of his entire life's work. Yang Jintian continues, revealing that the Thunder Indestructible Body has already been certified by the 2 major martial arts halls and officially rated as S-rank. The words hit Su Jingming like a thunderbolt. He never imagined he would encounter an S-rank combat technique. Just like abilities, combat techniques are ranked from F all the way to SSS. The higher the rank, the harder they are to cultivate, but their power is on a completely different level. Su Jingming can't help but marvel at the comparison. Most level 7 masters are already considered exceptional if they manage to create even a single A-rank technique. Yet his master forged an S-rank one. The sheer talent behind it is nothing short of terrifying. Yang Jintian then explains the technique in detail. The Thunder Indestructible Body is tailored exclusively for lightning element users. It contains 13 levels, and with each breakthrough, the cultivator's body undergoes a profound transformation. But there is a prerequisite. Before cultivation can begin, one must advance from an awakened ability user to a true ability user. With that, the dean assigns Su Jingming his first task. He must use the Extreme Ability Training Method to break through that threshold. Once he succeeds, he is to return, and Yang Jintian will personally help him establish the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Su Jingming bows deeply. In that moment, he truly understands the value of having a mentor's direct guidance, and how much it can change his path. Then the dean shares something more personal. He admits that even he has only cultivated the technique to the 10th level. As he looks at Su Jingming, his eyes shine with expectation. If he himself cannot reach the realm of Martial Saint, then Su Jingming will carry his hopes forward. He believes that if the technique is ever cultivated to its 13th and final stage, the human body may enter a realm of true eternity, unyielding, indestructible, and everlasting. Later, as Su Jingming departs from his master's residence, he gives the butler a polite wave before stepping outside. That's when he notices Tan Mingyang slumped on the steps, head lowered, his entire posture soaked in despair. Su Jingming walks over and asks what happened. Tan doesn't try to hide it. His attempt failed. He explains that he was tested against one of the dean's senior disciples, with the condition that the opponent would only use 1/10 of their strength. Even so, Tan was completely overwhelmed and defeated without room to struggle. Now battered and dejected, he sits there looking up at Su Jingming, already assuming the outcome was the same for him. Forcing a bitter smile, Tan Mingyang says becoming Dean Yang's disciple clearly isn't something just anyone can achieve. He even offers to share what he learned from his own failures, thinking it might help Su Jingming in the future. Su Jingming simply shakes his head, his tone calm and unhurried. There's no need, he says. He already passed. The words hit Tan Ming like a sledgehammer. His bruised face stiffens as disbelief floods his eyes. A dean-level mentor accepting a disciple before the annual freshman competition? He's never heard of such a thing. Yet Su Jingming stands there, living proof. As Su Jingming walks away without another word, his steps steady and composed, Tan Ming can only stare after him in stunned silence, struggling to understand what he has just witnessed. With a clear goal in mind, Su Jingming returns to his dormitory's training room. Sitting cross-legged, he begins cultivating with the extreme ability training method his master gifted him. Almost immediately, he senses the difference. This top-tier technique is on an entirely different level from the intermediate method he used before. The energy flowing into his body is denser, richer, and far more aggressive. A confident smirk tugs at his lips. He already understands the fundamentals of cultivation. There's no need to inch forward step by step. Instead, he turns to his cheat-like system. Pulling up the system panel, he orders it to expend his ability points and force his level upward. The effect is immediate. A violent surge of energy slams into him, making him groan as pressure crushes down from every direction. His fingers dig into his clothes as raw power tears through his veins. Lightning erupts uncontrollably, flooding the room with blinding light and ferocious force, the walls shuddering under the impact. Then, in an instant, everything goes quiet. Panting, Su Jingming slowly stands. A system notification confirms his breakthrough. He has advanced to a first-tier, lower-rank ability user. Blue lightning dances steadily across his palm, far more stable and potent than before. He channels it again, and a fierce torrent of energy surges forth, sharper and stronger than anything he has released in the past. Clenching his fist, he gazes at the crackling power with awe, fully aware of how completely he is transformed. His power has surged dramatically, at least 4 or 5 times greater than before. With this strength, Su Jingming is confident that if he were to face the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be enough to crush it without relying on anything else. He calls up his system panel and studies his updated stats. The contrast is shocking. Had he continued using the intermediate cultivation method, his vitality and spirit would have increased by perhaps 30 or 40 points at most. Instead, with the top-tier method, both have soared by nearly 100 in a single breakthrough. Only now does he truly grasp why ability users obsess over higher-level cultivation techniques. The gap in results is impossible to ignore. Su Jingming notes that the breakthrough only consumed 300 ability points. He decides to save the rest, fully aware that cultivating the Thunder Indestructible Body, an S-rank technique, will likely devour an enormous amount of points. With this advancement complete, he feels prepared to move on to the next phase. Another thought crosses his mind. Now that he's officially enrolled at the university, it might be time to visit the school's library. The next day, Su Jingming returns to his master's residence. The moment Dean Yang Jintian sees him, his expression changes completely. Shock flashes across his face as he demands to know how Su Jingming could have advanced so quickly. The dean begins pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. In over 20 years of teaching, he has seen countless geniuses, yet even the most talented among them needed far more time to step into the realm of true ability users. And now, less than 24 hours since receiving the manual, Su Jingming has already succeeded. Su Jingming offers a modest smile and admits that if there's anything he can boast about, it's his frightening speed of advancement. But he quickly adds that when he tried to cultivate the Thunder Indestructible Body, he found that even its initial stage was difficult to comprehend. Dean Yang listens carefully, then begins explaining the method in detail. To forge the foundation, one must use the blood of a lightning element beast, fusing it with their own lightning to temper their muscles and bones. He emphasizes a crucial point. The final strength of the technique depends heavily on the grade of the beast blood used. Now that Su Jingming has officially advanced, Yang Jintian declares they will begin laying the foundation today. His original plan had been to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear. But after learning that Su Jingming is entitled to 1 S-rank resource each year, he made a daring choice. By combining that entitlement and personally appealing to the principal, he secured something even more extraordinary, an SS-rank resource. Reaching into his robes, the dean produces a vial filled with glowing crimson liquid. It is the essence blood of an 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Su Jingming is deeply shaken. Knowing that his master and even the principal would go to such lengths for him stirs something heavy in his chest. Accepting the vial with both hands, he silently vows to repay this kindness many times over. Satisfied with his answer, the dean decides there's no reason to delay. He leads Su Jingming straight into a training chamber. Without hesitation, Su Jingming kneels down, bare-chested, steadying his breath as he prepares himself for the ritual to begin. Dean Yang Jintian uncorks the vial and slowly pours the glowing crimson blood over Su Jingming's head and back. The moment it touches his skin, a searing heat explodes through his body. Su Jingming grits his teeth, a low groan tearing from his throat as pain burns its way into his flesh. The dean calmly reminds him to endure it. This reaction is natural. For low-level ability users, the blood is extremely toxic, and suffering is unavoidable. He then tells Su Jingming that he will now assist personally, using his own A-rank ability, Windfire True Thunder, to forge the foundation. How much of the power Su Jingming can absorb, however, will depend entirely on his own limits. With that warning, the dean releases his strength. A violent storm of scarlet lightning erupts, surging straight into Su Jingming's body. The energy floods through him as burning red patterns spread across his chest and back. The pain becomes overwhelming. Su Jingming throws his head back, letting out a hoarse scream as wave after wave of violent lightning slams into him, forcing his muscles and bones to harden under relentless pressure. Days pass under this brutal tempering. On the 5th day, the senior disciple Lu sits with the butler, Uncle Fu, calmly sipping tea. He speaks with open amazement, remarking on his junior's terrifying endurance. 5 full days of resistance. Lu recalls that he himself lasted only 2 days, and that was with the much weaker blood of a 7th-tier beast. Though a trace of jealousy lingers in his voice, he admits the truth. Su Jingming's performance proves he truly deserves the essence blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type beast. Paired with an S-rank lightning ability, Lu says he can't wait to see what kind of thunder-indestructible body his junior will ultimately forge. Suddenly, a deafening crash shakes the entire residence. The sound comes straight from the training chamber. Lu's expression changes instantly. He leaps to his feet and rushes upstairs, pushing the door open with caution, only to freeze where he stands. Inside, Su Jingming stands shirtless, his body drenched in blood. His eyes glow with a sinister red light as a wild, chaotic aura explodes outward. Dark energy and blue lightning coil violently around him, twisting together like living serpents. In that moment, he looks less like a human and more like a ferocious beast. Lu's breath catches in his throat. An overwhelming pressure fills the room, one that feels identical to the presence of a top-tier ferocious beast. His body trembles instinctively, fear seeping into his bones. Lost to his primal instincts, Su Jingming locks onto Lu at the doorway. Bloodlust surges. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to attack. Just before he can strike, a thunderous roar cuts through the chaos. Yang Jintian bellows, "Jingming, wake up!" The command crashes into his mind like a bolt of lightning, shattering the haze of violence. Su Jingming halts mid-motion, his trembling hand stopping inches away from his senior disciple. Soaked in sweat and gasping for breath, his eyes regain their clarity. He blinks in confusion, voice unsteady as he asks, "Teacher, what happened? Why did I feel such a powerful urge to destroy everything?" The dean steps forward, his expression solemn as he explains the cause. It was the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. That beast is infamous for its savage ferocity, and because Su Jingming's compatibility and absorption rate were exceptionally high, its violence will temporarily seep into his mind. It was unavoidable and dangerous. Dean Yang Jintian places a firm, reassuring hand on Su Jingming's shoulder. As long as he maintains control over his emotions, the side effects will gradually disappear. The stronger he becomes, the weaker the influence of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood will be. Su Jingming lets out a slow breath, lowering his eyes to his still trembling hands. The thought of losing himself to violent impulses had shaken him deeply, but his master's calm words steady his heart. Then Yang Jintian's tone shifts completely. A wide smile spreads across his face as he tells Su Jingming to lift his spirits. The forging wasn't just successful, it was flawless. His absorption rate reached a shocking 98%. The dean says proudly that the highest rate ever recorded among disciples cultivating the Thunder Indestructible body was only 92. Su Jingming has just broken a long-standing record. Senior disciple Lu steps forward with a smile, offering his congratulations. With such a foundation, he says, Su Jingming's martial path will be smooth from this point onward. The dean then formally introduces him. This is Lu Ming, a peak 3rd-tier ability user. If Su Jingming encounters any difficulties in cultivation, he should seek guidance from Lu. Su Jingming greets his senior respectfully. Lu laughs and pulls out his phone. Since he didn't prepare a physical gift, he decides to send credits instead. Moments later, Su Jingming's phone vibrates. A notification flashes across the screen. 200 credits have been transferred. Su Jingming's eyes widen in disbelief. That amount is equivalent to 2 million great coins. He hurriedly insists it's far too much. The dean waves the concern aside. To Lu, 200 credits is insignificant. Looking after juniors is a senior's responsibility. One day, when Su Jingming has juniors of his own, he will also need to prepare gifts for them. With a deep breath, Su Jingming humbly accepts the lesson along with the gift. With the training concluded, the dean reminds him that after 5 days without food or water, his body needs proper rest. He instructs Su Jingming to return the next morning, when he will begin learning fist and spear techniques under Lu's guidance. Filled with gratitude, Su Jingming bows deeply, thanking his teacher before taking his leave. When he returns to his luxurious villa, he finds someone already inside. A young man with spiky white hair and striking red eyes lounges casually on the couch, fully absorbed in a video game. Sensing another presence, the young man turns his head and greets Su Jingming without surprise, guessing he must be his new roommate. With a friendly grin, he introduces himself as Lu Wentao. When Su Jingming gives his name, Lu Wentao's eyes instantly widen. He springs to his feet, pointing at him in shock as the words tumble out. Su Jingming is the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Su Jingming blinks, genuinely startled, and asks how he could possibly know that. Lu Wentao grins proudly and declares that his nickname is Mr. Know-It-All. He claims he knows nearly everything about the new batch of freshmen, even though he didn't deliberately look Su Jingming up. The commotion he caused was simply too big to ignore. Laughing, Lu Wentao slings an arm around Su Jingming's shoulder, still unable to believe it. Of all people, the legendary Dark Horse top scorer had ended up as his roommate. Then the questions come pouring out nonstop. Was he really from Jiangnan? Was he truly only an Awakened user during the exam? And was his ability really E-rank? Because honestly, it didn't look like it at all. For some, the barrage of questions might have been exhausting. But Su Jingming doesn't mind. He even finds himself smiling. Deep down, he's always hated loneliness. Memories surface, growing up in an orphanage, constantly feeling out of place. Things improved at school, where he finally made friends. His happiest years were in college, laughing late into the night and gaming with his roommates. He even went on to earn a master's degree and a PhD, never imagining that one night of drinking after graduation would end with him waking up in a completely different world. Even here, he is still an orphan. But with a lively, talkative roommate like Lu Wentao, he feels that perhaps this time, he won't be alone. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao proudly starts talking about himself. He's a top student from Sichuan province, possesses an A-rank ability, and is currently a first-tier, middle-rank ability user. With unshakable confidence, he declares that his dream is to major in military tactics and one day command a regional force to wipe out the ferocious beasts threatening Blue Star. Su Jingming listens patiently before casually mentioning that he plans to visit the martial arts hall. Lu Wentao's eyes light up instantly. He decides on the spot to come along, admitting that he hasn't had the chance to check it out yet either. Together, they head to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, one of the branch halls of the Magical University. Inside, the scene is energetic and chaotic. Students everywhere are training, sparring, and unleashing their abilities, filling the space with noise and movement. An AI named Eva materializes to greet them, explaining that they are currently in the public training chamber, which can accommodate up to 300 people at once. The hall itself is reinforced with C-rank alloy and memory metal, strong enough to withstand immense damage. She also mentions the availability of private training rooms, but Su Jingming decides that the public area is more than sufficient for now. Caught up in the atmosphere, Lu Wentao starts shouting excitedly, pointing toward one particular student, an A-rank enhanced werewolf ability user. His eyes gleam with open admiration as he watches. Su Jingming glances sideways at his overly excited roommate and comments dryly that Lu Wentao isn't exactly being quiet himself. Curiosity draws Su Jingming's gaze toward the tall numbered pillars standing at the center of the hall. He asks Eva what they're used for. The AI explains that they're punch power challenge boards. There are 5 leaderboards in total, one for each ability tier. Anyone who ranks within the top 3,000 of their respective board receives a reward of 50 credits. The moment Lu Wentao hears the word reward, his eyes light up. Without hesitation, he eagerly accepts the challenge, confidence written all over his face. To him, it sounds easy. Eva, however, calmly adds a detail. There are currently just over 4,000 students enrolled, and only the top 75% even qualify to be ranked. Completely unfazed, Lu Wentao swipes his student ID to begin. Eva announces his attempt out loud, instantly drawing the attention of nearby upperclassmen. Sneers spread across their faces as they whisper among themselves, mocking the sight of a first-tier, middle-rank freshman daring to step up. Under the weight of so many gazes, Lu Wentao steadies himself. He clenches his fist, shouts, and slams a heavy punch into the pillar. The display flickers, and a number flashes across the screen, 476 kilograms. Panting, Lu Wentao exhales and breaks into a grin. That wasn't bad at all. With a score like that, breaking into the top 3,000 should be effortless. Then Eva's cold voice shatters his confidence. She announces his ranking, beyond 100,000. For a heartbeat, the hall goes silent. Then laughter explodes everywhere. Lu Wentao's eyes widen as he shouts in disbelief. How could that be possible? There aren't even 5,000 students in the entire university. Eva answers flatly. The leaderboard isn't limited to current students. It has recorded every challenger since the university was founded over a century ago. The truth hits him like a hammer. The crowd hadn't gathered out of interest. They were waiting to watch him embarrass himself, and he had done exactly that. Older students laugh openly now, some nearly bent over, calling the scene priceless. Lu Wentao's face burns red as he lowers his head, barely able to meet anyone's eyes. Beside him, Su Jingming speaks calmly, offering reassurance. As a spiritual element ability user, raw punch strength was never supposed to be his specialty. Hearing that, Lu Wentao lifts his chin slightly, managing a weak smile as the sting eases. Trying to salvage what little dignity he has left, Lu Wentao urges Su Jingming to take a turn instead. Surely his roommate will score higher. He says it with absolute conviction. Su Jingming nods. He had planned to test his strength anyway. Swiping his student ID, he steps forward as Eva announces his challenge. The crowd shifts its attention toward him, but the reaction is no kinder. Seeing that he's only a first-tier, lower-rank ability user, Mo scoff openly, betting his punch won't even reach 400 kilograms. Yet amid the murmurs and mockery, one student suddenly frowns. The name Su Jingming rings a bell, tugging at his memory in a way he can't quite place. At the center of it all, Su Jingming stands calmly before the pillar. His breathing is steady, his thoughts clear. He has already advanced to a first-tier ability user, endured 5 days and nights of brutal tempering, and successfully forged the foundation of the Thunder Indestructible body. With all of that behind him, he knows exactly what kind of strength his body now holds. A brief glance at his system panel only confirms it. His physique has been greatly enhanced, and beneath his list of skills sits the first stage of the Thunder Indestructible body. The sensation runs deep, settled into his bones, his muscles, his very core. Su Jingming slowly clenches his hand into a fist, anticipation building. This was the perfect opportunity to test just how far he had come. He draws in a deep breath. Power surges through him as he steps forward and drives his fist out. The moment it connects, an explosive force erupts. A violent shockwave ripples through the air, the ground trembling beneath everyone's feet as the pillar absorbs the impact. The hall falls dead silent. Those who had been laughing moments earlier now stare wide-eyed, stunned by the sheer force they just felt. Every gaze snaps to the screen, waiting for the number that will reveal just how terrifying this freshman truly is. Fist power, 45,589 kilograms. Gasps explode across the room. The number doesn't just top the leaderboard. It obliterates the long-standing record for first-tier ability users. The older students who had mocked him earlier now stare in pure disbelief. The record, it's broken, one of them stammers. No way. How can a first-tier rookie hit that hard? Another blurts out. A third swallows hard, muttering, with a punch like that, I'd be pasted on the wall. There's no way this guy's just a freshman. Nearby, 2 female students exchange stunned looks. The top 1,000 on the leaderboard are monsters, one whispers. Just how strong is this new number 1? Her friend is already pulling out her device, grinning ear to ear. That record stood for over 10 years. I'm saving this moment for sure. Before Su Jingming can even process it, Lu Wentao rushes over, eyes blazing with excitement. He grabs Su Jingming by the shoulders and shouts, Bro, you're my brother for life now. Wherever you go, I'm following. Su Jingming chuckles, gently shaking him off. You're making it sound way too dramatic. He looks down at his fist, still feeling the lingering surge of power within it. So the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence blood really does suit me. The boost is far beyond what he had expected. At that moment, the AI assistant Eva glides into view. Congratulations, Su Jingming, she announces. You have set a new record. 400 credits have been deposited into your account. Curious, Su Jingming asks, if I break it again, do I get more? Eva shakes her head. The record bonus is awarded only once. However, you may challenge the other tier pillars for additional rewards. Su Jingming's gaze drifts toward the remaining 4 pillars, each one reserved for higher tier ability users. His tone stays calm as he speaks. Then I'll break those next. Nearby, Lu Wentao is already basking in the moment, boasting shamelessly to a small group of female students. That's him, my roommate, the one who broke the record. In no time at all, Su Jingming is surrounded. Some girls eagerly volunteer to guide him through new training equipment, while others enthusiastically invite him to join their clubs. Caught off guard, Su Jingming barely manages to respond before Lu when Tao tugs hard at his sleeve. Let's get out of here before they eat you alive, Lu whispers urgently, dragging him toward the exit. We'll hide in a private training room. Elsewhere, in a quiet courtyard, the dean sits leisurely with a cup of tea. Lu Ming steps forward and hands him his phone. Master, he says with a faint smile, junior brother Su is all over the campus forums. Everyone's talking about him. The dean leans back, setting his teacup down with a soft clink. A small smile forms as he shakes his head. That boy, breaking records instead of resting, he says thoughtfully. His physical strength defies common sense. Standing nearby, Lu Ming can't help but compare. Memories surface, back when he was a high-rank first-tier ability user, freshly mastering the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible body. Even at his peak back then, his strongest punch barely reached 3,500 kilograms. He lets out a quiet sigh. My junior brother, this isn't a small gap. He's on a completely different level. Far across the city, inside a luxurious apartment, a young man in a brown jacket stares viciously at his phone. The instant Su Jingming's name appears on the screen, fury erupts. He slams his palm into the marble counter, cracks spiderwebbing outward as glass shatters nearby. Orange flames and blue lightning explode from his hand. Su Jingming, you again, he snarls, his voice shaking with rage. His eyes burn with resentment. Because of you, I lost my title as Jiangnan Province's top scorer. They laughed at me, mocked me. Fire and lightning coil tighter around his clenched fist. This time, he growls, I'll take back everything that was stolen from me. Back at Magical University, Su Jingming sits quietly inside a training room, a small knife flashing between his fingers. He has been refining the thunder indestructible body for 5 relentless days. No food, no rest. Yet his vitality remains abundant. He lifts the blade and presses it lightly against his palm. A sharp metallic clang echoes through the room. The edge fails to pierce his skin, leaving behind only a faint white mark. Su Jingming examines it calmly. My body's defense, it's comparable to E-grade alloy. Ordinary weapons can't even scratch me. He nods faintly, worthy of an S-grade body refinement technique. The door suddenly bursts open. Lu and Tao rushes in, phone in hand, practically shouting, Jingming, you're trending everywhere. The entire campus forum has exploded. Everyone's talking about your record. He scrolls furiously, eyes wide with excitement. Look at this. There are tons of posts. People are lining up to challenge you. Instead of irritation, a faint smirk curves across Su Jingming's lips. So, this is Magic University, he murmurs quietly. The martial spirit here really does run deep. Seeing the wave of challenges flooding in, Lu and Tao bristles. These clowns don't know their place. Let me roast them online for you. Su Jingming calmly reaches out and presses his roommate's arm down. Don't bother, he says evenly. Let them talk. It's not worth your time. He rises to his feet, slipping the knife away. I have something more important to do. I'm going to the Battle Technique Library. Lu and Tao blinks. Then what about? Go back to the dorm, Su Jingming says, already heading for the door. I'll take care of the rest. Moments later, Su Jingming stands before the towering Battle Technique Library. Its sleek metal walls hum faintly with restrained energy. As he lifts his hand toward the entrance scanner, a glowing orange formation flares into existence. Intricate runes tracing themselves through the air. The security circle ripples, then locks onto his identity. He exhales softly, impressed. So the rumors were true. This place really is under the Vice Principal's personal guard, a 9th-tier superpower user. With security like this, even Marshal Saints wouldn't dare attempt theft. Swiping his student ID, Su Jingming steps through the gate. The glowing formation scans him one final time before fading away. Inside, a vast hall opens up, bathed in gentle blue light. 3 librarians stand behind a curve counter. The one in the center smiles warmly. Welcome, S-grade student Su Jingming. How may we assist you today? Su Jingming lifts a brow in mild surprise. You already know my name? The librarian nods politely. All students with S-grade clearance are automatically registered in our system. You have access to every battle technique in the library. Behind her composed smile, her thoughts race. S-grade authority, that kind of potential means at least Grandmaster level talent. I should build a good relationship with him. I'm looking for lightning element battle techniques, Su Jingming says. Which floor should I go to? B grade and below are located on the 2nd and 3rd floors, she explains. Advanced techniques are stored in the 4th floor reading room. You may enter by swiping your card. She gestures for him to follow and personally escorts him upstairs. The 4th floor chamber is quiet and refined, glowing shelves lining the walls. At the center floats a compact AI unit above a crystal table. Welcome, the AI says, its voice calm and precise. Once you select your desired techniques, the original manuals will be delivered here. Please handle them with care. When the AI falls silent, Su Jingming gives a simple command. Display all lightning element battle techniques, B grade and above. In an instant, the room fills with shimmering light. Dozens of blue holographic panels materialize, each one displaying the name, rank, and details of a different technique. Su Jingming scrolls through them calmly, eyes flicking across the list, until 2 entries catch his attention. The first is 10,000 Prison's Heavenly Thunder Guidance, an SSS-grade technique capable of forming a massive thunderstorm domain, trapping enemies within a raging field of lightning. But the note beneath it is clear. Requires 5th tier or above. The second, Wrath of the Thunder God, is an SS-grade technique that calls down destructive divine thunder. The requirement is just as strict, 4th tier or above. Su Jingming studies the holographic screens, his eyes gleaming with quiet awe. The power contained within these techniques is almost unreal. Standing before rows of SS and SSS-grade techniques, he can't help but feel stunned. The university's collection is terrifyingly complete. They truly have everything. For a brief moment, excitement surges, until reality reins him in. The tier restrictions are absolute. At his current level, A-grade battle techniques are the highest he can cultivate. Even so, the sheer number of available options is overwhelming. Holographic panels scroll endlessly before him, each technique tempting in its own way. Without guidance, choosing blindly would have been a nightmare. Fortunately, he came prepared. Su Jingming reaches into his storage bracelet and retrieves a handwritten list. His master Dean Genshin's personal recommendations, tailored specifically for his lightning element abilities. Using the list as a reference, he calmly filters through the projections, locking in his choices one by one. He settles on 4 A-grade techniques. Thunder Spear, a devastating, high-impact offensive strike. Chain Thunder Gun, designed for sustained, continuous ranged assaults. Thunder Flash, a lightning-fast movement technique. Thunder Prison, a control art that traps enemies within crackling lightning. In his mind, he lays them out clearly. Thunder Spear for burst defense. Chain Thunder Gun to maintain pressure. Thunder Flash for speed and positioning. Thunder Prison to restrain and dominate the battlefield. Paired with his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, the setup feels complete. Offense, defense, and mobility woven together seamlessly. The AI Eva analyzes his selections and speaks up. Based on your current parameters, the estimated time to reach elementary mastery for each A-grade technique is 6 months. It is recommended to incorporate lower-tier techniques for higher efficiency. Su Jingming merely smiles. No need. I'll handle it. Not long after, the librarian returns, carrying 4 exquisitely bound manuals. Each one emits a faint golden glow, pulsing gently with restrained energy. Su Jingming's gaze lingers. Even a single C-grade original can cost millions. These A-grade manuals are priceless treasures. He opens a first book. Golden light spills out as a powerful aura floods the room. Ancient runes seem to breathe on the page, the artistic conception vivid and profound. In an instant, he understands. This is something no copied manual could ever replicate. Time quietly slips away. What feels like minutes turns into hours. Sweat beads on his forehead, his breathing growing heavier as the diagrams become increasingly complex. Energy flow routes twist and overlap. Frustration rises, but he clenches his jaw and pushes forward, turning page after page until the final manual closes with a soft, dull thud. Leaning back, exhausted yet fulfilled, Su Jingming exhales slowly. Deep Blue, he says calmly. Add points. The response comes instantly. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Spear. Learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Chain Thunder Gun. Learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Flash. Learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Prison. Learned elementary. A faint smile touches his lips as the 4 golden notifications dissolve into nothing. Show system panel, he says. Blue light blooms in the air, holographic and sharp, as his updated stats unfold before him in clean, glowing lines. On the shimmering screen, Su Jingming's status stands clear and undeniable. Remaining superpower points, 1,434. He studies the panel in silence, satisfaction flickering briefly in his eyes. The effort, the focus, the long hours of study, none of it had been wasted. With a thought, the interface vanishes. Su Jingming rises from his seat, and a low hum rolls through the air. Blue arcs of lightning crawl over his clenched fist, alive and restless. Power radiates from him, stable yet far from fully restrained. He lifts his gaze slightly, confidence settling deep within his eyes. With these techniques, my foundation is finally complete. A slow, anticipatory smile forms. Now, he murmurs, his voice calm yet edged like lightning. Let's see who gets to experience it first. The air around him crackles softly, the hush before a storm breaks. Inside a lavish villa beneath the night sky, Lu and Tao lounges on the couch, chatting casually with Su Jingming. He mentions a message from Eva. Tomorrow, the freshman assembly will be held at Training Ground 1. He also brings up a newly created freshman group chat and suggests Su Jingming join. Su Jingming responds with a calm nod. Curiosity gets the better of Lu and Tao. He asks what combat techniques Su Jingming selected at the library. Without hesitation, Su Jingming replies that he chose 4 A-rank combat techniques. The words hit Lu and Tao like a thunderbolt. He blurts out that mastering even a single A-rank technique usually takes until sophomore or junior year. Shaking his head, he mutters in disbelief. His roommate clearly isn't walking an ordinary path. As the shock settles, Lu and Tao's curiosity sharpens. To even browse A-rank techniques, one needs special clearance. Su Jingming casually corrects him. His permission level isn't A-rank. It's S-rank. Lu and Tao springs to his feet, shouting in disbelief. There's a permission level above A-rank. Then realization crashes into him. Eyes wide, he stammers, asking if the rumors about Su Jingming being E-rank were fake, and whether he actually possesses an S-rank ability. Su Jingming only smiles faintly, replying in a teasing tone that he's finally learned something new. Lu and Tao freezes for a heartbeat, then bursts out in amazement. He admits he always knew Su Jingming was strong, but never imagined he'd be S-rank. standing far above even the provincial A-rank prodigies. Grinning ear to ear, he gives a thumbs up, proud that he became a fan early. Later that night, Su Jingming makes his way to the second-floor training room, the quiet hum of anticipation following him into the shadows. Holding the practice spear in his hand, Su Jingming quickly realizes it's far too light for his current strength. With his newly acquired combat techniques, there's no point pretending anymore. His equipment needs to catch up. His thoughts drift briefly to the F-rank obsidian spear he left back home. Once reliable, now laughably inadequate. It wouldn't survive his power, let alone help him train properly. Eva, he calls out calmly. Open the school mall. Search for spear-type weapons. Holographic panels unfold in the air, rows of spears shimmering into view, ranging from F-rank to D-rank. Su Jingming scans through them carefully. Length and weight can be customized, but the higher the rank, the heavier the build, and the steeper the price. After a moment's consideration, he makes his choice. An E-rank spear, weighing 210 kilograms. He adds an E-rank combat suit and matching boots without hesitation. Eva confirms the purchase. Total cost, 237 credits. Remaining balance, 382.6. As the transaction completes, Su Jingming exhales softly. Nearly half his credits, gone in a single purchase. The equipment will arrive tomorrow. For now, he tightens his grip on the practice spear in his hand. Temporary or not, it will suffice. A confident smirk lifts the corner of his lips. Tonight, this spear will do exactly what he needs, helping him fully grasp all four of his newly acquired A-rank combat techniques. By the next morning, the freshman assembly at Moda Superpower University is already in full swing. The moment Su Jingming steps inside, murmurs ripple through the crowd. Fingers point, eyes follow. Some whisper about the student who shattered the punch power record. Others recognize him as the top scorer from Jiangnan province, murmuring admiration for both his strength and his striking appearance. He hasn't even found a seat when a tall, broad-shouldered figure steps directly into his path. Lei Zhou, the young man raises a finger and points straight at Su Jingming, his voice loud and unapologetic as he issues a challenge in front of everyone. Gasps spread instantly. No one needs an introduction. Lei Zhou is the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, boasting a score exceeding 9,300. Whispers surge through the crowd. Some mention his background. Both parents Tier 4 superpowered elites. Others sigh knowingly. Of course he's bitter. No one ever remembers second place. Su Jingming, however, remains unmoved. His expression doesn't change as he replies calmly that he isn't interested. The response leaves Lu and Tao staring in disbelief. Lei Zhou's smirk deepens. He leans forward, clearly unwilling to let it end there. His tone shifts as he brings up a personal matter. Su Jingming's aunt's family. Their business dealing in rare plants. His smile turns cold. He mentions that his family is their biggest client, that they're also owed a sizable loan, and if the payment isn't made on time, things could become troublesome. Silence crashes down on the assembly hall. The air grows heavy, oppressive. Su Jingming's eyes darken as a chilling presence erupts from his body. Deep blue energy surges outward, fierce and restrained no longer, rippling through the space like a gathering storm. His voice lowers, quiet but razor-sharp. Are you threatening me? The pressure of his aura crashes outward like a solid wall. Lei Zhou's body reacts before his mind does. He stumbles back a step, breath catching. Sweat beads on his forehead as his earlier arrogance fractures. This presence, it doesn't feel human anymore. It's suffocating, primal, like standing before a prowling beast. I was just reminding you. Lei Zhou stammers quickly. Not a threat. Su Jingming lets the pressure linger, just long enough for the message to sink in. Then, slowly, he draws his aura back in. The air lightens. Calm returns to his voice. Time and place. Lei Zhou swallows, forces himself upright, and answers loudly, as if reclaiming his pride. 7 days from now. Noon. Broadcast Platform 3. Su Jingming nods once. I'll be there, he says evenly. Then adds, eyes cold. Just don't regret it. The tension snaps. Excitement floods the crowd in its place. Whispers explode from every corner. Top-ranked freshman versus the runner-up. A public duel set 1 week from now. The news spreads faster than wildfire. Moments later, the atmosphere settles as an elderly official with a gray beard steps onto the stage. His voice is steady as he welcomes the new students to Modu Superpower University, explaining that today's assembly is meant to introduce the university's systems and answer their questions. He clears his throat, then announces something important, the combat power ranking system. Every student, he explains, will use virtual dive pods, advanced devices designed for holographic combat simulations. Rankings will be determined by how many levels each student clears. The higher the level, the stronger the rank, and the greater the rewards. He urges everyone to give it their all, emphasizing that the prizes awaiting top performers are exceptionally generous. Nearly an hour later, the orientation finally comes to an end. Su Jingming stretches and lets out a long yawn. Of everything mentioned, only the virtual dive pod caught his interest. He figures he'll test it out when he has spare time. For now, training comes first. Daily sessions with senior Lu Ming and his mentor, Dean Yangjinshin. The next 7 days pass in relentless repetition. Under Lu Ming's guidance and the dean's strict supervision, Su Jingming trains without pause. His strength climbs rapidly, to the point that even Lu Ming can't hide his shock by the end of the week. "Junior brother," he says, staring at him in disbelief. "You've already reached mid-level first tier? How did you advance this fast?" Su Jingming only smiles lightly. "Guess I got lucky." But inside, he knows the truth. He deliberately waited a few days before using the system to level up, reducing the cost to just 380 superpower points. If he'd advanced any faster, he suspects Lu Ming wouldn't have known how to react. Lu Ming suddenly claps his hands, remembering something. "Right. Your duel's today, isn't it? Noon." Su Jingming nods calmly. "Yeah." With a confident grin, Lu Ming gives Su Jingming's shoulder a firm pat. "Then I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent," he says with a chuckle, deciding to tag along and watch the fight for himself. Broadcast Platform 3 is already alive with noise. The massive arena hums with excitement as students pack the stands, all gather for the long-anticipated showdown. Leizhou arrives first, flanked by his friends. One of them sneers, arms crossed. Perfect chance to see how strong the so-called top scorer really is. Another laughs loudly. "That score of his had to be a fluke. My credits are on Leizhou." Someone brings up the punch power record, but Leizhou scoffs dismissively. "A record like that means nothing," he says coldly. "Strength here isn't about fists. It's about superpowers." Then the atmosphere shifts. Su Jingming appears at the entrance, walking in beside Lu Ming. Dressed in a sleek black coat, his newly purchased spear resting casually in his hand, he draws every gaze in the arena without trying. As they move toward the ring, Lu Ming hides his grin. With looks like that, he thinks, once this kid starts showing his real power, half the campus won't know what hit them. From the ring, Leizhou studies him carefully. He senses it immediately. Su Jingming's aura has changed. His rank has risen. Still, Leizhou's confidence holds. He has his own preparations, his own trump cards. A smirk creeps onto his face as he raises his voice for everyone to hear. "Let's raise the stakes. How about we wager everything? Every credit we've got." Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. "Fine," he replies calmly. "I have 370 credits." The crowd erupts. Pride, power, reputation. Everything is on the line. Leizhou snorts, impressed despite himself, and declares he'll cover any remaining difference with cash. He proposes that both sides transfer their stakes to a neutral account. Old Master Zhou's. Overseeing the match is Instructor Zhou, a blonde woman with her hair tied back in a ponytail. A Tier 6 mid-level healer, she's well known among the faculty. As Su Jingming completes the transfer, he takes note of her presence. Duels between superpowered students can easily turn lethal. The school clearly isn't taking chances. With that assurance, he agrees. A ripple of excitement sweeps the arena as the total wager, 3.7 million, gets confirmed. Instructor Zhou steps forward, announcing she has received the credits. She tells them to prepare and states the rules clearly. If one side concedes or loses consciousness, the other must stop immediately. Both Su Jingming and Leizhou nod calmly. Silence descends as they face each other. Su Jingming tightens his grip on the spear. Leizhou draws his sword. Resolve flashes through Leizhou's eyes as he activates his A-rank ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. Orange flames explode outward, swirling around his body in a roaring vortex. Heat crashes through the arena as he vows to reclaim the honor Su Jingming took from him. Gasps ripple through the crowd. The sheer temperature warps the air itself. Blade blazing, Leizhou launches forward, leaping high and bringing his sword down in a devastating arc of fire. Su Jingming doesn't flinch. He plants his feet, steady and grounded, and swings his spear upward in a single, clean motion. Simple, precise, almost casual. The clash lasts less than a heartbeat. And then, nothing. The roaring flames vanish, the force behind the strike dissolving as if it never existed. Gasps tear through the stands. No one can believe what they just saw. A basic movement, stopping a high-level special attack. Whispers explode across the arena. Even Leizhou freezes in place, teeth clenched, eyes wide, his mind unable to process the outcome. Su Jingming lowers his spear. His gaze is cold, indifferent. Purple lightning crawls across his body as he speaks flatly. "Nothing is impossible. You just don't have the strength." Before Leizhou can even react, Su Jingming moves. Lightning detonates around him as he surges forward, the air cracking violently. In the blink of an eye, his spear drives straight into Leizhou's chest. The impact is brutal. Leizhou is hurled backward, purple lightning ripping through his body as the crowd erupts in disbelief. A scream tears from his throat as electricity courses through him. His sword spins away in a flash of steel, blood spraying through the air. He slams into the ground hard. Smoke curls from his scorched body as he collapses, motionless, onto the arena floor. Silence falls. The fight is over almost before it truly began. Leizhou supporters stare in stunned disbelief. One gasps that Su Jingming won in just 2 moves. Another scoffs bitterly, asking what happened to all that confidence, all those boasts about Leizhou being stronger. Murmurs ripple endlessly through the stands. Everyone sees it now. Su Jingming stands on a completely different level from the rest of the freshmen. Off to the side, Lu Ming watches without the slightest surprise. To him, the match was boring. His junior brother hadn't even shown a fraction of his real strength. Back in the ring, Teacher Zhou steps forward to announce the winner. But suddenly, Leizhou stirs. Groaning, he forces himself upright, his body trembling, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. I haven't lost, he roars hoarsely. The match isn't over. Grinding his teeth, he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a small red pill. Teacher Zhou's eyes widen in alarm. Stop, she shouts sharply. That's a rampaging blood pill. This is just a match. Don't throw your life away. Gasps echo across the arena. The spectators recognize it instantly. Whispers spread. Everyone knows what that pill does. It multiplies strength for a short time, but the backlash is devastating, leaving the user crippled for weeks, sometimes months. Ignoring every warning, Leizhou clenches the pill tightly in his fist. The risk is mine, he growls. I'll only accept defeat if I lose after this. From the stands, Lu and Tao shouts in protest. Isn't that cheating? You can't use something like that. Teacher Zhou Yun turns toward the crowd, her voice steady and firm. This is an unofficial match, she explains. There are no restrictions. Weapons, combat suits, pills, all of them are part of a fighter's resources. If Su Jingming had such an item, he'd be free to use it as well. As her words fade, Leizhou swallows the pill. The effect is instant. A violent surge of energy erupts from his body. Flames roar back to life, burning far hotter than before, twisting wildly around him. His eyes blaze with an intense orange glow as he throws his head back and roars, the sheer pressure of his aura making the arena tremble. Teacher Zhou Yun's expression darkens. She can feel it clearly. The pill has forced Leizhou beyond his natural limits, pushing him into the lower ranks of the second tier. Her brows knit together as she senses the overwhelming surge. There's no denying it now. His strength has skyrocketed. She exhales slowly, a grim thought forming in her mind. Su Jingming might finally be in real danger. But fear never appears in Su Jingming's eyes. Instead, the light within them burns brighter. Facing Leizhou's desperate power-up, his own fighting intent ignites. Violet lightning erupts around his body, crackling violently, surging outward like a living storm. From the edge of the arena, Teacher Zhou Yun watches closely. Her worry fades, replaced by quiet approval. Even in the face of overwhelming power, his spirit doesn't waver. That composure, she recognizes it instantly. This is the bearing of someone born to command a battlefield. A confident grin spreads across Su Jingming's face as he tightens his grip on the spear. Finally, he thinks, this won't feel like an adult playing with a child anymore. He steps forward. The floor beneath his boots shatters under the pressure. In the next instant, he vanishes. Leizhou's eyes widen in shock. The speed, no, the acceleration, is unreal. Before he can even react, Su Jingming is already upon him. They collide at the center of the ring, fire and lightning exploding outward in every direction. Leizhou barely manages to block the first thrust. The impact drives him backward like a battering ram. His knees slam into the fractured floor as he struggles to stay upright, flames around his body flickering chaotically. Ow! He gasps, arms trembling under the crushing force. Even with second-tier power, I still can't overpower him. What kind of monster is he? Realization hits. Raw strength won't save him. Leizhou retreats hastily, flames surging around his arms as he switches tactics. With a furious roar, he hurls a storm of blazing fireballs across the arena, each one scorching the air as it flies. Su Jingming doesn't even blink. With a smooth, effortless motion, he swings his spear and a wide arc lightning explodes outward, forming a violent vortex that devours every fireball. Flames shatter apart, scattering into harmless sparks before they can reach him. Su Jingming looks at Leizhou, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. That's it, he says calmly. Is that all you've got? Leizhou grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his temple. Every attack, useless. His lightning tears through everything like it's nothing. I can't get close, but if I can stall him, if I can drain his strength until the pill wears off, maybe. But Su Jingming has no intention of giving him that time. He drives the butt of his spear into the ground. Purple lightning erupts violently around him, roaring as it gathers, compressing in a blinding flash. In an instant, the energy condenses, shaping itself into a massive weapon forged entirely from crackling lightning. Thunder spear, he murmurs. With a single, decisive motion, he hurls it forward. The spear tears through the air like a true lightning bolt, crashing into Li Zhou's shoulder with brutal precision. His defenses shatter instantly. The impact sends Li Zhou staggering backward. He clutches the wound as pain explodes through his body, his breath hitching. Horror floods his eyes as a chilling truth settles in. Su Jingming isn't just terrifying up close. He's lethal from afar. Before Li Zhou can regain his balance, the air above him crackles violently. A massive sphere of lightning forms overhead, swelling with unstable energy. In the next instant, torrents of purple electricity cascade downward, engulfing him completely. The shocks rip through his body, leaving him trembling, gasping, barely standing. What kind of technique is this? He mutters, forcing his head up. Su Jingming's expression doesn't change. He raises his hand and points straight at him, his voice cold and cutting. A rank control skill, Thunder Prison. Lightning lashes outward in every direction, weaving together into a blinding cage of purple energy. The crackling prison snaps shut around Li Zhou, sealing him inside completely. Damn it! Li Zhou curses under his breath. A restriction skill. Driven by desperation, he summons every last ounce of power he has left. Flames erupt from his body, surging upward into a raging vortex. The inferno wraps around him, forming a blazing cocoon of heat and light. If I can't get out, he shouts hoarsely, then you won't get in. Let's see who lasts longer. Su Jingming. The challenge earns only a faint smirk. Su Jingming looks down at the fiery barrier with calm disdain. That flimsy wall. How many hits could it really take? Without hesitation, he bends his knees and launches himself skyward. In a blur, he soars high above the arena, lightning reflecting off his armor as the crowd stares in stunned silence. Hovering above the prison of flames, he releases his full power. The air trembles. Dozens of massive lightning spears materialize around him, each one humming with lethal energy, their glow casting the arena in violet light. Then, with a simple wave of his arm, he unleashes them. A storm of purple spears rains down like divine punishment, screaming through the air toward the trapped Li Zhou. The sight is overwhelming, a terrifying evolution of Chain Thundergun, taken to a whole new level. Li Zhou looks up. Terror grips his heart. He knows it instantly. If that barrage lands, there will be nothing left of him. His pride collapses. His voice breaks. I surrender. I surrender. The lead lightning spear stops. It hangs there, frozen, just inches from his eye. The remaining spears dissolve in a mist as the storm vanishes, leaving the arena eerily silent. Su Jingming descends, landing lightly within the ring. Without a word, he steps forward and drives his physical spear straight through Li Zhou's chest. One clean, decisive strike. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Li Zhou drops to his knees, the last trace of fight completely drained from his body. Su Jingming pulls his spear free and stands over him, posture straight, expression calm, as if the battle never truly challenged him. Teacher Zhou Yun's voice echoes clearly across the arena. Winner, Su Jingming. The stands erupt. Cheers explode outward, mixed with stunned silence and disbelief. Gasps ripple through the crowd as students struggle to process what they just witnessed. For battle techniques, all in seconds, someone whispers, "He didn't just win." Another says shakily, "He crushed him from start to finish." Everyone understands now. This wasn't a narrow victory. It was absolute annihilation. Up in the stands, two students stare at the ring, still frozen in shock. Those techniques, they had to be B grade, right? One mutters, eyes wide. His friend shakes his head slowly. B grade? I'd be lucky to even grasp a C grade. And he chained all of that together like it was nothing. Not far away, Lu Ming overhears them and lets out a quiet sigh, rubbing his temples. They really don't understand, he thinks. My junior brother didn't use B grade techniques. Every single one was A rank. And he's already mastered them to true combat level. A memory surfaces, his own freshman year, months spent just trying to stabilize one A rank technique. Compared to that, this is beyond talent. It's frightening. The thought fills him with both pride and pressure. Back in the ring, Li Zhou forces himself to stand. He's battered, exhausted, but the defiance is gone. Lowering his head slightly, he speaks sincerely. Thank you for sparing my life. I lost. Completely. After a brief pause, he continues, voice steady. The wager is yours. I'll transfer the credits, and I'll settle the debt with your aunt's business. You have my word. Teacher Zhou Yin steps forward, nodding once. The match is concluded. Su Jingming's winnings, 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency, have been transferred to his student account. Su Jingming glances at the notification glowing on his wristband and allows himself a faint smile. A gambling match really is a fast way to make money, he thinks. The moment the announcement ends, Lu and Tao comes charging into the ring, grinning ear to ear. Brother Ming, you're rich now. Come on, let's hit the city center tonight and celebrate. Su Jingming opens his mouth to refuse. I can't. I still have training with my senior. Go. Lu Ming says calmly, stepping in with a small smile. Even the strongest warriors need rest. Balance is part of strength. Su Jingming hesitates, then nods. All right, I'll come. As they head toward the exit, Lu Wentao suddenly points excitedly at Lu Ming. Oh, by the way, Brother Ming, that's Lu Ming, vice president of the Ash Club, the lightning powerhouse himself. I told you he's incredible. Su Jingming gives a respectful nod. I can tell, he replies simply. As they leave the arena together, Lu Wentao slings an arm around Su Jingming's shoulder, laughing. Relax. Just follow my lead tonight. I've already arranged everything. Su Jingming narrows his eyes slightly, a familiar sense of danger creeping in. What kind of arrangement are we talking about? Lu Wentao spins around, wearing a grin that practically promises disaster. The one event you absolutely can't miss in university life, he announces dramatically, pointing straight at him. The freshman night extravaganza. Lu Wentao strides over to Su Jingming, who's sitting quietly at a table, posture relaxed. His voice buzzes with excitement as he launches straight into the news. Lately, Su Jingming has become a full-blown sensation on campus. He explains that he casually posted an invitation for a small mixer on the campus forum, only to be flooded with over 100 signups. Just narrowing the list nearly drove him insane. Su Jingming listens with a faint smile, amused by his friend's boundless energy. He asks who made the final cut. Lu Wentao's grin turns sly. You'll find out soon enough, he says. It's a surprise. Right on cue, his gaze shifts past Su Jingming. Ah, here they come. Two young women approach. The first, wearing glasses and carrying herself with quiet confidence, introduces herself as Chi Dongxia, one of the chosen guests. Beside her stands a girl with sleek dark hair and sharp eyes. She introduces herself as Song Qiuyun, Chi Dongxia's roommate. Lu Wentao beams as he makes the introductions, clearly proud of his selections. Chi Dongxia, he explains, possesses an A-rank beast-type ability. As for Song Qiuyun, she's a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability and the top scorer of her province. Su Jingming greets them politely, but the moment Song Qiuyun hears his name, her expression shifts. Her eyes lock onto him, sharp and curious. Would you be interested in a spar? She asks directly. Anytime. Anywhere. Chi Dongxia lets out a long sigh. You really are a battle maniac, she mutters, giving her roommate a look. We're here to socialize, remember? Song Qiuyun only shrugs. She doesn't deny it. Meeting Su Jingming was her real reason for coming. To see for herself whether the rumors about his strength were true. Su Jingming chuckles softly and gestures for them to sit. Lu Wentao quickly steps in, laughing as he smooths things over, explaining that tonight is meant to be relaxing. Good food, a bit of fun, maybe even some shopping. Later, the group makes their way through the bustling high commercial street. Neon lights blaze overhead, skyscrapers loom against the night sky, and crowds flow endlessly through the streets. Song Qiuyun looks around with open fascination, clearly impressed by the city's scale and energy. Nearby, Chi Dongxia is immediately drawn toward a boutique, displaying fashionable clothing, eyes lighting up. Su Jingming, meanwhile, finds his attention captured by a high-end shop catering to ability users. A-rank weapons, rare elixirs, specialized gear. He notes quietly that the selection here completely eclipses anything back in Jiangcheng. The night drifts on with laughter and snacks from street stalls, the atmosphere light and unhurried. Eventually, they wander into another boutique. As the girls browse through the racks, Su Jingming offers to hold Song Qiuyun's shopping bag. As he takes it from her, their hands brush briefly, just for an instant. He trails behind as the two women linger over a jewelry display, his arms gradually filling with more and more shopping bags. By the time the night finally winds down, Su Jingming glances at the pile he's carrying and can't help but marvel. They've spent several million in just a few short hours. Lu Wentao chuckles, nudging him lightly. For someone who dresses so plain, you're seriously loaded. Then, lowering his voice, he adds with a knowing look that her family background is on a completely different level. Chi Dongxia calls out, asking for help with one last bag, while Song Chu remarks that it's about time to head back. The evening comes to a close as Su Jingming and Lu Wentao escort them to a lavish villa. At the gate, Su Jingming remarks that he had a good time tonight. They wave as the two women turn toward the door. Then Song Chu pauses. She turns back, looks straight at Su Jingming, and says calmly that she meant what she said earlier. One day, she'll issue a formal challenge. Su Jingming blinks, momentarily caught off guard, then answers just as calmly. I'll be waiting. Song Chu nods once and disappears inside. Upstairs, Chi Dongxia can't resist teasing her. Since freshman year, she says, Song Chu has never shown a positive reaction to any boy, except tonight. Bringing her along was clearly the right choice. Song Chu explains quietly why she usually keeps her distance. Her A-rank light ability allows her to sense the thoughts of people nearby, and she's constantly bombarded by impure intentions. Su Jingming stood out. What she sensed from him was simple appreciation, nothing more. He's different, she concludes. Chi Dong Xia grins. Careful, she jokes. Sounds like Miss Song might be smitten. On the walk back, Lu and Tao stretches lazily, saying it feels good to finally unwind. Su Jingming agrees in a low voice, but his thoughts drift back to Song Chu's status and the gap he still needs to close. His resolve sharpens. I need to keep pushing, get stronger. 15 days later, inside his training room, Su Jingming finishes his meditation and assesses his condition. The moment feels right. Deep blue, he says quietly. Spend the points. Begin the upgrade. Violet lightning erupts from his body in a violent burst, shaking the entire chamber. System alerts flash rapidly before his eyes. Dual advancement confirmed. His cultivation surges from mid-level to high first tier, while Thunder Indestructible Body breaks through to level 2. When the storm finally fades, Su Jingming exhales slowly. The change is undeniable. His strength, speed, and endurance have all risen sharply. The second stage of his body technique, he recalls, focuses on tempering bones and muscles, forging them to near unbreakable levels. Opening the training manual, he reads ahead. At level 3, Thunder Extreme State awaits. A temporary transformation granting overwhelming speed and power. Satisfied, he checks his system panel. His stats have climbed impressively, but his remaining ability points have dropped to just 62. Not enough to advance further. Su Jingming closes the panel, eyes steady. He knows exactly what comes next. The wilderness. High-ranked beasts. More power points. Later that day, Su Jingming goes to see his master, the dean. The moment the old man senses the aura surrounding his disciple, his eyes widen in shock. You advanced again? He asks, disbelief clear in his voice. Su Jingming nods, calm as ever. Last night, I also broke through to the second level of body tempering. The dean suppresses his amazement. His student talks about breakthroughs as if they're routine. With an S-rank ability and that frightening drive, perhaps this boy truly has no ceiling. Nearby, senior disciple Lu Ming lets out a low whistle. You're really a monster, junior brother. It took me half a year to reach that stage. Dean Genshin smiles faintly. Power alone isn't enough. Battle experience matters just as much. Let's see how far you've come. Lu Ming, spar with him. Su Jingming's eyes immediately light up. I accept. Inside the training hall, the atmosphere tightens. Lu Ming grips his spear and speaks evenly. I'll restrain myself. Low second tier only. You, on the other hand, don't hold back. They take their stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. Both figures explode forward. Spears collide with a deafening crack as purple and green lightning floods the hall, rattling the walls. The shock forces Lu Ming back a step. His brows knit together. That power, it's almost on par with mine. Wrapped in arcs of lightning, Su Jingming feels his blood surge. Since gaining Deep Blue, this is the first opponent who can truly meet him head-on. Spotting an opening, he gathers crackling thunder into his palm and hurls it forward. Thunder Prison. The sphere tears through the air and detonates, forcing Lu Ming instantly onto the defensive. Su Jingming presses in without pause, unleashing a rapid sequence of lightning spear thrusts. Each strike flows into the next, the rhythm precise. His chain thunder gun brought out flawlessly. Lu Ming narrows his eyes, a smirk forming. The same combo you used on Lijo? Impressive, but I'm not a freshman. He thrusts his hand out, teal lightning roaring to life. Jade pivot true thunder. The attacks collide with a thunderous boom. Lightning lashes wildly as the entire hall trembles under the impact. For 20 brutal minutes, the clash continues. Energy surging, sparks flying, each exchange driving them closer to exhaustion. Finally, the storm fades. Su Jingming plants his spear, breathing hard. I'm out of divine thunder energy, he admits quietly. You win, senior brother. Lu Ming shakes his head. Not exactly. You didn't lose because you were weaker, only because your reserves ran dry. If those had been equal, the outcome wouldn't be so clear. The dean steps forward, pride shining in his eyes. An outstanding match. I expected Lu Ming to win easily, yet you fought him evenly to the very end. Truly extraordinary. Lu Ming glances at his junior brother and asks casually, do you know what level your combat power reached just now? Su Jingming looks at him, momentarily unsure. Lu Ming's expression grows serious. You've already reached a level where no one in the second tier can stand above you. You're unmatched there. The words linger in the air. Su Jingming tightens his grip on the spear, remaining silent for a brief moment. Then his gaze sharpens, resolve burning quietly within. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. After the exhausting clash, the dean finally raises his hand, signaling the end of the session. That's enough for today, he says firmly. Everyone rest. Soon after, the butler, Uncle Fu, enters with a tray of glistening spirit fruits. These are ideal for recovery after intense training, he explains kindly. A rich fragrance spreads through the room, easing the lingering tension from the battle. As the atmosphere gradually relaxes, Su Jingming steps forward. Master, he says respectfully, I have a request. The dean looks up. Speak. I intend to go to the wilderness, Su Jingming says evenly. I'll be leaving the university for some time. The dean's eyes narrow slightly. And how long is some time? More than a month, Su Jingming answers. I'll return just before the freshman competition. The dean's expression turns grave. A month in the wilderness, he repeats. That's nothing like the examination zones. There's no army out there to protect you. The beasts move without pattern. And if you encounter a high-tier one, he pauses, voice sharpening. One mistake is all it takes to lose your life. Even so, Su Jingming's gaze doesn't waver. The dean studies him for a long moment, then exhales slowly. You've already decided, he says. Su Jingming nods. Then I won't stop you, the dean says at last, placing a firm hand on his disciple's shoulder. But remember this. If you ever face real danger, run. Don't hesitate. Power is meaningless if you're dead. The road to strength is paved with life and death trials. But since you've chosen it, you must walk it with a clear head. Su Jingming bows deeply. Thank you for understanding, Master. The dean's expression softens slightly. Where will you go? Accepting a spirit fruit from Lu Ming, Su Jingming replies. The wilderness near Yuanu City. The dean nods. Good. That region borders the magic capital. The strongest beasts there reach only tier 4 or 5. Dangerous, but manageable for someone at your level. He turns to Lu Ming. Later, share some of your experiences from the wilderness. It may help him stay alive out there. Lu Ming grins. Of course, Master. Dean Jinshin looks back at Su Jingming, his gaze gentle once more. Since I won't be able to help you much once you leave, let me at least see you off properly. The ring on his finger flares with a brilliant teal glow. Taking Su Jingming's hand, the dean channels the energy forward. Accept this, he says steadily. My gift to you. A weapon worthy of the road ahead. Back in his dorm, Su Jingming sits on the edge of his bed. The newly gifted spear rests against the wall, its presence heavy and reassuring, while a packed travel bag lies nearby. He exhales slowly and calls out, Eva, open the university mission system. Holographic panels shimmer into existence, streams of mission data cascading before his eyes. Lu Ming's earlier words resurface in his mind. Before heading out, take a few missions. Extra credits, clear objectives, real experience. Su Jingming scrolls through the listings. There are dozens to choose from. Harvesting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, hunting bandits, suppressing rogue mutants. Each mission is clearly ranked. D and C offer modest rewards. A and S promise massive payouts, and danger to match. A pattern quickly becomes obvious. The higher the reward, the more blood it demands. Most high-tier missions are combat-focused. So this is how the university truly sharpens its elites, he thinks. Push them into danger. Force growth through risk. An old saying drifts through his thoughts. The strongest aren't forged in classrooms, but in the field. After a brief pause, he makes his choices. 1 A-rank mission. 3 B ranks. Enough to test himself. Enough to gain real experience. Once the confirmation prompts vanish, he rises and begins preparing. He changes into his combat gear, fastens his utility belt, and swings his backpack over his shoulder. As he opens the door, Eva's calm voice echoes softly. Good luck, Su Jingming. A faint smile crosses his face. Thanks. Time to move. His journey leads him to the Yuanche City Supply Base, a bustling outpost nestled deep within the mountains. The final stop before the vast wilderness. The place hums with life. Adventurers crowd the streets, some shouting for teammates, others negotiating gear prices or trading mission intel. Su Jingming pauses, taking it all in. A quiet sense of satisfaction settles in his chest. I've finally reached this point. He follows the flow of people toward a massive stone building marked with bold letters. Adventurers Registration Hall. Inside, the air buzzes with voices and the sharp scent of metal. Armed men and women line up at the counters, weapons and armor on full display. At one counter stands a woman in a red dress, her posture composed, her expression warm yet professional. When he approaches, she offers a practiced smile. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you? I'm here to register as an adventurer, Su Jingming replies, handing over his identification card. She glances at it and freezes for half a second. Her eyes widen slightly as she notices the emblem of Modu Superpower University. A Modu student, she says, genuine surprise in her voice. That's rare. Most people your rank don't enter the wilderness this early. They usually wait until mid-second tier. Su Jingming says nothing, offering only a calm nod. She processes his application and explains that registration will take a little time. Please make yourself comfortable in the hall while we finalize the paperwork. Understood, he replies. While waiting, Su Jingming strolls through the hall at an unhurried pace. Suddenly, a wave of noise ripples through the hall. Voices rise near the entrance, drawing attention as several adventurers turn their heads. Is that her? Someone whispers. It's Jiang Chu Xian, The goddess from Modi University. Another blurts out, eyes shining. Damn, she's even prettier in person. Every gaze shifts toward the doorway. A striking woman strides in with effortless confidence. Long white hair trails behind her, dark sunglasses hiding her eyes. Two muscular bodyguards flank her, and a cameraman follows closely, capturing every step. The hall buzzes instantly. She's filming here again, someone mutters. Her videos always pull insane numbers. Insane, another scoffs. She crossed 15 million followers last month. She's basically a celebrity. A third man sighs dramatically. I'd trade 10 years of my life just to be her boyfriend. Unbothered by the attention, Jiang Chuxian walks past with composed elegance, confidence radiating from her presence. From a distance, Su Jingming watches quietly. He notices the uniform badge at her collar. Modi University, just like him. So she's from the same place, he thinks. Her beauty rivals even Song Qiuyan's. The thought passes through his mind, then fades. He doesn't linger on it. Before he can reflect further, the receptionist calls out, Mr. Su, your registration is complete. He steps forward as she hands him a sleek adventurer ID card and a dark satellite smartwatch. This device includes wilderness maps, she explains. It updates in real time with beast movements and danger zones. Stay alert, and it may save your life. Thank you, Su Jingming says, fastening the watch around his wrist. He turns to leave, but a rough voice stops him. Hey kid. A man with greasy hair and darting eyes blocks his path, flashing a grin that feels a bit too eager. First time heading into the wild. Dangerous place. You'll need proper elixirs. Su Jingming gives him a calm, unreadable look. Oh, what kind? The man laughs and pulls open his coat, revealing rows of small bottles and pills. First-grade healing elixirs, 20,000 each. Antidotes for 15,000. And if you've got money to burn, I've got second-grade ones too. Strong stuff. Su Jingming tilts his head slightly. Those prices aren't unreasonable. The man's grin widens. Naturally, I'm famous for fair deals. Everything here's top quality. You won't find better anywhere in this base. But Su Jingming's eyes narrow slightly. Something's wrong. He knows the market well. First-grade elixirs never sell this cheap. 30 to 40,000 is the standard. Prices like these mean only one thing: dilution or outright fakes. His voice cools. Tell me, how many of those do you have? The man blinks, wariness flashing in his eyes. Enough for you. What? Su Jingming steps closer, tone calm, yet razor sharp. Because I'm wondering how many other newcomers you've already scammed today. The grin disappears instantly. The man's face twists as he takes a threatening step forward. You looking for trouble, kid? Think you're being clever. The air tightens. Su Jingming doesn't flinch. He meets the man's glare evenly and asks, almost casually, what do you want? The merchant's lips curl into a cruel smile. He boasts that Su Jingming is the first idiot bold enough to confront him inside the supply base. Before the situation can boil over, a sharp voice cuts through the noise. A young woman with short dark hair strides over, calling the merchant out by name, Zhao Chunlin, and loudly accusing him of scamming rookies again. Zhao Chunlin's expression darkens with irritation. He throws Su Jingming a chilling look and mutters that this luck won't last. As he turns away, he leans in close, voice low and poisonous, warning Su Jingming not to step outside the base for the next few days, unless he wants to regret it. When Zhao Chunlin storms off, hushed murmurs ripple through the nearby adventurers. Some whisper that the newcomer has caught the attention of the wrong man. Others quietly mention Zhao Chunlin's reputation, a mid-level, second-tier user, far beyond Su Jingming's apparent rank. The woman returns to Su Jingming's side and speaks bluntly. Zhao Chunlin holds grudges, she says. Staying inside for now would be wise. Su Jingming thanks her, then asks why someone so openly corrupt isn't dealt with. She sighs. Zhao Chunlin has powerful backing. That's why no one touches him. Before leaving, she urges Su Jingming to stick to official merchants and not wander outside alone. As she walks away, Su Jingming watches her for a moment. A decent person, he thinks, in a place like this. Shaking off the incident, he refocuses. He carefully plans his purchases, healing elixirs, antidotes, and supplies for the month ahead. Once everything is acquired from the official counter and packed neatly into his backpack, he steps out of the adventurer's hall, ready to enter the wilderness. But the moment he exits, a familiar figure blocks his path. Zhao Chunlin stands there, several cronies behind him, his face twisted with rage. So, Zhao Chunlin sneers. You really thought you could ignore me? Did my warning mean nothing? Su Jingming's gaze remains steady. What exactly are you after? He asks evenly. Zhao Chunlin's composure finally snaps. His face twists into a vicious sneer as he snarls. You dare disrespect me? Fine. I'll break both your legs and make you crawl for the rest of your life. His voice drips with cruelty, as if only that outcome could soothe his rage. Not far away, the woman who had warned Su Jingming earlier notices the disturbance. Her fists clench tightly. I told him not to go out. She mutters, stepping forward instinctively. But the man beside her grabs her arm and shakes his head. Don't, he says quietly. Let him learn what it means to offend someone like Xiao Chunlin. Back at the standoff, Xiao Chunlin slowly raises his arm. Dark energy coils around it like living smoke. A smug grin spreads across his face. You're out of your depth, Brad. My C-ring metallic skin makes me untouchable. And with this D-rank combat suit, you couldn't even scratch me. His eyes turn icy. I'll give you one chance. Pay me 1,000,000 credits and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never walk again. Before the last word finishes echoing, a faint crackle ripples through the air. Purple lightning dances across Su Jingming's body as his gaze sharpens. Shameless, he says flatly. The pressure in the air suddenly spikes. Xiao Chunlin's smirk freezes, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Then Su Jingming vanishes in a burst of violet light. A thunderous boom follows. In the next instant, Su Jingming appears behind him and strikes once, clean, brutal, overwhelming. The blow is so fast and powerful that Xiao Chunlin is hurled through the air like a broken doll, blood spraying as his body slams straight through a stone wall. The structure explodes into fragments, rubble scattering across the courtyard. Silence grips the scene. The kind adventurer woman and her teammates stand frozen, eyes wide, minds struggling to process what they've just witnessed. At the center of the devastation, Su Jingming stands still, expression unreadable. The storm has passed, and he remains calm within its aftermath. The surrounding crowd instinctively parts, whispers spreading like wildfire. None of them even saw how he attacked. He vanished and boom. Chunlin was already down. Someone stammers. I thought the newcomer was the one in danger. Another mutters. Looks like Chunlin picked the wrong target. The woman glances at her blonde companion, still shaken. I couldn't even track his movement, she admits quietly. Her friend crouches near the shattered wall, eyes scanning the wreckage. From that impact, she says bluntly, his legs and pelvis are likely beyond saving. Even if he survives, it's over for him. The woman looks back at Su Jingming, a chill running down her spine. He's not just strong, she murmurs. He's ruthless. Definitely a student from Modu Superpower University. Her friend raises an eyebrow. How can you tell? The combat suit, she answers. It's an exclusive model from a university. Impressed, she grows thoughtful. We're still missing an attacker. Maybe we should try recruiting him. Her companion immediately protests. Did you forget our rule? No men allowed. The others burst into laughter, nudging her playfully. Oh, come on, Xiao Qian. Just admit it. You think he's cute. Flustered, Xiao Qian waves them off, her face reddening as the teasing refuses to stop. Su Jingming pays none of it any attention. He heads straight for the wilderness gate, scans his adventurer card, and a crisp confirmation tone rings out. Access granted. Without a backward glance, he steps through the massive steel doors and enters the untamed UNA wilderness. Moments later, a deep, thunderous roar rolls through the forest, shaking the air itself. Su Jingming stops, listening carefully. That sound a territorial roar. By its force alone, the beast is at least here for. Even as distant roars echo through the trees, his expression remains calm. Those creatures aren't his concern. Not today. He reviews the layout of the UNA wilderness in his mind. One half, a ruined city. The other, a dense mountain forest. The city houses weaker beasts, ideal for steady growth and efficient ability point gains. Activating his smartwatch, he projects a holographic map into the air. His gaze settles on a nearby zone marked Pingan County. The data shows mostly Tier 2 beasts, a few Tier 1 stragglers, and none above that. With 500 to 600 creatures spread across the area, it's the perfect starting ground. Pingan County, he murmurs. Let's see what you've got. A faint blue glow wraps around his body as he breaks into a sprint, his form blurring through the wilderness. Forest gives way to shattered streets and collapsed buildings, the remains of Pingan County. The moment his boots touch cracked pavement, a dark shape lunges from the shadows. A wolf-like creature with gleaming eyes and razor claws springs straight at him. Su Jingming doesn't even blink. Tier 2 Shadow Cat, he says calmly. Right on time. He raises his hand to strike, then suddenly staggers, clutching his chest. A violent surge erupts within him. Deep inside, the blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus awakens, flooding his mind with chaos and feral rage. The urge to destroy, to slaughter, claws relentlessly at his sanity. The harder he suppresses it, the more violently it thrashes. A twisted smile spreads across his face. Fine, he mutters coldly. Let's see how far this power can go. Purple lightning explodes from his body, crackling wildly across the ruins. The Shadow Cat freezes mid-leap, instinct screaming in terror. The air itself trembles beneath the weight of his unleashed bloodlust. 1 month later, a squad of 4 adventurers walks through the same deserted streets, their footsteps echoing through the eerie silence. Captain, one of them mutters, glancing around uneasily. Why is it so empty? We've been searching all day and haven't seen a single beast. The bald man with the red beard scowls. Don't ask me. A city this big should be crawling with them. Even if they migrated, there's no way every last one just vanished. Before he can finish, a thunderous growl tears through the still air. A massive tiger-like beast steps out from the shadows, twin bone blades jutting from its forearms, eyes gleaming with raw hunger. The team freezes. An arm-lay tiger. Seeing it clearly, the captain's eyes light up instead of panicking. Finally, he barks. A target. Everyone, take it down together. Weapons rise. Muscles tense. Then the sky splits open. A colossal spear of pure purple lightning crashes down from above, striking the beast head-on. The explosion is deafening. Energy surges violently through the street, debris blasting outward in every direction. When the smoke finally clears, the arm-blade tiger is gone. Nothing left but a blackened crater burned into the ground. The adventurers stand motionless, their minds blank. What was that? One whispers shakily. Some kind of laser weapon. The captain shakes his head, eyes narrowing. No, lasers don't move like that. That was lightning, an advanced lightning-type combat technique. Realization hits him like ice water. Someone has already claimed this place. That attack was a warning, he says grimly. This territory belongs to whoever fired it. We're intruding. He spins on his men. Move. Now. They scramble to retreat, fear driving their steps. Captain, that lightning spear was terrifying, someone mutters. Another nods. Pale. Now it makes sense. That's why there weren't any beasts left. They've all been wiped out. Shut up and move, the captain snaps. If that monster notices us, we'll end up exactly the same. High above the ruined streets, that very monster, Su Jingming, sits calmly on the edge of a half-collapsed high-rise. A soft chime sounds as a system notification appears beside him. Tier 2 Arm-Blade Tiger eliminated. Ability points plus 19. He exhales slowly, satisfied. His control over the Thunder Spear has improved again. Its effective range now stretches beyond a full kilometer. Calling up his status interface, Su Jingming reviews the results of the past month. More than 8,000 ability points gained. From a high-tier level 1. He has advanced to a high-tier level 2. His Thunder Indestructible body has broken through to the 3rd stage. Several A-rank techniques have reached intermediate mastery, progress most people wouldn't achieve in years. Below him, Ping'an County lies completely silent. Every trace of life has been erased. His work here is finished. It's time to head back, he murmurs, dismissing the display. I'll rest at the supply base tonight, then go deeper tomorrow. The next morning, at the supply base, a group of adventurers stare in disbelief as Su Jingming approaches the checkpoint. His backpack looks ready to burst at the seams, stuffed so full of materials, monster cores, and equipment that it almost seems alive. One adventurer blinks in disbelief. Is it just me? Or does his pack look like it's breathing? Another snorts. Maybe he hauled back an entire beast corpse. A third laughs nervously. If that's true, I don't even want to imagine what kind of monster could fill a bag like that. They watch as Su Jingming walks past without a word, completely indifferent to their murmurs. His gaze already fixed on whatever lies ahead. Out of sight, Su Jingming quietly admits to himself that buying the reinforced backpack was a wise decision. Without it, there's no way it could have handled more than 400 kilograms of beast materials. He heads straight to the adventurer's hall and stops at the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman greets him politely, asking what kind of materials he's here to sell, then gestures toward a large weighing platform. Su Jingming sets the pack down and opens it. The moment the contents are revealed, the receptionist freezes. Inside is a massive pile of pristine, high-grade beast materials. Calmly, Su Jingming tells her he's brought over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 materials and asks her to calculate their value. Still stunned, she begins inspecting them. Tiger tendons, razor-sharp claws, thick rhino horns, all perfectly preserved, all top quality. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, she apologizes and explains that it's too much for her to process alone, asking for a moment to call for assistance. Not long after, a well-dressed man arrives with 2 attendants in red dresses. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the acquisitions manager of the hall. After exchanging names, he shakes Su Jingming's hand with an impressed smile, remarking on how rare it is for someone so young to bring in a haul of this scale. He offers to have his team handle the appraisal and invites Su Jingming to sit with him while they wait. As they talk, staff members deploy hovering scanner drones, carefully cataloging and evaluating the mountain of materials. Watching the process, Zhao grows increasingly impressed. Wanting to build goodwill, he personally hands Su Jingming a platinum membership card for the supply base, granting significant discounts on future purchases, and asks him to accept it as a small gesture of respect. Su Jingming accepts with a nod and a quiet thank you. Soon, a female employee approaches with a final report. She announces the numbers: 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 materials. For a moment, the manager is speechless, privately wondering if this young man had wiped out an entire beast nest by himself. Regaining his composure, Zhao Yi presents the final valuation, just over 24.76 million credits. Smiling generously, he offers to round it up to 25 million. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation, accepting the deal with calm satisfaction. A few moments later, Su Jingming's phone vibrates softly. He glances down and sees the deposit notification. His balance has climbed past 29 million. A faint smile tugs at his lips. In the span of a single night, he's gone from an ordinary adventurer to a wealthy one. As he prepares to leave, Zhao Yi hands him a business card with an easy smile, inviting him to share tea sometime. Su Jingming accepts with a polite nod and heads out. Zhao Yi watches his retreating figure, a single thought lingering in his mind. This young man's potential is terrifyingly vast. No sooner does Su Jingming disappear from view than Zhao Yi's phone rings. He answers, and a harsh, furious voice explodes from the other end. It's Zhao Chunlin, lying in a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and confined to a wheelchair. The man rages that he's seen the one who crippled him return to the supply base. He demands Zhao Yi's help. He wants revenge. Keeping his tone calm, Zhao Yi asks if he's talking about the high-level first-tier adventurer. When Zhao Chunlin confirms, his voice grows even more venomous. He orders Zhao Yi to dispatch the Tiger Shark squad and makes Su Jingming suffer. After a brief silence, Zhao Yi agrees, but with a condition. Once this is done, their cooperation ends permanently. Teeth clenched, Zhao Chunlin accepts, swearing that after he gets his revenge, he'll leave the city for good. When the call ends, Zhao Yi leans back in his chair, a faint unease creeping into his chest. He shakes it off quickly. There's nothing to worry about, he tells himself. The Tiger Shark squad are seasoned Tier 2 elites. Dealing with a single first-tier adventurer should be effortless. Out on the lively streets of the supply base, Su Jingming suddenly sneezes. He rubs his nose and mutters to himself, wondering if someone, somewhere, is cursing his name. Manager Zhao Yi speaks animatedly into his phone, reporting to his superior about an exceptional newcomer, an ability user named Su Jingming. He explains that the beast materials this young man brought in are worth more than what a dozen full teams usually manage combined. On the other end, the chief manager of the base, Wang Chuang, pauses when he hears the name. Frowning, he quickly pulls up Su Jingming's profile. As the information fills the screen, his expression shifts from curiosity to shock. Moments later, he calls Zhao Yi back, his tone sharp and serious. He instructs him to notify him immediately the next time Su Jingming appears at the base. Zhao Yi agrees without hesitation, though confusion lingers in his mind. When the call ends, Zhao Yi sits back slowly. Only someone with an extraordinary background could make Manager Wang react like that. A quiet sense of relief settles over him. He's glad he treated Su Jingming with respect from the very beginning. At the same time, Wang Chuang studies the young man's profile in greater detail. A spark of recognition flashes through his eyes. Su Jingming, another disciple under Yang Zhentian. As he reads on, his expression grows more serious. This youth's potential doesn't just rival Lu Ming's, it surpasses it. Wang exhales slowly. A true prodigy. Someone no one in this base should ever provoke. Elsewhere, Su Jingming strolls through the bustling commercial street of the supply base. His gaze pauses on a shop displaying spatial storage rings. He steps closer, scanning the price tags, and his mood dips instantly. Even the smallest rings, barely enough to store a suitcase, cost over 10 million. Ridiculous, yet tempting. He can't help wondering how expensive one large enough to store his spear would be. The answer alone is probably enough to hurt. Before the thought can settle, his phone rings. Lu Wentao's cheerful voice comes through, asking when he plans to return to the university. Su Jingming replies casually that he'll be back in about half a month, then asks if something happened. He doesn't notice the eyes watching him from a nearby alley. Hidden in the shadows, Zhao Chunlin sits in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages. Around him stands a group of hardened mercenaries, the Tiger Shark squad. Their leader, a muscular man with a blonde buzz cut and one arm secured in a sling, narrows his eyes as he locks onto their target. That's him, he says coldly. Break his hands and legs, then drag him back to the boss. One of the female members nods, a cruel smile curling her lips. Understood. Back on the street, Su Jingming continues his call. Lu Wentao starts complaining about an arrogant new freshman stirring trouble on campus. But Su Jingming suddenly stops mid-step. His eyes flicker, multiple hostile gazes, locked onto him. Su Jingming, Lu Wentao asks from the other end. What's wrong? Su Jingming's voice remains steady. He glances over his shoulder, expression calm. Nothing. Go on. Turning smoothly, he walks into a quiet, deserted alley. His pace never changes. In the shadows ahead, the Tiger Shark squad stiffens. The squad leader raises his hand. Target has entered the zone, he says flatly. He analyze his strength. A burly man beside him scoffs. Captain, he's just an upper first tier. You're being too cautious. The captain ignores him, and gestures again. He steps forward, closing her eyes. Faint ripples of psychic energy spread outward. Then her breath catches. Her eyes snap open, wide with disbelief. This isn't possible. The captain frowns. What did you see? He's hands tremble slightly. You need to see it yourselves. She raises her hand, and in the next instant, her psychic vision floods into the minds of the entire squad. The alley dissolves. Their world shifts into a realm of blazing, overwhelming auras. Their own energies appear as faint, trembling lights. But Su Jingming's presence dominates the vision like a massive vortex of deep violet power, swirling with terrifying intensity. The entire squad freezes. That energy, it isn't just above first rank. It eclipses upper second rank entirely. The captain's face darkens as reality crashes down on him. Their intel was fatally wrong. That bastard Zhao Chunlin sent us to die. He growls, fury twisting his features. Abort the mission. Now, everyone move. The Tiger Shark squad doesn't hesitate. In the blink of an eye, they scatter, retreating from the alley in a blur of motion. Back on the main street, Su Jingming slows to a stop. Several hostile energy signatures vanish all at once. He scans the area, puzzled for half a second. Then understanding dawns. Zhao Chunlin. Su Jingming exhales softly and shakes his head. So that's what this was, he murmurs, voice calm, almost bored. Some people really never learn. His eyes harden slightly. Next time, I'll make sure he does. Meanwhile, the Tiger Shark squad storms back into the warehouse where Zhao Chunlin waits in his wheelchair. Before the merchant can even open his mouth, the squad leader strides forward and slaps him hard across the face. The impact sends Zhao Chunlin crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lip. What are you doing? Zhao Chunlin shrieks, clutching his face. The captain glares down at him, eyes blazing. You almost got us killed. Your intel was trash. Killed. Zhao Chunlin stammers. What are you talking about? The captain spits onto the floor. That man you told us to cripple isn't an upper first rank. He's high tier second rank, maybe even stronger. You sent us on a suicide mission. Zhao Chunlin's face drains of color. Impossible, he mutters weakly. He was barely stronger than me a month ago. I don't care, the captain snaps. Your revenge isn't worth our lives. The Tiger Shark squad is done. Without another word, he turns and walks out. His team follows, leaving Zhao Chunlin sprawled on the cold floor. Humiliated, shaking, and alone. Not long after, the squad leader arrives at the adventurer's hall to report to manager Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi lifts an eyebrow, surprised by how quickly they've returned. The mission is off, the captain says bluntly. Zhao Chunlin's information was completely wrong. Zhao Yi listens in silence, a chill creeping up his spine. He doesn't ask for details. He already has a sinking suspicion about who their target was. The captain continues, voice heavy. We were told the target was upper second rank. He pauses. That was wrong. Our scanner confirmed combat strength, at least third rank. We pulled out immediately. Zhao Yi slams his fist against the table, anger flashing across his face. How could Zhao Chunlin screw this up so badly? But as the words leave his mouth, unease settles deep in his chest. Something doesn't add up. His gaze sharpens. Tell me, he demands. What's the target's name? The squad leader hesitated before answering. Zhao Chunlin hadn't given them a name, only a description. A tall, muscular man, nearly 1.90 meters, wielding a long spear. The instant those words were spoken, Zhao Yi froze. All the color drained from his face as realization slammed into him like a bolt of lightning. He knew exactly who they had gone after, and the truth was terrifying. The scene cut sharply to another office, manager Wang Chuang's. With a furious roar, he slammed both hands onto his desk. Documents and books flew everywhere, crashing onto the floor. Zhao Yi thundered. Who gave you the nerve to ambush Su Jingming? Zhao Yi stood pale and shaking. He's just an upper second rank kid, he stammered. Isn't this overkill? Wang Chuang stared at him like he was looking at a complete fool. Someone like you doesn't deserve this position, he snarled. With a flick of his hand, a hovering drone activated, projecting a holographic screen into the air. Su Jingming's personal file unfolded before them. Zhao Yi's body went stiff. 18 years old, upper second rank, top scholar of Jianghan province, freshman at Modus Superpower University. And then came the final blow. Mentor, Yang Jintian. Now do you understand? Wang Chuang said coldly. A man like Yang Jintian could erase this base from existence, and the state wouldn't even dare step in. The weight of those words crushed Zhao Yi. In panic, sharp spikes burst from his back as he bowed deeply. I'll handle it immediately, sir. Moments later, guards dragged and a bloodied Zhao Chunlin. The merchant was thrown onto the floor like trash, his broken body trembling as he begged for mercy. Zhao Yi looked down at him, his voice calm, unnervingly so. A beating won't be enough, he said flatly. The one responsible must die. Zhao Chunlin's eyes widened in pure terror. You did this to yourself, Zhao Yi said coldly. There was no hesitation. One swift motion, and Zhao Chunlin's neck snapped. Silence filled the room. Wang Chuang stared at the corpse without the slightest reaction. Do you really think that's enough to satisfy Su Jingming? His voice was low, dangerous. I've ignored your under-the-table dealings for years, Zhao Yi. But this... He leaned forward, eyes sharp as blades. This mistake is unforgivable. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Everyone involved, every last member of the Tiger Shark squad, will be punished. And we'll make sure not a single rumor ever leaves this base. Zhao Yi stood frozen, horror etched across his face as the meaning of those words slowly sank in. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Adventurers' Hall. The atmosphere there was tense and formal. The base's highest officials stood in a neat line, uniforms pristine, expressions rigid. A large crowd had gathered nearby, including Shirao Qian and her team, whispering among themselves as they watched. At the front stood Manager Wang Chuang, flanked by the heads of every department. The sight alone sent murmurs rippling through the crowd. Such a lineup only appeared for guests of the highest importance. One of Shirao Qian's teammates nudged her lightly and pointed ahead. Hey, isn't it the guy from Modus Superpower University? In an instant, all eyes shifted toward the entrance. Su Jingming had just returned from running errands. He stopped in his tracks, staring at the neatly assembled management lineup with clear confusion on his face. He had no idea what was happening, or why the base's highest authorities seemed to be waiting specifically for him. A man standing at the very front stepped forward, wearing a warm, practiced smile. Welcome, Student Su, he said respectfully. I am Wang Luan, the chief manager of this base. The crowd gasped. Even Shirao Qian and her teammates were left speechless. The highest authority of the base, personally stepping forward to greet a student? It was obvious now. Su Jingming was far more important than any of them had ever imagined. Manager Wang Luan's tone remained steady and formal. We owe you an apology, he said. Regarding the earlier incident, Zhao Chunlin has already been punished. Every accomplice involved has been arrested and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. He gave a brief nod to his attendants. To demonstrate our sincerity, the base has also prepared reparations. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Wang Luan continued calmly, his words precise and respectful. We handle matters swiftly and cleanly. Please accept this as a token of our apology. An attendant stepped forward, presenting a sleek black box. Inside lay a gleaming card. The Black Gold membership card, Wang Luan explained. It grants you free lodging anywhere within base jurisdiction, along with no less than a 20% discount on all purchases. Before Su Jingming could respond, a second attendant arrived, carrying a smaller case. When it opened, a faint shimmer of spatial energy spilled into the air, a 1 cubic meter space ring. This time, even Su Jingming couldn't hide his surprise. The value of such a gift was staggering. He glanced at the ring in his hand, then back at the chief manager, finally realizing just how seriously the base was taking this apology. Su Jingming turned the space ring over in his fingers, inspecting it carefully. The craftsmanship was flawless, the energy within it pulsing faintly. After a moment, he gave a small nod. Something like this would sell for at least 50 million on the market, he said calmly, fully aware of its worth. Accepting the gift, he looked toward Manager Wang Chuang. I appreciate your sincerity, Manager. Wang Chuang smiled approvingly. As expected of Master Yang Jintian student, he said, that confidence suits you. Your senior, Lu Ming, also trained here before. You share the same fearless spirit. Just as Su Jingming prepared to leave, Wang Chuang added politely, his words carrying deeper meaning. If you ever encounter trouble within the city, don't hesitate to contact me. My influence here still carries some weight. Su Jingming understood immediately. All this respect and caution weren't truly because of him, but because of the man standing behind him. His master's name alone was enough to make entire institutions tread carefully. Later, inside the lavish room provided by his Black Gold membership, Su Jingming finally allowed himself to relax. After a full month of non-stop training, the quiet comfort of the room felt almost unreal, a rare indulgence he hadn't realized he'd been craving. Su Jingming took out the space ring once more. It was time to bind it. The process was simple in theory. Leave a spiritual imprint within the artifact, channeling his spiritual power, already far stronger than what someone at his level should possess. He completed the binding effortlessly, without even a hitch. With a single thought, he tested it. Items slipped in and out smoothly, vanishing and reappearing at his will. It couldn't store living creatures, but even so, the convenience was undeniable. Once he used something like this, going back would be unthinkable. Just as he began to relax, his communicator lit up. Caller, Yang Jintian. Master, Su Jingming greeted calmly. I just returned from the wilderness. There's something important I need to report. The moment Yang Jintian heard that mercenaries had targeted his disciple, his fury exploded through the device. They dared send assassins after you? He roared. And they think a mere space ring counts as compensation? That base should be grateful you weren't harmed. Otherwise I would have reduced it to rubble. Su Jingming waited quietly, letting his master vent until the anger finally burned itself out. After a brief pause, Yang Jintian's voice sharpened. Tell me, why did those mercenaries retreat? They realized my strength wasn't what they expected, Su Jingming replied evenly. They probably assumed I was a peak second-rank user and decided not to push their luck. Silence filled the line. Then came a stunned outburst. Already that strong, in just 1 month. A second later, the shock turned into booming laughter. Excellent, Yang Jintian said proudly. You've surpassed even my pace back then. When are you coming back? We'll celebrate your progress properly. Su Jingming smiled faintly. Before the new semester begins, I still plan to explore a few more dangerous regions first. Be careful, his master warned. I will, Su Jingming replied. The call ended, and the room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Yang Jintian was still glowing with excitement after the call. Uncle Fu, his loyal butler, couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I've seen you this happy. The dean chuckled softly, deeply impressed. Most people grew stronger after surviving life and death trials. But for his disciple, those moments acted like an outrageous boost, accelerating his growth at an absurd pace. Following his master's guidance, Su Jingming soon entered the forest mountain range, an advanced, far more dangerous region of the wilderness. The air itself trembled with the distant roars of powerful beasts. Compared to the ruined city he had cleared before, this place was overflowing with untapped resources. As he pressed forward, a sharp crunch echoed beneath his boot. In an instant, his instinct screamed. Without warning, invisible slashes of energy tore through the air toward him. Su Jingming reacted in a flash, twisting aside as the attacks ripped through the trees behind him, shredding them where he had stood only a moment earlier. From the shadows, his attacker finally revealed itself, a massive gale dreadwolf. Wind energy rippled through its thick fur, invisible currents coiling around its body as its sharp, predatory eyes locked onto Su Jingming. He studied it calmly. Most third-rank beasts possessed unique elemental traits, and judging by the pressure in the air, this one was clearly a mid-tier wind element type. A thought crossed his mind. How many ability points would it yield if he brought it down? Just as he settled into a combat stance, movement at the edge of his vision caught his attention. A group was approaching. At the center was Jiang Chu Xian, a well-known streamer, accompanied by several bodyguards and a cameraman. One of the men spotted the Dreadwolf and lit up with excitement, loudly suggesting it would make the perfect highlight fight for Miss Zhang's next video. Their leader immediately agreed, issuing orders for his men to move in and block the beast's escape. They were planning to claim it. Su Jingming frowned. Under wilderness regulations, that was strictly forbidden. The first person to encounter a beast had full rights to the kill. Before he could say anything, Jiang Chuxian spoke up. She frowned in displeasure, saying she had no interest in stealing someone else's prey just for the sake of entertainment. The team leader tried to argue, claiming it would look like a heroic rescue on stream, but she shook her head. There's no need for fake glory, she said calmly, glancing at Su Jingming. He looks more than capable of handling it himself. The leader's expression darkened, but in the end, he relented. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the team to move on in search of another beast. As they left, Su Jingming watched them go, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. For someone with that level of fame, Jiang Chuxian's sense of integrity was unexpectedly genuine. He glanced once more in the direction her group disappeared, noting how little control their leader actually had over her. With a quiet shrug, he dismissed the matter. It wasn't his concern, and turned his attention back to the hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, enraged that Su Jingming hadn't retreated, launched itself forward. The ground trembled as it charged, claws ripping through dirt and air alike. Su Jingming sidestepped smoothly, his movements light and effortless. Even so, the sheer force of the rush pushed him slightly off balance. The dread wolf snarled, furious that its prey dared to treat it so casually. In the next instant, Su Jingming steadied himself. Lightning gathered around his spear, crackling violently as arcs of electricity danced along the shaft. With a single, decisive motion, he brought it down like a bolt from the heavens. The electrified tip pierced straight through the beast's skull. The dread wolf let out one final, strangled growl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Kill confirmed. Plus 34 ability points. Su Jingming nodded in quiet satisfaction. Over 30 points from a single third-rank beast. Not bad. A faint grin touched his lips as he looked deeper into the wilderness. 10 days still remained in his expedition, and he intended to make every single one of them count. 7 days passed in a blur of relentless battles. Deep within the wilderness, Su Jingming encountered a group of massive, ape-like creatures. The moment they noticed him, a surge of lightning split the sky. He summoned his signature ranged attack, a colossal spear forged entirely from thunder. It descended from the sky like divine punishment, slamming into the ground with a deafening explosion that shook the forest to its core. Lightning surged outward in violent waves, tearing through earth and air alike. When the dust finally settled, a massive crater smoked beneath him. At its center lay the leader of the ape beasts, its body shattered, bloodied, yet somehow still clinging to life. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. So even my thunder spear couldn't kill you in one hit, he muttered. As expected of a third-rank leader. Purple lightning crackled across his body as he tightened his grip on his weapon. He had no intention of dragging this out. In the next instant, he exploded forward, like a storm given flesh. Lightning howled around him as he carved through the remaining beasts in rapid succession. One fell, then another. Their furious roars were swallowed whole by the relentless hum of thunder. By the time the last one collapsed, the forest had fallen eerily silent once more. Su Jingming stood amid the fallen bodies, his breathing calm and controlled. He pulled up his system panel, and a faint smile appeared. Over 3,000 ability points. That was enough. Enough to finally unlock the S-rank combat techniques he had been aiming for. Just as he prepared to move on, his smartwatch let out a sharp, urgent tone. A holographic projection flared to life. A distress signal. The image revealed Jiang Chu Xian, sprinting desperately through the forest. She leapt from branch to branch, her breathing ragged, panic etched clearly across her face. Behind her thundered a massive armored beast, its body heavy, plated, and unmistakably draconic. Her memory replayed in fragments. Her team scattering after encountering a terrifying fourth-rank monster. The chaos. And then, her own misfortune. She had run straight into another nightmare. A low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon. Even in her panic, one thought rang clearly in her mind. Any creature with dragon blood was deadly. As a mid-level second-rank user, she knew the truth all too well. Victory was impossible. Even swallowing a power-enhancing pill wouldn't change the outcome. Her only hope was that someone, anyone, would answer her distress signal before it was too late. The situation worsened as she burst out of the dense forest and into an open clearing. Her heart sank. Without the trees to shield her, there was nowhere left to run. The beast surged forward with terrifying speed, sealing off every possible escape route. Just as it prepared to strike, the sky split open in a blinding flash. A colossal spear of violet lightning slammed down between them, halting the creature mid-charge. From the storm of crackling energy, a figure stepped forward. Lightning danced around him as he calmly positioned himself between Jiang Chu Xian and the beast. Su Jingming. Jiang Chu Xian froze, her eyes widening in shock as she instantly recognized the one who had come to her rescue. Seeing him stand there without retreating, Jiang Chu Xian's heart dropped. She shouted at him to run, her voice trembling as she desperately warned him that the creature was a low-tier third-rank ground-digging dragon, something far beyond his ability to defeat. But Su Jingming didn't move. He drove his spear into the earth, lightning rippling outward as his gaze locked firmly onto the advancing beast. Her frustration flares. Why won't he listen? If she were going to die here alone, that would be one thing. But dragging someone else into it, someone who had stepped in to help, was something she couldn't accept. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Chu Xian suddenly darts past him, shouting for him to get away as she prepares to hold the creature back herself. The dragon lets out a thunderous bellow, the ground quaking beneath its roar as it charges straight at them. Jiang Chu Xian braces herself, and then everything changes. Behind her, an overwhelming surge of power erupts. A colossal spear of pure lightning forms above Su Jingming's hand, crackling violently as the air itself screams in protest. In the blink of an eye, he hurls it forward. The spear tears past her with a deafening sonic boom and slams directly into the charging beast's head. Purple lightning explodes outward, mingled with blood and shattered bone. When the blinding flash fades, the dragon lies completely still, its skull obliterated, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Chuxian drops to her knees. She can't speak. The monster that had driven her to despair was gone, destroyed in a single strike. Her gaze slowly lifts to Su Jingming, disbelief flooding her eyes. Only now does she realize the thunderous explosion she heard earlier in the forest must have come from him as well. How could someone labeled as merely an upper-tier second-rank user wield power like this? A faint chime sounds beside him. Kill confirmed. Plus 36 ability points. Su Jingming allows himself a small, knowing smile. As expected of something with dragon in its name, he thinks. More generous than the usual prey. Once the dust finally settles, he walks over to Jiang Chu Xian, who is still trembling slightly on the ground. Are you all right? He asks calmly. She manages a weak smile, nodding. I'm fine, just a bit unsteady. After a brief pause, she adds softly, thank you for saving me. Su Jingming waves it off. Anyone would have done the same, he says, then offers her a hand. She takes it, pulling herself to her feet. Looking at him seriously now, she speaks with quiet conviction. You saved my life. If there's anything you want, anything at all, I'll make it happen. He chuckles. I'm not looking for repayment, he says lightly. Then, as if thinking of something, he adds, "But if you could sign a photo for my roommate, that'd be more than enough." She blinks, caught completely off guard. Then she laughs softly. "I don't have one on me," she says, "but I'll bring it to you once we're back at the supply base." Her eyes drift to the weapon in his hand, and recognition flashes instantly. "That spear, is that the Dark Cloud Gale spear?" she asks. "You're from Modi University, aren't you?" Su Jingming nods. "Yeah, my master gave it to me." Her expression shifts to amazement. She explains that the Dark Cloud Gale spear is famous across the academies. Its sheer weight alone makes it unusable unless the wielder possesses terrifying physical strength. Introducing herself, she mentions she's a second-year student from the elementary academy. Su Jingming straightens slightly and greets her respectfully as a senior. She pauses, mildly surprised. The name Su Jingming doesn't ring a bell at all. For someone this powerful, it's strange she's never heard of him. Must be one of those low-profile upperclassmen, she thinks, the kind who avoid attention entirely. Su Jingming immediately picks up on her assumption. Hardly any students reach this level of strength before their third year, so it's only natural she thinks he's an upperclassman. Deciding it's not worth correcting, he simply smiles and lets the misunderstanding stand. Still clearly shaken, Jiang Chuxian can't help bringing it up again. How he managed to annihilate a high-tier third-rank beast in a single strike. Just as Su Jingming is about to take his leave, she suddenly calls out to him. She hesitates, cheeks flushing slightly, then asks if she can travel with him for a while. Her guards were scattered earlier, she explains, and there's no way she can survive alone in this part of the wilderness. Su Jingming thinks it over briefly, then nods. "All right," he says. "I'll escort you as far as the ruined city. You'll be safe there." Relief washes over her instantly, and she thanks him with obvious sincerity. As they walk, she suggests checking the beast's den for valuables. It was likely guarding something when it attacked her. Su Jingming agrees. The logic makes sense. Along the way, her curiosity gets the better of her. "So, which academy are you from?" she asks. "The Weaponry Academy," he replies. Her eyes widen. "Oh, isn't your dean Yang Zenshin? I heard he has a pretty terrifying reputation." Su Jingming answers without missing a beat. "He's my master." She freezes mid-step, her face turning bright red. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything bad. He's obviously an incredible person," she blurts out in a panic. Su Jingming hides a faint smile. "So this is the famous ice goddess from the forums," he thinks. She talks a lot more than I expected. Before long, Jiang Chuxian leads him to the beast's lair, a dark cave nestled among jagged rocks. Su Jingming raises his spear, faint lightning crackling along its shaft, and signals for her to stay behind him. She nods and follows closely as they head inside. What awaits them makes both of them stop in their tracks. Beyond the shadows lies a hidden oasis. Crystal clear turquoise water bubbles gently from a spring, surrounded by clusters of radiant flowers releasing a rich, intoxicating fragrance. Su Jingming's eyes sharpen as he recognizes several rare herbs growing among them, each one worth a fortune. Then realization hits, and his voice drops in disbelief. "This is an S-grade, Earth Spirit Spring." Jiang Chuxian nods. She explains that the spring's energy continuously nourishes its surroundings, elevating ordinary plants and a high-grade medicinal herbs over time. Su Jingming can't help but be impressed. Her explanation is precise and confident, revealing a depth of knowledge he hadn't expected. When he comments on it, she smiles proudly. "I'm actually a certified second-grade pharmacist." That revelation surprises him even more. He knows how demanding that qualification is. It seems this talkative ice goddess is far more capable than her reputation suggests. After carefully examining the site, Jiang Chuxian estimates the spring holds enough essence to produce at least 5 doses of S-grade healing liquid. Remembering that Su Jingming saved her life, she insists he take the entire treasure without hesitation. Su Jingming refuses outright. Instead, he proposes a more reasonable arrangement. He'll take 4 portions of the spring water, and they'll split the remaining herbs evenly. To Jiang Chuxian, it feels more than fair. In fact, it feels generous. She agrees without the slightest hesitation. Just as they begin dividing the spoils, footsteps echo from the cave entrance. Her bodyguard have arrived. One of them snorts dismissively, scoffing that there's no way a place this remote could hide anything valuable. The team leader cuts him off sharply, pointing at the deep claw marks carved into the cave walls. This isn't just any den. It belongs to a third-rank ground-digging dragon. And where there's a dragon nest, there's treasure. When they step inside, they freeze. Jiang Chuxian and Su Jingming are already there. Her heart skips a beat. Panic flashes through her mind. If these elite third-rank users realize what this place truly is, things could turn ugly in an instant. The leader greets her casually, saying they've been searching everywhere for her. Then his gaze shifts to Su Jingming, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Thinking fast, Jiang Chuxian introduces Su Jingming as an upperclassman she happened to encounter. She gestures toward the herbs and suggests they all share. After all, the quality is exceptional. The leader smirks and nods, appearing agreeable. But then one of his men leans in and whispers something into his ear. The spring, the man murmurs. It's the legendary S-grade, Earth Spirit Spring. Everything changes. The atmosphere inside the cave turns suffocating as greed ignites in their eyes. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian both feel the shift instantly, the thin veil of politeness shattering. The leader's smile twists into something cruel. You're not being very honest, he sneers. Sensing the danger, Jiang Chuxian makes a snap decision. She offers to give up everything. Grabbing Su Jingming's arm, she tries to pull him back, whispering urgently that all of them are peak third-rank users. There's no chance of winning. But Su Jingming doesn't move. His voice is calm. Cold. I don't think I'm weaker than they are, he says. And even if we hand everything over, they won't let us leave alive. Her heart sinks. She knows he's right. The leader lets out a low, dark laugh. You got guts, kid, he says. And you're not wrong. In this world, only the ruthless survive. Jiang Chuxian is famous. If she escapes, she could expose everything online and destroy them. The conclusion comes easily. Kill them both. Seal the secret in this cave forever. Refusing to become deadweight, Jiang Chuxian makes her choice. She pulls out a crimson bloodburst pill and swallows it without hesitation. The effect is instant. Her A-rank ice ability explodes out of control, a violent surge of freezing power flooding the cave. Biting cold sweeps across the ground as frost races outward, locking the bodyguard's feet in solid ice. The team leader remains eerily calm. With chilling precision, he issues his orders. His finger points towards Su Jingming as he sneers, assigning one man, Zhou Cheng, to deal with him. Take care of her lover first, he says mockingly. The remaining men spread out at once, sealing off the cave entrance and cutting off every possible escape route. Then the leader turns toward Jiang Chuxian, and his body begins to change. Muscles swell, bones shift, thick fur burst across his skin as his C-rank beast ability activates in full. In seconds, he transforms into a towering saber-toothed tiger, massive fangs gleaming under the cave's dim light. He bears them in a savage grin. Your life ends here. His men burst into ugly laughter, hurling filthy jokes as they suggest recording the scene before killing her. Their voices echo through the cave, warped with cruelty, exposing just how twisted they truly are. Jiang Chuxian's heart sinks. These aren't people. They're monsters wearing human faces. Despair washes over her. She can't accept dying in a place like this. Her only regret is dragging Su Jingming into her nightmare. She turns to warn him, and her breath catches. In the blink of an eye, everything reverses. The tiger-like leader suddenly freezes, every instinct screaming danger. Before anyone can even react, Su Jingming vanishes from sight. Then, he reappears behind Zhou Cheng. A dull, sickening sound echoes as the spear has already pierced straight through the man's chest. Zhou Cheng collapses lifelessly to the ground. Su Jingming stands over the body, his gaze cold and merciless. Even a third-rank fighter, he says flatly, isn't much of a challenge. The leader's expression hardens. He can't understand it. One of his strongest men, killed effortlessly. In that instant, realization slams into him. He's made a fatal mistake. With a furious roar, the tiger leader lunges forward, swinging his massive axe as he unleashes a thunderous tiger roar slash. The weapon cleaves through the air with overwhelming force. But Su Jingming moves like lightning, literally. His body dissolves into streaks of violet energy, dodging the attack with ease. Even as he moves, his mind works calmly, analyzing his opponent. The leader's raw strength surpasses his own. Dragging this out would be suicide. The tiger leader and his men stare in disbelief as the air around Su Jingming begins to crackle. His expression hardens. Then, with a low, rumbling growl, he releases his true power. Thunder Extreme Mode. A violent eruption of purple lightning explodes from his body, ripping his shirt apart and revealing a lean, newly honed physique. The cave trembles violently. Sparks dance across his skin as overwhelming energy floods the space, announcing the true beginning of the battle. Jiang Chuxian can only stare. Her mind goes blank, caught between awe and terror. The power radiating from Su Jingming warps the air itself. His presence no longer feels human. Even the tiger-like leader falters, eyes locked on the dark energy swirling wildly around him. What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming's form has completely changed. His eyes blaze an icy blue, pupils narrowing into sharp, beast-like slits. Two curved, demonic horns emerge from his head, completing a terrifying, otherworldly transformation. Power surges through him in relentless waves, and a faint smile curls across his lips. He's enjoying this. The tiger leader grits his teeth, forcing the fear back down. A trick, he scoffs. Just another flashy transformation. Convincing himself it's all for show, he charges forward, ready to crush the boy in front of him. But Su Jingming moves first. A feral grin flashes across his face as he launches himself straight at the tiger head-on. Their collision shakes the entire cave. The leader plants his feet and activates his defensive skill, Lying Tiger Stone, a hardened layer of armor forming over his body. He's confident, certain that no lower-ranked opponent can break through it. He's wrong. Su Jingming's spear, crackling with violent lightning, collides with the tiger's weapon in a blinding burst of violet light. Thunder explodes through the cavern as lightning gale rips forward. The so-called indestructible armor shatters like fragile glass. The Tiger Man is hurled backward, smashing into the rock wall with a bone-crunching impact. His beast form flickers, collapses, and he crashes to the ground in human shape, unmoving. Su Jingming stands amid drifting smoke and sparks, glancing down at him calmly. My body's strength is 3, maybe 4 times greater now, he murmurs. Your beast hide never had a chance. But it isn't over. Another bodyguard charges in, hands blazing with crimson flames. Flame Claw, he roars, swinging with everything he has. Su Jingming doesn't even blink. Lightning surges outward from his body, slamming into the attack head-on. The flames are erased instantly, snuffed out by raw electricity. The man staggers back, horror etched across his face. Impossible, that's a B-rank skill. Su Jingming steps forward, eyes cold and merciless. Not bad, he says evenly. You're a true peak 3rd tier. But this ends here. The man's courage shatters. He drops to his knees, voice breaking as he begs. Please, take the Earth Spirit Spring. Take everything I have. Just let me live. Su Jingming's expression doesn't change. Too late, he says flatly. Lightning flashes once more. Then silence. From the side, Jiang Chuxian can barely process what she's witnessed. The elite squad she hired, fighters whose captain was said to be unbeatable, had been wiped out in mere minutes. Who is he? She wonders, her thoughts spiraling. No one at our university, no one I've ever heard of, has power like this. Could he be S-rank? As the echoes of the last strike fade, Su Jingming slowly turns his gaze toward the remaining bodyguards. The faint purple lightning flickering in his eyes tells them everything. They're next. In his awakened state, the savage instincts of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood surge through him once more. His voice is cold, commanding, absolute. He tells them it's their turn to experience despair. The 2 men freeze, terror paralyzing their bodies as they whisper to each other that he isn't human, that he's a monster. Su Jingming lets out a sharp laugh. Monsters, he says calmly. Compared to you murderers, I'm practically a saint. Realizing escape is impossible. Their leader screams for everyone to swallow their blood-burst pills. One by one, they obey, bodies trembling as desperation consumes them. What follows is a storm of violence, swift, merciless, and absolute. When the dust finally settles, the cave falls silent. Su Jingming stands alone among the fallen. The lightning fades, the horns vanish, his transformation recedes, and his body returns to normal, leaving only stillness in its wake. His upper body is bare, streaked with wounds, his breath coming unevenly as he leans back against the cold rock wall. He's completely spent. The violent power of Thunder Extreme mode still pulses faintly through his veins, but so does its price. 10 minutes in that state had drained him more than hours of continuous combat ever could. Su Jingming exhales slowly, acknowledging it in silence. Power like that was never meant to be used freely. Just then, hurried footsteps rush toward him. Su Jingming. Jiang Chuxian calls out, her voice tight with worry. Are you okay? He manages a faint smile and lifts a hand dismissively. I'll survive, he says. Let's take what we came for before we rest. At the edge of the crystal-clear spring, Jiang Chuxian peers down and lets out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness, she murmurs. The fight didn't damage it. The water's still pure. Working carefully together, they collect the glowing Earth Spirit Spring water, filling several glass bottles until they end up with more than expected. Su Jingming hands her 1.5 bottles. Take these, he says. You earned them. Her eyes widen. Really? She asks, then beams. Thank you, Su Jingming. But before she can say anything more, her expression twists in pain. She staggers forward and collapses straight into him. Her body trembles violently as realization hits. The bloodburst pill. Its backlash has finally arrived. The crushing side effects overwhelm her all at once. A sharp cry escapes Jiang Chuxian as her strength vanishes, and she slumps fully against Su Jingming. Startled, he catches her before she hits the ground, steadying her as her face turns deathly pale. She lies weakly against him, barely conscious. She tries to circulate her energy. Nothing responds. Her limbs feel unbearably heavy, her body refusing to obey. Even reaching for her space ring proves impossible. She doesn't have the strength to retrieve even a piece of clothing. Embarrassment burns through her. This is humiliating. You must think I'm completely useless. Su Jingming studies her quietly for a moment, then speaks in a calm, steady tone. The backlash is worse than I expected. You need rest. I'll take you somewhere safe. Before she can protest, he bends down and lifts her into his arms. The sudden motion makes her heart skip violently. Her thoughts scatter, heat rushing to her face. Is it because this is the first time I've ever been held like this? She wonders, flustered beyond words. Su Jingming carries her through the forest until they reach a quiet, grassy clearing untouched by battle. He lowers her gently onto the ground. Rest here, he says. I'll gather the remaining herbs. Before turning away, he removes his black shirt and hands it to her. Use this to cover yourself. She hesitates, then takes it, clutching the fabric tightly. He's actually very kind, she realizes, her thoughts spinning. While she slowly recovers, Su Jingming moves back toward the fallen bodyguards, checking their belongings one by one. From one of them, he retrieves a space ring and scans its contents. His brows knit slightly. Cash, beast materials, a few herbs, he mutters. And a C-grade combat technique. He exhales softly, unimpressed. Not much for an elite squad. Holding both rings in his hand, Su Jingming turns them over thoughtfully, musing that he should really merge them into a single, larger one. Carrying a long spear everywhere had become more trouble than it was worth. From behind him, Jiang Chuxian's weak voice drifts over. Su Jingming, the Earth Spirit spring water should help me recover. Could I have a little? He walks back without a word and hands her a small vial. She drinks it at once, not wasting a drop. Almost immediately, color returns to her pale face. She exhales softly, shoulders relaxing as warmth spreads through her body and her strength slowly comes back. I can feel it working already, she says in wonder. Still, I'll need another 3 or 4 hours before I'm fully recovered. This spring water is incredible. The way it suppresses the pill's backlash, it's practically a miracle. Su Jingming glances at the sky, where the light is already beginning to fade, then nods. By then, it'll be night. It's safer if we stay in the cave. The suggestion hits her without warning. Her thoughts instantly spiral at the idea of spending the night alone with him in such a place. Heat rushes to her cheeks, staining them red. When he turns and asks calmly, "What do you think?" She struggles to even look at him. I'll do as you say. She replies softly, her voice hesitant and shy. By the next morning, sunlight filters through the canopy, spilling golden light across the forest floor. Jiang Chuxian stretches and takes a deep breath, feeling completely refreshed. The air here is wonderful, she says with a light laugh. If it weren't for the beasts, I could stay here for a month. Her gaze shifts towards Su Jingming, and memories of the previous night resurface. She quietly scolds herself for letting her thoughts run wild. He had been composed the entire time, proper and restrained. He's not that kind of man after all, she tells herself, though a faint, inexplicable sense of disappointment settles in her chest. Before she can dwell on it, Su Jingming speaks, breaking the calm. We should head out. I'll escort you to the edge of the forest. She blinks, then nods with relief. All right. They move swiftly through the woods, their steps light and practiced. Su Jingming takes the lead, eyes sharp as he scans their surroundings. Suddenly, he stops and extends an arm in front of her. A thunderous roar erupts overhead. A massive beast wreathed in flames streaks through the air, its blazing mane lighting up the forest. It crashes down in the distance and continues fleeing without looking back. Jiang Chuxian gasps. A fifth-tier blazing tiger. They slip behind a tree, watching as it vanishes into the distance. Su Jingming's brow furrows. It didn't even notice us. Jiang Chuxian narrows her eyes, studying its frantic movements. No, look closely. It's running for its life. Something is chasing it. Before he can respond, the ground begins to quake. Gray shapes pour through the forest like a living tide. Hundreds, then thousands. Red eyes gleaming, iron fangs flashing as they surge forward. Her face turns deathly pale. Iron-toothed rats, she whispers. They're only first-tier beasts, but in numbers like this, even a 6th-tier expert wouldn't survive. Now understanding why even a 5th-tier blazing tiger had fled in terror, panic floods Jiang Chuxian's chest. We need to leave now. Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. He grabs her hand and sprints in the opposite direction as the endless tide of rats pours after them, the forest erupting in shrill screeches and snapping fangs. As they race through the dense trees, his mind works rapidly. The swarm's endurance is monstrous. There's no way to outrun them for long. The supply base is still nearly 90 kilometers away. At this pace, it's hopeless. His long spear drags at his movement. Jaw tightening, he growls, "I'll have to abandon the spear." "No need." Jiang Chuxian shouts over the chaos. "My space ring can store it." She reaches out, and in the blink of an eye, the heavy weapon vanishes into her ring. The weight disappears instantly. Su Jingming surges forward, faster now, but still not enough. He glances at her and speaks without slowing. "Holding hands is slowing us down. I'll carry you. Her steps falter for a heartbeat. Before she can protest, he lifts her onto his back and explodes forward, speed climbing sharply. Trees blur past until the forest suddenly opens up. They burst into the ruins of a once thriving city. For a split second, hope flares, then dies. Ahead, an enormous swarm of rats is already there, devouring the corpse of a massive beast. The way forward is completely sealed. Su Jingming's expression darkens. So tell me this. The rat tide has swallowed everything. With nowhere left to run, he stops. Thunder rumbles as violet lightning erupts around his body, dark horns twisting from his head as demonic energy surges outward. He grips Jiang Chuxian firmly. Hold tight. Then he charges. He crashes into the sea of rats like a living catastrophe. Every strike detonates with lightning, electricity ripping through dozens at a time. Bodies explode, screams vanish, and ability points flood in with every kill as he tears a violent path through the swarm, refusing to slow. Far away, inside a military command post, Manager Wang Chuang stares grimly at the incoming reports. The numbers are catastrophic. Over 300,000 rats. Enough to devastate the entire ecosystem. A subordinate points at the map, markers blinking everywhere. There are too many ability users trapped. Most of them won't escape. Wang Chuang clenches his fists. His thoughts drift to Su Jingming. Without Yang Jintian's protection, the boy shouldn't survive this. Then a soldier shouts, "Sir, we got something, look." On the surveillance feed, a massive sphere of purple lightning is tearing across the terrain at terrifying speed. Wang Chuang's eyes snap sharp. Prepare for combat, now. Moments later, the data flashes. Speed confirmed, 80 meters per second. The troops open fire, but every round ricochets harmlessly off the glowing energy barrier. And then, Su Jingming bursts through the storm, still wrapped in demonic lightning. With Jiang Chuxian held securely in his arms, he vaults over the barricade in a single leap and lands inside the outpost, thunder still crackling around him. The lightning recedes, peeling away the demonic aura, and leaving Su Jingming human once more, shirtless, utterly drained, but alive. Silence grips the outpost. The soldiers can only stare. One mutters that he'd sworn the energy signature belonged to a thunder beast, not a man. Another whispers about the crushing pressure of that aura. A third squints at the girl beside him and murmurs that she looks strangely familiar. Su Jingming breathes heavily, then turns to Jiang Chuxian, reassuring her that they've reached the supply base, that they're safe now. Relief floods her expression. She clings to his arm, murmuring her thanks, her voice trembling as the tension finally releases. Moments later, Manager Wang Chuang hurries over, recognition flashing across his face. Su Jingming. Shock and admiration mix in his voice as he asks how he can help after such an escape. Su Jingming, still exhausted from the 40-minute sprint through the mountains, gives a tired answer. He just wants a room to rest. Inside, Wang Chuang is reeling. The young man's survival borders on the unbelievable. He quickly runs the numbers in his head. Over 90 kilometers, chased by a rat tide of that scale. Even a 4th-tier ability user would be hard-pressed to survive such a distance. The feat leaves him stunned. Still, he moves fast, offering to arrange a room immediately. Before he can take another step, Jiang Chuxian moves forward, insisting she'll personally look after him. As she supports the exhausted Su Jingming toward the living quarters, whispers ripple through the nearby soldiers. Some recognize her at once, the famed goddess Jiang. Envy seeps into their voices. A few mutter bitter jokes about how lucky that kid is. Others grumble that their goddess has been stolen right in front of them. 2 days and 2 nights pass. Su Jingming finally stirs, waking on a soft, clean bed. Sunlight spills gently through the curtains. Sitting beside him is Jiang Chuxian, smiling brightly. Relief fills her eyes as she greets him, telling him he's been unconscious for quite a while. She adds that she was just about to give him some Earth Spirit spring water to help speed up his recovery. Still groggy, he's startled by how much time has passed and asks about the situation outside. Jiang Chuxian explains that the rat tide still hasn't retreated. The entire area remains under strict lockdown. Once it finally passes, she says, the wilderness will likely be left nearly empty, stripped clean of beasts. With nothing more he can do here, Su Jingming decides it's time to return to the university, especially with the new semester approaching. Jiang Chuxian immediately says she's heading back as well and suggests they travel together. He agrees without hesitation. As they settle their plans, Jiang Chuxian suddenly pauses, remembering something. With a playful smile, she pulls out an envelope and hands it to him. Inside is the autographed picture she promised. When Su Jingming opens it, his eyes widen. Instead of an ordinary photo, it's her, posing boldly in revealing lingerie, far more daring than anything he'd been prepared for. Caught completely off guard by the provocative photo, Su Jingming's face turns bright red in an instant. He stammers awkwardly, hurriedly explaining that he only asked for the picture on behalf of a friend, not for himself. and gently adds that this one might be a little excessive. Clearing his throat, he asks if she has something more normal instead. Jiang Chuxian freezes. Her eyes widen as the truth hits her all at once. She'd misunderstood him entirely. Inside, she curses herself for jumping to conclusions, heat rushing to her cheeks as embarrassment sets in. Trying to recover, she awkwardly offers to replace it and shyly asks for the photo back. But before she can take it, Su Jingming glances down at the picture again, hesitating. After a brief pause, he murmurs, almost too quietly to hear, asking if he could maybe keep it for himself. The words catch her completely by surprise. For a second, she just stares at him. Then a slow, delighted smile spreads across her face. Of course, she says softly. Flustered and eager to change the subject, Su Jingming clears his throat and mentions that he should probably arrange a train ticket, considering he's been unconscious for 2 whole days. Jiang Chuxian laughs and waves it off, telling him not to bother. She brought her own car and can give him a ride back. Not long after, the two of them are speeding down the highway in a sleek yellow convertible. The engine purrs smoothly as the wind rushes past. Su Jingming looks around in quiet amazement, commenting that only a famous influencer like her could own such a rare, limited edition model. He admits it's his first time riding in a self-driving car. Jiang Chuxian chuckles lightly, saying it's surprisingly easy to handle. Soon, the familiar campus of Modus Superpower University comes into view. Their arrival doesn't go unnoticed. Students whisper as they pass, admiring Su Jingming's striking presence, though many sigh when they spot the stunning woman beside him, immediately assuming she must be his girlfriend. As they walk through the grounds, Su Jingming quietly reflects on how much has changed in just a month and a half since he left. Jiang Chuxian asks where his dorm is, and he tells her he's in District 3. She smiles, saying she lives in District 2, so this is where they'll part. Before leaving, she looks at him and says warmly, "If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." He nods, genuinely grateful. Just as he's about to say goodbye, Jiang Chuxian suddenly steps forward. Without any warning, she leans in and plants a quick kiss on his cheek. Su Jingming freezes on the spot, completely stunned. With a playful smile, she tells him it's a small thank you for saving her life, then turns, waves, and walks away. Su Jingming stands there for a long moment, fingers brushing his cheek as the realization finally sinks in. He was just kissed, completely out of nowhere. Later that evening, inside her spacious and lavish dorm room, Jiang Chuxian lies sprawled across her bed, staring at the ceiling in thought. Someone as capable as Su Jingming couldn't possibly be a nobody. There was no way a man with that kind of strength came out of nowhere. The more she thinks about it, the more curious she becomes. With a small huff, she flips open her laptop and starts digging. As she scrolls, she mutters about how the entire campus has been buzzing lately, all thanks to the new batch of freshmen. Names, rumors, rankings, everything blurs together until one profile catches her eye. Su Jingming. She clicks and freezes. Her eyes widen as she reads the file again, and then a third time, just to be sure. Freshman. Upper second tier ability user. Combat record that makes even senior students look mediocre. You've got to be kidding me. The realization hits her hard. All this time, she'd been calling him senior. She lets out an exasperated sigh and collapses back onto the bed. That guy's a complete fraud, she mutters, then pauses as a slow, dangerous smirk curls across her lips. Fine then. If that's how it is, next time we meet, my junior brother is definitely paying for this. Elsewhere, back in his dorm, Su Jingming sits quietly at his desk, reviewing the results of his trip. The mission was a success. 2 space rings secured. Over 25 million credited to his account. By any standard, it had been more than worthwhile. Still, a faint sense of regret lingers. If the rat tide hadn't cut everything short, he could have farmed far more ability points. He opens his system panel, eyes scanning the familiar numbers. Upper second tier user. S-rank ability. 3,712 ability points. A subtle satisfaction settles in his chest. That was more than enough to begin seriously working on high-level S-rank combat techniques. The door suddenly slams open. "You're finally back," Lu Wentao shouts as he rushes in. "You could have at least sent a message. Do you have any idea how worried I was when I heard about the rat tide?" Su Jingming looks up calmly. "Yeah, ran into it. The military's handling things now." Before he can say anything else, Lu Wentao stiffens. His expression shifts as he stares at Su Jingming, eyes narrowing. He can feel it. Something's different. "Wait," he says slowly. "You broke through to second tier?" Su Jingming shakes his head. "Upper second tier." For a moment, Lu Wentao just stares. Then his jaw drops. Su Jingming gives a small shrug. "Had a few close calls. Got lucky." "Lucky?" Lu Wentao whistles. "You're seriously built different. Maybe I should throw myself into a life-or-death fight too. Might toughen me up." "Don't," Su Jingming says flatly. "My situation was special. The wilderness isn't forgiving. Especially not for you." Lu Wentao laughs, awkwardly. Yeah, I'll stay alive. Then his expression shifts again as he snaps his fingers. Oh right. Songchu came by a few times looking for you. You should probably give her a call. I will, Su Jingming replies, reaching into his bag. But first, this is for you. He hands over a small envelope. Lu Wintao opens it with a puzzled look, pulling out the contents. Oh, what's this? He asks, confused. Su Jingming only smiles faintly. It takes a second. Then realization hits. Goddess Jiang. Lu Wintao practically screams, clutching the autograph photo to his chest like a priceless relic. His eyes light up as he jumps around the room in pure excitement, completely forgetting Su Jingming exists. Su Jingming leans back in his chair, watching silently. Mission truly accomplished. Meanwhile, Su Jingming has already returned to Manhwa University, his steps carrying him straight toward the Battle Technique Library. As he walks through the vast, solemn hall, his thoughts drift to the past few days. For completed missions, 871 credits earned. For such a short stretch of time, that was an impressive haul. Credits were notoriously difficult to accumulate, and this had been one of the fastest ways to build a solid foundation. He takes a seat at one of the desks and activates the library's AI system. Eva, he says calmly, display all S-rank lightning combat techniques. Holographic panels instantly bloom into the air around him, rows of glowing text and rotating diagrams filling his vision. Technique named Scroll pass his eyes. Thundermark, an execution-style strike that scorches enemies from the inside out. Thunder Prison, a terrifying electric cage designed to leave targets with no escape. Every entry radiates overwhelming destructive power. Yet the longer he scrolls, the deeper his frown becomes. For a top-tier academy like Manhwa University, the number of S-rank lightning techniques barely reaches beyond 20. Still, these are the stepping stones for greater heights. Choosing poorly now would cost him dearly later. After careful consideration, 2 techniques stand out. Heavenly Thunder Art, a wide-range skill capable of summoning natural lightning from the heavens themselves. In Thunder Armor, a defensive technique that wraps the body in pure electrical force. One for destruction, one for protection, perfectly balanced. Su Jingming leans back slightly, a confident smile tugging at his lips. For most students, mastering even one of these techniques would take months of grinding and immense resources. But he isn't most students. With his system backing him, there's no reason to choose. As he studies Heavenly Thunder Art more closely, something catches his attention. It isn't just powerful, it's a prerequisite, a foundation for an even greater skill. The Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide, an SSS rank technique said to grant control over true heavenly lightning. That settles it. He opens the manual and begins reading in earnest. Almost immediately, he realizes how demanding it is. The formulas are dense. The lightning circulation diagrams far more complex than even his thunder indestructible body technique. His expression grows serious as he dissects every line, every symbol. Sweat beads on his brow as his focus sharpens. This is harder than the doctoral research papers from his previous life. 6 exhausting hours later, Su Jingming finally leans back, utterly drained. He's only grasped the surface of the technique, but it's enough. He exhales softly and closes the manual. That's enough studying, he mutters. Time to let Deep Blue do the heavy lifting. His fist clenches. Deep Blue, he commands firmly. Investability points to master Heavenly Thunder Art. In an instant, the air explodes with sound. Purple lightning erupts from his body, crackling violently and flooding the library with blinding flashes. Then just as suddenly it ends. The lightning fades. Silence returns. Su Jingming stands there, breathing heavily. The mastery transfer is complete. But when he checks his system panel, his expression tightens. One technique, at the most basic level. Cost, 1,600 ability points. All that effort, Su Jingming mutters, shaking his head. And it's barely enough for 2 skills. Eva's holographic figure drifts into view beside him. Her tone calm, as she reminds him that it's already past 1 in the morning. She advises him to manage his time more efficiently, and politely warns him against activating combat abilities inside the library. Su Jingming coughs lightly, nodding in agreement. With the hour so late, he decides there's no point starting another demanding technique tonight. He'll come back another day. Elsewhere on campus, under the pale glow of moonlight, a young man jogs past a lone figure running steadily along the path. The girl is Songchu. Her breathing is controlled, her steps unwavering. As she runs, her thoughts drift to the past month of training, night after night of relentless effort. She never thought she had this kind of discipline in her, but she does now, because when Su Jingming returns, she plans to challenge him directly. She wants to prove, once and for all, who the true top freshman is. Her focus suddenly breaks. Something moves across the moonlit sky. Songchu slows, then looks up. A massive bird glides silently overhead, wings stretched wide against the full moon. Red eyes gleam coldly as it circles. Her expression sharpens immediately. A white-ringed black feather eagle, a nightmare-class predator in urban environments, fast, silent, and lethal. Judging from its aura, it's at least 3rd tier, far beyond what most students could handle on their own. Before she can react, crack, she freezes. There aren't any clouds, yet thunder rolls through the night. Then the sky explodes. A colossal sphere of violet lightning tears across the darkness, roaring through the air before slamming straight into the eagle. The beast doesn't even have time to screech. In a blinding flash, it disintegrates, feathers and blood scattering into nothingness. Song Chu stands there, stunned, staring at the fading afterimage burned into the night sky. That wasn't normal. The power behind that strike was terrifying, far beyond anything a student should be capable of. Following the trajectory, she realizes it came from within the campus. A senior, maybe, or a mentor? Unbeknownst to her, the truth lies elsewhere. Deep within a secluded grove, Su Jingming stands alone. The last strands of purple lightning coil lazily around his body before fading into the air. He looks toward the distant sky, observing the aftermath of his strike. A faint, satisfied smile crosses his face. That was only a test, and the result is clear. The heavenly thunder art is overwhelming. In the quiet woods, a familiar digital chime rings out in Su Jingming's mind. Target eliminated. Mid-tier 3rd rank white-ringed black feather eagle. Reward, 34 ability points. His brows lift slightly. The destructive range alone is astonishing. Nearly a full kilometer. The raw output of the heavenly thunder art surpasses even his expectations. Satisfied, he turns to leave. He doesn't notice the presence hidden deeper among the trees. A mysterious young man stands silently in the shadows, eyes locked on his Su Jingming's retreating figure. Interest flickers across his face as he watches the freshman who just unleashed power far beyond his rank. A quiet thought forms in his mind. So this is the one everyone's been whispering about. As dawn breaks over Madu University, Su Jingming quietly gets ready to head out. Across the room, "You're leaving already?" Lu Wentao mutters. "Where to this early?" "The Battle Technique Library," Su Jingming replies as he adjusts his gear. "I want to prepare properly for the freshman competition." Lu Wentao watches him leave, shaking his head in disbelief. To him, it's almost inhuman, coming back alive from the wilderness and immediately throwing himself back into training. After a moment of thought, he exhales and sits up. Fine. If Ming's working this hard, he can't fall behind either. After breakfast, he decides he'll start training too. Su Jingming hasn't gone far when a familiar voice calls out behind him. Su Jingming. He turns to see Song Chu jogging toward him. Relief clear on her face now that she's sure he's back safe. She doesn't waste any time. "You promised we'd spar," she says firmly. He raises an eyebrow. "You sure about that?" Song Chu plants her hands on her hips, chin lifted confidently. "Don't underestimate me. I was the top scorer in my entire province." He studies her for a moment, then nods. "All right, later." Before he can finish, she grabs his hand. "No later. Now, training room, your dorm." He lets out a short laugh as she drags him along, amused by her forceful attitude. Typical, he thinks. Someone from Sichuan would be this direct. Still, a small question lingers in his mind. Why the rush? What he doesn't know is that Song Chu is burning with anticipation. She's already broken into the 2nd tier, and she wants to see the exact moment that realization hits his face. By the time they reach the training room, Lu Wentao and Cheong Xia trail in behind them, curiosity written all over their expressions. Su Jingming takes his place, spear in hand, calm and composed. Song Chu stretches her shoulders and rolls her neck, then flashes him a confident smirk. "Try not to lose too badly," she says. Su Jingming's response is effortless. "Without a weapon, you can't beat me." Her smile widens. "Who said I don't have one?" She raises her hand. A brilliant flash erupts as her space ring activates, and in the next instant, a massive halberd materializes in her grip. The weapon is intricately carved, its blade gleaming as she catches it smoothly. Su Jingming blinks, genuinely surprised. "A Fengyan Huaji? That's rare, especially for someone her age." Song Chu grips the halberd tightly, eyes burning with confidence. "I'm beating you today." He nods, expression steady. From the sidelines, Lu Wentao grins and whispers to Cheong Xia that Brother Ming has already won. Cheong Xia chuckles softly, clearly enjoying the tension. As the match begins, Su Jingming's focus sharpens. He feels the energy radiating from Song Chu and instantly understands. Lower 2nd tier, so that's where her confidence comes from. A faint smile touches his lips. Impressive, but still not enough. Then, deep violet lightning erupts from Su Jingming's body, crackling violently as power surges outward. The air trembles, a shockwave rippling across the room as he calmly speaks. "I haven't been idle either." The pressure crashes down like a storm. From the side, Cheong Xia's eyes widen in disbelief. "That's impossible," she breathes. "There's no way he's only upper 2nd tier." Off to the side, Lu Wentao grins smugly and nudges his companion. "Told you, your friend was never going to keep up." Song Chu stiffens. In that instant, she knows her plan has completely fallen apart. How is he advancing this fast? The thought gnaws at her. We were equals not long ago. Violet lightning coils lazily around Su Jingming as he glances at her. Still want to continue? He asks, his tone calm and unhurried. Flustered, yet unwilling to retreat, she clenches her jaw and nods. Fine, she mutters. But don't go too far. He chuckles softly, clearly amused by her warning. Relax. I'll let you move first. Come whenever you're ready. Her fingers tighten around the halberd. You'll regret that, she shouts, activating her A-rank skill. Su Jingming narrows his eyes slightly. Natural type energy, similar in nature to lightning. His interest sharpens. Let's see what you've got. Song Chu charges, her halberd blazing as if set aflame by dawn itself. Su Jingming notes it instantly. Weapon enhancement. That's new. Their weapons collide. Sparks explode as spear and halberd clash, thunder and light erupting together in a violent burst. With a single smooth motion, Su Jingming deflects her strike, overwhelming force crashing straight through her offense. She stumbles back several steps, eyes wide with disbelief. Su Jingming lowers his spear just slightly. Good technique, he says evenly, but there isn't enough power behind it. From the sidelines, Lu Wentao whistles. That was clean. She went all out, and he blocked it like it was nothing. I'm not finished, Song Chu shouts. She launches herself forward again, unleashing a relentless barrage. Her halberd blurs, trails of light streaking through the air as strike after strike rains down, fast, sharp, furious. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He meets every blow with precise, effortless counters, his spear moving like an extension of his body. Too slow, he remarks calmly. Not enough strength. You still need more refinement. Her assault drains her rapidly. The light around her flickers as her breathing grows ragged. At last, she halts, shoulders rising and falling heavily. He countered my full technique, she murmurs, stunned. Over 100 strikes, and he didn't even use a skill. Leaning on her halberd, she looks up at him. Your spear technique? It's beyond advanced, isn't it? He nods once. Master level. Her eyes widen in shock. I've trained since I was 8, and I've barely reached advanced. She exhales sharply, half laughing, half defeated. You're a monster. She turns away, lowering her weapon. I concede. With an S-rank ability and talent like that, there's no way I can surpass you. Su Jingming tilts his head slightly, not interested in seeing my other techniques. She shakes her head without hesitation. There's no point. Against someone like you, none of mine would matter. After a brief pause, Song Chu looks back at him and smiles. Lunch is on me. Consider it thanks. He answers immediately. Sure. Great, she says. Noon. With that, she turns and leaves alongside Xiongxia, who glances back and remarks lightly. Looks like he really is stronger after all. Once they're gone, Lu Wentao walks up, grinning ear to ear, and flashes Su Jingming a thumbs up. That was clean. No doubt about it. You're the strongest among us. Su Jingming shakes his head lightly. She's not weak, he says honestly. Her progress is actually incredible. Lu Wentao laughs. That's only because your strength has completely warped your standards. Then he lowers his voice and leans closer. You probably don't know this, but Song Chu isn't just any freshman. She's the great-granddaughter of Song Duan, the S-rank grandmaster from the history archives. The word stops Su Jingming in his tracks. Song Duan, he repeats quietly. The grandmaster from 80 years ago. An entire chapter flashes through his mind. Battle records, strategic breakthroughs, legends carved into textbooks. Lu nods. That's the one. Her family's based in Sichuan, and she's the old master's most cherished descendant. With that background, it's no surprise she's advancing so fast, or that she can afford top-grade equipment. Everything clicks into place. The talent, the confidence, the resources. Su Jingming straightens, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. I need to get back to training, he says, already turning away. Back inside the quiet battle technique library, he throws himself fully into cultivation. Time slips by unnoticed. Hours later, success finally comes. His second S-rank skill activates. Thunder Armor. Purple lightning floods over his body, condensing into a shimmering layer of crackling energy. He tests it with controlled force and immediately feels the result. Impact reduced by 90%, with an automatic counterstrike woven into the defense. Perfect, he murmurs, genuinely impressed. For hours later, he checks his system panel. Only around 700 ability points remain after unlocking both S-rank techniques. I'll need to head back into the wilderness soon, he notes quietly. I can't let my points run dry. With his preparations complete, his focus shifts naturally to the next major goal, the freshman competition. When September 1st arrives, Su Jingming heads toward the Grand Arena with his group. As they walk, his gaze drifts to their equipment. Those are some unusual weapon choices, he remarks. Xiongxia lifts her massive mechanical claws and grins. A unique weapon gives me an edge. I'm aiming for the top 50. Song Chu smirks beside her. I'm going for second place. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow. Giving up on challenging me already? She nods calmly, a faint smile on her lips. You're too far ahead. There's no point forcing it. Lu Wentao chimes in. There's someone else you should watch out for. Li Chengxi, Qinghai Academy's top scorer. He's already broken into the second tier too. Song Chu's eyes light up instantly. Now that's someone worth testing myself against. Before the conversation can continue, Xiong Xiao points ahead. We're here. They look up. The competition grounds loom before them. Vast, towering, almost overwhelming in scale. The sheer size draws quiet gasps from the group. High above, in the stands, Jiang Chu Xian sits beside Tong Chi. Tong Chi glances over, surprised. Didn't expect you to be interested in a freshman competition. Jiang Chu Xian smiles faintly. I'm not here for the event, she replies. I'm here for someone. Tong Chi blinks. A boy. Jiang Chu Xian's smile deepens, eyes shifting toward the entrance below. You'll see, she says softly. He just arrived. Down on the arena floor, Su Jingming steps in with his group. The enormous stage stretches endlessly before them, its presence heavy and imposing. The freshman competition has begun. Lu Wentao lets out a low whistle. This place is insane. Why would the school build something this huge? Su Jingming scans the arena without much reaction. My instructor mentioned the format, he says calmly. It's a 100-person battle royale. A smaller field wouldn't be enough. Lu's eyes widen. 100 people at once? That's crazy. While the others stare around in awe, Su Jingming feels something very different stir inside him. A large-scale battle, he murmurs, anticipation thick in his voice. Now this is going to be interesting. As the freshmen spread out across the arena floor, Lu Wenta tilts his head back, his eyes going wide at the sight above. The spectator stands are packed. He points upward, lowering his voice in disbelief as he whispers about how many important figures have shown up today. Both presidents of the strongest clubs on campus are present, the Ashflame Society and the Starfall Society. Even among ability users, those names carry serious weight. Lu Wenta clicks his tongue and says there's no way they came just to watch an opening ceremony. There's only one reason they'd bother appearing in person. They came for Su Jingming. The words catch Su Jingming off guard. He blinks and asks if superpower universities even have clubs like that. Lu Wenta nods immediately, explaining that these aren't ordinary student groups. They're elite combat teams made up of powerful ability users. Members venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts, receive top-tier training resources every month, and for the most outstanding among them, there's even a direct route into major guilds after graduation. Then Lu Wenta lowers his voice further, his tone turning uneasy. Su Jingming Sr., Lu Ming, is the vice president of the Ashflame Society. By all accounts, he should be sitting in those stands today, yet his seat is empty. Su Jingming's expression slowly darkens. He lowers his gaze, thoughts churning. Ever since he returned, he hasn't been able to contact either his senior or his master. All he knows is that they went to the southwest. The silence that followed has been eating at him, a quiet pressure settling deep in his chest. High above the arena, inside a private viewing box, a subordinate finishes his report in a respectful, subdued tone. He mentions the tense situation unfolding in the southwest and thanks the president for personally returning, adding that recruitment could have easily been handled by others. The silver-haired man, listening, doesn't even turn around. This is Wei He, president of the Ash Flame Society. He dismisses the suggestion without hesitation, stating flatly that he didn't come back for routine affairs. His goal is singular. Recruit Su Jingming, no matter the cost. As his gaze sweeps across the stands, it suddenly pauses. He spots a familiar figure. His eyes narrow slightly as a question forms in his mind. Why is Wu Yuan of the Starfall Society here too? Not far away, Wu Yuan stands with his arms folded, looking down at the arena with a calm, self-assured smirk. There's no mistaking it. They're targeting the same person. Before that silent tension can thicken any further, the sky above suddenly changes. Light surges overhead as a massive, glowing magic circle takes shape, washing the entire arena in a radiant glow. A low wave of murmurs rolls through the crowd as the signal marking the start of the competition echoes across the space. From the heart of the circle, an enormous balcony begins to descend, floating smoothly toward the arena floor. Gasps ripple through the stands. Some spectators whisper in disbelief, saying that only a top-tier space-time ability user could pull off something on this scale. A portal of golden light blossoms open on the balcony, and a lone figure steps through. An elegant woman with long brown hair emerges, her presence calm, yet crushing. The moment she appears, the arena falls into complete silence, every gaze locked onto her, as if pulled by an invisible force. Louis Wentao stiffens the instant he gets a clear look at the woman on the floating platform. His voice drops as he hurriedly tells the others who she is. The vice principal who oversees the battle technique library. Su Jingming can't hide his shock. She looks far too young for someone holding such authority. Louis Wintao snorts quietly and explains that powerful ability users age far more slowly than ordinary people. By his estimate, she's at least 40, standing high above the arena. The woman finally speaks. Her voice carries effortlessly, reaching every corner without the slightest strain. She introduces herself as Ling Shuang, one of Moda Superpower University's 3 vice principals and the person responsible for the battle technique library. Since the principal is currently away, she says she will be overseeing the opening ceremony. With calm authority, she welcomes the new generation to Moda Superpower University. She wastes no time moving on to the numbers. This year's freshman class consists of 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. As she breaks down the ability rankings, the crowd listens intently. 56 students with A rank abilities, 832 with B rank, and 135 with C and D rank powers. Then, almost as an afterthought, she adds that among them is a single, extremely rare S rank Awakens student. That one sentence sends a ripple through the arena. Su Jingming and his friends exchange sharp, startled looks, their focus snapping instantly to full alert. Ling Shuang continues without pausing, explaining that to accelerate student growth, the university distributes resources each year according to a 5-tier evaluation system, ranging from D to S. She states plainly that the upcoming freshman competition will determine each student's rating and their treatment for the entire first year. Quiet whispers spread through the ranks as the weight of Moda University's ruthless competitiveness sinks in. Then her expression hardens. A faint yet terrifying dark aura rolls out from her body as she scoffs at the murmurs about fairness. Her voice turns cold as she asks when she ever said Moda Superpower University was a fair place. With eyes like tempered steel, she declares that the university exists to forge top-tier powerhouses, and that the birth of the strong has always been built on brutal competition. Her words crash down on the freshmen like a hammer, leaving the entire arena frozen in stunned silence. Su Jingming, however, doesn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, a confident smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. To him, this only proves one thing. Choosing Moda was absolutely the right decision. Ling Shuang advises the students not to conceal their strength. The more power they display, the more resources the university will be willing to invest in them. She then moves on to the rules of the competition. The first stage will be a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will track and record how many opponents each student defeats. There will be 10 rounds in total, and from each round, only the top 5 will advance. With a casual wave of her hand, a massive screen ignites in midair, revealing the rewards. First place will receive a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place will be awarded A-grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a hefty sum of credits. As the prizes glow overhead, the air among the freshmen grows heavy. Excitement tightens into hunger, and the urge to fight burns clearly in their eyes. The sheer value of the rewards leaves many of the students staring in disbelief. Before the excitement can erupt completely, Ling Shuang calmly adds one final condition. The competition results will also determine each student's permission level within the university, ranging from C rank up to A rank. She makes it clear that the extremely rare S rank permission is handled separately and cannot be obtained through this competition alone. With her task complete, she hands the stage over to another dean and vanishes in a flash of golden light, leaving behind a buzzing, stunned arena. Stepping forward next is Sun Qing Snow, Dean of the Elemental Academy. She faces the crowd and formally announces the official star of the freshman competition. As a final incentive, she reminds everyone that outstanding performers may catch the attention of instructors and be taken in as personal disciples. At those words, the murmurs swell. For many students, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. Sun Qing Snow explains that the first stage will consist of 10 battle rounds. The AI, Ava, immediately begins randomly selecting participants for the opening match. As the names appear, Su Jingming's group, dressed in matching combat suits, spots a familiar name on the list. Li Qingji, the top scorer from Qinghai Province, has been placed in the first round. From the arena floor, Li Qingji lifts his gaze toward the stands and flashes a provocative smirk in their direction. Qianjia points it out, while Songchu snorts in irritation, calling him unbearably arrogant. Off to the side, Louis Wentao's lips curl into a mischievous grin as a single thought crosses his mind. Li Qingji has just made a very serious mistake. The 100 selected students soon assemble on the arena floor. Sun Qing Snow reassures them that they don't need to fear death, explaining that Ava will automatically deploy a protective shield if anyone's life is in danger. She also reminds them that a full medical team is standing by. With a sharp countdown from 3, the signal is given. The arena explodes into chaos the instant the signal is given. Attacks erupt in every direction as the battle royale begins in earnest. In the stands, many spectators quickly lock onto a single figure, a swordsman cutting through the battlefield with terrifying efficiency. They can tell at a glance that his aura has already broken into the second tier. It doesn't take long for whispers to spread. It's Li Qingji, the top scorer from Shanghai. On the battlefield, Li Qingji moves as if he's hacking through tall grass. His blade flashes again and again, sending opponents flying one after another. A sneer never leaves his face as he fights, openly mocking those he defeats and calling them weak. The first round ends far faster than anyone expected. An AI drone announces the results in its emotionless voice. Li Qingji has claimed first place, having defeated 36 opponents by himself. As he steps off the arena floor, Li Qingji turns his gaze straight towards Su Jingming. A clear challenge burns in his eyes as he openly wonders whether Su Jingming can surpass his record. Watching this, Louis Wentao breaks out in a cold sweat. He shakes his head and mutters that the guy is hopeless, saying he's never seen anyone so determined to sprint headfirst toward disaster. Up in the spectator stands, a member of the Starfall Society leans closer to their president, pointing out Li Qingji's breakthrough and asking if they should adjust their plans and make him their primary target. Wu Yuan doesn't hesitate for even a second. He calmly shuts the idea down, stating that their number one target has always been Su Jingming. When his subordinate asks if he has inside information, Wu Yuan replies evenly that it isn't a secret, just something he's seen with his own eyes. Not long after, Eva's voice echoes throughout the arena, announcing the start of the second round and calling the selected students forward. The moment the list appears, Louis Wentao and Seu Chu light up with excitement. Su Jingming's name is right there. They cheer loudly, urging him to show Li Qingji what real power looks like. Su Jingming simply nods, responding with calm indifference, as if this is nothing worth making a fuss over. The moment he steps onto the arena floor, the atmosphere changes. A chill crawls down the spines of the other contestants. Several curse their luck under their breath, immediately abandoning any hopes of taking first place. Instead, they turn their attention to fighting over the remaining 4 spots. Su Jingming stands there, relaxed and confident, thinking that they're far too naive if they believe keeping their distance will keep them safe. From the VIP section, several deans observe him closely. One of them asks Dean Sunqing if Su Jingming is the new disciple taken in by Dean Sunqing Snow. She confirms it and adds that he's the S-rank Awakens student. The dean nods, commenting on the impressive aura rolling off Su Jingming's body. But the instant Su Jingming lets more of his power leak out, another dean reacts so violently that he spits out his drink, shouting in disbelief. He can't accept it. Su Jingming has already stepped into the second tier, and he was only awakened a month ago. The realization hits him like a hammer. Around him, the other deans are just as shaken, openly marveling at Su Jingming's terrifying growth rate. Off to the side, the countdown begins. The instant the match starts, Su Jingming erupts into motion. A massive vortex of purple lightning explodes from his body. At the very center of the chaos, Su Jingming spins his spear at blinding speed, a predatory grin spreading across his lips. Deep down, he admits it freely. Slaughtering beasts has its own thrill, but fighting humans is far more satisfying. Su Jingming's display of power sends shockwaves rippling across the arena. A brutal surge of energy crashes outward, forcing the remaining contestants to stagger back. One student goes pale as the pressure slams into him, instantly recognizing the truth. This aura belongs to a second-tier ability user. Standing calmly within the raging storm of purple lightning, Su Jingming confirms their worst fears without saying a word. Shouts erupt across the arena as students cry out in disbelief, unable to accept that a freshman has already reached the second tier. Despair spreads quickly among the competitors. Complaints spill out as they curse the unfairness of being forced to face someone an entire tier above them. In the spectator stands, Wu Yuan of the Starfall Society watches without the slightest change in expression. His subordinate leans closer, asking quietly if he already knew about Su Jingming's true strength. Wu Yuan answers evenly that he did, and that Su Jingming's potential has now reached a level no one can ignore. Elsewhere in the stands, Jiang Chuxian breaks into a smile, suddenly realizing she's been calling her junior a senior all this time. Amused, she silently vows to settle that score later. Not far away, Li Qingji grits his teeth, frustration burning in his chest. He had planned to ride Su Jingming's fame to elevate his own reputation. Now that plan is in ruins. Being placed in a different round feels like a cruel joke. He curses his luck, struggling to figure out what move he can make next. Back on the arena floor, one student reacts quickly. He shouts that Su Jingming is far too strong to face alone and urges everyone to join forces and eliminate him first. The suggestion spreads instantly. No one hesitates. They all understand this is their only chance. Within the lightning storm, Su Jingming senses something off. There's an unnatural pull in the man's words. His eyes narrow as realization strikes. The speaker is a spiritual type ability user. A young man with purple hair steps forward, revealing himself as Shirley Liao. He releases his A-rank psychic ability, his voice carrying an invisible force as it sweeps through the arena, uniting the scattered students under his command. He tells them that if they follow his instructions, they have a rare chance to bring down an S-rank awakened. Fueled by his words, the surrounding students quickly rally around him, their hesitation replaced by desperate resolve. Inside the VIP box, the deans exchange quiet remarks. Wu notes that Shi Liao has successfully unified the freshmen, while Sun recognizes him as a disciple of Dean Long Ku. The head of the Tactics Academy wears a faint, satisfied smile, though even he knows the truth. The unity forming below isn't born from Shi Liao's leadership, but from fear of Su Jingming's overwhelming strength. Even so, Sun's brows knit together slightly. She mutters that Su Jingming may actually be in danger. After all, it would be an absurd joke if an S-rank awakened were eliminated in the very first round. Down on the arena floor, Su Jingming watches calmly as his opponents converge. Shi Liao sneers at him, mocking that he's already lost his chance to strike first. He scoffs and asks how Su Jingming plans to deal with more than 100 enemies at once. Instead of feeling pressured, Su Jingming lets out a soft chuckle. A confident smirk curves across his face as he asks, almost casually, why Shi Liao is so sure he's the one at a disadvantage. Power surges at his command. Lightning screams into existence, condensing rapidly until a spear of pure violet energy forms in his grasp. The instant Shi Liao sees it, his expression tightens. He snaps out orders, sending his newly formed army into motion. Close combat fighters rush to the front, while ranged attackers and support units spread out behind them. With a once-in-a-lifetime chance to take down an S-rank awakened, the students surge forward together. Battle cries echo through the arena as they keep their distance and press the assault. Shi Liao raises his hand, slamming down a thick rock barrier in front of him. He sneers, telling Su Jingming to worry about surviving the tide of bodies before even dreaming of reaching him. Su Jingming doesn't even blink. To him, numbers are meaningless. Calmly, almost lazily, he makes his move. The massive lightning spear leaves his hand, not aimed at the charging students, but straight towards Xiang's defensive wall. The impact is immediate and catastrophic. The rock barrier shatters like fragile glass, exploding apart under the violent strike. A storm of purple energy erupts outward, a brutal shockwave ripping across the arena and blasting the nearest attackers off their feet. The lightning doesn't fade. It crawls and surges along the ground, crackling with unstable power. Caught within the blast zone, Xiang and the others stare in pure horror, screaming that the energy is about to detonate, that they're all going to die. Then it happens. The arena is swallowed by a colossal explosion. Purple light roars skyward as an enormous section of the battlefield is obliterated. The stands fall deathly silent. One stunned student mutters that he just witnessed a mushroom cloud. Others panic, wondering if Shi Liao and his entire group were erased in that single strike. Before the chaos can spiral out of control, the university's safety system activates. An AI drone descends, its voice echoing clearly as it announces that a life-threatening impact has triggered the defense grid. Several students are instantly sealed inside shimmering protective bubbles. The verdict follows at once. Every single one of them has been eliminated by Su Jingming. Safe, but disqualified. Inside his barrier, Xiang clenches his fist, his entire body trembling with frustration. He curses himself for failing to defeat even one opponent, realizing too late that he was knocked out of the competition simply because he chose to challenge Su Jingming. Nearby, one of the instigators, also eliminated, screams hoarsely, desperately urging the remaining students to keep attacking. Driven by Xiang's command, a female student steps forward. Her voice is hard with resolve as she declares that she'll take Su Jingming down even if it costs her everything. The survivors answer her call. Their eyes burn red as they launch a final, desperate assault from all directions at once. At the center of it all, Su Jingming doesn't move. Dozens of weapons descend toward him, but he isn't overwhelmed. He isn't pressured. Instead, a calm, almost sinister smile curves across his face as he prepares to welcome their charge. From the sidelines, Shi Liao watches with quiet confidence. Even if everyone else is eliminated, he thinks it will be a worthy sacrifice if it brings Su Jingming down. That confidence lasts exactly one heartbeat, before his expression collapses into pure shock at what happens next. Su Jingming answers their desperation with effortless contempt. He doesn't rush. He doesn't strain. He simply spins his spear once. That single motion gives birth to a roaring vortex of purple lightning, a violent spiral that tears outward and swats every attacker away, like leaves caught in a storm. Bodies are hurled across the arena. Attacks are crushed before they can even reach him. When it's over, Su Jingming exhales softly, looking almost bored. Xiang stares in disbelief. His mind reels as he struggles to understand how such a simple release of power erased every elemental attack at once. Is this what true S-rank strength looks like? The realization crushes him. He drops to his knees, utterly defeated, bitterly admitting that even with their numbers, they were nothing more than ants beneath Su Jingming's feet. The arena erupts. Spectators shout in shock and awe, marveling at the terrifying dominance of Su Jingming's lightning. They note how every other element proved completely useless against it. A student who also wields lightning watches in confusion, unable to comprehend why Su Jingming's thunder feels like it exists on an entirely different level. In the stands, Jiang Chuxian cheers loudly, declaring that she knew her senior would be just fine. Beside her, Sanuka lets out a knowing smirk, thinking how foolish it was for the students to believe such a simple plan could ever bring Su Jingming down. In the VIP section, the deans quietly analyze the battle. Dean Long Siyu remarks that Su Jingming's mastery of the Thunder Spear must already be at an advanced stage. Another dean adds that the throw produced a sonic boom, clear proof of terrifying speed and an exceptionally powerful physique. Dean Sunqing remained silent, a thoughtful expression on her face, wishing Dean Sunqing Snow were present to explain how such an extraordinary disciple was forged. Back on the arena floor, the few remaining students are rooted in place. Fear grips them as the truth sinks in. There's no way to break through Su Jingming's defense. Completely demoralized, one of them mutters that their only option might be to run. Catching their hesitation, Su Jingming turns toward them, a confident smirk cutting across his face. Purple lightning coils around his body as he mockingly asks if they're too scared to attack. If that's the case, he adds lightly, then he'll come to them instead. He launches forward. The ground detonates beneath his feet as he becomes a blur of pure energy, closing the distance in an instant. He moves like a phantom, tearing through the students and striking them down at blinding speed. Panic erupts. Someone screams about how fast he is. Another desperately shouts for a defensive formation, while someone else yells that they need to stay together. They listen. The remaining fighters huddle tightly, a shield bearer forcing his way to the front as they brace for impact. Watching their hastily assembled defense, Su Jingming's smirk only widens. For the first time, a thought crosses his mind. This might finally be getting a little interesting. He slips into their ranks like a living storm. Lightning and steel blur together as he rips their formation apart. Every movement is precise, almost casual. As he strikes, he speaks, calm, cutting merciless. He tells one student their angle is wrong. Another is too slow. A third simply lacks strength. Each judgment lands at the same moment as his spear, leaving no room for rebuttal. Seconds later, it's over. The arena floor is littered with fallen bodies, every remaining contestant defeated. Su Jingming stands alone at the center, looming over the last student to fall, his gaze cold and utterly indifferent. The defeated students lie scattered across the battlefield, their spirits completely shattered. One groans that Su Jingming didn't just defeat them effortlessly, he even had the nerve to call them weak. Another curses his own luck, bitterly lamenting that out of everyone, he had to be thrown into the same group as that monster. High above, Eva descends into view and announces the end of the round. Su Jingming casually rests his spear across his shoulder, a relaxed confidence on his face, as the drone officially declares him the sole qualifier. After confirming that he defeated 102 opponents, Eva begins listing the remaining qualifiers, then abruptly stops. Dean Sun steps forward, explaining that since only Su Jingming advanced, the remaining candidates will have to compete in an additional round to determine the other 4 spots. The moment she finishes speaking, the stands erupt into excited chatter. A female student exclaims that it was a complete crushing victory, admitting it's the first time she's ever seen a round where only one person advanced. Her friend nods eagerly, predicting that the university's major clubs will probably end up fighting each other just to recruit Su Jingming. The deans are no less shaken. Dean Long Ku remarks that in more than 40 years of holding this competition, the previous elimination record was 87, set by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match. Compared to that, Su Jingming's performance borders on absurd. They agree that this new record may never be broken. Dean Long Ku then wonders aloud how Dean's son, Qing Snow, managed to train Su Jingming's spearmanship all the way to a master level. Dean Sunqing can only stare in disbelief, admitting that Su Jingming must possess an extraordinary affinity for weapons. She sighs and says she originally wanted him for the Elemental Academy, but now realizes there's no need. A faint smile forms as she thinks that with a student like him, there's no reason to worry about the upcoming 3-school freshman research trip. Back on the arena floor, SEU and Song Chi hurry over to congratulate him. Louis Wentao points toward Li Chengji, laughing as he says the guy's face turned completely purple the moment Su Jingming eliminated Xiang. He jokes that Li Chengji could probably teach a class on face changing. Su Jingming glances in his rival's direction, thinking that Li Chengji is nothing more than a paper tiger who bullies the weak. Though the man's arrogance irritates him, he decides this isn't the place to deal with it. Instead, he quietly resolves to issue a formal challenge during the second stage of the competition. Turning back to his friends, Su Jingming pats Louis Wentao on the shoulder and tells them it's their turn next. Advancing to the top 50, he says calmly, "Shouldn't be difficult." Louis Wentao grins wide, clearly agreeing. Su Jingming bumps fists with Song Xiuyun. She grins back, saying that even if she can't beat him, she'll prove she's the strongest freshman right after him. The competition continues without pause. In the third round, Lu Wentao fights his way to fourth place, taking down 9 opponents through sheer grit and persistence. By the sixth round, Qin steps onto the field, her claws flashing as she tears through 12 contestants to secure third place. Then comes round 8, and with it, Song Xiuyun. She strides onto the arena floor, carrying her massive halberd, and declares with absolute confidence that her time has finally arrived. Her presence alone stirs the crowd. Many students recognize her instantly as the top scorer from Sichuan province, murmurs spreading as eyes linger on her striking appearance and rare weapon. One overly excited fan even shouts that she's the school's new goddess. The match begins, and Song Xiuyun doesn't hesitate for a second. She activates her E-rank ability, Light of Dawn. She moves with breathtaking grace, every strike clean and decisive as contestants fall one after another. Gasps ripple through the arena as students slowly realize what they're witnessing. Another second-tier ability user. One student mutters in relief that she's only a low-level second tier, nothing like Su Jingming. His friend cuts in coldly, saying that distinction doesn't matter at all. From the stands, Wu Yuan, the president of the Starfall Society, watches with open interest. Clearly impressed, he turns to his subordinate and tells him to mark Song Xiuyun as their second recruitment target. Back in the arena, Song Xiuyun presses forward without mercy, activating Dawn Light's second dance. Her body becomes a spinning blur of gold as her glowing halberd tears through multiple opponents in rapid succession. Drawing her power inward, she follows up with a heavier technique, Light Flame Gravity Slash. She leaps high into the air, then crashes down in a devastating thrust. One of the remaining students screams about the unbearable weight before collapsing instantly. With the final opponent defeated, Song Xiuyun stands alone. The AI drone announces the result. First place, 45 eliminations. As her halberd dissolves in a shimmering light, she turns toward the stands and waves cheerfully at Su Jingming. Moments later, she jogs over, grinning as she teasingly asks what he thought. Su Jingming praises her without hesitation, saying her fusion of magic and close combat was incredible, and admits he's looking forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage officially begins. Floating platforms rise high above the arena, assembling into a new battlefield for a free challenge round. Each student is granted 3 chances to challenge someone ranked above them, though only those within the top 50 are valid targets. Now it's Su Jingming's turn. He briefly considers challenging the second place, Sachuku, then calmly dismisses the idea. Instead, he tells the AI drone that he is issuing a challenge to the third-ranked student, Li Qingji. The moment the words leave his mouth, the arena erupts. Li Qingji freezes, then explodes with rage, pointing furiously at Su Jingming and demanding to know why the top-ranked student would dare challenge him. Su Jingming answers without the slightest emotion, reminding everyone that the rules never stated he had to challenge someone ranked higher. Then his gaze sharpens, his voice turning cold as he asks whether Li Qingji truly believed he could provoke him and walk away without consequences. Confusion spreads through the crowd until a nearby student explains the source of it all. Earlier, Li Qingji had openly made a throat-cutting gesture towards Su Jingming. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The AI Eva assigns them an arena, and still burning with fury, Li Qingji accepts without hesitation. He wants to see the true power of an S-rank awakened with his own eyes. On the floating platform, the two face each other as the AI begins the countdown. The instant the battle starts, Li Qingji unleashes everything he has. His body swells, muscles bulging as red fur bursts across his skin. His face reshapes into that of a lion, and the system announces his A-rank ability, Berserk Blood Lion King. He throws his head back and lets out a thunderous roar, red aura surging violently around his body as he charges forward, shouting that Su Jingming forced him into this. Purple lightning crackles in Su Jingming's eyes as he looks back with icy disdain. He answers flatly that no one forced anything, and that this disaster is nothing more than the result of Li Qingji's own arrogance. In the very next instant, lightning flashes. Su Jingming vanishes from sight, moving faster than the eye can follow, then reappears high above his opponent with his spear raised to strike. The Lion Man spins around in shock, sneering at the thought of a lightning-type user daring to face him head-on. He swings his massive sword and unleashes Wild Lion Slash. Their weapons collide in a blinding explosion of power. The impact completely overwhelms Li Qingji, sending him flying backward through the air. As he struggles to regain his balance, disbelief floods his eyes. Even after transforming, even with his body reinforced to the second tier, Su Jingming's raw physical strength is still overwhelmingly greater. Su Jingming gives him no chance to recover. He surges forward and unleashes a relentless storm of purple cloud divine lightning. Crackling energy coils tightly around Li Chengji's transformed body as he roars in unbearable agony. The audience watches in stunned horror. They realize that if even a second-tier enhancement-type user can't endure the pain, then it must be beyond imagination. One trembling student points out the most terrifying detail of all. Su Jingming is deliberately controlling the output, torturing his opponent without delivering a killing blow, carefully preventing the AI from stepping into the match. A single truth becomes painfully clear to everyone watching. It is better to provoke anyone else than Su Jingming. After a few more unbearable moments, Li Chengji finally collapses. The AI drone's voice echoes through the arena, officially declaring Su Jingming the victor. Su Jingming stands there in silence, looking down at him with cold indifference. On the ground, Li Chengji pants heavily, his mind still spinning. He mutters to himself in disbelief, unable to accept that he's alive when he was certain death was only seconds away. His eyes follow Su Jingming as he turns and walks off the platform. Only when that terrifying figure disappears does Li Chengji finally dare to release a shaky sigh of relief. That relief lasts only a heartbeat. A sharp presence steps forward. Song raises her halberd and points it toward him, her voice calm and unwavering as she informs Eva that she, too, wishes to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The words strike him like another crushing blow. A fresh wave of terror floods his battered body as despair sinks deep into his bones. His nightmare isn't over yet. The fight ends before most people can even blink. Li Chengji, already battered and barely holding together, is blasted back. His transformed body finally reaches its limit, unable to endure any more punishment. Her halberd slams into the arena floor with a heavy, echoing thud, and Sechik straightens with a confident smile just as the AI drone announces her victory. Moments later, the medical team rushes in, lifting the unconscious Li Chengji onto a stretcher and carrying him away, his fate for the day decisively sealed. Sechik wastes no time and walks straight up to Su Jingming, pride shining in her eyes. With a wide grin, she asks if he saw how badly she crushed their rival. Su Jingming responds calmly, acknowledging her strength without exaggeration or flattery. The two exchange a firm fist bump, a simple gesture, yet one that clearly marks the growing bond between them. Their interaction doesn't go unnoticed. Nearby, a group of male students watch with faces full of despair. One mutters bitterly that the freshman class's goddess has already been taken. Another complains that Su Jingming moves far too fast, pointing out that the school year hasn't even officially begun. His friend hurriedly shuts him up, whispering that he doesn't want to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun steps forward and formally declares the freshman competition over. A massive holographic screen lights up behind her, displaying the final rankings for all to see. Su Jingming stands firmly in first place. Sechik claims second, while Lai Chung settles in third. Lui Wentao's name also appears on the list, securing the 39th rank. With the competition concluded, the students are instructed to log into the academy website and select their respective academies. Afterward, Sechik asks Su Jingming which class he's been assigned to. He shows her his phone, revealing that he's been placed in the weaponry academy. She laughs and tells him she's joining the elemental academy. Watching them from the side, Chi Dongjia nudges Lui Wentao, pointing out how close the two already seem. Lui Wentao chuckles and jokes that if she's calling him Jingming today, she'll be calling him darling by tomorrow. Dean Long Ke then makes one final announcement, officially bringing the ceremony to a close. She reminds the standout performers that they'll receive messages from their exclusive mentors later that evening. In the VIP stands, the deans quietly discuss the results, agreeing that this year's freshmen are exceptionally strong. One dean specifically points to Su Jingming, predicting that within a year or two, he'll dominate the entire student body. They all agree that before long, the student clubs will be fighting desperately just to recruit him. As the crowd begins to disperse, Lui Wentao suggests that everyone go out to eat together to celebrate, bringing the long and brutal day to a well-earned close. Chi Dongxia immediately agrees, grinning mischievously as she teases that since Su Jingming is the newcomer king, and a rich man with a space ring, he should obviously be the one treating everyone. Su Jingming laughs and accepts without hesitation. Lui Wentao cheers loudly, praising Brother Ming's generosity as the group happily heads off campus together. Their celebration doesn't last long. Two young men suddenly step into their path, blocking the way forward. The one in front calls out to student Su, causing Su Jingming to pause mid-step, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He doesn't recognize this person at all. The stranger smiles confidently and introduces himself as Wu Yuan, president of the Starfall Society, making it clear he's here for one reason: to invite Su Jingming to join their club. Wu Yuan doesn't bother with small talk. As the Academy's only S-rank student, Su Jingming deserves sincerity. If he joins the Starfall Society, He'll immediately be appointed vice president, receive 100 credits every semester, and gain access to B-rank cultivation resources. A ripple of suppressed shock spreads through the surrounding students. One can't hide his envy, muttering that ordinary members have to pay fees and work themselves to exhaustion just to stay in good standing. Another whispers that Starfall is a top-tier society, and becoming vice president is practically a guaranteed ticket into an elite guild after graduation. Before Su Jingming can even respond, another voice cuts in sharply. Wei Yi, president of the Ashflame Society, steps forward with a mocking smile, asking Wu Yuan whether offering only a vice presidency isn't a little stingy. Then, with practiced confidence, he lays out his own offer. If Su Jingming joins Ashflame, he'll immediately be named president in training. Wei Yi promises that once Su Jingming graduates, the full presidency will be handed to him, along with even greater benefits. The crowd is stunned all over again. Everyone knows Ashflame has been throwing absurd amounts of resources into recruitment, sparing no expense. Wu Yuan remains calm, openly admitting he can't match such terms. His society's affiliated guild, he explains, has strict rules when it comes to appointing presidents. Caught between two powerful invitations, Su Jingming falls silent. He considers carefully, then speaks honestly, saying he needs time and will give his answer in a few days. Inwardly, memories from his past life surface. Back then, he had served as student council president, a role that devoured his time and energy. This time, he decides caution is wiser. Both Wu Yuan and Wei Yi accept his answer without complaint. They hand him their contact cards, telling him to reach out once he's made up his mind. Before leaving, they turn to Su Jingming's companions as well, extending invitations to them and saying they'd be welcome in either society. As the two presidents finally walk away, Su Jingming lets out a quiet breath and tells his friends it's time to go. He already knows, however, that it won't be that simple. Just as he expects, they're instantly surrounded. Recruiters surge in from every direction, voices overlapping as each club throws out tempting promises. One boasts about having countless beautiful female members. Another swears their society offers the brightest future prospects. A third loudly claims overwhelming financial backing. It takes real effort, but after pushing and weaving through the chaos, they finally manage to break free from the crowd. The group finally regathers, looking worn out but visibly relieved. Su Jingming lets out a long breath and declares that now, at last, they can go eat. Just as they turn to leave, his gaze catches a pair of sleek, stylish boots approaching. He looks up and freezes. A beautiful woman with long, silvery white hair walks toward him, a playful smile curving her lips as she calls him her junior. It's Jiang Chuxian. Caught completely off guard, Su Jingming stammers out a greeting, clearly surprised to see her here. Beside him, Songqian narrows her eyes slightly and asks who this woman is. Su Jingming quickly explains that Jiang Chuxian is the senior he met out in the wilderness. Jiang Chuxian then introduces herself properly, mentioning that she's a second-year student from the Elemental Academy. Louis Wentao freezes on the spot, utterly starstruck, barely managing to stammer, "Goddess Jiang." He can hardly believe that the famously cold ice goddess is smiling right in front of him. Song Xiuyan follows up with a polite introduction of her own, stating that she's Su Jingming's classmate. As Jiang Chuxian looks at her more closely, she's caught off guard. Song Xiuyan's beauty and unique charm hit her unexpectedly, stirring a strange urge to get closer. The feeling flusters her, and she grumbles inwardly in mock annoyance, deciding that Song Xiuyan must be a dangerous girl if she can charm people so effortlessly. At that moment, Su Jingming asks Jiang Chuxian if she'd like to join them for dinner. She accepts immediately, smiling without the slightest hesitation. The group heads to a nearby restaurant and finally begins their long-delayed celebration, raising their glasses together to toast the end of the freshman competition. As dinner goes on, a slightly flushed Jiang Chuxian lifts her glass towards Su Jingming, teasingly calling him junior. Not long after, an equally blushing Song Xiuyan raises her own glass and calls him Jingming, leaving Su Jingming awkwardly stuck between the two. Sensing the unmistakable tension in the air, Louis Wentao quietly leans over and whispers to Qi Dongxia that both women clearly seem interested in Brother Ming, suggesting that they retreat from this battlefield while they still can. Making a rushed excuse, Louis Wentao and Qi Dongxia quickly wave goodbye and slip away, leaving Su Jingming behind in stunned silence. He watches them disappear, utterly confused and completely unprepared to deal with the situation he's suddenly been left to face alone. After a few more rounds of drinks, both women are clearly past their limit. Jiang Chuxian is the first to wobble, clutching Su Jingming's arm and asking him for help. Before he can even respond, Song Qian follows suit, declaring just as seriously that she can't walk either and needs him to take her back. With one clinging to each side, Su Jingming freezes, flustered, asking if they're really sure about this. Both nod without hesitation, leaving him no room to escape. With no other choice, He awkwardly agrees and escorts them out. As they leave, nearby patrons stare in disbelief, whispering in envy about his absurdly outrageous luck. After finally escorting both women safely back to their dorms, Su Jingming returns to his villa and lets out a long breath of relief the moment the door closes behind him. Just as his shoulders relax, his eyes snap toward the living room. Someone is already sitting calmly on his couch. Startled, Su Jingming stiffens and demands to know who she is. The woman rises smoothly to her feet and introduces herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor. She explains that she's here in person to deliver his rewards from the freshman competition. Su Jingming greets her politely, though his guard hasn't fully dropped yet. Su Yu hands him a wooden box, explaining that it can only be opened using his fingerprint. She adds that if he needs anything related to the academy in the future, he can contact her directly. With her task completed, she doesn't linger. She turns and leaves just as quietly as she arrived. Not long after, Louis Wentao comes downstairs, wearing a mischievous grin. He immediately asks whether there was a massive clash between Su Yu and Jiang Chuxian. Su Jingming blinks, genuinely confused, and asks what kind of conflict he's talking about. Louis Wentao is left staring at him in disbelief, unable to process the fact that nothing exploded into chaos. After a moment, he can only sigh in admiration, declaring that Brother Ming must have handled everything perfectly. While Louis Wentao continues to marvel, Su Jingming sits back down on the couch and presses his finger against the wooden box. With a soft click, it opens. A faint smile forms on his face as he looks over the rewards inside. Su Jingming settles into the couch and begins inspecting what he earned from the freshman competition. The first item he tests is a space ring with a 10 cubic meter capacity. With a single thought, the ring emits a faint glow, and his massive spear vanishes cleanly into thin air. Standing nearby, Louis Wentao stares in open amazement, muttering that a ring with this much space is already rare. With Su Jingming carrying several of them, he might as well be considered rich. Unable to help himself, Louis Wentao compares it to his own reward. After barely squeezing into the top 50, all he received was 400 credits. The envy in his voice is impossible to hide. Su Jingming nods casually, admitting that he does have a few space rings now, more than he actually needs. He decides that later, he'll stop by the equipment department and return the extras. Next, he takes out a small orange pill from a box and rolls it between his fingers. There are no instructions, no labels, nothing to explain what it does. Before he can dwell on it too much, Louis Wentao confidently waves him off and says identifying it is easy. He calls out to the dorm's AI, and following his roommate's lead, Su Jingming holds the pill up. The AI scans it instantly and responds, identifying the pill as a 5th grade Ningxin pill, an A-grade cultivation resource capable of greatly increasing spiritual power for users below the 5th tier. Su Jingming is genuinely surprised that the dorm AI can do something like this. Louis Wentao puffs up proudly, explaining that the AI can also identify beast materials and rare herbs, clearly enjoying the chance to show off. Su Jingming admits that it really is incredibly convenient, though he can't help wishing he could bring Eva with him into the wilderness. Louis Wentao suggests that similar portable products probably exist on the market, and Su Jingming quietly makes a mental note to look into it later. Later, inside the training room, Su Jingming decides to check his spiritual power before taking the pill. He reflects that physique and spirit are the most fundamental attributes for any ability user, and also the hardest to improve. What makes it worse is that the conversion rate from ability points to spiritual power has already dropped for him, turning brute force upgrades into an increasingly inefficient and costly option. With a trace of anticipation, he swallows the pill and sits down to meditate. Almost immediately, a powerful surge of energy begins swirling through his body. The sensation rushes through his meridians, dense and overwhelming, before slowly settling. When everything finally calms, Su Jingming opens his system panel. A satisfied look appears on his face as he sees the number. His spiritual power has jumped by 50 points, pushing him past the 1,000 mark. A quick calculation tells him the pill saved him at least 500 ability points. The effect is even better than he expected. Feeling refreshed and energized, he pulls his spear from the space ring and begins training, losing himself completely in practice for the next few hours. The following day, Su Jingming strolls across campus in a relaxed mood. He's already sold off his extra space rings, pushing his total assets past 100 million. As he moves through the academy grounds, a single thought lingers in his mind. Being an ability user really is absurdly profitable. He soon arrives at the university's pharmacy department and takes a number at the counter. One glance at the screen tells him everything. Over an hour of waiting. Before long, a familiar voice calls out his name. Su Jingming opens his eyes and looks up, spotting Jiang Chuxian standing nearby. A hint of amusement flickers across his face as he asks whether she's finally sobered up. She answers casually, saying she woke up early, then gets straight to the point. She asks if he's here to sell the rare herbs they gathered together. Su Jingming replies that selling is part of it, but he'd rather have a professional pharmacist handle the refining. Jiang Chuxian smiles brightly and leans in slightly, asking if he really can't see a beautiful and highly skilled pharmacist sitting right in front of him. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow, questioning whether she isn't just an amateur. She immediately shoots back, telling him she's a certified second-grade pharmacist, and that refining first and second-grade pills is effortless for her. Almost casually, she adds that she no longer plans to return to the wilderness and will instead focus on becoming a full-time pharmacist. The words hit Su Jingming like a thunderbolt. Completely stunned, he can only stare at her in silence. As they continue waiting, Jiang Chuxian calmly begins explaining her decision. She explains that after coming so close to death, she finally understood something clearly. The wilderness was never where she truly belonged. She plans to keep making videos, but from now on, they'll focus on her daily life as a pharmacist instead. Su Jingming points out that such a drastic shift will probably cost her a large portion of her fans. She nods quietly, admitting that she's already prepared for that. After a brief pause, she opens up even more. She tells him she's an orphan, that her parents died during a beast tide. After awakening her A-rank ice ability, survival itself became a struggle, until videos of her fighting beasts suddenly went viral. That fame brought her money and security, but refining pills was always what she genuinely loved. She reminds him that he saved her last time, but she knows she can't rely on luck or others forever. That's why she chose to change her path. Su Jingming listens without interrupting, then sincerely wishes her success. Curious, he asks how an ice element user could even become a pharmacist. Jiang Chuxian laughs, saying that question only proves how little he knows. She explains that specialized equipment, such as enchanted cauldrons, can convert any elemental energy into flames. Even his lightning ability, she adds, could be used for alchemy. Fully convinced, Su Jingming takes out the box containing all the rare herbs and hands it to her, formally entrusting everything to her care. Jiang Chuxian looks slightly surprised and asks if he really trusts her that much. Then she breaks into a radiant smile, accepts the herbs, and promises that the refined pills will be ready within a week. Just as she finishes speaking, Su Jingming's phone suddenly rings. The scene shifts to a vast traditional estate hidden deep within a lush green forest. Inside one of the halls, a young man speaks casually to the woman beside him, mentioning that posts about their junior brother have been flooding the school forums. People are calling him a monster. The woman turns to him with interest and asks if their junior is truly as terrifying as the rumors suggest. The man's purple eyes gleam as a confident smirk forms on his lips. He tells her she won't need to wait long to find out, and that she'll definitely be surprised. The green-eyed woman narrows her gaze, intrigued, saying she'll have to see it herself to believe it. Not long after, Su Jingming arrives at the estate. He immediately greets his master, Yang Jinshin, bowing respectfully and explaining that he rushed over the moment he received the call. As he straightens, his eyes suddenly lock onto a familiar figure nearby. His breath catches. Lu Ming, his senior brother, is seated in a wheelchair, both legs wrapped thickly in bandages. Shock flashes across Su Jingming's face as he urgently asks what happened. Dean's son Qing Snow answers with a heavy expression. An 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin used Lu Ming as bait to lure out a powerful monster. The mission went disastrously wrong. Their guild suffered severe losses, and Lu Ming was gravely injured in the process. Dean's son follows with an apology, explaining that the incident prevented him from attending Su Jingming's freshman competition. Su Jingming's hands slowly curl into fists. Rage churns violently in his chest as he mutters that it's revolting for an 8th-tier grandmaster to act in such a despicable way. At the same time, a bitter clarity settles over him. As a first-tier ability user, standing before someone like that would mean instant death. He wouldn't even have a chance. He'd be crushed into dust. That realization ignites something fierce deep inside him. In this world, you either become strong or you get trampled. There is no middle ground. Sensing the violent emotions surging through his disciple, Yang Jinshin places a firm, steady hand on Su Jingming's shoulder, telling him not to dwell on it for now. He then turns and formally introduces the others present. Su Jingming meets his senior brother Su Wei and his senior sister Tongyu. Another senior steps forward as well, greeting him warmly without the slightest hint of arrogance. As a welcoming gesture, Su Wei directly transfers 200 credits to Su Jingming. Su Jingming bows deeply, thanking his senior brother and sister with sincere respect. Just then, Lu Ming speaks again, glancing toward Tongyu and noting that she seems unconvinced. With a faint smile, he urges Su Jingming to clear things up himself. He asks him directly whether the rumors are true, whether he has really mastered 4 A-rank lightning combat techniques. Su Jingming answers calmly, confirming that everything Lu Ming said is true. The moment the words leave his mouth, Su Wei and Tongyu both freeze. Their disbelief quickly turns into shock as they press him for answers, demanding to know how something like that is even possible. 4 A-rank techniques, and he still managed to advance into the upper second tier. To them, It sounds utterly absurd. Tong Yu exhales slowly and explains just how brutal A-rank techniques truly are. She admits that she only recently reached the upper second tier herself, and even that took immense effort while mastering just 2 A-rank techniques. Looking at Su Jingming again, she finds it completely incomprehensible that he's standing at the same level as her after learning twice as many techniques. When they finally ask him for his secret, Su Jingming scratches his head and gives a modest answer, saying he's simply a fast learner. The reply only leaves his seniors feeling even more frustrated. Internally, Su Jingming lets out a quiet sigh of relief. There's no way he could ever explain the existence of his cheat system. At that moment, Dean's son Qingsno speaks up, his tone filled with approval as he tells Su Jingming that he's very satisfied with his efforts. Su Jingming quickly waves it off, deflecting the praise, before his expression turns serious. He looks to his master and asks him to help test a new combat technique. Lu Ming grins and casually volunteers himself as the test subject, but Su Jingming doesn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he looks straight at his master and calmly states that the technique he wants to test is an S-rank combat skill, Thunder Armor. The words hit like a thunderclap. The entire group falls silent. Yang Jinshin freezes. All 3 seniors stare at Su Jingming in disbelief. Su Wei even staggers back a step, admitting in a dazed voice that even as a low-rank third-tier user, he had been completely unable to break through that technique's defense. Recognizing that this isn't something that can be tested casually, Yang Jinshin immediately orders everyone to move to the training grounds. They soon arrive at a massive octagonal arena, its sheer scale alone hinting at the level of destruction it's meant to withstand. As they take their positions, Su Wei mutters nervously, wondering aloud if Su Jingming really learned an S-rank technique. Lu Ming answers without hesitation, saying that knowing his junior, he would never boast about something like this. Tong Yu exhales slowly, finally understanding why Lu Ming had called him monster. Standing at the center of the arena, Su Jingming's lips curve into a confident smirk. In the next instant, violent waves of purple lightning explode outward from his body, crackling wildly through the air. He activates the S-rank technique. A dazzling suit of armor forged entirely from lightning rapidly forms around him, its intricate patterns humming with terrifying power. His eyes glow as he turns to face his master, his voice steady and assured as he declares that he's ready. Yang Jinshin steps forward, his eyes sharp as he prepares to test his disciple's new technique. Calmly, he tells Su Jingming that he'll start with an attack equivalent to a peak third-tier user. In the next moment, a massive sphere of red energy condenses in his palm before detonating violently. The explosion swallows Su Jingming's position whole, scorching air and smoke rolling outward as silence falls over the arena. When the haze finally clears, Su Jingming is still standing exactly where he was. His lightning armor crackles faintly, completely intact, not a single mark in sight. He lifts his head with a confident smirk and tells his master that it wasn't enough, urging him to increase the power. Instead of taking offense, Yang Jinshin laughs, excitement flashing across his face. He agrees immediately, warning Su Jingming to speak up if it becomes too much. The bombardment resumes. Power surges forward as Yang Jinshin calls out the increase, double, quadruple, then 6 times the original strength. Each attack crashes into the thunder armor like a colossal hammer, lightning flaring violently with every impact. When the power reaches 10 times the initial level, Su Jingming finally grits his teeth. His body trembles as he struggles to hold his ground, the pressure becoming overwhelming. Only then does the attack stop. The lightning armor dissipates, fading into sparks, and Su Jingming drops to one knee, breathing heavily. Yang Jinshin bursts into laughter, clearly satisfied. He explains that the final attack carried the power of a lower stage 4th tier user, roughly 10 times stronger than a peak 3rd tier. To break that armor, his master says, it would take at least a 4th tier A-rank expert. Off to the side, the senior disciples stare in stunned disbelief. They whisper among themselves, slowly grasping the terrifying implication of what they just witnessed. An S-rank ability paired with an S-rank combat skill, and their junior brother just defended against power 2 full tiers above his own. Calling him a monster no longer feels like enough. When Yang Jinshin suggests ending things there and celebrating, Su Jingming forces himself back to his feet and shakes his head. He asks his master to wait. His eyes burn with fierce determination as he declares that he hasn't reached his limit yet. In the next instant, power erupts. Su Jingming leaps into the air as chaotic lightning explodes outward, tearing through the arena in violent waves. His hair turns pure white, crackling energy surging around him like a living storm. The sudden transformation shocks everyone present. His seniors recognize it instantly and cry out in disbelief. The Thunder Extreme State, an advanced form unlocked when the Undying Thunder Body reaches its 3rd layer. The sheer ferocity pouring off Su Jingming leaves them completely speechless. Yang Jinshin narrows his eyes, finally understanding how his disciple endured the earlier assault. It's because the Undying Thunder Body has already reached the 3rd layer. Excitement flashes across his face. Eager to witness the full extent of this power, Yang Jinshin raises his hand once more, condensing another massive sphere of red energy. As the next attack forms, Su Jingming remains in his enhanced state, lightning still dancing faintly across his body as he braces himself. The pressure crashes down again, relentless, crushing, unforgiving. 3 long minutes pass. When the energy finally disperses, Su Jingming is kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, his white hair fading back to normal as the transformation ends. The arena falls silent. Yang Jinshin steps forward and announces the result, clear astonishment ringing in his voice. It took an attack with the power of a middle-stage 4th-tier user, nearly 20 times the original force, to finally break Su Jingming's defense. He looks at his disciple with undisguised pride, admitting that these achievements have far surpassed all expectations. Despite his exhaustion, Su Jingming bows his head respectfully and thanks his teacher. Deep down, he feels satisfied. He now has a clear understanding of his defensive limits. Yang Jinshin reaches out and helps him to his feet, shaking his head with a smile as he remarks that among all his students, Su Jingming is the most worry-free. He learns everything on his own, without needing guidance. In high spirits, he declares that it's time to eat and insists they order the most expensive dishes available. Laughter fills the air as the group heads off together. Later, while riding in the car, Su Jingming turns to his senior brother Lu Ming and asks for advice on which university club he should join, the Ashflame Society or the Starfall Society. Lu Ming answers without hesitation, telling him to choose Starfall. Shu Saiwei, who's driving, glances at him in surprise. Lu Ming explains calmly that the Ashflame Guild has run into serious trouble recently, making Starfall the safer and more stable choice. Yang Jinshin then shares his own thoughts. He suggests that Su Jingming join an established society for a year or two to gain experience, but eventually create his own. The people Su Jingming recruits, he explains, will become his core force after graduation. Su Jingming is momentarily confused, wondering whether forming his own faction is really that necessary. His master answers calmly, revealing a truth he rarely speaks of. The reason he himself never reached the Grandmaster rank was because he lacked a faction. He had to handle everything alone, wasting precious time and energy on matters that distracted him from cultivation. He reminds Su Jingming that having capable people to manage affairs is what allows a true powerhouse to focus solely on growing stronger. Understanding finally dawns on Su Jingming. He bows his head in gratitude and thanks his master, deciding that once he becomes stronger, he'll seriously consider building something of his own. The next day, classes at Modus Superpower University officially begin. Walking through the bustling hallways, Su Jingming feels a quiet sense of satisfaction, as if his life has finally settled onto the right path. He attends his lectures diligently. In one class, a professor recounts the history of their world, how origin energy reshaped animals into beasts and awakened superpowers within humanity. He learns about the ruins of ancient civilizations and how most of the blue planet's advanced technology originated from those discoveries. From anatomy to weapon systems, from foundational theory to elemental applications, Su Jingming moves steadily from class to class, truly stepping into his new life as a university student. During an elemental college session, he casually raises his arm and shapes his lightning into a finely detailed serpentine dragon. The crackling form coils around him, as if alive, stable, precise, and terrifyingly beautiful. The professor freezes mid-lecture, staring at him in disbelief before openly praising his control. She can't help sighing in regret, lamenting that such a gifted student didn't join her college instead. When the weekend arrives, Su Jingming heads into the Yanking wilderness to train. Out there, he becomes a storm incarnate, carving effortlessly through a horde of beasts with his newly acquired Azure Black Dragon Spear, a weapon that cost him a full 1,000 credits. Blood stains the ground as one body falls after another. Standing amid the carnage, he reflects calmly on how far he's come. New knowledge, new techniques, and better equipment have pushed his combat strength to an entirely different level. He opens his system panel and sees that his ability points have climbed past 13,000. Instead of excitement, disappointment flickers across his face when he notices there's still no plus sign beside his S-rank ability. He's certain it should be upgradable. Even so, he pours the points into strengthening himself, firmly believing that one day, his Purple Sky Divine Thunder will evolve into an SS rank power. Back on campus, he meets with Song Xiuyan. She watches his lightning control in stunned silence before admitting that his mastery already surpasses what took her an entire month to achieve. Su Jingming answers with a smug grin, claiming he had a sudden epiphany, while quietly giving all the credit to his cheat system. Song Xiuyan then tells him about an upcoming joint event involving several top universities. When she asks if he plans to participate, Su Jingming answers without the slightest hesitation. The moment he hears that it will take place in the wilderness, his interest is instantly locked in. To him, The joint university event isn't just another competition. It's a rare opportunity to harvest ability points, and more importantly, a chance to measure himself against the strongest talents from other elite institutions. A week later, Su Jingming and his friends gather for a pre-trip meeting. Louis Wentao laughs openly, saying that with Brother Ming on their team, everyone else could just sit back and enjoy the ride. Song Chuyin adds that their university has already claimed victory 4 years in a row, so securing a 5th win should be effortless. Just then, space ripples violently. A shimmering portal tears open before them, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps through. Her presence alone is enough to silence the room instantly. Without wasting time, she announces that she'll personally explain the details of the research trip and instructs the AI Eva to project a holographic map. A vast mountainous region appears in the air, its terrain jagged and oppressive. Ling Shuang reveals their destination, Devil's Den number 7. The name alone sends a chill through the students. Devil's Dens are infamous zones of extreme danger, places where even seasoned ability users tread carefully. Su Jingming narrows his eyes, already sensing that this trip will be anything but simple. Ling Shuang continues, stating that she'll lead the team herself, and that all resources will be distributed strictly based on individual performance. Rankings will be determined by the number of beasts slain and their respective tiers. Only the top 50 participants will receive rewards, with first place alone claiming a massive 24% of the total resources. Ling Shuang emphasizes that taking the top spot isn't just about honor. It's about securing resources that could completely alter a cultivator's future. Her gaze then shifts directly to Su Jingming. In front of everyone, she entrusts him with leading their university to victory. Without hesitation, Su Jingming steps forward and accepts the responsibility, his expression calm and steady. But Ling Shuang isn't finished. A faint, knowing smile appears on her lips as she drops a final piece of information. Chengqing Superpower University, she reveals, has brought in a foreign exchange student, and that student possesses an S-rank ability. The room instantly erupts in shock. Before the murmurs can fully settle, Ling Shuang adds that the newcomer is an exchange student from the Jidu nation. At her command, Eva projects a holographic image into the air. The face of a man appears, identified as Kiran Rao. The data beside him lists an S-rank enhancement type ability. But what truly sends a chill through the room is the final line of information. Lower stage 3rd tier. The moment Su Jingming realizes this rival stands a full tier above him, the confident smirk on his face vanishes completely. In its place settles a cold, razor-sharp focus. The students are left reeling by the revelation. A low-stage, 3rd-tier S-ranker among the freshmen? Many openly question whether such a monstrous prodigy could even exist. Vice Principal Ling Shuang responds calmly, confirming that the information is accurate, before adding one crucial detail. Kiran Rao is already 20 years old. That only ignites louder protests. Several students complain that having 2 extra years of training is blatantly unfair. Just as the murmurs grow heated, another student speaks up, pointing out that in Kiran's home country, universities only begin enrollment at 20. By that standard, he's still considered a freshman. Nearby, Secha clenches her fists, anxiety flashing across her face as she admits to herself that she stands no chance against a 3rd-tier S-ranker. Her gaze shifts towards Su Jingming, expecting to see the same tension reflected there. Instead, she freezes. He looks completely relaxed, and he truly is. Su Jingming isn't worried in the slightest. As an S-ranker himself, he's long grown accustomed to facing opponents stronger than him. A faint, confident smile tugs at his lips as he runs through his arsenal. 3 S-rank techniques, 4 A-rank combat skills, and spear techniques refined to a master's level. There's simply no reason to fear. More importantly, this competition isn't decided by duels. It's determined by the number of beasts slain, and in that regard, he's confident no freshman can keep up with him. Ling Shuang notices his composure and feels quietly satisfied. In her eyes, Su Jingming is the most outstanding S-rank student the university has produced in years. Giving him the SS rank Tyrannosaurus blood was clearly the right decision. She's convinced that Chunjing University brought in a foreign exchange talent solely to secure first place and claim priority over resources, but she's equally convinced they're going to be disappointed. With that thought, she wraps up the briefing, gives the students 7 days to prepare, and steps into a glowing magic circle, vanishing from sight. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxian seeks out Su Jingming and hands him a large storage array packed full of pills. Wearing a proud smile, she explains that she's prepared antidote pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and mind-awakening pills. All of them are Tier 2, and she's made 20 of each, more than enough for the upcoming trip. Su Jingming thanks her sincerely, but his gaze lingers on the faint dark circles beneath her eyes. Gently, he tells her not to stay up so late refining pills, adding that he could have simply bought everything himself. Her face instantly turns red. She insists that pills she refines personally are far superior to anything sold in stores. Then, after hesitating for a moment, She nervously adds that she prepared a second set as well, meant for him to give to Song Chuyin. Su Jingming blinks, genuinely surprised, and asks when the two of them became so close. Jiang Chuxian only blushes even harder, stubbornly saying she's not telling. Before leaving, she wishes both him and Song Chuyin luck and safety on their journey. With one last shy smile, she turns and walks away, leaving Su Jingming standing there with the pills in his hands, watching her figure slowly disappear down the path. Later, alone in his room, Su Jingming lays the pills out in front of him. The sight of them makes his chest feel heavy. One glance is enough to tell how much effort went into refining them. She must have stayed up night after night, pushing herself until exhaustion. He lifts one vial and holds it quietly, fully understanding what these pills represent and what she feels for him. But the softness in his eyes hardens just as quickly. Feelings can wait. If he isn't strong enough, romance has no place in his life yet. The day of the research trip arrives, and the university playground is packed to the brim. Freshmen fill the field as far as the eye can see. Standing with his friends, Su Jingming is genuinely shocked to learn that nearly all 856 freshmen signed up. He scans the area in confusion, wondering why they've gathered on a playground instead of at a train station. Louis Wintao, barely containing his excitement, reveals the answer. They aren't taking a train at all. They're traveling by aircraft. Song Chuyin immediately frowns, glancing around and pointing out the obvious problem. There's no runway. Before anyone can respond, a student suddenly shouts for everyone to look up. Shadows sweep across the field as a massive, futuristic aircraft descends from the sky. Its sheer size leaves the student stunned, mouths hanging open as it slowly lowers itself onto the grass, without so much as a tremor. The ship settles gently, as if it's defying every law they know. As the ramp lowers, one student mutters in awe that the airship is a relic from an ancient civilization, powered by anti-gravity technology that modern science still hasn't fully deciphered. Moments later, Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps down the ramp. She calmly instructs the freshmen to board. Before departure, Ling Shuang raises her hand and releases her power. A brilliant blue magic circle blooms into existence, expanding outward as she declares her spatial yin-yang domain. Energy wraps around the airship, and gasps echo inside as the walls suddenly turn transparent, revealing the sky and the world beyond. Louis Wintao hurriedly explains that this is the domain of a Tier 8 Grandmaster, a protected space formed around the ship to shield them from flying beasts during the journey. Watching the scene unfold, a quiet shock settles deep in Su Jingming's chest. This is the level of a true high ranker. He can't help wondering if one day his indestructible thunder body will evolve far enough to let him soar freely through the skies like this. Once everyone is aboard, Ling Shuang calmly orders the AI to depart. The transparent airship lifts off and shoots straight into the heavens. Before long, they arrive at the Shunnan Supply Base in Qian Province. A guide greets them at the entrance and directs the students toward their dormitories, explaining that a cafeteria and a training ground are both located nearby. After receiving their room cards, Su Jingming and his friends exchange contact numbers. He glances down at his card and notes that he's been assigned to room 504. Sechik beams beside him and proudly announces that she's in room 505, right next door. Su Jingming casually remarks that with a space ring, there's no need to drop off luggage. Instead, he says he wants to check out the training ground first. Song Chuyin doesn't hesitate for even a second, immediately declaring that she's coming with him. The moment Su Jingming and Sechik step into the massive training hall, they're swallowed by noise and motion. Students from all three universities fill the space. Sechik nudges him quietly and gestures toward a corner of the hall. A powerfully built man stands there, muscles bulging as he lifts absurdly heavy dumbbells with effortless ease. She lowers her voice and identifies him. Kiran Rao, the S-ranker from Chungjing University. Kiran suddenly glances in their direction. His eyes narrow slightly, as if he's already recognized Su Jingming. Without warning, he drops the weights. They smash into the floor with a thunderous boom, cracking the ground beneath them. Kiran strides over with long, confident steps, greeting Su Jingming enthusiastically, as if they're old acquaintances. Nearby Chungjing students immediately start murmuring, confirming Su Jingming's identity as Moda's top freshman. When they realize he's already a high-ranked second tier at just 18, shock ripples through the group. At the same time, some of them visibly relax, convinced that with Kiran on their side, they finally stand a chance in the upcoming competition. Caught slightly off guard by Kiran's initial friendliness, Su Jingming extends his hand for a handshake. Kiran ignores it completely. Instead, his gaze slides past Su Jingming and locks on Sechik. He steps closer than necessary, leaning in with a grin as he calls her a beautiful lady. Sweat pours off his body, and a sharp, unpleasant stench follows him. Sechik recoils instantly, her face twisting in disgust as she covers her nose. Before Kiran can move any closer, Su Jingming's hand snaps out and clamps tightly around his wrist. The grip is firm, unyielding. Su Jingming meets his eyes with a cold, level stare and calmly tells him that approaching a lady while drenched in sweat is extremely rude. In that instant, Kieran's friendly expression shatters. Rage flashes across his face as he glares back. The atmosphere inside the training ground tightens violently. A seething red aura erupts from Kieran's body, and at the same time, crackling blue lightning flares around Su Jingming. The pressure alone is enough to force nearby students to retreat, hearts pounding as they brace for a clash between two S-rankers to erupt right there in the training ground. But it never comes. Su Jingming loosens his grip and releases Kieran's wrist, speaking calmly as if nothing happened. He remarks that since Kieran is a guest, he should learn to respect the customs of his host country. With that, Su Jingming turns and walks away with Sechik. Kieran lowers his gaze to his wrist. The pressure is still there, faint but undeniable. His eyes widen as the realization finally sinks in. Despite his overwhelming strength, he hadn't been able to move Su Jingming even a fraction. Confusion and disbelief churn violently in his mind as he wonders where a lightning-type user could possibly obtain such terrifying physical power. Then his attention shifts. He watches Song Chuyun leave, a predatory gleam flashing in his eyes as he recognizes her at once. A genius from the powerful Song family. A slow smile spreads across his face as a new thought takes shape. If he could win her over, resources would never be an issue again. Outside, Song Chuyun exhales in relief and thanks Su Jingming, admitting she genuinely couldn't stand the smell. She quickly suggests they find another place to spar, somewhere quieter. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. An hour passes in focused training, and later, Su Jingming, Sechik, and two other girls step out of a nearby restaurant, chatting casually as they stroll down the street. Not far away, a sinister-looking man wearing glasses watches them from the shadows. He mutters to himself about beasts destroying the world and the coming of a supreme heavenly god. Su Jingming notices him soon enough, and also spots several followers nearby, awkwardly trying to recruit passersby. Everyone they approach brushes them off without a second glance. Su Jingming recalls rumors about doomsday cults and isn't surprised to find one lurking around here. As rejection piles up, the cult leader's expression twists with fury. His eyes darken, and his anger slowly mutates into something warped and dangerous. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he pulls out a knife. In his twisted mind, people need pain to truly believe. Only suffering can open their eyes. His smile turns crazed as he loudly proclaims that pain is what makes people appreciate being alive. Without warning, he lunges forward. He charges straight at a nearby mother and her young child, blade raised and ready to strike. In that instant, Su Jingming's eyes flash with violent purple lightning. Before anyone can even scream, he moves. The world blurs as he vanishes in a streak of crackling energy, reappearing in the very next heartbeat, standing directly between the attacker and his intended victims. The mother pulls her trembling daughter, Ini, into her arms, whispering softly as she wipes away the girl's tears, promising that everything is okay now. The child sobs slowly quiet. The woman then turns toward Su Jingming, bowing repeatedly as she thanks him, her voice shaking as she admits that without his intervention, she doesn't know how her family would have survived this nightmare. Su Jingming simply shakes his head, replying that it was nothing more than helping someone in need. As he and Song Chi stand over the lifeless body of the cultist, Su Jingming frowns and mutters that he can't understand why religious fanatics would dare to kill so openly in public. Song Chi agrees, finding it equally unsettling. These people usually only spread their twisted beliefs. She says they rarely resort to outright violence. His expression hardens. Su Jingming's gaze sweeps across the surrounding crowd, sharp and alert, as he wonders whether this was truly a lone madman, or the opening move of something far more dangerous. What he doesn't see is a man in a dark hooded sweatshirt, quietly pulling his hood low and slipping away. The figure disappears into the streets and later arrives at a sprawling estate hidden from public view. Inside, he kneels before a shadow-shrouded figure he addresses as Archbishop, reporting in a low voice that the killer was Su Jingming from Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop slowly raises his head, a glowing red orb resting in his palm. He asks coldly if this is the same Su Jingming, the high-rank second-tier, S-rank student. The subordinate confirms it, adding another piece of alarming news. Su Jingming reached that level in less than half a year after awakening. The air grows heavy. The Archbishop's eyes narrow. A monster like that, he realizes, cannot be allowed to grow unchecked. After a moment, he orders the man to withdraw for now. God's blood, he says, is about to appear within the Devil's Cave, and that takes priority. He hands over 2 God's blood indicators, warning him not to use the sect's name, the Heaven's Mandate sect, under any circumstances. As the subordinate leaves, the Archbishop closes his fingers around a crystallized heart. In a low, fanatical murmur, he declares that in 1 month, the mandate of his sect will be revealed to the world. When that time comes, Xu Jingming and countless other S-rank talents will serve as sacrifices. The scene shifts to a massive supply base, bustling with activity. Students from the 3 major universities have gathered for a joint research expedition. Standing on a balcony above them, a man introduces himself as Xu Ping, vice principal of Qingjing University. With a commanding voice, he announces the official start of the month-long trip and informs everyone that smart wristbands will be distributed shortly. As the students receive their devices, Vice Principal Xu Ping explains that every beast killed inside the Devil's Cave will be recorded, along with combat footage, and converted into points. He then reveals the rewards. The top 1,000 students will receive prizes. The top 3 will earn the right to choose any technique from the combined libraries of the 3 universities, while first place will receive an additional special reward from their own school. The crowd stirs instantly. Some students scoff, convinced that first place is nothing more than a fantasy. Others are visibly thrilled, eyes gleaming as they whisper about the inevitable showdown for the top spot. Qiren Rao, or Xu Jingming. With his announcement complete, Vice Principal Xu Ping adds one final rule. There are no restrictions on team formation. Students are encouraged to actively hunt beasts and earn points however they see fit. The moment his words end, the base erupts into chaos. Shouts echo in every direction as teams begin forming on the spot. Some call out for support-type users to complete 5-person squads, while others look for an A-rank powerhouse to pair up in a 2-person team. The Devil's Cave expedition has begun, and everyone is already racing toward glory. A student named Ding Yu steps forward and invites Xu Jingming to join one of the squads his class is forming to hunt along the outer perimeter of the Devil's Cave. With an easy, confident smile, Xu Jingming politely declines, telling the class monitor to go ahead and team up with the others. Once Ding Yu leaves, Song Chuku turns to him, clearly surprised. She asks if he truly plans to enter the Devil's Cave alone. Xu Jingming nods without hesitation, explaining that his real destination is the central region. Moving with the group, he says, would only slow him down. Privately, his reasoning is clear. The outer area is filled with Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts, while the central region houses Tier 3 to Tier 5 monsters. He's confident he can easily deal with low-ranked Tier 4 beasts, and even if he encounters a Tier 5 creature, he believes he has the ability to escape. For him, the central area is the most efficient hunting ground. Song Chuku frowns in concern. The central region, she admits, is a dead end for her. The journey alone will take at least a day or 2. After hesitating for a moment, she shyly asks if she could travel with him until they reach that point. Xu Jingming agrees without overthinking it. Song Chuku's cheeks flush red, and she quickly nods, clearly delighted. The two decide to set off together as soon as possible. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice calls out Xu Jingming's name. Qiren Rao strides over, his expression serious and faintly condescending. He says he's looking forward to Xu Jingming's performance and hopes he won't fall too far behind. Xu Jingming replies calmly, his tone steady and absolute. He says he will win. The certainty in his voice leaves Qiren momentarily stunned. Xu Jingming repeats himself. He will absolutely take first place, then turns and walks away without another glance. Qiren's face twists with rage as he glares after him. In his mind, he swears he'll use his overwhelming power to teach that stubborn fool and the people of Great Xia a painful lesson. Soon after, Vice Principal Xu Ping officially announces the start of the expedition. The massive crowd surges forward in an instant. Students rush toward the Devil's Cave entrance, shouting ambitions and battle cries as the journey begins. 7 hours later, deep within the Devil's Cave, Xu Jingming and Song Chuku move cautiously through a dense forest. Suddenly, their path is blocked by 5 heavily armored, pangolin-like beasts. Song Chuku immediately warns him that these are Tier 2 iron fur pangolins. Their hides, she explains, are harder than E-rank alloy, making them notoriously difficult to deal with. Xu Jingming simply tells her stay back. Without hesitation, he charges forward. The iron fur pangolins roar and curl into spiked balls, rolling toward him at terrifying speed. Xu Jingming meets their charge head-on. His movements are fluid and precise as he weaves effortlessly between the rolling beasts, his spear flashing. One clean strike, followed by a powerful swing and a perfectly aimed thrust. Each beast falls in quick succession. From the side, Song Chuku watches in stunned silence. She realizes that every single attack targets a critical weakness. Not a single motion wasted, not a single mistake made. This isn't just raw power. It's terrifying intuition, honed combat experience, and flawless control over his ability. For the first time, she truly understands. Xu Jingming's strength isn't just high. It's terrifyingly refined. Standing amid the scattered corpses of 12 fallen Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, Xu Jingming calmly checks his gains. 276 ability points, and 1,200 points added to his competition score. Not bad, he decides. He stores his spear and lets his gaze drift deeper into the devil's cave, already thinking ahead. If things go smoothly, he estimates he can accumulate at least 30,000 ability points over the course of the month. The thought lingers. Would that be enough to push his ability level into SS rank? Song Chukwu walks over and offers to help process the carcasses. As they work, she studies him with curious eyes and suddenly says that he feels different from other lightning-type users. Xu Jingming pauses, intrigued, and asks her what she means. She explains that most lightning users fight wildly, unleashing overwhelming power at every opportunity. But he doesn't. He's restrained, almost deliberate in every move. Xu Jingming nods and explains his reasoning. Endurance, he says, is everything. He could have wiped out the pangolins instantly using Purple Cloud Divine Lightning, but that would have been like smashing a nut with a sledgehammer. Conserving energy allows him to kill more beasts in the long run. Song Chukwu understands his logic, but inwardly, she can't help feeling a little disappointed. Part of her had hoped to witness his true peak power, and now she wonders if she'll ever get that chance. As the sun begins to dip toward the horizon, Xu Jingming glances at the darkening sky and suggests they find a place to rest before continuing in the morning. Song Chukwu readily agrees. While checking the holographic map on his smartwatch, Xu Jingming notices a nearby water pool. He comments that in the wilderness, water sources are prime gathering spots for beasts. Sensing an opportunity to hunt before nightfall, he tells Song Chukwu they should head there. The two move quickly and soon arrive at a quiet clearing, where a beautiful, tranquil pool reflects the fading light. At first glance, it looks peaceful, but the silence unsettles Xu Jingming. A water source like this shouldn't be empty. Something feels wrong. Then movement. From the trees, a massive tiger steps into view, its forelimbs reinforced with blade-like bones. It approaches the water cautiously, lowering its head to drink. In the next instant, the pool explodes. A colossal armored crocodile erupts from the depths, glowing green eyes blazing with ferocity. Before the tiger can even react, the monster's tail lashes out, sending a violent surge of water crashing through the clearing. The strike hits with terrifying force, flinging the tiger through the air. The tiger doesn't rise again. The giant crocodile settles back into the pool, glaring coldly at its defeated rival, asserting absolute dominance over the territory. Hidden within the bushes, Xu Jingming's eyes narrow. He immediately understands what he's seeing. A source water, giant crocodile, a true territorial overlord. That explains why no other beasts dared approach the pool. Beside him, Song Chukwu turns pale. She grips his arm tightly, her voice trembling as she whispers that it's a Tier 4 ferocious beast. They shouldn't be encountering something like this anywhere near the outer perimeter. Panic flashes across her face as she urges him to leave immediately, fearing the creature's powerful perception may have already detected them. Xu Jingming, however, doesn't move. Instead, he clenches his fist, a confident smirk curling across his lips. In a calm, steady voice, he tells her there's no need to rush. He calmly acknowledges that while a Tier 4 beast is undeniably powerful, it isn't something beyond his reach. Purple lightning begins to crackle around his body as Xu Jingming steps forward, his aura sharpening. This isn't his first encounter with a Tier 4 creature. He's already slain more than one in the Yongqing wilderness. Watching the surge of power, Song Chukwu's eyes widen. She wonders if this overwhelming presence comes from a battle technique taught by his master, Dinyang Genshin. Xu Jingming merely smiles. His indestructible thunder body is formidable, yes, but for dealing with powerful Tier 4 beasts, he has something far more decisive. The sky above darkens abruptly. High overhead, a massive spear of condensed lightning forms, its outline blazing as it begins to descend toward the pool. Song Chukwu looks up in confusion at first, thinking clouds are gathering. Then she realizes, this isn't rain. This lightning is unnatural. Immense energy pours from Xu Jingming as he unleashes his S-rank ability, Heavenly Thunder. The lightning spear crashes down, striking the source water, giant crocodile head-on. A violent explosion of energy engulfs the pool, thunder ripping through flesh and scale alike. The massive beast lets out a single, agonized roar as lightning tears through its armored hide. And then, silence. The battle ends in an instant. The enormous crocodile collapses, utterly defeated by a single strike. A system notification flashes into existence, confirming the kill. 213 ability points awarded. 10,000 competition points added. Xu Jingming clenches his fist, lightning still dancing around his fingers as he reflects on the reward. Tier 4 beasts really are different, more than 5 times the ability points of a Tier 3. For a moment, he can't help thinking that the Deep Blue system was designed to push him relentlessly toward his limits. With the danger gone, he turns toward Song Chukwu and tells her they should take a closer look at the fallen beast. She doesn't respond right away. Song Chukwu is still frozen in shock. She's seen many so-called geniuses before, but never a monster like Xu Jingming. A high-rank Tier 2 user crossing 2 entire power tiers to instantly kill a low-rank Tier 4 beast. It defies common sense. As they walk toward the corpse, she silently accepts the truth. This must be his real, terrifying strength. Examining the remains, Xu Jingming lets out a quiet sigh of disappointment. The crocodile's hide, worth at least 20 million, has been completely destroyed by the lightning. Song Chuka nods and adds that every part of a Tier 4 beast is priceless. Then she offers a solution. Her space ring, she explains, is large enough to store the entire carcass. She'll keep it safe for now and return it to him once they reach the supply base. After the massive beast is stored away, Xu Jingming suggests they find a nearby cave to rest for the night. With the territorial overlord slain here, no other creatures will dare approach the water source anytime soon. As they prepare to settle in, Song Chuku suddenly stops him. Her cheeks flush red as she shyly asks him to wait a moment. Since they're already by a pool, she explains she'd like to take a quick bath. Xu Jingming, ever cautious, nods, but tells her to wait until he finishes checking the pool for any remaining beasts. He releases a crackling torrent of purple lightning straight into the pool. The reaction is instant and completely unexpected. Xu Jingming freezes as the once clear water begins to darken, then slowly turns blood red. At the same time, a strange scent rises from the pool. Sweet, intoxicating, and dangerously alluring. The moment it reaches him, his heart skips. His body reacts on instinct, a deep, primal craving surging through his veins. Alarm flashes through his mind. This blood is calling to him. Deep within the forest, cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect move swiftly through the shadows. One of them speaks up, asking their leader, the Archbishop, whose god's blood they are retrieving this time. The Archbishop answers coldly, the blood of the ancient dragon god. One of the followers gasps in excitement, blurting out that their sect will gain another powerful god's blood envoy. The Archbishop whirls on him in fury, shouting that they are the Blood Moon sect, not servants begging for envoys. Before anyone can respond, the glowing red god's blood indicator in his hand suddenly flares brilliantly. It's appeared early, and it's close. The Archbishop's eyes sharpen as he gives the order. Advance. Full speed. Back at the pool, the water has turned completely crimson. Song Chuka stares in shock and asks what's happening. Xu Jingming quickly asks if she feels the blood drawing her in. She shakes her head. However, her expression turns serious as she explains that her Light of Dawn ability senses something else. The blood-filled water carries an incredibly dense, beastly aura, one eerily similar to Xu Jingming's own. That's when clicks. Xu Jingming recalls absorbing the SS-rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood. His breath tightens as he pieces it together. This isn't ordinary blood. It must belong to a powerful dragon-type beast. That's why his body is reacting so violently. After a brief pause, he makes his decision. He tells Song Chuku that he's going into the pool to absorb the energy. If anything goes wrong, she must pull him out immediately. Then, without hesitation, he steps into the blood-red water. The moment his body submerges, swirling crimson energy surges toward him. Instead of pain, a wave of overwhelming comfort floods his senses, like a parched traveler finally finding water after endless wandering. The energy rushes upward, wrapping around him completely. From the pool, a massive glowing red cocoon forms, lifting Xu Jingming into the air. On the shore, Song Chuka's heart pounds as she calls out his name. She understands instantly. He's stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, and while he's transforming, he's completely vulnerable. Her grip tightens around her halberd. Straightening her stance, she steels her resolve. This time, it's her turn to protect him. The next day, the clearing is stained with blood. Song Chuku stands alone, surrounded by the corpses of beasts she's slain. She wipes the sweat from her brow, letting out a quiet breath of relief. Thankfully, the strongest creature she encountered overnight was only a low-rank Tier 3. Her gaze shifts back to the pool. The crimson color has faded significantly. That's a good sign. Xu Jingming's absorption should be nearing completion. But before she can relax, movement catches her eye. Figures in dark cloaks appear atop a nearby ridge. Song Chuku immediately raises her halberd, eyes sharp and alert. From the ridge, the Archbishop surveys the scene, his expression clouded with confusion. Why is the god's blood in liquid form? One of the sect members suddenly recognizes her and speaks up. That girl, she's the second-place student from Magic City Ability University. His gaze sharpens as he looks past her. Then why, he asks slowly, is another freshman here as well? Facing the mysterious group, Song Chuku immediately realizes their attire doesn't match any of the 3 major universities. Her grip tightens on her halberd as she calmly warns them that there are no beasts left in the area, and that the water has already been contaminated, suggesting they leave and look elsewhere. Her words ignite fury. One of the cloaked figures snaps, outraged that she would dare call the supreme god's blood contaminated. But before he can act, the Archbishop raises a hand, silencing him. His gaze remains fixed on the blood-red cocoon behind her. Ignore her, He orders. Sees the cocoon. Song Chuka's heart sinks. So that's it. They came for the blood. She quickly assesses their strength. The Archbishop, Tier 4. The weakest among them, Tier 3. The gap is overwhelming. With a grim resolve, she realizes she has no choice. She'll have to use that. Facing the Blood Moon sect head-on, Song Chuku activates the glowing talisman hanging at her neck. As the cloaked figures lunge forward, a massive golden barrier erupts into existence, completely enveloping her and the cocoon. The cultist attacks slam into the shield again and again, but leave not even a scratch. The Archbishop's eyes narrow in recognition. A guardian talisman, he says coldly, an artifact from an ancient civilization. Such items are absurdly rare and terrifyingly powerful. From within the barrier, Song Chuka steadies her breath and taunts them, asking why they're wasting their time. The Archbishop only smirks. He tells her he knows the truth. Guardian talismans have time limits, and unlike her, they aren't in any hurry. With calm precision, he orders his followers to surround the barrier and wait. Inside the shield, Song Chuka's anxiety grows. She knows exactly how long the talisman will last. About 1 hour. After that, it needs 12 hours to recharge. Her only hope is that Xu Jingming wakes up in time. The minutes crawl by. Then, just as she feared, the golden barrier shatters into fragments of light. The Archbishop steps forward, a smug smile curling across his face. He tells her to be sensible and hand over the talisman, or face a slow, ugly death. Realizing there's no other option, Song Chuku steels herself. She reaches into her storage and pulls out a small red pill, one that will forcibly boost her power beyond its limits. But before she can swallow it, a calm, defiant voice cuts through the tension. Why do I get the feeling that you're the ones about to die? At the same moment, the blood-red cocoon behind her begins to crack. Fractures race across its surface before it explodes apart in a surge of violent energy. Red tendrils whip through the air as Xu Jingming steps forward, his transformation complete. He opens his eyes and fixes the stunned members of the Blood Moon sect with a cold, murderous glare. Xu Jingming steps out of the cocoon, and the leftover blood energy surging up from the pool immediately gathers behind him, weaving itself into the ghostly silhouette of an enormous, savage red dragon that looms at his back. While the Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stays in open shock, recognizing Xu Jingming as one of his sect's targets. Even as a formidable Tier 4 user, he can't stop himself from being shaken by the crushing aura rolling off this Tier 2 student, the pressure making his heart hammer with fear until he forces himself to steady his breathing, jabs a finger forward, and barks an enraged order at his followers. Kill them. Xu Jingming's eyes flare with purple lightning, and before the cultist can even close the distance, he releases his power, calling down a torrential rain of thunder from the sky that smashes into the Tier 3 users with brutal force, leaving the electrocuted cultists to crumple where they stand, instantly defeated. The Archbishop freezes, stunned, because although he'd expected his 5 Tier 3 subordinates wouldn't be enough to deal with Xu Jingming, he never imagined they'd be wiped out in a single moment, and he grinds his teeth, clinging to the thought that as a Tier 4 fighting a mere Tier 2, he should still hold the advantage. That confidence lasts only an instant, because Xu Jingming suddenly charges, launching himself through the air and driving forward with his spear at a terrifying speed, and the Archbishop's face flashes with alarm as he realizes just how bad this has become. He barely manages to throw his arms up to block, yet the impact is overwhelming, blasting him backward and sending him crashing through several trees. And when he finally slams to a stop and ends up leaning against a trunk, gasping for breath, he can only stare in disbelief as he admits to himself that he couldn't even see how Xu Jingming struck him. In the next beat, Xu Jingming is already there, appearing with his spear leveled at the fallen leader's throat, and in a calm, flat voice he tells him he will ask questions and the Archbishop will answer, starting with the blood water in the pool. Crushed by the pressure of that blade point, the Archbishop gives up the truth and says it's God's blood, the blood essence of a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. Xu Jingming immediately presses further, demanding to know why the blood of something that powerful would be here. And the defeated leader explains that in the ancient era a colossal war broke out between human martial saints and beast emperors, and in the aftermath many different kinds of potent blood essence were scattered across the world. With his expression turning serious, Xu Jingming asks his final question, insisting to know who the Archbishop is and why his group is collecting the blood essence. The Archbishop doesn't answer the purpose at all, only curling his mouth into a defiant grin as he reveals they are the Blood Moon sect, refusing to say anything beyond that. And before Xu Jingming can even react, the cult leader kills himself, blood spilling out from his eyes and mouth. Standing over the body, Xu Jingming recognizes them as yet another dangerous cult, and since there's nothing more to be squeezed from a corpse, he decides he'll ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang about them later, then turns just in time to see Song Qiuyun rush toward him with worry written all over her face, asking if it's all right. As Xu Jingming turns, Song Qiuyun's legs give out from pure exhaustion and she stumbles, and he reacts instantly, catching her and steadying her in his arms, then assuring her he's fine while thanking her for guarding him, gently patting her head and even holding her hand in the same motion. a small gesture that still makes her blush. Xu Jingming then explains what happened, telling her the cult members came for the blood and even claimed they were from the Blood Moon sect. And the moment she hears that, goes rigid with shock. She blurts out that the substance they were dealing with was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource that normally has to be processed through complicated methods, then stares at him as if it's unbelievable, demanding to know how he could possibly absorb it directly. Xu Jingming, glancing at his system screen, admits that he's confused too, explaining that he not only suffered no side effects at all, but that the blood essence actually pushed his indestructible thunder body forward into the 4th stage. And since he can't tell yet what else it might have done, he guesses the benefits may run deeper than he understands and decides they'll have to ask a teacher once they're back. Noticing how worn out Song Xiaoyun is, he tells her to rest, pointing out she can barely keep herself steady on her feet, and she quietly agrees. So the two of them pick a place in a sunlit meadow, where Song Xiaoyun lies down and rests her head directly on the ground. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a large estate at night, where the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands out on a balcony beside a subordinate, and the subordinate reports that Bishop Ju's God's blood indicator has lost its signal, implying something happened, then asks whether they should dispatch more people to retrieve the blood. The archbishop immediately dismisses it, deciding a powerful ability user must have interfered and choosing to leave it alone for now, and as he looks up at the crescent moon with a sinister grin, he declares that what truly matters is their main operation in 1 month. When Song Xiaoyun wakes again, she finds Xu Jingming already up, calmly roasting meat skews over campfire, and he greets her with a smile, saying she woke up just in time. She happily takes a skew, remarking on how good it smells and sounding genuinely surprised that he can cook so well, while Xu Jingming just jokes that practice makes perfect. The second Song Xiaoyun takes a bite, she's completely won over, so impressed that she tells him he should open a barbecue restaurant and even offers to invest, and Xu Jingming plays along, teasing that if the miss of the powerful Song family is investing, does that mean they'll be opening a whole chain of restaurants across the Blue Star? Half an hour later, with both of them full and satisfied, Song Xiaoyun asks if she can take a bath in the nearby water, and Xu Jingming agrees, saying he'll wash up after she's finished. She tells him she'll go first and walks toward the water, then uses her ability to pull a large sphere of water around herself, forming a private bathing space, and inside that sphere she changes into fresh clothes. When the water barrier finally fades away, she steps out in a clean outfit, then turns back to Xu Jingming with her hair and shoulders still damp and tells him she's done. For a brief moment, Xu Jingming looks a little flustered by how fresh she appears, but he snaps himself back under control almost immediately, says he's going to wash up too, and turns to walk away, while Song Xiaoyun watches him go and can't help wondering why his gaze just now felt a bit strange. Left standing there in clothes that are still damp, Song Xiaoyun suddenly lets out a small, mortified gasp, hurriedly clutching at the thin fabric as she realizes the plain dress she's always worn without thinking has turned nearly transparent now that it's wet. An hour later, both Xu Jingming and Song Xiaoyun have changed into their combat gear and are ready to continue their journeys, and they stop facing each other to say goodbye. Sek tells him to take care. They agree they'll meet again in a month, and they seal it with a friendly fist bump. Then, with farewells done, they break into a run in opposite directions. As she tears through the forest, her expression hardens into fierce determination, and she tells herself she has to work hard, that she needs to at least take 3rd place in the competition. The scene jumps forward 1 month, and deep in a rocky area Xu Jingming stands wrapped in crackling purple lightning, staring up with a cold glare at a massive, savage black panther-like beast crouched on a cliff above him, its red eyes glowing as it unleashes a deafening roar before charging straight down the rock face and lunging for him. Even as the enormous dark night leopard barrels in, Xu Jingming stays calm, compressing his violent lightning into a single point, then meeting the attack head-on as he drives his spear forward and pierces the creature clean through the chest. With one final motion he hoists the beast up and smashes it into the ground, finishing it on the spot. A system notification appears to confirm the kill of a peak tier 3 beast and awards him 43 ability points, and with the fight over, Xu Jingming decides it's time to attempt a breakthrough to the next level. He sits down and begins gathering his energy, purple lightning snapping and surging all around him in a relentless torrent, and with a determined shout he orders his power to push past its limits. Instantly, a huge explosive wave of lightning blasts out of his body and floods the cave with chaotic energy, until, a moment later, it finally calms and the violence in the air settles. Lightning still dances around him as he lets out a relieved sigh, having successfully advanced into tier 3, and he thinks about how even the most gifted geniuses of the university would need at least half a year to pull off the same jump, then allows himself a satisfied smile as he concludes his own talent really is exceptionally good. After that, he summons his system panel to check his updated status, and the screen confirms his move from high-rank tier 2 to low-rank tier 3, with both his physique and spirit attributes climbing by nearly 400 points, his vitality rising past 2,000, and his ability points swelling to a massive 48,429. Yet the satisfaction doesn't last cleanly, because disappointment creeps in as he realizes even that still isn't enough to upgrade his S-rank ability into SS rank. He decides he'll hold off until he reaches 50,000 points, and with the breakthrough finished, He rises to his feet and heads toward the light at the cave entrance with his spear resting on his shoulder, a confident grin spreading across his face as he thinks about how the competition is nearly over. The results will be finalized the day after tomorrow, and with the points he's stacked up, his sure first place won't be an issue. It's now the final day for score calculation in the joint university event, and students pack a huge hall, nervously staring up at an enormous screen displaying the rankings. One student cheers over his score of 121 points, thrilled that it's enough to land him in the top 1,000. But his friends quickly tell him not to celebrate too soon, because there are still 2 hours left and the strongest students haven't even shown up yet to submit their scores. Right then, Song Xiuyun steps into the hall, and the crowd's attention snaps toward her at once. They recognize her as Madu University's second-ranked freshman and immediately understand their own positions are about to slide downward. Song Xiuyun walks up to a terminal without fuss, sets her wristband onto it, and when her score appears, an enormous 12,131 points, it shoots her straight into first place on the leaderboard, leaving the others staring in awe as someone mutters that this is exactly what they'd expect from Modu's number 2. Vice Principal Ling Shuang comes over to Song Xiuyun and congratulates her for doing so well, and nearby, Ling Shuang speaks with Shu, confirming that Song Xiuyun is the great-granddaughter of the famous senior from the Song family. Then another woman approaches and calls Song Xiuyun Little Yun, and Song Xiuyun brightens and happily greets her Aunt Zhu, the head supervisor of the Shunag supply base, only for Joying to tease her with a grin, asking why her little boyfriend didn't come back with her. Song Xiuyun turns flustered at once, denies having any boyfriend, and demands to know how her aunt even knows about Xu Jingming, while Zhou casually reminds her that as head supervisor, she has eyes and ears everywhere. Before they can go further, the hall erupts into a new wave of excitement. Qianio, the S-rank student from Qingjing University, has returned, and students immediately start estimating that since as a third-tier user his score must be at least 50 or 60,000 points, convinced first place is about to be his. Qianio strides up to the terminal with complete confidence and submits his score, and when the number flashes onto the giant screen, it reveals a staggering 113,264 points, instantly pushing him into first and knocking Song Xiuyun down to second. The students are struck speechless by how outrageous it is, then burst out shouting that the gap between first and second is massive, calling it an absolute victory for Qianio, while Vice Principal Shu of Qingjing University is already being congratulated ahead of time for locking up first place. Even so, Vice Principal Ling Shuang watches with a thoughtful look, admitting to herself the odds are slim. Yet because she remembers how confident Xu Jingming was, she keeps hold of a small, stubborn hope that he might still manage to surprise her. Just then, another high score flashes onto the board. A student named Dong Sheng from Qingjing University has posted 13,526 points, sliding into second place. And the moment Song Xiuyun sees it, her eyes widen in surprise as the realization hits that she might not even hold on to a top 3 spot. She starts scanning the hall in growing anxiety, wondering why Xu Jingming still hasn't shown up with only 8 minutes remaining, while other students also whisper about his absence, though insist that Brother Ming is seasoned and wouldn't be careless enough to miss the deadline. Almost as if on cue, Xu Jingming finally walks in, calm and unhurried, and the second he appears, cheers surge up from his supporters and his friends from Moda University, who shout encouragement and tell him they'll stand by him no matter what the final result is. Off to the side, Qianeo watches the scene with a disdainful grin, thinking that no matter how loudly the weaklings cheer, he'll still be the one who wins. Xu Jingming notices the support, lifts his eyes to the leaderboard, and immediately understands why they're making such a fuss. After seeing Qian's massive score, they must be assuming he's about to lose. When Vice Principal Ling Shuang comes over to greet him, remarks on how quickly he's advanced into the third tier, and urges him to upload his score. Xu Jingming simply nods, walks to the terminal, and places his ring against it, while murmurs ripple through the crowd as people guess he might have 50 or 60,000 points, yet still conclude that with Qian in the contest, there's no way Xu Jingming can possibly take first. Then the terminal finishes verifying his results, and the number that bursts onto the screen is so outrageous it seems unreal, 405,637 points. In the same instant, the leaderboard updates to confirm Xu Jingming has claimed first place with a total that completely dwarfs everyone else, and the entire hall drops into stunned silence. Vice Principals and Ling Shuang both stare in shock. Qian Iao's face contorts with fury, and Song Xiuyun lights up with joy, while the crowd finally explodes into frantic disbelief, people blurting out questions about whether they even read it right and shouting that his score is 4 times higher than Qian Iao's, a number so absurd it feels impossible. A vice principal starts calculating how many beasts it would take to reach a score like that, and can only conclude the result is truly ridiculous. Nearby, Zhu Ying leans towards Song Xiuyun and asks whether she already knew his score would be that terrifyingly high, and Song Xiuyun smiles happily as she admits she didn't know the exact number. But for Xu Jingming, she believes no miracle is ever really surprising. Meanwhile, Qian Rao is boiling with rage, unable to accept that Xu Jingming's score is more than 3 times his own as he realizes the valuable resources his university promised him are now in danger, and with that bitterness spilling over, Qianrao jabs a finger at Xu Jingming and shouts that his score can't possibly be that high. He then turns sharply to Vice Principal and formally demands an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart wristband, outright accusing him of cheating. And Modu University's students instantly protest, calling it a dirty move as they argue the smart wristbands were all officially checked and ask if Qian is now claiming the technology itself is flawed, until Vice Principal Xu finally looks to Ling Shuang and asks what she thinks. Ling Shuang answers in an even tone that checking the records is no problem at all. Yet as she speaks, her face hardens and a powerful aura coils around her like a storm, and she looks straight at Xu and challenges him, asking exactly how he plans to deal with this if the records end up proving Xu Jingming didn't cheat. Another official steps in to back her up, reminding Xu that all the equipment was already audited by the 3 major universities, and that reminder leaves Xu momentarily speechless. He shoots Ling Shuang a glare, thinking he never expected her to be this troublesome to handle, and under the mounting pressure he finally declares that Xu Jingming cannot be wronged, then makes a decisive offer. If the records show there's no problem, Qingjing University will compensate Xu Jingming with a highly valuable S-class cultivation resource. Ling Shuang accepts the terms, says they'll inspect the records, and calls Xu Jingming over, and Xu Jingming strolls up with a faint smile, already thinking he's about to receive a priceless S-class resource for absolutely nothing. The moment Xu sees that easy confidence, a bead of sweat slides down his face as he realizes he may have just made a serious mistake. While 2 technicians begin pulling up the data, Qianrao watches with a cynical smile, eager to see exactly how Xu Jingming could have earned such an impossible score. The recorded footage starts playing, and the people watching are instantly stunned, blurting out awed reactions at the sheer power of Xu Jingming's spear technique and the terrifying precision with which he controls his ability, until even Ling Shuang, clearly impressed, asks him whether his spear technique has already reached the master level. Xu Jingming only smiles and answers modestly that he just broke through by luck, but Ling Shuang doesn't buy it at all, privately convinced he must be hiding quite a few secrets. The footage continues, now showing Xu Jingming facing down a massive Tier 4 source water giant crocodile, and the crowd erupts with alarmed shouts, asking why he isn't running and wondering if he seriously intends to kill that thing, only for the recording to show Xu Jing releasing an enormous, devastating lightning attack that swallows the giant crocodile completely. The spectators are left genuinely terrified by what they've just seen, crying out in shock as they ask what kind of battle technique could possibly erase a powerful Tier 4 beast so instantly, while Qianrao stays in amazement, and wonders if that was an S-rank magic technique, unable to understand how a spear user like Xu Jingming could have mastered something like that. Vice Principal Ling Shuang identifies it on the spot as the Heavenly Lightning technique from the Elemental Academy, and inside she notes just how rare it is for anyone in her own academy to master it at all, which only makes it more unbelievable that a freshman from the Weaponry Academy could do it. With that, Ling Shuang decides they've seen enough and turns to the now sweating Vice Principal Xu to ask if they need to keep going, and he concedes defeat and agrees to stop, after which Xu faces Xu Jingming, acknowledges how capable he is, and confirms that the promised S-class resource will be sent to him. Xu Jingming thanks him, then turns and walks away, and as he goes, Xu can only stew in regret over his university's loss, thinking that if he'd realized Xu Jingming was this much of a monster, he would have done anything to recruit him. A moment later, Vice Principal Xu steps in front of the students and announces the competition is officially over along with the final rankings, declaring that 3rd place goes to Jincheng University, which will receive 27.5% of the resources, while 2nd place goes to his own Qingjing University with 31.5%. And then, saving the last for emphasis, he announces 1st place belongs to Modu University, which will receive 41% of the resources along with priority distribution. Modu University's students explode into celebration, and he shouts that Brother Ming turned the tide as the whole group celebrates their 5th consecutive championship. Xu continues by explaining what they'll be receiving: rare herbs located in the outer part of the Devil's Cave, and instructs all freshmen, led by their instructors, to enter the next day and harvest them, adding that afterward each school will arrange its own half-month teaching schedule. But as the crowd begins to disperse, Qianrao suddenly calls out, and still unable to swallow the outcome, he declares he isn't satisfied and demands a direct fight with Xu Jingming, proposing a bet. If he loses, his university will cover the resources, but if he wins, then the resources promised to Qingjing University will be handed over to them instead. Vice Principal Xu, clearly intrigued, fixes Qian with a serious look and asks how confident he is, and Qian lays out his logic, insisting that Xu Jingming's S-rank technique takes 1 or 2 seconds to activate, which would give him the edge in a one-on-one match. Hearing that, Xu, who also doesn't want to accept the result, agrees to Qian's proposal. After the competition ends, Vice Principal Ling Shuang asks Xu Jingming what he plans to do during the half-month teaching period, and he answers that he's going back into the Devil's Cave to keep hunting beasts. Ling Shuang frowns with concern and asks whether he isn't exhausted after nearly a month of fighting, and Xu Jingming admits he is, but says it's the only way he can keep up his rapid improvement. Ling Shuang advises him that while life-and-death situations are indeed good for growth, he still needs to balance effort with rest, and Xu Jingming agrees respectfully, promising he'll rest once the trip is over. Then he brings up the strange pool he discovered in the Devil's Cave, describing the blood-red water, the odd reaction from his body, and the cultists he ran into who claimed to be from the Blood Moon sect. And after listening, Ling Xuan confirms what he suspected, telling him he truly encountered the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource, though she clarifies that what he absorbed must have been heavily diluted, because absorbing the pure essence would be impossible. She guesses his ability to take it in is tied to his special body forging technique, and when it comes to the Blood Moon sect, she waves them off as a minor religion and tells him not to worry about it, which Xu Jingming accepts. Liu Yushan then tells him to get some rest, and as he turns to leave, he spots Chuku waiting nearby. She comes up with her Aunt Zhu Ying and introduces her as the head supervisor of the Shunnan supply base. Xu Jingming greets Zhu Ying with polite respect, but she waves it off and tells him to just call her Aunt Zhou, then immediately hands him a lavish gift, the Song family's black gold card, and explains that it grants a 20% discount on anything sold under the Song family's banner. Xu Jingming is left stunned as he realizes how enormous that value is, because the Song family's businesses cover nearly every part of life for ability users, and Sek nudges him to accept it, pointing out that his equipment upgrades so quickly the discount will definitely come in handy. He takes the card, then can't help thinking in a comically serious way whether he's being kept by a rich woman. Not long after, as Xu Jingming walks through the supply base, a crowd suddenly surges around him, reporters and representatives from weapon and armor companies swarming in at once, pushing microphones forward and throwing out offers for interviews and endorsement deals, making it impossible to miss that his fame has already exploded. That afternoon, Xu Jingming sits down with Vice Principal Ling Xuang and Vice Principal Xu, and Ling Xuang goes straight to the point, telling him that Qian Rao wants to challenge him to a fight, then laying out the stakes clearly. Qian is wagering 20% of the resources, while Modu's stake is a ruins pass, and with that explained, she asks Xu Jingming whether he's willing to fight. Not recognizing the term, Xu Jingming asks what a ruins pass even is. So Xu Ping explains that it's a ticket required to enter the ruins of an ancient civilization, adding that Qingjing University brought Qian to the competition specifically to secure these 40 passes, and now that Xu Jingming has won them, Xu refuses to hand them over without a battle. That explanation jolts Xu Jingming back to a history class, where a professor once described how a glorious ancient civilization existed before the current era, one that was incredibly advanced, only to be abruptly destroyed, its cities swallowed and buried underground, until, thousands of years later, those ruins were rediscovered, and from them the modern world gained powerful training methods and even SSS rank combat techniques. With that memory in place, Xu Jingming finally understands why some ruins requiring passes makes those passes extremely valuable. Ling Xuang adds another crucial detail, telling him these particular passes are for Civilization Ruin number 9, which opens once per year and is restricted to users between Tier 4 and Tier 6. Then tells Xu Jingming that if he defeats Qian, she can give him one of the passes, leaving the decision in his hands. Zhu Ping piles on with a taunting remark, noting that the small arena favors an enhancement-type user like Qian, but Xu Jingming doesn't flinch at all, and with an easy, confident smile he says is willing to accept the challenge. Satisfied, Xu says he'll notify Qian and confirms the match will take place in the supply base's arena, and after he leaves, Ling Xuan comments on how decisively Xu Jingming agreed, pointing out how confident he seems. Xu Jingming answers that it's fine and estimates he has a 90% chance of winning, then smirks and corrects himself, admitting he was only being humble and actually has 100% confidence he'll win. Ling Xuan lets out a sigh, more amused than anything, quietly wondering what Xu Ping and Qian would think if they actually knew the truth. Elsewhere, Qian Rao is stunned when he hears Xu Jingming accepted the duel, and that shock twists instantly into rage as he spits out that since Xu Jingming dared to agree, then no one should blame him for being impolite. He asks Vice Principal Xu Ping whether it's acceptable if Xu Jingming ends up getting hurt, and the principal calmly reassures him that with instructors from all 3 universities present, someone will step in if there's any genuine danger. Qian's mouth curls into a grin as he thinks Xu Jingming won't have the right to complain when he gets ruthless. The scene shifts to the arena, where a huge crowd has already gathered and the air is thick with excited chatter, students practically vibrating with anticipation at the prospect of a fight between 2 S-rank users. They debate the result, with some pointing out that since both are Tier 3 the winner isn't guaranteed, while others break down the matchup and say outright that although Xu Jingming's Heavenly Lightning technique is basically a guaranteed win in a wide area, a small arena favors a close combat fighter like Qian, so the outcome will come down to whatever other trump card Xu Jingming might be hiding. From a balcony, Qian scoffs at that speculation, telling himself it's already a miracle for a freshman to learn even one S-rank technique, so there's no way Xu Jingming could have a second. Right then, Xu Jingming arrives, and Modu's supporters erupt into loud cheers, chanting his name as if they can push him forward on sound alone, while Qian looks down at him with an impatient grin and tells him to hurry up because he can't wait. Xu Jingming answers without warmth, saying that if his opponent can't wait to die, then he'll be happy to grant that wish. And with that, both of them step into the ring together. An elderly man appears to oversee the match, introducing himself as Dong Sheng, the vice principal of Jingchong University and a 2-8 grandmaster who will serve as the referee, then laying out the rules clearly. The fight ends if either person loses consciousness or admits defeat, and once that happens, any continued attacks are forbidden. He tells them not to hold back, because powerful figures are present to ensure no one loses their life. And as he releases his own power, a shield of water mist spreads around the arena to protect the crowd. After ordering both sides to prepare, he starts the countdown, and with a roar, declares the match has begun. Kian moves the instant it starts, activating his S-rank ability as his body transforms, swelling larger and more muscular as horns emerge and red markings spread across him. The ability named out as Brahma Be Sovereign, while Xu Jingming watches the change with steady calm. Now standing in that empowered form, Kian speaks with arrogant generosity, telling Xu Jingming he'll give him time to prepare his own S-rank technique so he can lose with no excuses. Around them, the crowd follows every movement as the duel between Xu Jingming and Kian truly begins, and spectators comment that Kian's S-rank enhancement ability is perfectly suited for a tight 30-meter arena, which limits Xu Jingming's ranged lightning, though they assume Xu Jingming must have anticipated that constraint. Inside the ring, bathed in purple lightning, Xu Jingming thinks that Kian is the ideal opponent for testing what his full third-tier power can really do, and without hesitation he releases it, an enormous surge of purple and blue lightning that bursts out and floods the entire arena. Even the efficient Jiang Quan can't hide his amazement, because the violent burst of power is already pressing hard against his water mist barrier, a barrier that was only meant to withstand the attack of a peak tier 3 A-rank user, so he's forced to pour in more strength and reinforce it just to keep the energy contained. Up in the stands, students turn pale with fear at the might of the purple cloud divine lightning, sensing it could kill them in an instant, and they can only gape at the staggering power gap on display between two freshmen. Down in the storm, even after transforming, Kian fury spikes as he feels Xu Jingming's lightning gnawing at his body in a way normal lightning simply shouldn't. And deciding he can't drag this out, he chooses to end it fast and charges in. As the two launch toward each other, Kian scoffs at Xu Jingming for resisting instead of running, swearing he'll show him what an S-rank enhancement user truly looks like as he brings his blade up to strike, yet Xu Jingming beats him to it, his spear snapping forward at a speed that catches Kian completely off guard. Kian barely manages to block the electrified spear, but the impact still blasts him backward, boots scraping as he slides, and he stays in disbelief because he cannot understand how Xu Jingming's raw physical strength can be matching his even after his already transformed with an S-rank ability. With purple lightning raging around him like a living storm, Xu Jingming mocks him, asking if he's surprised and adding that no rule says a lightning-type user has to be weaker than an enhancement type, and Kian answers that he is, admitting he meant to toy with him at first but now realizes that won't be possible, then declares Xu Jingming should feel honored for forcing him to use his full strength. With that, Kian charges again, and this time he undergoes a second, far more horrifying transformation, his face warping into something like a demonic mask as he unleashes his beast sovereign descent. The stands erupt in shocked recognition as students realize what they are seeing. He's stacking his S-rank ability, Brahma Be Sovereign, with an exclusive S-rank combat technique, pushing his power into something even more terrifying. On the sidelines, Vice Principal Xu watches with an unwavering gaze, while Vice Principal Ling Shuang studies it in silence, remembering that Din Zhongshan possesses a similar S-rank combat technique, and believing Xu Jingming must know it too. Back in the ring, Kian's enhanced form starts forcing the purple lightning away from his body, and with a predatory grin he taunts Xu Jingming, asking if he still dares to clash strength with him now. And in a shocking counter, Xu Jingming's hair turns pure white, his eyes blaze with blue energy, and he calmly accepts, saying he'll meet the challenge. An immense surge of power detonates from Xu Jingming's body, jolting even the fully transformed Kian, and as Xu Jingming's eyes sharpen into a fierce-slitted pupil, his own power-up completes in full view, leaving the audience utterly baffled. One student who'd only looked away for a moment snaps back and nearly chokes, shocked to find what seems like two monster bosses standing in the arena, and his friend hurriedly explains it's Xu Jingming and Kian entering their second stage, only for the first student to insist that, at this point, it's basically a boss fight. Kian, still stunned by Xu Jingming's transformation, recognizes it immediately as an S-rank combat technique, and in his powered-up form Xu Jingming coolly confirms Kian guessed right, then adds that there's no prize. Not giving his opponent even a heartbeat to regroup, Xu Jingming gathers a tight sphere of purple energy in his palm, already setting up his Thunder Prison technique, and the moment Kian recognizes it as a control-type S-rank move, his mind snaps to a single conclusion. He's in real danger. Still, choosing to gamble everything on one desperate push, Kian coats himself in red vitality armor and charges straight into the lightning, forcing his way through just enough to break free, only to be driven down to one knee as he stays up, stunned by the power he just endured. But Xu Jingming doesn't allow him to catch his breath, instead launching a massive spear of pure lightning that slices and narrowly missing Kian, and when it detonates, the blast ruins the space behind him so completely that Kian's whole body tightens with fear, realizing that if it had connected, he would have been heavily injured, if not killed outright. Before he can even form a response, Xu Jingming is already on him, closing the distance with lightning gale break, and although Kian throws his weapon up to block the violent spinning strike. The impact is so overwhelming that it hurls him backward, sending him skidding across the arena. Xu Jingming keeps the pressure on and unleashes a merciless barrage of chain lightning spears, a storm of lightning fast hits that slam into Qian's body again and again. And even under that brutal punishment, Qian refuses to yield, clinging to the frantic hope that if he can just endure this one move, he might still be able to turn the match. Convinced he's done it, he roars that now it's his turn to counterattack, only for Xu Jingming to reveal what the technique really is, delivering a cold command to explode. And in that instant, the lightning lodged inside Qian detonates from within, leaving him wide-eyed and powerless as the violent energy erupts from his chest and blasts him backward in a massive explosion. Qian's body slams into the arena's protective barrier, and he drops to the ground with his transformation completely gone, charred wounds smeared across his torso, while Xu Jingming steps in over the fallen fighter and brings the tip of his spear to within inches of Qian's forehead. With nowhere left to go, a humbled Qian weakly surrenders, and as the bout ends, Zhangguan lifts his hand and officially declares Xu Jingming the winner. The crowd erupts, and Xu Jingming's friends explode into celebration too, astonished that a fight they'd expected to drag past 10 minutes ended in only 2, praising him for overwhelming his opponent in a straight contest of strength and admiring how flawlessly he chained his combat techniques. Up on the balcony, Vice Principal Ling Shuang also turns the match over in her mind, noting how spotless Xu Jingming's performance was as she reviews the plan. Thunder Prison to seize control of the field, then other techniques to force out a weakness, then the opening exploited with Lightning Gale Break, and the finish delivered with Chain Lightning Spears, before concluding that his clean execution was truly excellent. Then she turns to Vice Principal Xu Ping and asks whether he has anything else to say, and with a heavy, somber look, Xu Ping admits their complete defeat, conceding the wagered 20% resource share to Modu University, and confirms that the S-Class resource he promised Xu Jingming will be delivered the next afternoon. As Ling Shuang and Xu Jingming walk away, Xu Ping can only remain behind and lament his university's double loss, while Ling Shuang offers Xu Jingming her congratulations for a job well done. She holds out a glowing blue card to him, the pass for Civilization Ruin number 13. And then, as an extra reward on top of that, she tells him the school will also grant an additional 10,000 credits. Bursting with joy, Xu Jingming thanks her for the generous rewards, then lowers his gaze to the long-coveted Ruins pass resting in his hand, wearing a confident, eager smile as he takes it in. Vice Principal Ling Shuang tells Xu Jingming to go rest, but not before reminding him exactly what he has secured: the S-Class resource from Qingjing University, plus the right to choose a combat technique from the libraries of all 3 universities, and she adds that he can return to the Devil's Cave the next day to collect the rare herbs his university won. Xu Jingming happily agrees, thinking about how wildly successful this research trip has been, since it's earned him a Ruins pass, credits, S-Class resources, and an enormous haul of herbs and beast materials. While they are still talking, a young man with long black hair walks up, praises Xu Jingming for the wonderful match, and says that being able to witness a genius like him is a fortune, and Xu Jingming answers with a polite thanks. Once the man leaves, Xu Jingming asks who that was, and Song Xiaoyanshu explains it was Dong Xingzhen from Qingjing University, the student ranked 3rd, right below Xu Jingming and Qian, making Xu Jingming marvel that Dong Xingzhen's cultivation has reached high rank 2nd tier, calling him a monster, only for Song Xiaoyan to tease him playfully, asking if he's basically praising himself since he's already a tier 3 user. With a mischievous grin, Xu Jingming jokes that it's different, that he has a cheat that can level him up with a single click, and he asks if she believes him, but an annoyed Song Xiaoyan snaps back in an exaggerated, comedic way that she doesn't believe him at all. The scene cuts to the exterior of a grand Gothic-style building, and inside its vast hall, robed figures kneel before a levitating man, the Archbishop, while a swirling pink orb hangs above him, and as he leads his followers in chanting, he proclaims that since receiving heaven's mandate, the heavenly god is eternal. The Archbishop then asks a subordinate whether everything at the plantation has been arranged, and when the subordinate confirms it has, the Archbishop issues a grim order. This subordinate will handle the teachers from the 3 universities and must kill as many as possible, prompting the followers to shout their agreement. After that, the Archbishop turns toward a man in a hooded robe and mask, addresses him as the Holy Son, and assigns him the job of dealing with the 2 Shrankers, Xu Jingming and Qian Io, saying it will be helpful for the Holy Son's growth. Wearing a chilling smile, the Holy Son accepts, promising that the distance between him and the S-Rankers will be very close. Then, the next day, the Archbishop gives his final instruction regarding the S-Rankers. It would be best if they are willing to join his Heaven's Mandate sect. Otherwise, the Holy Son is to kill them without mercy. And with that settled, the Archbishop turns to all his followers, his voice burning with zealous fervor as he declares that tomorrow will be the stage for the Heaven's Mandate sect, that they must announce their existence to the country in the most cruel and high-profile way possible. He finishes by launching into a forceful chant that his followers thunder back with the same devotion. Since receiving Heaven's Mandate, the Heavenly God is eternal. The students soon arrive at the Devil's Cave plantation, a massive, ornate greenhouse clearly marked as a restricted area. And the moment they step inside, they are stunned by the sight of beautiful C-class sunflowers, their excitement rising as they imagine harvesting such valuable herbs. A base supervisor comes to greet them, welcoming the mentors and student from the 3 major universities, and beside him, a woman, lead mentor Hu Ping, explains that the vice principals didn't come because the job isn't considered dangerous, adding that even if an accident did happen, Vice Principal Ling Xuang could use her space ability to arrive within minutes. He leads everyone deeper into the greenhouse, then starts dividing up the work, assigning each university its own harvesting zone. Qingjing University will collect sunflowers, Qingjing University will gather scarlet flame grass, and Magic City University is responsible for cleansing heart grass. But just as that sounds settled, he adds an odd additional rule, insisting that the top 3 freshmen must be separated from the main group. Hu Ping immediately challenges the idea, pointing out that other plantations don't have any rule like that, yet calmly explains that there's a new batch of S-class exotic herbs he wants the top students to collect, presenting it as a special opportunity meant for them. And he singles out Xu Jingming, Qian Rao, and Dongsheng, instructing the 3 of them to follow him and his staff. Even though Xu Jingming finds the arrangement suspicious, the presence of the university mentors steadies him, and he goes along. While they are walking, Dongsheng moves closer to Xu Jingming and Qian, compliments them on the spectacular battle from the previous day, and then shifts the conversation toward religion, bringing up rumors that certain sects possess secret techniques capable of boosting a user's strength from Tier 2 all the way to Tier 4, musing that with power like that, he might even be able to fight them. Xu Jingming immediately warns him not to get involved with those kinds of religions. But Qian answers differently, holding his hands in prayer as he insists that religions like his country's Jadu sect and the Holy Father sect carry positive significance, and he even credits his own invincibility to his Lord Brahma. Xu Jingming fires back with a taunt, asking why Lord Brahma didn't help him win their fight, and the jab leaves Qian seething, furious and unable to respond. Dongsheng slips in smoothly before it can escalate, agreeing with Qian that some religions do offer great benefits, and then he turns to Xu Jingming with a sly smile and drops an ominous line, telling him that in a little while he'll personally experience the power that comes from religion, and that he'll probably change his mind, leaving Xu Jingming weighed down by Dongsheng Zhen's cryptic warning. A cold dread creeping in as he wonders what Dongsheng could possibly mean. Supervisor Zhongshan leads mentor Hu Ping and the 3 top students deeper into the greenhouse, guiding them all the way to a secluded section, and then calmly announcing that they've arrived, only for Hu Ping to stare around in confusion at the empty space and ask where the promised S-class flowers are. Zhongshan simply points ahead and tells her to look, and in the same instant his friendly expression drops away like a mask, replaced by a sinister grin as the man who called himself Zhong Shan suddenly lunges at Hu Ping, his body warping into a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a massive demonic red claw that slams into her chest with terrifying speed and force. The hit sends Hu Ping flying, yet she manages to land, stunned, and she blurts out that her attacker is a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Realizing she's been tricked, she demands to know who he really is, then triggers a transformation and activates her rank Shadow Spirit Cat ability, while the shadowy attacker casually praises Hu Ping's vitality, reaches up, and removes his mask to reveal his true identity as the Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Wearing a cruel smile, the Archbishop tells her that since she's about to die, there's no harm in letting her know who they are, and he immediately orders his subordinate to kill everyone. Hu Ping snaps back in rage, accusing them of trying to sever the future of Great Shia's next generation, and as she speaks she crushes a crystal in her hand, only for the Archbishop to laugh and say it's already too late to call for help, then raise the red orb he's holding and unleash its power to form a massive space blockade that seals the entire area and traps them all inside. Meanwhile, outside, the 3 vice principals are instantly alerted to the assault, and Ling Xuang erupts in fury at the thought that someone has dared to attack their team, as the 3 powerful grandmasters shoot up into the sky and race toward the emergency. At the Shan supply base, head supervisor Zhu Ying reacts with alarm as well, urgently dispatching squad to the Devil's Cave plantation with orders to protect the eldest miss, Song Xiaoyun, and even as she forces herself to believe that with the Tier 8 grandmasters already on the way there shouldn't be any problems, the tension in her voice says otherwise. Back inside the greenhouse, Hu Ping feels something shifting within the space blockade, but the Archbishop only sneers and mocks them, declaring that their space-type grandmaster is useless against his barrier, and then, deciding he needs to move fast, he fixes his gaze on the cat-like woman and shouts that she will die first, his strike taking shape as a gigantic crushing red hand. Qian spits out a frustrated curse, while Xu Jingming, fully aware he's up against a Tier 7 Grandmaster, knows he has no chance of resisting power on that level. Yet before the massive hand can finish its descent, the Archbishop's attack wavers as the blockade itself is shaken, and he immediately realizes the space-time Grandmaster, Ling Xuang, is strong enough to rattle his trap. Unwilling to confront her head-on, the Archbishop chooses to withdraw, springing away and telling the Holy Sun that is leaving the rest to him. And as soon as the Archbishop is gone, Dongxing steps forward with his friendly facade completely stripped away, announces that the moment has come for the Heaven's Mandate sect to take the stage, tells Xu Jingming and Qian that is about to reveal his true form, and then begins a horrifying transformation. a wave of dark energy suddenly blasts out of Dongsheng's body. And as that sinister power floods the air, his level shoots upward in a terrifying climb, racing from Tier 2 high rank to Tier 2 peak, then snapping through into Tier 3, and continuing without slowing until it reaches the peak of Tier 4, leaving both Xu Jingming and Qian'io staring in total shock. Xu Jingming can hardly process what he's seeing, stunned that any technique could raise someone's strength by 2 full major ranks. And the moment that familiar, terrifying pressure hits him, he recognizes the aura at once. It's God's blood. While Qian'io stands there seething with rage, Xu Jingming keeps his eyes locked on Dongxing's transformation and dissects it in his mind, confirming again that the aura is God's blood, and concluding that a single dose of this SSS class resource is exactly what allowed Dongxing Shang to leap from Tier 2 all the way to peak Tier 4. Now twisted into a demonic figure with horns and glowing eyes, Dongxing faces Xu Jingming and Qian'io and offers them a choice with icy certainty: join the Heaven's Mandate sect and hunt down the other students, or be crippled and killed. Meanwhile, outside the main greenhouse, the rest of the students finally grasp the danger unfolding within, and one of them shouts for everyone to charge in and help the 2 S-rankers, yelling that they can't lose their hope, Xu Jingming. But the moment they try, several hooded cultists block their path, taunting them that no one can save the S-rankers and that the students should be worrying about themselves instead. In the middle of the chaos, Song Qiuyan forces her way through the cultists with a flaming spear, cutting a path forward with only one priority in her mind: protecting Xu Jingming. Far away, the 3 Grandmasters realize they've been trapped out of the fight, and one of them demands to know why Vice Principal Ling Shuang isn't teleporting them inside, only for her to answer that she already tried and the space within the plantation has been completely sealed. She identifies the source of the barrier as the Archbishop himself, because he's holding a glowing red orb with a bone suspended inside it, and Ling Shuang recognizes that bone as belonging to a rank 9 beast, Emperor with spatial abilities, exactly what's locking the entire area down. The other 2 Grandmasters react with immediate alarm, with Dongsheng remarking on how serious the situation is while the other warns that if anything happens to the 2 S-rankers it will become a massive problem. Yet the Archbishop only laughs at their helplessness and jeers that they'll be forced to watch as his sect butchers all the freshmen, proclaiming it the Heaven's Mandate sect's Great Awakening Day. The Grandmasters recoil in horror as the realization hits them. They are facing the very group they believe had been wiped out 60 years ago, and refusing to sit idle, the 3 of them decide to combine their strength. Ling Shuang tells them they have to strike together, judging that 3 minutes should be enough to crack the spatial blockade. And taking command, she shouts, "Rise!" as a colossal surge of blue energy explodes up from beneath the ground and lifts the entire plantation base into the air, keeping the plantation suspended. Vice Principal Ling Shuang studies the blockade in real time and announces that the underground space is sealed, but she has located the barrier's weakest point in the southeast, and as soon as she calls it out, the other 2 Grandmasters, Xu and Dongxing, respond by preparing to attack, each unleashing a powerful transformation as Xu becomes a savage ape beast and Dongxing shifts into a being made of swirling blue energy. Then, moving in unison, they rush the floating greenhouse and aim their combined power straight at that identified weak point. Inside the greenhouse, the remaining students hear a thunderous roar as the entire building takes a massive hit, and when they catch sight of the overwhelming power behind the strikes coming from outside, relief bursts through the crowd as they shout, realizing the vice principals have arrived to save them. In the middle of that chaos, Xu Jingming stays unnervingly composed as he opens his system panel and sees he still has 49,000 ability points, then runs the numbers in his head and figures that if he pours all of them into leveling up, he should be able to reach Tier 4, enough power to defeat the enemies in front of him. Dongsheng, however, speaks over the panic with open contempt, asking the frightened freshmen whether they've finally witnessed the true power of his sect, and then he extends a poisonous offer, telling them they can join him, and that if they kill the surrounding freshmen they'll be accepted as members and receive the same kind of power he now holds. The students waver, trading silent looks with each other, until Ling Shuang's voice cuts through the fractured barrier like a blade, issuing a harsh command that any freshman who attacks another will be expelled and killed on the spot, and with that threat made absolute, the students decide immediately they won't become traitors. Enraged by their refusal, Dongsheng spits that they're idiots for turning him down, then swings his attention back to Xu Jingming and Qian'io and gives them one last ultimatum, granting 3 seconds to either submit or die. In the very next moment, Qian'io lets his sword fall, drops into a bow, and pleads for his life, agreeing to join the Heaven's Mandate sect, and Dongxing approves of him at once before turning to Xu Jingming and demanding his answer too. Xu Jingming doesn't reply with words at all, instead letting purple lightning crawl and snap around his body as a clear, silent refusal, and Dongxing takes that as the final statement, declaring that Xu Jingming has chosen death. Then he issues his first order to his new follower: if Qian'io wants to prove his loyalty, he must kill Xu Jingming. The command makes Qian'io freeze, sweat beading as he admits to himself that he can't deal with Xu Jingming alone. And the instant his hesitation shows, the hooded figures standing with Dongxing Shang announce they'll attack together with him, spreading out to surround Xu Jingming. Even outnumbered, Xu Jingming remains steady, purple lightning blanketing him as he quickly measures what he's up against. 1 low-rank Tier 3 user and 4 low-rank Tier 1 users. And, deciding he may not even need to spend his precious ability points yet, he calls them on, challenging them to come at him. One hooded cultist, gripping a huge axe, drops down from above, sneering at Xu Jingming's arrogance as he declares Xu Jingming will die, and he hacks his axe down, only for the strike to be halted cold by Xu Jingming's S-rank defensive technique, Thunder Armor. Before the attacker can even process what happened, Xu Jingming drives his spear straight forward and impales the cultist through the chest. Staring in disbelief as his strength drains away, the fallen cultist questions how he could be beaten so easily when he's a Tier 4 user, and Xu Jingming answers with a cold taunt, mocking him for daring to come at him alone. Seeing one of his followers drop so fast, the transformed Dongsheng decides to stop watching and steps in himself, announcing that he'll attack together with the others, and as the circle of enemies tightens and they're ready their strike, Xu Jingming feels it clearly for the first time, the real, immediate pressure of death. Xu Jingming feels a flicker of disappointment, because he'd wanted to save those ability points for upgrading his S-rank ability later. Yet now it looks like he'll have to spend them anyway, and right as that thought lands, a system notification flashes up confirming he has killed a Tier 4 low-rank God's Blood Envoy and awarding him 1,000 ability points, enough to push his total past the 50,000 mark. The instant he realizes he finally has sufficient points, Xu Jingming makes a decisive choice and issues a command to his system to upgrade his ability. And at once the system begins evolving his S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Lightning as golden thunderbolts erupt around him and a progress bar appears, racing upward past 10% and 20% in moments. As the evolution continues, Xu Jingming starts rising off the ground, floating into the air as raw power pours out of him so intensely it stuns his opponents, while golden lightning spits and snaps around his body and his strength keeps swelling. Irritated by the sight, Dongxing scoffs that Xu Jingming is just playing tricks. Then dark red energy rolls out from Dongxing's body as he prepares to strike, unleashing a massive burst of power toward the exposed, mid-evolution Xu Jingming. Dongxing's attack bays down at the same time the evolution bar surges toward completion, climbing to 99%. And then, a heartbeat later, the process finishes as the system confirms Xu Jingming's S-rank ability has evolved into the stronger SS-rank Yutian Divine Lightning. With the transformation complete, Xu Jingming's eyes snap open glowing golden lightning crawling over him, and he answers immediately by releasing the new ability, calling down a colossal torrent of golden thunder from the sky that crashes straight onto the unsuspecting Dongxing Shang. The cult leader's scream cuts through the air as the overwhelming force engulfs him and wipes his attack out completely. And almost right after, another system notification confirms the death of a Tier 4 Peak God's Blood Envoy and credits Xu Jingming with 2,000 ability points. With the main threat removed, Xu Jingming turns his gaze to the remaining hooded cultists, points at them one by one with icy certainty, and declares that every last one of them must die, then summons another ruinous storm of golden thunder that drops down and annihilates the rest instantly. When it's over, Xu Jingming appears in front of a terrified Qian Iao, who immediately begs for mercy, bowing on the ground as he insists he was threatened and swears he never attacked Xu Jingming. While from farther away the Archbishop watches in stunned disbelief, unable to accept that his holy son has been killed. Disbelief twists into pure rage as he screams Xu Jingming's name and vows that Xu Jingming will be buried with Dongxing. And then, furious beyond restraint, he unleashes his own power, summoning a gigantic demonic red hand from the sky aimed directly at Xu Jingming. As that enormous red hand descends, the sheer pressure locks Xu Jingming in place, paralyzing him completely. And gritting his teeth, he realizes with dread that he can't even move as he wonders whether this is the unbeatable gap between himself and a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Yet just before the strike can crush him, the massive hand suddenly freezes, stopping in mid-air. Startled, Xu Jingming looks up and realizes it isn't his own strength that saved him at all, but a different, far more powerful space-time ability intervening at the last second. In a flash of golden light, Vice Principal Ling Shuang appears with a cold expression, and the Archbishop, still raging, snaps at her, demanding to know how she managed to break into the space blockade he was maintaining. Ling Shuang answers with a scoff, openly mocking him for depending on an item to prop up his power and for letting himself get distracted. And then she strikes first, unleashing her space-cutting technique, a blade of fiery energy that carves clean through his arm and severs his demonic hand in one smooth slice. Without allowing him even a moment to steady himself, she immediately follows by summoning a blue magic circle that locks around him, activating a space constriction technique that binds the Archbishop completely, and with him trapped, she makes her finishing move as a swirling vortex opens in front of her and she reaches in, snatching the space ceiling orb directly from his grasp and instantly ending his control over the entire area. With the danger neutralized, she floats down to the visibly shaken Xu Jingming and asks if he's alright, and he tells her he's fine, just as the other two Grandmasters, Xu and Jiangwen, arrive on the scene, with Xu quickly asking how they should deal with the remaining cult members. Holding the captured orb in hand, Ling Shuang's voice turns chilling as she declares that they dared to lay hands on her students, and she orders the two Grandmasters to capture any Tier 6 ability users alive, but to kill every other cultist without mercy. At her command, Shu and Zhang Chen launch themselves into the fight, smashing through the remaining cultists and cutting them down with overwhelming force until none are left standing. Once it's over, Ling Shuang turns her gaze to a terrified Qian Io as he starts trying to explain himself, but she cuts him off with icy finality, telling him someone will deal with him later, and then she shifts her attention back to Xu Jingming, asking about the golden lightning ability he used, especially because it had no casting time. Standing amid the bodies of the defeated cultists, Xu Jingming admits he isn't sure himself, explaining that when he was desperate to survive he forced his ability with everything he had, and it broke past its limit and mutated. Ling Shuang, clearly intrigued, asks whether what he used was actually a combat technique rather than his normal ability, and then tells him to show her his purple cloud divine lightning again. Xu Jingming tries to call up the original power, but to his shock, only that new golden lightning crackles around his hand, and as he stares at it in confusion, Ling Shuang murmurs that maybe his ability has fundamentally changed. Deciding not to dig deeper right now, she tells him they'll postpone a full analysis, and that once the crisis is completely settled she'll test his ability again back at the supply base. And Xu Jingming agrees. Right as their conversation winds down, a relieved Song Qiuyun rushes in calling Xu Jingming's name, throws her arms around him in a tight hug, and blurts out how worried she was. And watching the scene unfold, Ling Shuang lets a fond smile slip across her face as she thinks that youth really is a wonderful thing. Xu Jingming gently comforts the tearful Song Qiuyun, telling her everything is fine now, and when he takes her hands and reassures her with a calm smile, the simple closeness makes her blush. A moment later, Ling Shuang uses her power to slowly and gently bring the entire floating greenhouse back down until it settles on the ground again, and once the immediate danger has passed, she gathers the surviving students together and delivers a grim announcement. 342 freshmen were killed by the cultists, and she states that the 3 universities will take full responsibility, with compensation to be provided to the families of the dead. Her expression hardens into something fierce as she declares the Heaven's Mandate sect an enemy of humanity and of the 3 universities, then announces an extermination order against the sect and makes it clear that every student and teacher must accept missions to wipe them out. Listening from within the crowd, Xu Jingming quietly thinks about the ability points he can gain by killing the cult's God's blood envoys, and he decides he'll take some of those missions. Ling Shuang then makes one final announcement, officially ending the research trip, and instructs all freshmen to assemble the next morning so they can return to their schools. Back at the supply base, Ling Shuang follows through on the test she promised, handing Xu Jingming a circular detector and telling him to release his power. Xu Jingming sets his hand on the device, and brilliant golden lightning immediately crackles around it as Ling Shuang watches closely, and as she observes, a startling possibility flashes through her mind. Could his S-rank ability have mutated into something even rarer, an SS rank ability? Yet she forces herself to dismiss the thought as too unlikely, until the detection completes and the device announces the unbelievable result. Xu Jingming's ability is the Dutchan Divine Lightning, an SS rank ability. Ling Shuang blurts out in shock that it really is SS rank, then goes silent for a moment as the weight of it sinks in, thinking of the enormous gap between S rank and SS rank abilities and realizing that if Xu Jingming is trained properly, he could become a force capable of changing the game against the beasts. Her astonishment quickly flips into joy, and she praises him with open enthusiasm. Xu Jingming, still trying to process what he's just heard, wonders aloud how the instrument even knows his ability's name, and Ling Shuang explains that for the detector to identify it, the ability must have existed before, back in the ancient civilization era, adding that modern detectors like this are based on technology recovered from ancient ruins. Smiling as she studies him, she's impressed enough to think that his talent might be comparable to the legendary powerhouses of ancient times. Then her tone turns serious as she warns Xu Jingming not to publicize the evolution of his ability too widely, and as an added precaution she gives him a special talisman, explaining that if he's ever truly in danger he can crush it and she'll be able to rush to his location as long as he's within 400 kilometers. Xu Jingming accepts it with heartfelt gratitude. After that, Ling Shuang presents him with the S-Class resource Qingjing University promised, a Tier 5 break rank pill, and suggests he hold on to it for when he tries to advance from Tier 5 to Tier 6. But Xu Jingming immediately asks whether he can exchange it for a different resource, because with his cheat system he doesn't need pills to break through. Ling Shuang approves the request, granting him special permission to go to the Modu University Resource Department and trade it in. She then reminds Xu Jingming of the last part of his reward, the right to choose a combat technique from any of the 3 universities' libraries. And later, the AI Eva pulls up every lightning-type ability above a certain rank from the other 2 universities, flooding the room with dozens of screens that showcase an enormous range of powerful techniques. His eyes catch on 2 absolutely terrifying SSS rank techniques, but when he checks the requirements, he immediately sees the level thresholds are far beyond what he can meet right now. So he forces himself to stay practical and picks something he can actually use. After weighing his options, he gives his answer, telling the vice principal he has chosen the Shrank Thunder God Finger. The screen displays its details, explaining that it compresses lightning into a concentrated, high-power strike, and that it requires the user to be at least Tier 3 and possess an A-rank lightning ability. Ling Shuang cautions him that learning a technique from another university won't be easy, yet Xu Jingming answers with complete confidence that it doesn't matter, because he believes the 6,000 ability points he has will be enough. And seeing how sure he is, Ling Shuang smiles and approves the selection. As Xu Jingming turns to leave, she watches him with quiet awe, thinking about the absurd advantages he's carrying, and she concludes that if he's allowed to keep growing, humanity will gain another peerless powerhouse. Back in his private training room, Xu Jingming sits cross-legged and prepares to examine what he's become, then tells his system, Deep Blue, to open his attribute panel, and the display confirms everything at once. He is a low-rank Tier 3 user. He holds an SS rank ability, Duty and Divine Lightning, and he has 6,359 ability points. Golden Lightning dances around his hand as he reflects on the fact that it took 50,000 ability points to push his ability from Shrank to SS rank, and he admits to himself that this new lightning is even harder to control than before, so he decides his next priority will be training ability control. With a determined expression, he looks ahead, anticipating the day that effort finally pays off. That evening at the supply base, a group of civilians crane their necks and point in amazement at a cool-looking aircraft gliding in without any propellers, recognizing it as an advanced anti-gravity craft recovered from civilization ruins. And as the sleek, disc-shaped vehicle descends and touches down with eerie smoothness, a ramp extends and a lone figure steps out, a stylish man with long white hair, who declares with easy confidence that he has arrived for Xu Jingming. The onlookers jolt in surprise at the strange newcomer, but deciding that fewer people should even know his here, the white-haired man snaps his fingers, and in an instant the civilians' attention goes blank as they forget him completely and drift into casual chatter about movies and dinner. With his arrival now erased from notice, the man simply smiles to himself. At a temporary detention center on the base, 2 guards keep watch outside a cell where the captured Archbishop of the Heavens Mandate sect rages and shouts that his heavenly god will save his followers, while nearby the chief of public security tells Ling Shuang they haven't been able to extract anything useful from the cultists because their wills are too strong. The Archbishop mocks them in return, calling them fools, and Grandmaster Jiang Quen comments that they'll have to wait for someone from a higher authority. Ling Shuang agrees with Grandmaster Jiang Quen, saying the person they're waiting for should arrive soon, and almost immediately after, the white-haired man steps into the hallway, making Ling Shuang tense the moment she senses the weight of his aura. The man remarks that has kept them waiting, and a startled Ling Shuang hurriedly greets him with respectful restraint, calling him Lord Lu and asking why he came in person. He answers that it was necessary, because the Heavens Mandate sect has resurfaced, and even as Ling Shuang listens, she can't help silently wondering why someone as significant as Liu Yushan, a Tier 9, martial saint with terrifying power, would personally appear here at all. Liu Yushan begins the interrogation at once, and when he turns his gaze on the Archbishop, one eye blooms with a purple aura as he demands to know whether the man is the sect's head. Crushed under the mental pressure, the Archbishop admits he's only a Grand Archbishop, then reveals their objective was to massacre the freshmen, and confesses they have spies planted in more places than just the universities. 10 minutes later, Lu Wangshan explains that the questioning was only a partial success, because the Archbishop's memories were altered by another powerful user, blocking him from learning the locations of their strongholds or the real identity of the sect's true leader, and he concludes that the sect is clearly preparing a larger conspiracy. Then he pivots, saying he now needs to see Xu Jingming about the recent evolution of his ability. Xu Jingming is summoned into a private room together with Vice Principal Ling Shuang, and after inviting him to sit, she introduces him to Lu Wangshan, a member of the Great Xi'an National Council, leaving Xu Jingming genuinely stunned, not least because he hadn't even noticed there was another person in the room. As Liu Yushan greets him, Xu Jingming is instantly pinned by an immense, crushing pressure from the man's gaze, and his body reacts before his mind can catch up as he instinctively calls up Golden Lightning to push back against that overwhelming force. After a brief moment the pressure lifts, but it leaves him drained, and in awe he admits to himself that he never imagined he couldn't endure even a single glance from a Tier 9, martial saint. Liu Yushan then compliments him, saying it's rare for a Tier 3 user to withstand his gaze at all, and that Xu Jingming's will is exceptionally firm, and Xu Jingming, humbled by the difference between them, bows deeply in respect. Liu Yushan explains why he's here, laying out the value of Xu Jingming's potential by saying that while rank users appear every year, fewer than 50 SS rank users have been recorded across the last 200 years, and he expresses his hope that Xu Jingming will grow into one of humanity's top fighters. Then, to secure him, Liu Yushan summons a glowing purple spirit soul seal and says it will provide additional mental protection, and with a gentle touch he presses it to Xu Jingming's forehead, an act that visibly drains even a martial saint. As Xu Jingming steadies him and helps him up, Liu Yushan explains that the seal is his own SS rank psychic technique, and that now it's been applied, it would take enormous effort for even another Tier 9 psychic user to break it. Liu Yushan then prompts Xu Jingming to thank the counselor, and Xu Jingming immediately does, voicing his gratitude without hesitation. Liu Yushan waves off Xu Jingming's thanks, saying he only asks that once Xu Jingming is strong enough, he repay Great Xia by killing more enemies, and Ling Shuang can't resist teasing that plenty of tier 8 grandmasters would beg for a gift like that. Xu Jingming answers with calm confidence that he is, after all, Modu University's best student, which earns an amused reaction from Ling Shuang as she immediately gives him a new assignment. He will lead the team for the all-country university league competition next March. Xu Jingming goes completely speechless and hurriedly reminds her that is only a freshman, but she tells him not to slack off because she has already reserved his spot. And with the decision clearly not up for debate, Xu Jingming accepts the challenge and says is looking forward to battling geniuses from across the country. 3 days later, back at Modu University, Qing Yaju is waiting for Xu Jingming's return, and when a massive airship lands and the students begin filing out, she calls out to him. Xu Jingming and Song Xiuyan greet her, and Song Xiuyan sincerely thanks Qing Yaju for the life-saving pills, after which Qing Yaju proudly invites them all to a celebratory meal. As they walk together, she asks Xu Jingming whether he brought back the rare herb she wanted, and he confirms that he did, teasing that the hole is so big she might not even be able to handle it. While from farther away, Vice Principal Ling Shuang hovers in mid-air watching them with a smile, thinking to herself that Xu Jingming is lucky with women, and that since stronger people produce stronger children, having multiple partners is good for humanity. Then her mind drifts to her own history and she lets out a sigh about still being single in her 30s. Later, inside a decorated room, Zheng Chuan stares in wide-eyed amazement at the enormous pile of rare herbs Xu Jingming has delivered, and she asks in disbelief whether he emptied the entire Devil's Cave, but Xu Jingming answers evenly that very few users can even make it to the middle section of the cave, adding that if he'd stayed longer, he could have gathered even more. Looking slightly overwhelmed, Zhang Chuan sighs, realizing she's about to be extremely busy. Xu Jingming then rises to leave, explaining that he needs to head to the university's resource department to exchange an S-class resource he received, and not long after he arrives at the Grand Resource Department building where he tells the AI Eva to list all the S-class resources he can trade for his 7th grade breakthrough pill. Holographic screens bloom into existence around him, displaying a long selection of powerful items, and surprised by the range, he asks Eva which choice would most improve his lightning control. Eva presents a single recommended option, an S-class Thunderhaze Secret Realm Pass, which grants entry to a specialized training area, and the location immediately grabs Xu Jingming's attention because H-Dong City is close to his hometown, yet has never heard of any such place. Eva explains that the secret realm appeared 8 to 7 years ago and was seized by the Thunderhaze Martial Arts Hall, and that it's now a restricted zone kept hidden from the public. Curiosity rising, Xu Jingming asks whether there are beasts inside, and when Eva confirms there are, and that most of them can control lightning, Xu Jingming lets a confident smirk form as he realizes this pass is the perfect resource for him. He locks in his decision, and the pass materializes straight into his palm. Back on campus, Xu Jingming receives a phone call about a society exchange meeting scheduled for that afternoon, and the voice on the other end greets him as Vice President Xu, a title he only just picked up after joining the Meteor Society a few days earlier on his senior's recommendation. So he pauses, a little taken aback that responsibilities are already landing on him, yet he still agrees to show up, thinking that a gathering where students from different departments trade experiences actually sounds interesting and worth attending. When Xu Jingming meets his master, Zhongshan stares at him in outright astonishment and asks whether he has already stepped into Tier 3, and Xu Jingming answers with a calm smile that he broke through during the research trip. Zhongshan, still looking stunned, sets a hand on his shoulder and jokes that Xu makes smashing through a Tier 3 bottleneck sound as effortless as eating and drinking. Then, eager to see what has changed, tells Xu Jingming to come to the training room so he can examine what his body has become after absorbing the god's blood. Inside the training room, Xu Jingming releases a raging torrent of crackling golden lightning while his master watches, and the sight immediately throws Zhongshan into confusion as he voices the question that jumps out first: why the purple cloud divine lightning is shining gold instead of its usual blue-purple, before realizing it isn't only the color at all, because the ability's aura feels completely different. Xu Jingming answers evenly that Vice Principal Ling Shuang should have already informed him, then tells his master the truth. His ability has evolved into the SS rank Duty and Divine Lightning. The words hit like a strike of their own, and Zhongshan blurts out in disbelief that an S-rank ability can evolve into SS rank, finally understanding why Ling Shuang called the day before, and hinted his disciple had a surprise. Once the initial shock settles, Zhongshan warns that handling an SS rank ability is far more difficult than using an S-rank one, so Xu will need much more practice. Xu Jingming nods, says he has exchanged for a Thunder Secret Realm Pass, and needs to get ready, and Zhongshan agrees that the Secret Realm is an excellent training ground for Lightning-type users. Yet before that, he insists on checking Xu's physique, telling him to activate his Thunder Pulse state. Xu Jingming agrees without hesitation, ready for the inspection, and the moment he activates it his body is swallowed in golden lightning as the transformation takes hold, his hair and eyes glowing with power. Zhongshan watches with clear approval, saying the foundation of Xu Jingming's indestructible body has strengthened dramatically and has reached the level of a high-rank Tier 2 user, and adding that it is now mixed with the aura of a Beast Emperor-level bloodline. With that, Xu Jingming understands why his physique alone can stand on par with the S-rank user Qian Io, and Zhongshan, satisfied with what he's seen, tells his disciple to rest, explaining that only real combat will truly expose his buddy's current state. The dean runs through his other disciples in his mind as potential opponents, only to dismiss them one by one as unsuitable, until a thought catches him off guard. His junior brother, Jingming, now looks stronger than even the rest of his senior students. 10 minutes later, the butler, Uncle Fu, announces that the person he's summoned has arrived, and a muscular senior student with a mohawk, Zhongshan, steps forward, visibly tense, wondering to himself why the dean, the showman as he privately calls him, is looking for him again. Convinced he must be in trouble, he freezes until Zhongshan calmly reassures him, explaining that this isn't punishment at all, just a request for a purely physical combat training session with his disciple, Shu Jingming. Zhongshan blinks in surprise and asks whether a fight with only physical strength wouldn't be the same as bullying Shu Jingming. But the dean cuts it off immediately, telling him to use his full strength and promising he will be watching the entire time. With that assurance, Zhongshan accepts, rolling his shoulders and cracking his knuckles, then tells his junior that since the dean ordered him to go all out, he won't be polite. As they square up, Zhongshan turns to his butler and asks who he thinks will win, and Uncle Fu answers that although Shu Jingming is stronger overall, in a contest of pure physique Zhongshan should take it. Zhongshan disagrees, acknowledging that Zhongshan is indeed a powerful peak tier 3 A rank user, yet adding that what his disciple has been through is something no one could easily imagine. Out on the training floor, Zhongshan settles into a fighting stance, activates his A-rank B-style ability, and transforms into a large, fearsome grey wolf. And in that hulking form he thinks to himself that since his opponent is an S-rank user favored by both the dean and the vice principal, he should probably hold back so he doesn't injure him. The moment the fight starts, the transformed Zhongshan warns his junior to be careful and drives a heavy punch forward, only for Shu Jingming to meet it head-on, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact that jolts Zhongshan so hard he staggers backward in shock, struggling to accept what just happened as the thought races through him. He's a peak tier 3 user with an A-rank ability, so even while holding back, he should have crushed his opponent. Shu Jingming, looking almost innocently puzzled, asks whether his senior didn't use his full strength, and Zhongshan immediately understands his error, admitting to himself that he underestimated him. Unwilling to lose, Zhongzhan throws his head back and releases a fierce howl while gathering power, and Shu Jingming answers a display with nothing more than a smirk. They rush each other again, and the room fills with the sound of a rapid, brutal exchange. Powerful punches fired and answered in quick succession, each impact echoing off the walls as neither gives ground. While Dean Zhongshan watches from the side and dissects what he's seeing, noting that Shu Jingming's blood is flowing faster than Zhongshan's thanks to that unknown beast emperor blood, and concluding that despite the gap in rank, their physical strength has ended up roughly equal. With the fight stuck in a clear stalemate, the dean decides it's time to intervene, calling out to Shu Jingming and granting him permission to activate his Thunderpole state. Hearing that, Zhongshan immediately panics and protests that he is already being suppressed, but Shu Jingming's body is already crackling with golden lightning as he forces his power even higher, and Zhongshan can only turn toward him, tense and pleading, asking brother Jingming to go easy on him. Shu Jingming, now shining with overwhelming strength, just smiles and agrees. A few minutes later it's finished, with Zhongshan sprawled on the floor, panting hard in exhaustion, while Shu Jingming kneels beside him and offers him a vial filled with red liquid, explaining that their sparring session gave his teacher some inspiration and thanking his senior for the help. Zhongshan takes it gratefully and declares that if anyone online ever questions Shu Jin's name, he'll be the first one to stand up and defend him. While Zhongshan catches his breath, Shu Jingming asks Uncle Fu when his teacher might come out of meditation, and Uncle Fu tells him there's no telling, because it could be hours or it could stretch into days. As they wait, Shu Jingming's phone suddenly beeps, and when he answers is surprised to hear Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who tells him that the people from Jing University have arrived with the original copy of the S-rank combat technique, Thunder God Finger, and instructs him to come to the Battle Technique Library to pick it up. From a room packed with books, Ling Shuang decides she'll come collect him herself. In the next instant, a golden portal snaps open beside a startled Shu Jingming, and Ling Shuang steps out, saying nothing as she clamps a hand on his shoulder and yanks him through, holding him off his feet while Zhongshan and Uncle Fu can only stare in surprise. They reappear inside a decorated room where a man is seated on a sofa, and Ling Shuang, still holding Shu Jingming suspended, introduces him as Magic City University's S-rank student before introducing the man as Teacher Chen Lin from Jing University. Once Shu Jingming is back on his feet, he bows with respect, and the man smiles as he returns the greeting, addressing him as Student Shu. Then Ling Shuang explains that Teacher Chen is a low-rank T7 Grandmaster who has mastered the Thunder God Finger, adds that he will be staying for half a month, and makes it clear that Shu Jingming must seek his guidance often. Shu Jingming agrees, though privately he thinks it's a pity, since he could simply use his system to master the technique instantly, and instead, outwardly polite, he tells Teacher Chen that he may end up disturbing him a lot. Teacher Chen waves it away, saying it's nothing, explaining that he is an old friend of Shu Jingming's master and came by to visit, and telling Shu Jingming that if he needs anything, he can find him at Zhongshan's residence. That evening, A weary Xu Jingming reaches a large building for the society meeting, apologizes for arriving late, and explains that he had a lot to handle that day. Then, as he steps into the spacious meeting hall, students all around greet him as Vice President Xu, and he can't help noticing just how many members the society has. A young man with purple hair waves him over and invites him to take a seat in the front aisle. And as Xu Jingming sits down, the young man introduces himself as Vice President Du Liangping, then immediately marvels at how absurdly fast Xu Jingming has reached Tier 3, even predicting that he'll be the next president. Xu Jingming shows no interest in that kind of talk and simply asks what the meeting is actually about, which makes Du Liangping's face turn serious as he explains that it concerns the mission tied to the Heaven's Mandate sect. He adds that the sect must have a death wish to attack the freshman team, then asks pointedly whether Xu Jingming is truly planning to accept the mission. Xu Jingming answers without the slightest hesitation that of course he is. At the Meteor Society meeting, Wuan makes a grave announcement, telling everyone that the Heaven's Mandate sect has returned and that the government has issued an extermination order against them, then explaining that the school has released many tasks connected to this mission and urging all members to take part. After that, he turns to Xu Jingming, guessing that he'll be accepting a task as well, and offers to team up. But Xu Jingming, seated beside Du Liangping, declines politely and says he prefers to go alone. He isn't doing it on impulse either, because in his mind the choice is calculated. Before he accepts any mission, he must first master the Thunder God Finger technique, since adding another S-rank combat skill will make him far safer in the battles ahead. Following that plan, Xu Jingming meets Teacher Chen in a quiet room and tells him he read the Thunder God Finger manual the previous night but still has questions, and Teacher Chen responds by praising his diligence, saying it's exactly what he expects from Magic City University's top student, then inviting him to ask anything at all and promising to share everything he knows. Xu Jingming points to the section describing how to communicate with the world's thunder and merge it with one's own power, and Teacher Chen explains that the principle resembles the heavenly lightning technique Xu Jingming has already learned, except that Thunder God Finger is far more advanced, demanding much greater condensation of energy and producing far more complex changes. They keep talking like that for a long stretch, and 3 hours later the session finally ends, with Teacher Chen resting a supportive hand on Xu Jingming's shoulder and praising his strong comprehension, then adding that the only thing left now is practice, and remarking that it took him more than 10 days to reach the same level of understanding. Xu Jingming thanks him sincerely for the lesson, and the moment he has the knowledge he needed, he immediately uses his cheat, closing his eyes and ordering his system, Deep Blue, at points, after which the system instantly confirms that the Thunder God Finger technique has been learned to the beginner level. Teacher Chen, unaware of what just happened, suggests that Xu Jingming should try the technique right now so they can spot any issues, and the proposal catches Xu Jingming off guard, because he thinks that since he has already learned it, there shouldn't be any problems at all. Still trying to refuse politely, he says he should head back and practice on his own so he doesn't take up any more of the teacher's time. Teacher Chen immediately waves off the concern, assuring him it won't take long, and with nowhere left to retreat, Xu Jingming can only agree, reluctantly, to demonstrate. He starts showing the Thunder God Finger while his teacher observes, and the moment he gathers power, a fierce surge of golden lightning snaps and crackles around him. Teacher Chen watches with a pleased, satisfied smile, thinking that his student's opening stance is flawless, even noting to himself that plenty of outstanding students can't even stabilize that starting posture for the first 2 months. But as Xu Jingming continues, Teacher Chen's satisfaction shifts into surprise, because he can clearly see that Xu Jingming has already completed the second step as well, communicating with the world's thunder, and the memory flashes through his mind that Jing University's best student needed 4 months to reach that point, making him instinctively assume the next, most difficult segment should be completely out of reach. Xu Jingming proves that assumption wrong in the very next breath, lifting a finger toward the sky as all the gathered energy surges upward. And then, high above the university, it condenses into a colossal golden hand formed from pure power. Teacher Chen goes rigid in total shock, wiping sweat from his brow as he stays up and wonders how his student managed to release the Thunder God Finger on his very first attempt. Yet he doesn't even have time to process the disbelief before Xu Jingming yells in panic that he can't pull the technique back. The massive golden hand begins to drop, heavy with ruin, threatening the campus below, and Teacher Chen reacts without hesitation, drawing on his own strength as blue lightning crackles around his fingers. He fires a concentrated beam straight at the descending hand, and the two forces meet with a tremendous explosion high in the air, the collision dispersing the danger and neutralizing the strike before it can land. With the crisis over, Teacher Chen confirms that the energy was real and that Xu Jingming truly did release the Thunder God Finger, then immediately advises him to work on control, warning that if that blow had actually struck, the entire area would have suffered. Xu Jingming lets out a nervous laugh, openly relieved that Teacher Chen was there, then lifts the still glowing scroll and suggests that since he has already learned it, he should return the manual. Teacher Chen can only look baffled as a slightly embarrassed Xu Jingming says he'll hurry back to practice, and then quickly leaves. Alone, Teacher Chen lets out a sigh as he stays down at the manual, reflecting on the sheer, unbelievable talent of old Zhongshan's new disciple and calling him a monster in his heart. even thinking that if Xu Jingming weren't Magic City University's treasured S-rank student, he would do everything he could to poach him for Jing University. Later, walking along a campus street, Xu Jingming turns a moment over in his mind and measures the Thunder God Finger's power, concluding it's terrifying, so much so that weaker Tier 5 users probably couldn't block it. Yet he also recognizes the glaring drawback, because a single use just burned through nearly half of his Jutian Divine Lightning energy. Realizing he needs a way to recover his strength, he pulls out his phone and gives the AI Eva a command. Open the store. I want to buy pills for recovering ability power. But just as he's about to start shopping, a familiar voice calls his name. Xu Jingming turns and sees Song Qiuyun, so he asks what she's doing here, and she explains that she spotted a gigantic lightning finger over the villa area and immediately guessed it had to be him. Curious, she presses him about what new skill he picked up, and he tells her he has mastered the S-rank Thunder God Finger for the Heaven's Mandate Sect task. At that, a faint blush creeps onto her cheeks as she asks what level the task is. But the moment Xu Jingming says it's an S-rank mission involving one of the sect's branches, her expression sinks, because she realizes a high mission like that is beyond her. Disappointed, she tells him she can't go, that all she can do is stay at school and wish him the best. Xu Jingming then asks whether she isn't taking a task of her own, and she says she wants to, but she hasn't been able to find suitable teammates, so he suggests she look for senior sister Song Qiuyun agrees at once, decides to go find her immediately, and invites him along, and he says yes, adding that he also needs to talk with Zhang about pills, after which the two of them head off together. Meanwhile, over at the Mushi Cafe in Jining City, a 4-person group is already waiting, and a woman with short purple hair asks the blonde-haired captain whether the people from Magic City University have arrived. The captain tells her not to rush, because the appointment is set for 8:30, but another member grumbles about how long they've been sitting there, only for the captain to snap back that it's because their public security bureau is short-handed. Someone asks who is even coming to assist them, and the captain answers that it's a 19-year-old freshman named Xu Jingming. The name and age draw instant disbelief from the team, with one person questioning whether Magic City University is sending a freshman to his death, another dismissing it as a joke, and the captain telling them to stop interrupting and let him finish. He then lays out the details that change the room's mood, stating that Xu Jingming has an S-rank ability, is a low-rank Tier 3 user, and that his combat power sits at the peak of Tier 3. That revelation stuns them into silence for a beat. Then they react with open amazement, exclaiming that a freshman being that fierce makes him a genius, and the captain warns everyone to be serious when they meet him. Right on cue, the cafe door swings open and Xu Jingming walks in, offering a calm smile as he apologizes for making them wait. The blonde-haired man answers that they have also just arrived, shakes Xu Jingming's hand, and introduces himself as Cai Ju, a peak Tier 3 user with a B-class enhancement ability. He then identifies the man with long gray hair as Xiong Shan, a mid-rank Tier 3 support user, introduces the woman with short purple hair as Zhang Tong, a high-rank Tier 3 user with a Ferret-type ability, and finally points out the man with glasses as Sun Yang, a high-rank Tier 3 user with a mental-type ability. With the introductions done, Cai Ju says they can get straight to the point, ready to present the clues they've gathered about the Heaven's Mandate sect, and he explains that their investigation has led them to 2 individuals. Cai Ju names the 2 people their investigation has narrowed down to: Zhao Wuhao, president of the Tiger Society, and Ling Chong, CEO of Blue Ocean Technology, and a holographic projector throws up their images as he explains that their intelligence indicates both men are tied to the sect. The objective is to capture them and interrogate them, because it should point straight to the sect's local branch, and Cai Ju adds that they consider Ling Chong the more troublesome target, so the plan is to seize Zhao Wuhao first. He then tells Xu Jingming that his job is to follow their operation the next day. With a faint smile, Xu Jingming challenges the approach, asking why they don't split up when there are 2 targets, and Cai Ju answers that moving together is safer. Xu Jingming immediately realizes they are underestimating him, so he calmly proposes a different plan, telling them to leave the harder target, Ling Chong, to him while they take care of the Tiger Society. Cai Ju's face stays skeptical as he wonders if this S-rank student has gotten ahead of himself, thinking that even with an S-rank ability, taking on a mid-rank Tier 4 user is brutally difficult, and Zhang Tong pushes back even harder, stating that Ling Chong has a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard, which makes him far too dangerous for one person. She insists they stick to the original plan. Xu Jingming doesn't flinch, tells her not to worry because it will be no problem, and Zhang Tong, irritated, turns to her captain and demands, angrily, whether Xu Jingming even understands how serious this is. But Cai Ju, seeing how firmly Xu Jingming is insisting, finally relents, agrees to let him go alone, and hands him a data chip containing all the information they have on Lang. Xu Jingming accepts it with an assured smile, thinking that the team has far too little faith in an S-rank student, and concluding that he'll have to show them what real skill looks like. Later, inside a room, Xu Jingming studies a holographic map of a technology park projected from his portable EVA terminal, noting the overwhelming security, thousands of sensors layered throughout the area, along with dozens of ability users constantly patrolling. And he thinks that his target, Ling Chong, has turned the entire park into a fortress, guarded even more tightly than a military base. Just then his phone vibrates, and when he answers, it's Caiju telling him that the Bureau has assigned a special action squad of 20 agents to operate under Xu Jingming's command. Yet even with reinforcements promised, Xu Jingming lowers the phone afterward with the feeling that when it's time to move, that extra manpower won't be much use. The next day, Xu Jingming sits at an outdoor cafe inside the busy, futuristic Blue Ocean Technology Park, turns to one of his subordinates, and asks Captain Wang for a surveillance update. Captain Wang Gang, Peak Tier 2, and the man leading the Special Action Squad, reports that his team has already scouted the entire area, but they couldn't find a single weakness in the park's defenses. Hearing Captain Wang Gang's report, Xu Jingming concludes that although he'd hoped to avoid brute force, it now looks like that's his only path forward. But before he can act, a woman's voice suddenly calls his name in startled recognition. He turns and finds Lin Qingluan, his old high school monitor, standing there, and the sheer coincidence catches him off guard, since he had nearly forgotten she was even attending university in Jin City. She asks what could possibly bring him all the way to Jinning from Magic City, wondering if he's here as a tourist, and Xu Jingming gives a vague agreement, saying he wanted to visit the Blue Ocean Technology Park but wasn't allowed inside. He immediately offers a way around that, explaining that her uncle was invited to a technology exhibition inside the park and could probably bring Xu Jingming in as his guest, assuring him it would be no trouble at all. Xu Jingming accepts with genuine gratitude, and she responds by teasing him lightly for still calling her monitor after all this time. As they head in, Xu Jingming turns the twist over in his mind, realizes how useful it is, and decides he'll have his special action squad stay on standby for the moment. Later, in an open-air courtyard within the park, Lining One's uncle, Lin Hema, tells the group that CEO Ling Chong will be arriving soon, then says they are free to look around while he goes off to greet a few friends. Xu Jingming smiles, thanks him, and thinks to himself that this couldn't be better, because it spares him the trouble of hunting for his target. While they wait for the CEO to appear, Lining One asks Xu Jingming whether he's become an ability user, and when he confirms it, she lets out a sigh edged with envy, complaining that he became a full-fledged ability user in only 6 months while she's still stuck at the Awakens stage. Right then, Xu Jingming's phone rings, and he steps away from the group to answer. On the other end, Caiju's voice is urgent as he asks whether Xu Jingming has found Ling Chong, then explains that their other target from the Tiger Society have all escaped, leaving Ling Chong as their only remaining lead, and he warns Xu Jingming not to let him slip away, an insistence that makes Xu Jingming wonder if his target is preparing to flee as well. As he listens, something suddenly clicks in Xu Jingming's mind, and his eyes widen as realization hits. Caiju hears the shift and asks what's wrong, but Xu Jingming reins himself in and answers calmly that it's nothing, then tells him he has just located Lang Chong. Meanwhile, back at Bureau headquarters, Zhang Tong asks Captain Caiju for an update, and Caiju explains that Xu Jingming has found Lang, but the details are still unclear, so they are heading over immediately to provide backup. Back in the technology park, Xu Jingming ends the call, then turns to Lin Qingluan and calmly tells her to take her friends and find somewhere safe to hide, because he has some business he needs to handle. Confused, she asks what they are supposed to be hiding from, and Xu Jingming, his face turning grave, tells her plainly that he didn't come to the park for a tour. Nearby, the CEO of Blue Ocean Technology, Ling Chong, is in the middle of greeting his associates at the exhibition when, without any warning, Xu Jingming strides forward and calls out at full volume, Ling Chong of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Surrender. Pointing straight at the CEO, he declares that an investigation by the Jinning City Public Security Bureau has linked Ling Chong to the cult, then orders all bystanders to leave at once, warning that anyone who tries to protect the CEO will be treated as an enemy. Shocked murmurs ripple through the crowd as people struggle to accept that someone as famous as Ling Chong could be tied to an evil cult. Yet they can't ignore a statement made in the name of the Public Security Bureau. A burly bodyguard named Wu Hang immediately steps in front of the CEO, insisting that he's only a bodyguard and knows nothing about any cult, then sneers that the Bureau must be joking to send a low-ranked Tier 3 kid to deal with someone like his boss. Lin Qingluan hears that and goes rigid with disbelief, stunned that Xu Jingming has already reached Tier 3 in less than a single semester of university. Xu Jingming, meanwhile, takes one look and decides the bodyguard must be a cult member too. So he chooses to finish this right here, quietly instructing his AI Eva to begin recording the mission. Furious at Xu Jingming's audacity, Wu Hang's body starts to glow with dark red energy as he summons an enormous sword, and with a roar of, "Die!" he charges in to unleash a powerful blood tiger slash, only for Xu Jingming to slip aside and dodge it cleanly. The spectators erupt in shock at the bodyguard's terrifying strength, some shouting that Master Wu, a mid-rank Tier 4 user, has made his move, and Wu Hong mocks Xu Jingming, saying that even if he was fast enough to dodge once, he won't get that lucky a second time. Xu Jingming doesn't react at all, answering calmly that there's no need to dodge, because he has already seen everything he needs to understand his opponent's strength. In the next heartbeat, golden lightning snaps into being around Xu Jingming as he begins to transform, his hair flashing into a brilliant, spiky gold while his eyes ignite with crushing power. Wu Hang goes pale with terror, mistaking what he's seeing for deification, a technique he believed only the sect elite god's blood envoys could use, though he quickly realizes it isn't the same, because Xu Jingming's body isn't changing shape. Calling his opponent stubborn, Xu Jingming lifts his hand and condenses a vicious bolt of thunder, then throws a spear of pure golden lightning that crashes into Wu Han's chest with devastating force, dropping the bodyguard instantly as he collapses to the ground, defeated in a single strike. Off to the side, Lin Haima stands frozen in total shock, then turns to his niece and asks whether the person who just took down Master Wu in one shot is really her old classmate. Lin Qingluan nods, admitting she's just as stunned by how unbelievably strong he's become, and Ling Chong, watching his strongest bodyguard get dropped that effortlessly, starts to panic as he wonders when the Public Security Bureau managed to recruit a monster like this. He doesn't waste a second. He turns and bolts, trying to flee. But the transformed Xu Jingming only scoffs and says, "Too late," then reaches out and releases a technique called Thunder Prison. In the blink of an eye, tendrils of golden lightning burst up from the ground and knit themselves into a cage, sealing the fleeing CEO inside, and Xu Jingming lands in front of him with eyes glowing ominously. He coldly tells Lang Chong that his bodyguard is dead, then warns him not to do anything stupid, because otherwise Xu Jingming can't guarantee he'll be brought in for questioning in one piece. Trapped in the blazing lightning, Ling Chong stays in shock, unable to believe the Public Security Bureau has someone this bloodthirsty, and as he demands to know what's going on, Xu Jingming answers by slamming a sphere of crackling energy into him. The man immediately foams at the mouth and drops unconscious. Chapter 47. The other guests and staff caught inside the Thunder Prison erupt into panic, shouting to be released and insisting they aren't cultists, but at that moment a special action squad in black suits rushes onto the scene. Xu Jingming, now returned to his normal form, faces the crowd alongside his squad and announces, "No one can leave until an investigation is done," warning that anyone who tries to run will be treated as a cult member. He adds that the Bureau won't wrong an innocent person or allow a criminal to slip away, and the crowd falls silent. When CAIJU's team reaches the technology park, the scene they find is strangely calm, with no visible signs of a fight, so CAIJU assumes they arrived too late and the mission has failed. He curses under his breath, thinking they've lost their only lead to the sex branch, then grabs a squad member and demands to know whether Ling Chong escaped. The agent tells him everything is under control, that the park is secured and Ling Chong has already been captured. And CAIJU, baffled, points out that the squad shows no evidence of a battle at all. The agent admits they don't know the details either, explaining that when they arrived, Officer Xu had already handled everything and they were only assigned the cleanup. The explanation leaves CAIJU's team stunned, and they blurt out in disbelief how it could possibly be resolved when a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard was there. But then they find the bodyguard, Wu Hang, lying lifeless. CAIJU crouches to examine the corpse, realizing with a chill that Xu Jingming didn't just defeat a mid-rank Tier 4 user, he killed him in a single hit. And in the same breath he understands just how badly he underestimated this S-rank student, feeling grateful he hadn't offended him earlier. Just then Xu Jingming walks up, and Captain Kai thanks him for his hard work, openly admitting that his squad would have been helpless here, and even promising to buy him a drink once the mission is over. But Xu Jingming waves it off, saying their priority now is interrogating Ling Chong to locate the Heaven's Mandate sex branch, with Ling Chong chained. Sun reports what he found through his mental probes. The branch is out in the suburbs of Jining City, with roughly 200 cultists, and their strength isn't light either, including 3 low-rank Tier 4 guards blood envoys and 1 mid-rank Tier 4 envoy, plus a number of weaker members besides. Xu Jingming, hearing that, smiles as if he's just been handed good news, pleased to have finally located them, because to him every envoy is simply a massive pile of ability points waiting to be taken, while CAIJU reacts in the opposite direction, frowning at the lineup of strong enemies and asking what they'll do about reinforcements. Xu Jingming answers with complete confidence that reinforcements aren't needed, that he can handle it himself, and urges them to move out immediately. They travel along a path cutting through a lush forest, and once they reach the area, Sun Yang explains that the branch is hidden, telling everyone to relax so he can share his vision with them. As Xu Jingming's eye begins to glow, Xu Jingming can't help noting to himself how ridiculously useful mental abilities are. Then the shared vision snaps into place, revealing their target clearly. A massive gate, magically concealed, embedded directly into the side of a mountain. Crouched among the trees and staring at the hidden entrance, CAIJU asks Zheng Tong whether she can blow apart the alloy gate with her fire ability, but she admits it would be extremely difficult, and at that point Xu Jingming steps forward and says he'll try, pulling out a Tier 3 ability recovery pill. Golden lightning immediately begins crawling over him as he transforms, and CAIJU can only let out a quiet sigh, thinking bitterly that his so-called elite squad looks useless standing beside an S-rank student like this. In that transformed state, Xu Jingming releases a terrifying strike, calling down a gigantic golden finger from the sky that slams into the mountain gate and detonates, shattering the alloy barrier in a massive explosion. The shockwave sends Captain CAIJU and Zheng Tong stumbling backward, and they can only stare, speechless, wondering if they are dreaming as they question whether this is really the kind of power a Tier 3 user is supposed to possess. Xu Jingming returns to his normal form with a small smile, thinking that the first time he tried this move his teacher stopped it, but this time he finally witnessed its true destructive force, and with that regret finally answered, He tells Captain Kai that the gate has been breached and that he'll go in first. Spear in hand, he orders Eva to activate combat follow mode, then charges into the fortress alone, and Caiju, wrenching himself out of his stunned paws, transforms into his leopard-like beast form and barks orders for the squad to follow. He assigns 10 people to remain outside to prevent any escapes, while he leads the rest charging in behind him. Inside the fortress, alarms immediately scream through the halls and the cultists fall into frantic motion. But Priest Wang forces order onto the panic, rallying them to grab their weapons as he declares that their heavenly god is eternal and will grant them strength. He assures them that the agents are nothing compared to their mighty Tier 4 God's blood envoys, then whips them into a killing mood, urging them to slaughter any intruders. And the cultists answer in a chanting roar of heavenly, God eternal. That chant doesn't even finish, because a blur of golden lightning slices straight through their ranks, and before anyone can properly react, Priest Wang is already smashed aside and sent flying. Xu Jingming drops into their midst like a strike of judgment, landing with his fist slamming into the ground, then looks up with a cold, mocking edge and apologizes for interrupting their rally, asking them where the God's blood envoys are. The cultists explode in rage, hurling insults at him and mocking the nerve of a mere low-ranked Tier 3 user, and one of them whips the others into motion, insisting they can crush him easily as long as they swarm him together. When they rush in, Xu Jingming only scoffs, telling them they are wildly overestimating themselves, and with a single word, perish, he draws a violent storm of golden lightning out of his hands, the surge swallowing the charging cultists whole. The raw current cooks through them, and what's left standing stares in terror at the carnage. One cultist, shaking so hard he can barely breathe, drops to his knees and surrenders, begging for his life, and Xu Jingming, face icy, agrees to spare him for now while demanding to know where the God's blood envoys are. The terrified man blurts out the answer at once, saying the envoys are at a blood pool located in the deepest part of the mountain, and Xu Jingming simply replies that he understands. Then, immediately afterward, he electrocutes the very cultist who surrendered. The remaining cultists recoil in horror, shouting at him and demanding why he would kill someone who had already given up. But Xu Jingming holds lightning crackling in his hand, lets a sinister grin spread across his face, and asks, "When did I promise not to kill you if you surrendered?" At that, the remaining Heaven's Mandate sect members break down and plead for mercy, claiming they were only bewitched into joining. Yet Xu Jingming doesn't budge. He orders his AI, Eva, to scan their identities, then scoffs coldly at their talk of innocence. Eva's scan comes back exposing them as wanted fugitives guilty of heinous crimes, murder, drug dealing, and more. And as the truth lands, Xu Jingming's eyes ignite with golden lightning. He challenges their claims, tells them to die, and releases a brutal electrical discharge that wipes them out so completely they're disintegrated. Just then Caiju and Zhong Tong arrive, stunned by the destructive power they just witnessed, and Xu Jingming turns toward Caiju as Caiju asks about the blood pool where the bishop and the God's blood envoys are supposed to be. Xu Jingming confirms it's real, explaining that it's a place used to breed the envoys. They push deeper and soon find a gruesome laboratory, lined with tanks where humanoid shapes float suspended in glowing blue liquid, and Xu Jingming, furious, realizes the sect is experimenting on humans, declaring that scum like this can't be allowed to live. Caiju recognizes the facility as the blood pool and immediately deduces it must tie back to their other target, Zhao Wuhao. Before they can move further, a bald, heavily muscled man appears at the head of a squad of cultists, fixes his eyes on Caiju, points at them, and threatens, they will all die there. Xu Jingming answers with a relaxed, confident smirk as he sizes them up and notes aloud that the strongest among them is only a peak Tier 3 user, then mocks them by asking where the God's blood and voice are. The bald leader, furious, roars that they don't need their strongest members to handle him and lunges, but Xu Jingming drops him effortlessly with a single spear of thunder, and one of the cultists screams in shock that their leader, Bishop Xiao, is dead. In the next breath, that same cultist tries to save himself by offering Xu Jingming a high-ranking position within the sect, only for Xu Jingming to reject it on the spot. He doesn't let them breathe for even a second, instead sneering as he tells them their so-called intelligence network is a joke, because they didn't even realize is the one who killed their holy son, and that single sentence hits like a bomb. What little is left of the cultists immediately loses all composure, panic flashing across their faces as they finally recognize him as the S-rank student from Magic City University, and turn to run for their lives, only for Xu Jingming to raise his hand, and casually electrocute several of the mid-flight. Caiju cuts in right away and tells him to leave a few alive so they can interrogate them later, and as he watches Xu Jingming's clean, ruthless efficiency, Caiju can't help thinking to himself that Xu Jingming fights more like a professional killer than a student. Xu Jingming accepts the call without argument, then declares that they'll move on into the blood pool, and before anyone advances he bends down to Bishop Xiao's body, takes an access card, and uses it to unlock a large metal door. Once they step through, the group enters the blood pool chamber, and the moment they're inside, Caiju and Zhang Tong are hit hard by the thick stench of blood, their eyes snapping to the massive circular pool in the center, filled with a swirling blood-red liquid that seems to react the instant it senses them, Something about it feels off, so Xu Jingming decides not to gamble, and to test the waters he throws a spear of lightning straight into the pool, triggering a violent eruption as the liquid bucks and blasts upward. But even then he isn't satisfied, so he summons multiple spears of thunder and drives them into the pool one after another in a relentless barrage. From the side, Caiju remarks on just how cautious Xu Jingming is, while Zhong Tong stays in open amazement at how quickly he can fire off combat techniques without pause. And then the entire chamber is shaken by a furious roar surging up from the pool as a huge lion-like beast man explodes out of the blood, shouting at them to stop. 3 more beast-like figures spring out after him to back him up, including one that looks like a pig, and Xu Jingming studies them with quiet precision, immediately judging the lineup as 3 low-ranked Tier 4 users and 1 mid-ranked Tier 4 user, then telling his team to stay back and not interfere. The lion-like leader fixes on Xu Jingming and storms forward, spitting fury as he accuses these humble humans of daring to mock them, and Xu Jingming shoots back that they don't seem to consider themselves human either. Puffed up with pride, the Beastman announces that they are divine envoys chosen by the heavenly god, beings far above ordinary humans, and Xu Jingming answers with a smirk, saying he wants to see for himself what's so different about these divine envoys, before charging in with his spear and slamming into the lion-like leader head-on. The leader doesn't back down, instead taunting Xu Jingming that even if he's an S-rank user, there are still 4 of them, and right on cue the other 3 envoys leap up and fan out around Xu Jingming in the air, boxing him in as they ready their strikes. When their weapons come crashing down together, Xu Jingming doesn't even flinch, instantly calling up his thunder armor as a violent burst of lightning detonates from his body, shocking the envoys and knocking their combined attack away like it was nothing, and with electricity snapping around him he mocks them outright, asking if those weak hits were supposed to be a massive, before he starts spinning his spear at extreme speed, whipping up a terrifying whirlwind of golden lightning and raw energy. In one seamless, flowing movement, Xu Jingming releases the full force of his spinning strike, and the whirling surge tears through all 4 of the god's blood envoys at the same time, wiping them out instantly. System notifications pop up to confirm the kills, and with them comes the reward, 4,500 ability points added on the spot. Standing over the fallen bodies, Xu Jingming stays completely composed as he coolly notes to himself that the point harvest isn't bad at all, and when he searches further he turns up even more loot, a space ring, pills, rare herbs, and cash. So he concludes a mission has turned out to be genuinely bountiful. Caiju and Zhang Tong move in toward him, and Caiju can't hold back, blurting out that Xu Jingming is amazing, while Zhang Tong, just as stunned, asks whether everyone from Magic City Ability University is really as strong as he is. Xu Jingming answers with modest ease that they are, though he adds it is slightly more special, which makes Caiju comment on his humility before declaring that since the mission is officially finished, they have to hold a celebratory banquet that evening, and Xu Jingming must attend no matter what. So with a friendly smile Xu Jingming agrees. The next day, the scene shifts to a university where students crowd around mission terminals, and a girl complains that her D-class mission was far too difficult, while a student nearby boasts that he just cleared his own D-class mission and earned 74 credits. Then someone suddenly notices Xu Jingming, and 2 other students begin guessing why he's there, tossing around possibilities like whether he turned in a C-class mission, or maybe even in a class mission, only for one of them to scoff and point out that an elite Tier 4 student just submitted an A-class mission, so there's no way Xu Jingming could already be that strong. Xu Jingming doesn't react to any of it, simply walking up to a terminal and placing his mission card onto it, and the machine immediately lights up as it announces that he has successfully completed the first S-class mission against the Heaven's Mandate sect, and that he has now risen to the #1 spot on the glory ranking. The same students who were whispering a moment ago go completely blank, then blurt out in raw disbelief that he actually finished an S-class mission. The university hall screen updates to display the new glory ranking, showing Xu Jingming in first place with an S-class mission cleared in a little over 67 hours, followed by Li Kang and Zhang Yue beneath him, both listed with the class mission completions, and the students gathered around can only stare, stunned and openly marveling that a freshman managed to finish the highest difficulty mission so fast. Right then, a sharply dressed young man walks up to Xu Jingming and comments that he didn't expect anyone to complete an S-class mission faster than he did, adding that Xu Jingming really does live up to his reputation, before introducing himself as Yarrow Fang and explaining that he likes making friends with strong people. The onlookers immediately recognize him as Iceberg Yarrow Fang, one of the top 5 students in the university, and they are shaken all over again by the fact that Xu Jingming was even quicker than him. Xu Jingming remembers that Yarrow Fang is a Tier 4 senior from the Element Academy with a powerful A-rank ice ability, then politely shakes his hand and says he's heard plenty about him, and Zhongshan goes on to explain that he and his friend had a bet over who could finish an S-class mission first, but Xu Jingming beat every one of them, so Zhongshan promises that later he'll introduce Xu Jingming to those friends. Xu Jingming agrees, and as he does, he can't help wondering whether this counts as finally being acknowledged by the school's elite, and after some time passes he chooses to visit his master, Zhongshan, before taking on yet another mission. When he reaches a grand, traditional residence, he finds his teacher there along with his senior brother, Liu Ming, so he greets them properly and asks Zhongshan whether he has made any progress improving the indestructible thunder body technique, only for Zhongshan to answer that he has managed to uncover just a single clue so far. Liu Ming immediately turns the conversation toward Xu Jingming, congratulating his junior brother for not only finishing an S-class mission, but also becoming friends with the famous Yao Feng. And when Xu Jingming hasn't even asked how he knows, Liu Ming explains that he read it on the school's official website. From there, he starts speculating that since Xu Jingming completed an S-class mission alone, he might even be given a slot in the upcoming National University League. Zhongshan then reveals that Vice Principal Ling Shuang has already confirmed it. Xu Jingming has a reserved place for the league, and Liu Ming is so stunned he can barely process it, immediately realizing his junior brother is about to become the first freshman in the university's history to participate. Zhongshan doesn't let the moment linger, instead instructing Xu Jingming to do a live combat session with Liu Ming. And once they move into the training room, Liu Ming looks Xu Jingming in the eye and tells him he won't hold back. With both of them set and waiting, Zhongshan Ganyan starts the match, and the instant it begins they each unleash their power. Liu Ming transforms first, a fierce aura of turquoise lightning flaring violently around him, and Xu Jingming answers in kind, his own presence swelling as powerful golden lightning crackles and surges over his body. And the moment Liu Ming senses the sheer scale of Xu Jingming's strength, he decides he has to finish this fast, so he lunges straight in, and Xu Jingming meets him head-on. Their first collision detonates into a spectacular explosion of energy, and the fight tears forward at full intensity. But despite how fierce it is, just 3 minutes later it's finished. Liu Ming, drained to the point he can't stay standing, drops to one knee on the ground and admits defeat. Xu Jingming tries to be humble about it, suggesting his senior brother must have let him win. But Liu Ming refuses to accept that excuse, insisting he didn't go easy at all and calling Xu Jingming a monster. And instead of sulking, Liu Ming is suddenly overjoyed, practically buzzing as he declares that he absolutely has to go to the National University League to watch the matches. Zhongshan then praises his disciple's victorious performance, asks Xu Jingming what he plans to do next, and even promises he'll approve any leave Xu Jingming need from his classes. Xu Jingming answers that he intends to focus on completing missions, and inside his own mind he reflects that hunting God's blood envoys is a far more efficient way to farm ability points than hunting ferocious beasts. 1 month later, a group of students gathers in the university hall to look over the final results of the glory ranking. And to everyone's disbelief, the freshman Xu Jingming has taken the top position with 3 S-class missions, 6 A-class missions, and 4 B-class missions, with Kong Shu and Zhongshan listed behind him. The students trade stunned murmurs, and one of them can't help remarking on how even a powerful senior like Kong Shu still ended up beaten by a freshman. Xu Jingming arrives at the award ceremony still wondering what reward he's about to receive, and the moment he walks in, other students notice him and are shocked to discover that he has already advanced to mid-rank tier 3. Everyone around Xu Jingming can only gape at how absurd his growth has been, pointing out that his climb from being an awakener to this level in only half a year, and saying that kind of speed has even earned him a brand new nickname, the Thunder Emperor. Zhongshan strolls up wearing a smile, clearly amused, and teases Xu Jingming about his new title. But Xu Jingming, instantly flustered, brushes it off and tries to dismiss the whole thing as nonsense. Zhongshan doesn't linger on it, instead turning to introduce him to Bloodhand Shindongling. And the moment she faces him she looks him over from head to toe, then compliments his tough physique and says he really is worthy of being called the Thunder Emperor. Right after that, she asks why the 2 girls who are usually with him aren't here today. Xu Jingming explains that they are busy getting ready for exams, and that he also needs to head back and study, which makes Zhongshan pause as it hits him again that Xu Jingming is still only a freshman. At that moment, a man in a suit steps forward to begin distributing the awards, and once the room settles, he announces that for taking first place on the glory ranking with 978 kills of Heaven's Mandate sect members, Xu Jingming will receive 1 S-class resource along with 3,000 credits. The crowd reacts instantly, stunned by the sheer kill count, with people calling him a savage and saying he's even more ruthless than the infamous Blood Shandong. Even Shindongling looks taken aback, openly admitting that she killed fewer than 500 cultists, and Xu Jingming, still calm, simply explains that 2 of his missions led him straight to sect branches, which is why the numbers ended up so high. The official then hands over the S-class resource, a bottle containing 10 grade 6 Guiyuan pills, and encourages Xu Jingming to aim for first place again the next time around. Afterward, Zhongshan leans in with a suggestion, telling Xu Jingming that instead of grinding missions so desperately, it would be easier to get together with Song Qiuyun, since her family is a powerful clan. But Xu Jingming rejects the idea without hesitation, firmly stating that he doesn't like the thought of living off a woman, and thinking to himself that no connection could ever be faster than his own deep blue system. Later on, in a private room, Xu Jingming sits down and starts mapping out what to do next. And as he remembers his teacher's guidance, he decides his next step should be cultivating a fist technique, believing it would be a strong addition to what he already has. He flips through a holographic menu, makes his choice quickly, and selects the Thunder Dragon Fist, an A-class technique, deciding he'll use his system to upgrade it to the beginner level first and then go find his teacher to test it out. He's barely finished committing to the plan when his phone suddenly rings, and when he checks it, he He sees its vice principal Ling Shuang summoning him to her residence. Once he arrives, he's immediately startled by a change he can sense in her. He finds her seated on an ornate sofa and asks directly whether she's advanced in her cultivation, and Ling Shuang answers with a faint smile, complimenting him on how sharp his perception is. Xu Jingming offers his congratulations right away, genuinely amazed at what she's achieved, and in his mind he recalls that the other two vice principals are already in their 50s and still haven't advanced. Yet Ling Shuang, who looks much younger, has already stepped ahead of them, making him wonder just how old she actually is. To his shock, Ling Shuang gently scolds him, telling him it isn't polite to casually guess a woman's age, and Xu Jingming goes stiff, flustered and suddenly panicking as he blurts out a question. Can she read minds? The moment the words leave his mouth, Xu Jingming realizes what he's just done, and inside he panics at the thought that has practically exposed his own mind. He remembers Vice Principal Ling's reputation for strictness, and fear spikes as he imagines himself about to suffer the fury of a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster. Ling Shuang, however, only smiles and calmly explains that she doesn't have any mind-reading techniques at all, because what's really happening is far more straightforward. Once someone reaches Tier 8, their spirit becomes so powerful that even the tiniest shifts in emotion can't escape their eyes. With that, she advises a narrow-leaved Xu Jingming not to reveal too much expression in front of high-ranking ability users, and he quickly agrees, secretly glad that she doesn't seem angry. Then, catching him completely off guard, she tells him she's 34 years old, not the old woman he'd pictured in his head, and she even pauses for a moment, questioning why she's explaining so much to a student in the first place. Xu Jingming can only stare in astonishment before blurting out how unbelievably young she is, especially since the average age of Tier 8 Grandmasters is 4 to 6. He adds that his own teacher, Yang Gian, is already over 50 and still only at the peak of Tier 7, but Ling Shuang waves away the flattery and smoothly shifts the topic, asking what he plans to do over the upcoming winter break. Xu Jingming tells her he intends to return to Jiangnan and train inside the Thunder Secret Realm for a full month, and right after saying it he turns to his AI, Ava, asking for the straight-line distance to the Secret Realm. Ava answers that it's 563 kilometers, and Ling Shuang immediately confirms that distance is fine, explaining that after breaking through to mid-rank Tier 8, she can teleport up to 600 kilometers. Before letting him go, she reminds him that the Heaven's Mandate sect has been launching counterattacks, and warns him that if he ever runs into truly life-threatening danger, he must crush the talisman she gave him. Xu Jingming feels steadied by that promise, thinking her existence is like a solid shield guaranteeing his survival, and he quietly resolved to cultivate with everything he has so he can live up to her expectations. Later, back at his master's residence, Xu Jingming begins practicing the Thunder Dragon Fist, and as he throws his strikes, a torrent of crackling energy surges out, taking the shape of a ferocious thunder dragon that charges forward before detonating in a massive explosion of force. Zhongshan watches with clear satisfaction and tells him he's already grasped the fundamentals, then explains that the technique's core lies in ability control and punching speed, because the tighter and more condensed the ability, and the faster the fist, the greater the damage it produces. After that, Zhongshan hands his disciple a Grade 6 protective talisman and explains that it can withstand attacks from anyone below a Tier 7 Grandmaster for 3 minutes. And Xu Jingming accepts with sincere gratitude while noting internally that an item like this, a relic of an ancient civilization, is unbelievably rare. The dean then offers to send him the contact number of a graduated senior named Jiang Luo, who has been transferred to the Thunder Secret Realm as a supervisor, hoping that connection will make everything more convenient. And Zhongshan follows it up by warning Xu Jingming to stay cautious, since the realm is more than 500 kilometers away and he believes Vice Principal Ling Shuang can't teleport that far. Xu Jingming simply answers, calm and certain, that Ling Shuang has already broken through to mid-rank Tier 8, and that she can now teleport up to 600 kilometers. The news hits Zhongshan so hard he's momentarily stunned, and once he finds his voice he can only comment on Vice Principal Ling Shuang's terrifying pace of advancement, calling her the university's #1 S-rank user. Then, regaining his composure, he points out that Xu Jingming's relationship with the vice principal must be unusually good for Xu Jingming to have learned such critical news ahead of everyone else. And he adds that with her watching over him, he can finally rest easy. 2 days later, Xu Jingming arrives at the Jinghu community in Jiang City, where his aunt Xu Jingming, his uncle Tang Daiwen, and his cousin Tanja greet him with warm enthusiasm, and his aunt immediately notes that he's gotten taller. Xu Jingming tells them he brought gifts, and later, once they are gathered in the living room, he produces a box and opens it to reveal 3 stunning rings. Tang Kai is instantly wide-eyed, blurting out that they're space rings and that she's only ever seen one before, at her mentor's place, and Xu Jingming explains that each of these rings has a capacity of 1 cubic meter, which only makes Tanji even more astonished as she points out that this is actually larger than her mentor's ring. But Tang Dane reacts at once, firmly telling her to put it down because they can't possibly accept something so valuable, and his uncle follows up by explaining that a single ring is worth at least 50 million, an amount that represents decades of their family's savings. So even Tanji agrees with her father that the gift is simply too expensive. Xu Jingming, however, brushes aside all of their hesitation and reveals that the space ring he's wearing right now holds 10 cubic meters, and since he has already advanced to mid-rank tier 3, these smaller rings are useless to him anyway. The moment he says it, his cousin is completely thrown, exclaiming in disbelief that he's already mid-rank tier 3 when even the mentors at her school are only at tier 4. Xu Jingming WAN smiles with unmistakable pride and says that Jingming has truly become successful. And hearing that, his uncle's stance softens as he decides it's fine for his daughter to accept one, though he insists that he and his wife will decline the gift, and in a suddenly buoyant mood he heads back to finish cooking. Later, alone in his room, Xu Jingming decides it's time to test the S-Class cultivation resource he received, the grade 6 Guan pill, so he takes out a single glowing purple pill and swallows it, and the effect is immediate as a powerful surge of energy erupts from his body. Half an hour later he opens his system panel, and what he sees leaves him genuinely impressed, because the S-Class resource is every bit as formidable as advertised, boosting both his physique and spirit attributes by more than 10 points each. He notes that in a normal cultivation session he'd only gain about 0.5 points, then reflects that it's a shame these pills come with side effects that restrict him to only one per day, and even so he reaffirms his conviction that his Deep Blue system remains the best route to rapid advancement. The next day, he reaches the Thunder Secret Realm in Dongyi City, where his senior, Jiang Luo, is already waiting to greet him, and after picking him up, Jiang Luo drives him toward the entrance while explaining that the secret realm lies beyond the wall they are approaching. Xu Jingming asks Jiang Luo if the rumors are true, that the sky above the realm is eternally choked with thick thunderclouds, with lightning crashing down non-stop from morning to night, and Jiang Luo answers with a sly smile, telling him he'll find out the moment they get inside. They keep driving, cutting through a lush forest until massive, ancient pillars rise ahead to mark the entrance, and as they pull up, an automated security system scans and confirms their identities, recognizing Jiang Luo as a supervisor and verifying Xu Jingming through his S-Class pass from Magic City Ability University, even noting that his access will remain valid for nearly 30 more days. Once the checks clear, a colossal gate rumbles open, and Jiang Luo drives them straight into the Thunder Secret Realm. Yet instead of spilling into some untamed wilderness, they roll out onto a clean, modern city street, and Jiang Luo turns to ask if the sight is shocking, prompting a surprised Xu Jingming to agree and admit that no one could possibly imagine this from the outside. As they continue, a massive, imposing metal wall comes into view, and beyond it the sky roars with violent green lightning. So Xu Jingming remarks that the realm is nothing like what he expected. He'd pictured something primitive, not a city, and in his mind he can't stop wondering how a phenomenon on this scale could be hidden behind what looks like an ordinary city wall. Jiang Luo explains that it's a masterpiece of high-ranking space-time ability users, revealing that the wall they pass through is actually a space gate. And he further clarifies that this city zone is simply an isolated, safe place for ability users to live and recover, while the true Thunder Secret Realm is a thunderstorm zone located at the farthest point. As they drive on, Jiang Luo introduces Xu Jingming to one of the realm's specialties, the Thunder Crystal Core, explaining that it can be harvested from Thunder Beasts, though Tier 1 beasts don't drop them at all. Drops from Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts depend entirely on luck, and a Tier 4 beast guarantees one every time. Then, as a welcoming present, he hands Xu Jingming a top-grade Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Core and explains that the simplest way to use it is to crush it and use the released lightning to temper the body. Xu Jingming thanks him, but immediately asks why anyone wouldn't just step into the storm and bathe directly in the lightning to cultivate. Jiang Luo answers that the storm's lightning is far too violent and its intensity shifts unpredictably, making it dangerously unstable, while the energy inside the core is steady and controllable. And he also warns Xu Jingming that Thunder Beasts are stronger than normal beasts, and that both the beasts and the lightning grow more terrifying the closer one goes to the storm center. When they near the living quarters, Jiang Luo suggests Xu Jingming should rest for the night, but Xu Jingming, too eager to slow down, says he can't wait and wants to head in immediately. Amused by that impatience, Jiang Luo agrees to see him off, thinking to himself that it's no wonder Xu Jingming's teacher speaks so highly of an S-rank user who works this hard. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a dark, gloomy chamber where a cloaked member of the Heaven's Mandate sect kneels before his leader, the Lord Archbishop, and reports that the student from Magic City University, Xu Jingming, has slaughtered over 1,000 sect members and wiped out 2 branches in just 1 month. He adds that Xu Jingming is currently inside the Thunder Secret Realm and asks for instructions. The Lord Archbishop responds that since Xu Jingming possesses an S-rank ability, any action they take must be a one-hit kill, and he decides he'll report the matter to the general leader. But even as he does, his final order is unmistakably clear. The Thunderbolt's secret realm was a heavily fortified military zone, and outside its entrance, long rows of heavy transport trucks were already lined up as preparations for another training exercise continued. Jiang Luo stepped out of the vehicle with Xu Jingming, then quickly spotted a familiar figure nearby and greeted him. Greeting Instructor Wu, clearly surprised to see him there. Instructor Wu smiled and explained that he had come to supervise this year's rookie assessment, though his attention soon shifted towards Xu Jingming standing beside Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo introduced Jingming as his junior from Magic Capital University who had come to train during winter break, then formally introduced instructor Wu's full name, Wu Chuang, a professor from Thunderbolt Martial Arts University. Su Jingming politely bowed in greeting, and Wu Chuang responded with a faint smile after immediately sensing the extraordinary aura surrounding him, silently acknowledging that this was exactly what one would expect from a genius raised by a top university. Nearby, the other trainees had already begun whispering among themselves after noticing Jingming's presence. Since they could all tell he was only at mid-tier 3 like them, comparisons naturally began forming in their minds as they wondered whether a genius from a prestigious university was truly stronger than trainees sharpened inside an elite boot camp. After saying goodbye to Jiang Luo, Su Jingming headed toward the training zone, while Jiang Luo simply reminded him to stay careful. At the same time, Instructor Wu Chuang turned toward the gathered trainees and announced that the assessment would last 6 days, and every participant would be required to kill a peak tier 3 Thunder Beast. Otherwise, they should not bother returning at all. Jiang Luo was surprised by the harsh requirement, because even the strongest trainees present had only recently reached peak tier 3, but Wu Chuang clearly considered such difficulty normal for those trained in elite camp. He proudly pointed toward this year's top trainee, Lei Jinyang, who was already leading the group into the secret realm. Lei Jinyang possessed an A- rank lightning type ability and could easily defeat tier 4 Thunder Beasts. As the discussion continued, Wu Chuang brought up Su Jingming again, speculating that although Jingming currently displayed only mid-tier 3 strength, his real combat power should already rival peak tier 3. Jiang Luo merely smiled and nodded, though inwardly he knew Jingming had already stepped into tier 4 strength long ago. Instructor Wu Chuang's interest deepened immediately. After praising Jingming's talent, he even proposed arranging a sparring match between Su Jingming and the Thunderbolt camp trainees. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Su Jingming quietly sensed the dense lightning-charged air surrounding him while thunder echoed endlessly through the sky. He decided to hunt a few lower-level ferocious beasts first before searching for a place rich in lightning energy to cultivate. However, before he could travel far, a group of trainees from the Thunderbolt training camp caught up to him. One of them waved and shouted, "Hey, student from Magic Capital University, wait a moment." Su Jingming stopped and coldly asked, "What is it?" The purple-haired young man stepped forward and explained that they wanted to see how strong a genius from top university really was. He then proposed a competition to determine who could hunt more Thunder Beasts over the next few days. Su Jingming refused without hesitation because he had no interest in such a pointless contest. In his eyes, none of the people before him had even reached tier 4, so they were not qualified to challenge him. After declining, he simply turned and left on his own. One of the trainees tried to calm the purple-haired youth and advised him to stop forcing the issue, but the young man only stared at Jingming's departing figure and mocked him with a sneer, claiming that students from top universities were all cowards who did not even dare join a small competition. Ignoring every taunt, Su Jingming accelerated deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a huge ferocious beast burst from the woods and blocked his path, its pair of sharp horns crackling with lightning. Jingming narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized it as a black-armored thunderbolt, likely an upper-tier 1 beast. At that moment, Zhan Lao's warning resurfaced in his mind, reminding him that the ferocious beasts here were much stronger than those in ordinary wilderness zones, and Jingming decided this was the perfect chance to test that claim himself. The black-armored thunderbolt attacked first, roaring as a dazzling sphere of lightning condensed between its horns before a massive bolt shot directly towards Su Jingming. Yet, Jingming did not dodge at all. He stood motionless and deliberately received the attack head-on with his own body. The lightning struck him directly, but when the sparks faded, not a single scratch appeared on him. Calmly, Jingming commented, "Not bad. That attack alone could kill most tier 1 ferocious beasts in ordinary wilderness zones." After testing its power, a sharp smile appeared on his face as he said, "Now let's see how durable you are." In the next instant, he exploded forward at lightning-like speed, crossed the distance immediately, then leapt into the air and slammed down a hammer-like punch directly onto the beast's head. The black-armored thunderbolt died instantly and collapsed to the ground. A notification appeared before him. "You have gained 15 ability points." Su Jingming quickly realized that the creature's defense far exceeded that of ordinary tier 1 ferocious beasts, most likely because it had been continuously tempered by lightning inside the secret realm. Standing among the fading sparks, he suddenly noticed that nearly a month had passed since he last hunted ferocious beasts seriously. And after realizing this, he decided to begin hunting in earnest again with the goal of advancing to upper tier 3 as quickly as possible. For hours later, Su Jingming pulled his spear from the corpse of a gigantic white wolf as another notification panel appeared. killed a mid-tier 2 Swift Thunder Iron Wolf. Ability points plus 25. Jingming looked at the corpse with slight dissatisfaction because after several hours of hunting, he had realized the density of ferocious beasts in the Thunderbolt's secret realm was far lower than in ordinary wilderness zones. During 4 entire hours, he had only killed 9 beasts, whereas in normal wilderness regions, he would have encountered at least 40 by now. While casually eating an energy bar, Su Jingming opened the area map again and muttered, "Looks like this place is only suitable for improving ability proficiency rather than collecting large amounts of ability points." The map of the Thunderbolt's secret realm was divided into 3 regions: the outer perimeter, the central zone, and the core region. After checking his position and realizing he was still only in the central area, Su Jingming decided to head deeper into the core region instead, thinking the majority of the ferocious beasts were probably gathered there. 5 hours later, deep within the core region, a terrifying burst of lightning illuminated the entire forest. The moment Jingming stepped into the area, he immediately sensed the difference. The natural lightning filling the atmosphere was so intense that even his body was affected, forcing him to constantly circulate his own ability to resist the pressure around him. According to what he knew, any ferocious beast capable of surviving in the core region had to possess at least tier 4 strength. The strange thing was that after searching the area, he still could not spot a single beast. At that moment, a massive shadow swept across the sky above him. Its body was wrapped in green lightning and radiated immense power. Su Jingming immediately recognized it as a green-feathered thunder eagle, a flying ferocious beast unique to the core region, and he could tell it was heading toward an area with denser lightning in order to cultivate. Soon, he realized it was not alone. An entire flock of green-feathered thunder eagles circled overhead, and every single one of them was chasing the strongest lightning concentrations like devoted followers searching for sacred ground. Watching this scene, Su Jingming suddenly experienced a realization. He understood that this behavior was not limited to the thunder eagles alone. All thunder-attributed ferocious beasts shared the same instinct because lightning itself was the source that allowed them to become stronger. A bold thought instantly appeared in his mind. What if I use heavenly divine lightning to lure them? After making his decision, Su Jingming immediately leapt onto the branch of a towering tree and selected a suitable position to prepare for his plan. Even so, he was not in a hurry to act immediately. Instead, he calmly sat down because before carrying out the plan, he wanted to improve his mastery over heavenly divine lightning further. Since he was already surrounded by natural thunder, he decided to cultivate through direct observation of the lightning itself. He carefully studied every form of lightning around him, from lightning spreading through clouds to spherical lightning, tree-shaped lightning, and even needle-like strands of lightning. As he observed them more deeply, he gradually realized that thunder and lightning contained countless subtle details he had never truly noticed before, including their ferocity, their stillness, and their sharpness. It almost felt as though the natural lightning surrounding the forest had begun dancing within his palm. At that point, Jingming became completely certain that observing natural thunder directly could greatly improve his control over his own lightning ability. 3 hours later, a brilliant sphere of golden lightning spun steadily above Su Jingming's palm, far more condensed and stable than before. Looking at it, he commented with satisfaction that his current mastery was already no weaker than the former S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Lightning. However, he also understood that if he wanted to go further and reach the stage of liquefying lightning itself, it would require much more time and effort. Su Jingming clearly understood the path of energy cultivation, liquefaction, solidification, then condensation, with each stage increasing power exponentially beyond the last. Deciding that today's cultivation was sufficient, Jingming finally ended his training session. It was time to return to the central zone and test the idea he had just developed. Back within the central area, Su Jingming immediately released a massive amount of heavenly divine lightning without hesitation. His entire body became wrapped in a radiant golden lightning aura as heavenly divine lightning surged around him. Whether he could harvest a massive amount of ability points depended entirely on this single attempt. Soon, deep roars and heavy footsteps began echoing from within the forest. Su Jingming curled his lips into a satisfied smile because his plan had clearly worked. He shot forward like an arrow, trails of golden lightning following behind him like an irresistible invitation, while he provocatively shouted toward the approaching monsters, "Thunder beasts, come at me." 2 hours later, an enormous horde of ferocious beasts of every kind was frantically chasing after Su Jingming through the forest. After seeing that the numbers had finally reached a sufficient level, he knew the time had come to begin his grand harvest. A confident smile appeared on his face as he quietly murmured, "Almost enough. Time to reap." Suddenly, Jingming stopped moving completely. The lightning beneath his feet seemed to root itself directly into the earth as he calmly prepared to confront the incoming tide of monsters head-on. Even while surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, Su Jingming remained perfectly composed. In a proud voice, he declared, "Since you all wish to bathe in my lightning so badly, I shall grant your wish." Lightning Prison. The first wave of monsters that charged toward him was instantly swallowed by a sea of golden lightning. Miserable screams rang out before their bodies were reduced to ashes on the spot. Su Jingming raised one hand and freely controlled the violent lightning storm around him as the entire battlefield transformed into a true prison of thunder. A terrifying eruption of energy exploded outward from Jingming's position, forming a blazing red lightning prison that incinerated everything caught within its range. The violent shock waves spread in all directions, blasting massive ferocious beasts into the air before tearing them apart completely. Standing at the center of the lightning prison, Su Jingming laughed wildly and shouted, "Come, I'll release even more energy." An overwhelming storm of thunder energy erupted again, instantly annihilating every monster still charging toward him. System notifications flooded endlessly before his eyes as wave after wave of ferocious beasts, ranging from Tier 1 all the way to Tier 3, were wiped out in a single attack, granting him an enormous amount of ability points. His hair whipped violently in the storm while lightning continued crackling across his body, and Jingming could no longer hide his excitement. Haha, this plan really works. The efficiency is 10 times faster than before. For 5 full days and nights, Su Jingming never stopped fighting inside the Thunder region. The once dense forest had already transformed into a battlefield covered in destruction. The ground was scorched black, faint lightning still crackled throughout the air, and the corpses of thunder beasts were scattered everywhere. Yet amidst all the devastation, Su Jingming stood quietly with steady breathing and a calm expression, because every battle fought in this place was continuously making him stronger. Opening his system panel, he saw that he had already accumulated 1,813 ability points. At this pace, breaking through to upper tier 3 was only a matter of time. And this was merely the beginning of his plan. Every cycle was already fixed in his mind. 2 hours spent luring monsters, followed by 8 hours recovering his strength, while each day brought 2 massive harvests worth more than 3,600 ability points combined. That calculation did not even include the additional time he spent observing the thunder beasts themselves and studying the unique environment of the secret realm. If things kept progressing at this pace, his strength would soon reach a completely different level. While gathering the rewards from the battle, one particular item drew his attention. From the level 3 Thunder Beast, he had acquired a Thunder Core. The faintly glowing purple crystal pulsed quietly in his palm, and a slight smile formed on his face because the hunt was unfolding exactly as he wanted. 5 days later, within the central area of the Thunder region, 3 figures carefully advanced through the dark forest while endless lightning kept the sky permanently illuminated. The blonde girl let out a tired yawn and complained, asking why they had needed to wake up at 3 in the morning. Lei Jinyang calmly answered that inside the Thunder region, time itself was meaningless since whether it was midnight or noon, the surroundings were always bright. Today marked the final day of their assessment, and although they had already completed their objective, they intended to remain until evening so they could leave a stronger impression on the elite training camp. Beside them, the purple-haired man gave a mocking sneer as he ridiculed the student from Modi University for leaving early, then proudly explained that the 3 of them had been taking turns resting so they could continue hunting without interruption. Suddenly, the earth started trembling beneath their feet. All 3 immediately stopped moving as the shaking intensified. "Beast-tide," the blonde girl said anxiously. Lei Jinyang's expression darkened, though he quickly told them it didn't seem to be a large-scale one. But the truth was far more terrifying because the one leading the beast-tide was Su Jingming. A streak of lightning shot through the forest at astonishing speed, and behind him, hundreds of thunder beasts charged forward like an unstoppable storm. The blonde girl instantly recognized him. Liu Yaoyang assumed Su Jingming had accidentally angered the monsters and immediately prepared to help. But the blonde girl quickly realized what was really happening. He was doing on purpose. Before any of them could react, Su Jingming flashed past the group without slowing down even slightly, while the enormous horde of thunder beasts thundered after him. Viewed from above, the scene looked absurdly overwhelming, as though a single tiny figure was being pursued by an endless sea of monsters. The blonde girl laughed and said he deserved it. But Lei Jinyang soon realized something was wrong because the thunder beasts ignored them entirely. Golden lightning flickered around Su Jingming, perfectly controlling the monster's attention and keeping the entire tide focused only on him. Lei Jinyang frowned deeply. Xu Jingming was merely level 3 mid-rank. So how could he possibly dare gather a beast tide of this size, especially when several of the Thunder Beasts had already reached level 3 peak? Then, without warning, Xu Jingming stopped moving. For a split second, complete silence covered the forest. The next moment, golden lightning exploded from his body as a terrifying storm of energy erupted outward, spreading across an enormous area and drowning the forest in blinding light. Every Thunder Beast caught within the attack was instantly shredded apart. With a single strike, the entire beast tide was annihilated. Silence returned once more. Lei Jinyang stood completely frozen. Even at level 3 peak, the furthest range his strongest attack could reach was only 30 meters. Yet Xu Jingming's lightning had expanded far beyond that distance. This no longer felt like the power of rank 3. Could it be an S-rank ability? But that made no sense because the only S-rank student at Modi University was still a freshman. Yet the person standing before them already possessed this kind of terrifying strength. Behind Lei Jinyang, the other two teammates could only stare in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, surrounded by countless Thunder Beast corpses, Xu Jingming opened his system once again. 23,000 ability points. At last, it was enough. After hunting continuously for 5 days and 5 nights without proper rest, even his own condition had started declining. It was finally time to level up. Not far away, the purple-haired man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as all the arrogance from earlier had completely vanished. He asked Lei Jinyang whether he could have dealt with that beast tide himself. Lei Jinyang answered honestly that he could have handled it, but never that fast and certainly not that cleanly. The purple-haired man swallowed nervously as he realized how lucky they were that Xu Jingming had rejected their earlier bet. Then he asked another question, wondering whether Xu Jingming might actually be capable of defeating a level 4 beast despite being below its rank. Lei Jinyang shook his head and said that would be impossible. 10 minutes later, Xu Jingming found a secluded spot and sat down quietly. Opening the system, he ordered it to allocate all his points. Golden lightning instantly erupted around him while thunder roared outward, causing the surrounding forest to tremble violently. His realm advanced. Level 3, upper rank. His physique and spirit each rose by 500 points, and the range of his lightning expanded to 40 meters. At this point, his overall combat strength was already comparable to a B-tier level 4 A-rank ability user. Originally, Xu Jingming had planned to leave the Thunder region after breaking through, but the increase in his realm restored much of his mental strength. After thinking briefly, he made a new decision. He would continue deeper into the core area to observe natural lightning and search for an opportunity to gain enlightenment. Outside the Thunder region, Chong Lo was becoming more and more anxious. Xu Jingming had already remained inside for 5 days and 5 nights without returning, and even Chong Lo himself could only endure the environment for around 8 days at most. At that moment, Wu Chuang arrived. After learning about the situation, Wu Chuang said he already intended to enter the Thunder region anyway, and since he and Xu Jingming both belonged to the same martial hall, helping each other was only natural. He would search for Xu Jingming along the way. With that, Wu Chuang stepped into the forest. 6 hours later, deep within the core area of the Thunder region, Xu Jingming sat calmly atop a tall tree branch while silently observing the surrounding environment. After some time passed, he rose to his feet and leaped downward. The instant he landed, the ground beneath him cracked apart from the force alone, fully displaying the power of his strength and physique. Level 3 upper rank was already formidable, but Xu Jingming understood clearly that this was only the beginning. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly exploded through the forest. A gigantic figure slowly emerged from the shadows, its entire body wrapped in green thunder. A storm thunder bear, a level 4 upper rank ferocious beast. Xu Jingming could easily erase it instantly with his lightning ability, but after achieving his breakthrough, he wanted to test the limits of his physical strength instead. Golden lightning burst around his body as he charged forward directly toward the bear. Hidden nearby, Wu Chuang suddenly froze because the person he had been searching for was standing right in front of him. Xu Jingming had already broken through to level 3 upper rank, and the range of his lightning was clearly far beyond normal. Yet now, he was actually charging straight toward a level 4 beast. Wu Chuang slowly shook his head, believing that even true geniuses still needed to understand their limits. The storm thunder bear roared furiously as violent lightning gathered around its enormous claw before it smashed downward with terrifying force. Xu Jingming made no attempt to evade. Instead, he threw a direct punch forward. Golden lightning wrapped tightly around his fist as the two attacks collided head-on. A violent explosion erupted, and the entire forest trembled from the impact. Wu Chuang's eyes widened instantly. Xu Jingming had not merely blocked the attack. His lightning had completely overwhelmed the bear's power. This was a level 4 upper rank beast, a full major realm above him. Cold sweat immediately formed on Wu Chuang's forehead. This was no longer power that belonged to a rank. It had to be S rank. Then he suddenly remembered the rumors surrounding Xu Jingming, the S rank lightning freshman from Moda University. But that realization only made everything even more unbelievable. A freshman had already become this powerful. Golden lightning flickered within Xu Jingming's eyes as he faced the gigantic storm thunder bear, and a confident smile slowly appeared on his lips. Looks like my lightning is still one level stronger. Then he stepped forward. Come. With a deafening roar, the enormous storm thunder bear charged directly toward Xu Jingming. Its massive claw ripped through the air before crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Yet Xu Jingming still refused to dodge. Instead, he advanced forward and launched another punch straight toward the descending paw. The collision exploded like thunder itself, releasing violent shockwaves that spread across the entire forest. To the storm thunder bear, the sensation was like slamming into solid steel. And at the center of that terrifying impact, Xu Jingming remained standing completely motionless. He did not retreat even half a step. There was not a single wound on his body. The direct clash between a third-rank human and a high-tier fourth-rank monster unleashed a massive wave of energy that swept violently through the surrounding trees. Watching from afar, Wu Chuang's expression completely stiffened. He's actually fighting a high-tier, fourth-rank storm thunder bear head-on. At this point, he's no longer human. He's a humanoid beast. The moment Wu Chuang thought about the arrogant elites within the training camp, he immediately activated his recording device. They absolutely needed to witness this battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a faint smile appeared on Xu Jingming's face because he could already feel it clearly. His physical strength had reached the same level as the storm thunder bear. Every muscle in his body tightened as he released the power hidden within. 3,000 units of vital energy fused together as the invincible thunder body entered the thunder extreme state. Golden lightning erupted violently across his entire body, transforming him into a living storm. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Jingming stepped forward once more and unleashed another heavy punch. His fist tore directly through the storm thunder bear's iron-like fur, sending blood spraying into the air. The giant beast released a painful roar, and for the first time since the battle started, the enormous creature was forced backward. Shock filled the storm thunder bear's eyes because it had never expected such terrifying strength from an opponent so small. Yet despite its injuries, the beast retaliated instantly as another enormous claw swept toward Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming moved fluidly and avoided the attack with ease. The resulting shockwave forced him back slightly, but his footing remained completely stable. Even so, a trace of surprise appeared in his mind. He had already struck with full power, yet the bear's limbs still hadn't shattered. If he had been using a weapon, the battle would have ended long ago, but today he specifically wanted to test the limits of his physical body. Now fully enraged, the storm thunder bear began gathering blue lightning around itself as violent thunder energy surged outward in all directions. It was preparing its thunderstorm ability. From the distance, Wu Chuang's expression immediately changed because that technique was extremely dangerous. Anyone trapped inside the storm could suffer severe injuries or even die. Normally, retreating would have been the smartest option, but Xu Jingming did not step back. Instead, he faced the rapidly forming storm head-on, his eyes filled with excitement. Let's see whose thunder is stronger. Golden lightning around his body suddenly blazed even brighter. In the next instant, Xu Jingming leaped into the air and charged directly toward the storm thunder bear. Blue lightning and golden lightning collided violently in midair, creating a scene that was both terrifying and breathtaking. Wrapped in blazing thunder, Xu Jingming tore straight through the storm itself, completely untouched by its power. At that moment, his confidence rose to its peak. The instant he appeared before the stunned storm thunder bear, he attacked again. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed into a chaotic blur of lightning and afterimages. Xu Jingming moved like living thunder, launching strike after strike without pause, while the storm thunder bear swung its claws wildly in retaliation. Yet every attack sliced through empty air. Compared to Xu Jingming, the giant beast was simply too slow. Finally deciding to finish the battle, Xu Jingming condensed all of his power into one final attack. Thunder Dragon Fist. Golden lightning gathered around his arm before condensing into the shape of a roaring thunder dragon. The thunder dragon surged forward instantly and pierced straight through the storm thunder bear's skull. The enormous body crashed heavily onto the ground. Xu Jingming landed calmly beside the corpse. At that moment, a system notification appeared. High-tier 4th rank Storm Thunder Bear eliminated. Ability points increased by 321. Not far away, Wu Chuang stood frozen in complete disbelief. The ruler of this entire region had fallen after a single decisive battle. That kid isn't a monster. He's a dragon wearing human form. After finally regaining his composure, Wu Chuang walked forward while applauding. As expected of Modu's S-rank genius. Truly extraordinary. Standing beside the Storm Thunderbear's corpse, Wu Chuang sincerely praised Xu Jingming. If the country had more third-rank geniuses capable of defeating fourth-rank monsters like you, eliminating the beast threat would no longer remain a distant dream. Then Wu Chuang raised the recording device in his hand. I recorded the entire fight. May I use it as training material for the Thunderbolt training camp? Xu Jingming agreed immediately without any hesitation because he still had not revealed his full strength during the battle. Wu Chuang thanked him sincerely before extending an invitation. After graduation, you should consider joining the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, Wu Chuang said. The Hall Master himself is a 9th-rank Thunder Saint, and he would personally guide you. You would also receive top-level benefits along with permission to guard the Thunderbolt's secret realm. Xu Jingming responded with a polite smile and said he would think about it. For someone with a Thunder Element ability, it truly was an extremely valuable opportunity, but he was still only a freshman, so there was no reason to make a decision so quickly. Wu Chuang then reminded him that his senior brother, Jiang Luo, was still waiting outside. Only then did Xu Jingming realize the situation, and he gave an awkward smile because he had been so focused on training that he completely forgot someone had been waiting for him the entire time. Before leaving, Xu Jingming searched through the Storm Thunderbear's corpse and discovered a shining spirit stone hidden deep within its thick fur. Although it was slightly inferior to the spirit stone Jiang Luo had previously given him, it was still a satisfying reward. Not long after leaving the area, Xu Jingming returned to the safe zone, where Jiang Luo finally spotted him and released a long breath of relief. You stayed inside for 6 days and 5 nights. How do you feel? Xu Jingming answered honestly. Just sleepy. Jiang Luo laughed before placing an arm around his shoulder. After fighting non-stop without rest, anyone would feel exhausted. Cultivation isn't just about training. Recovery matters too. That same night, inside Wu Chuang's office, several trainees stood before him as the 6-day assessment officially came to an end without a single casualty. Lei Jinyang confidently stepped forward and reported their results. Every member of the team had successfully killed a peak 3rd-rank beast, while he himself had even managed to defeat a low-tier 4th-rank monster alone. Wu Chuang nodded calmly. For elite trainees, those accomplishments were already impressive, but in his mind, he could not help comparing them to Xu Jingming's performance. The gap between them was simply too large. Even so, Wu Chuang still praised the group before suddenly asking a question. What do all of you think about Xu Jingming? The trainees quickly shared their opinions. In their view, Xu Jingming's strength had already surpassed an ordinary mid-3rd-rank ability user and might have even reached peak 3rd-rank level. However, one trainee confidently spoke up. He's strong, but he still can't compare to senior Lei Jinyang. A faint smile appeared on Wu Chuang's face. Is that so? The trainees firmly insisted that their elite training camp was stronger than any student from Moda University. Without arguing further, Wu Chuang activated a spherical recording device. Then watch this. The device floated upward before projecting a blue image into the air. A gigantic thunder bear immediately appeared within the projection. At least peak 4th rank, someone whispered nervously. Then the image shifted, revealing the person standing against it. The entire room instantly fell silent. Several faces turned pale. The trainee who had spoken confidently earlier began stuttering in disbelief. That's Xu Jingming. At that moment, all the pride and confidence of the elite training camp completely shattered. And this battle marked only the beginning of Xu Jingming's true rise. A violent bolt of lightning ripped through the air before crashing directly into the Thunder Bear, forcing the massive beast backward instantly. The Thunder Bear, a peak tier 4 monster, was being completely suppressed as though it had no power to resist. The trainees stared at the projection in stunned silence, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How could someone possibly become this strong in such a short period of time? The pressure radiating from Xu Jingming, the overwhelming aura surrounding his body, it was not inferior to the Thunder Bear's presence in the slightest. When the recording finally ended, Wu Chuang calmly looked toward the trainees. Well, what do you think? Still visibly shaken, the trainees answered honestly. That kind of power, it's terrifying. There's no way he's still mid-tier 3. Wu Chuang nodded slightly. You're correct. He has already reached late tier 3. For a brief moment, that explanation eased some of the shock in their hearts because at least the difference now seemed somewhat logical. But the relief disappeared almost immediately. The purple-haired trainee stared in disbelief. Late tier 3? How did he break through that quickly? Lei Jinyang spoke far more rationally. A peak Tier 4 Thunder Bear can overpower most ability users at the same level. Yet Xu Jingming didn't merely defeat it, he completely crushed it. And the most terrifying part is that he fought barehanded. The atmosphere inside the room instantly became heavy. Wu Chuang calmly continued. Xu Jingming is a special case, even within Modu. Curiosity immediately spread through the group. Does he come from some powerful background? One trainee asked. Is he connected to the university president? Another added. Wu Chuang chuckled softly. Even being the president's grandson wouldn't explain this. The answer is simple. He's an S-rank ability user. Those words struck the room like thunder. Shock once again spread across every face. But Lei Jinyang frowned deeply. Modu's S-rank student is supposed to be a freshman, right? How could a first-year student already reach this level? Wu Chuang answered calmly. That's correct. He's only 19. This time, the trainees were completely stunned. 19 years old, late Tier 3. Meanwhile, they themselves were already 23 despite years of difficult training. For a brief moment, all their hard work suddenly felt insignificant. Wu Chuang then revealed why he had shown them the footage in the first place. I didn't show this to discourage you. I showed it to give you a goal. Use him as your target. After a long silence, the trainees slowly straightened their posture. We understand. We'll give it everything we have. Lei Jinyang then requested a copy of the battle footage, and Wu Chuang agreed to upload it onto the training camp's internal network. However, another trainee suddenly spoke with concern. The National University Tournament is approaching soon. Wu Chuang paused slightly. If this footage spreads outside the camp, Xu Jingming will immediately become a primary target. Last year, Modu finished in second place, but this year, they finally have a real chance to compete for the championship. 2 days later, Xu Jingming slowly opened his eyes after being awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. His entire body felt unusually heavy, almost as though he had slept continuously for 2 full days. When he looked at the caller ID, surprise appeared on his face. It was Principal Ling Xiao. Only then did Xu Jingming realize that he truly had slept for 2 entire days. The principal's tone was serious from the very beginning. The Heaven Mandate sect was preparing to launch a counterattack. His family and everyone closely connected to him had already been placed under protection, and Xu Jingming himself could very likely become one of their targets. If you encounter danger, Ling Xiao warned him, activate the protective talisman immediately. After the call ended, Xu Jingming carefully considered the situation. His residence had extremely strict security measures in place, including access authorization and identity verification, making infiltration incredibly difficult. Since there was no point wasting energy worrying about something he could not control, he chose to focus entirely on cultivation instead. Far away, within a dark and ancient castle, the headquarters of the Heaven Mandate sect stood beneath the dim glow of massive candle chandeliers, creating a cold and oppressive atmosphere. 2 members stood before the sect's supreme leader and delivered their report. Xu Jingming possesses S-rank talent. If he continues growing, he will become a major threat. We request permission to eliminate him before that happens. The leader asked only one question. Where is he now? He is currently inside the Thunder Secret Realm. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from the darkness. Blood Assassin. A man slowly stepped forward. A long scar stretched across his face, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. His mission was simple. Enter the Thunder Secret Realm, destroy the martial arts forces stationed there, and kill Xu Jingming. He accepted the task without hesitation. I enjoy hunting geniuses, he said coldly. After all, he was an 8th-tier Grandmaster. Once he made a move, very few people in existence could stop him. Meanwhile, the outside world carried a completely different atmosphere. As the new year approached, lanterns decorated the streets while crowds filled the city with celebration. Walking through the busy streets alone, Xu Jingming suddenly realized something. This year, he might once again spend the holiday by himself. Not long ago, he had absorbed another lightning core, and the effect had been equivalent to almost 6 full days of hard cultivation. Even so, he still felt the speed was insufficient. His gaze slowly lifted toward a towering structure wrapped in arcs of lightning. The Thunder Tower. Senior Brother Jiang had recommended the place to him, explaining that cultivators could directly observe natural lightning there. If the effect truly matched the rumors, his cultivation speed could increase dramatically. Inside the tower, the staff quickly confirmed his S-rank privileges. 4 hours of cultivation access on the 100th floor. The tower itself contained 110 floors, and the higher one climbed, the stronger the surrounding lightning environment became. Without hesitation, Xu Jingming headed upward. Inside the cultivation room, he quietly waited. Then suddenly, green lightning erupted from the devices embedded in the ceiling. His eyes widened instantly. This was lightning in its purest and most primitive state. Normally, natural lightning formed thousands of miles away in the sky, making it impossible to observe clearly, but inside the Thunder Tower, every tiny detail was visible before his eyes. Xu Jingming immediately began cultivating. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. When he finally opened his eyes again, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this rate, reaching the stage of lightning liquefaction would require less than 5 more days. This place truly deserved to be called a cultivation holy ground. Once his allotted time ended, Xu Jingming immediately asked about extending his stay. The price shocked him. Tier 4 lightning cores. Just 1 additional hour inside the room was worth millions. Even the staff suggested that he move to a lower floor to reduce the cost, but Xu Jingming still chose to remain there. Using high-grade Tier 4 cores as payment, he exchanged them for 11 more hours of cultivation time. Then he asked about the higher floors. The answer immediately made him smile, helplessly. Tier 5 cores. Tier 6 cores. That level was still far beyond his current abilities. After completing his training, Xu Jingming returned to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, where senior brother Jiang greeted him with good news. The materials Xu Jingming had sold earlier had earned a total of 3 billion yuan. Jiang Luo laughed loudly. Next time, you're paying for the meal. Xu Jingming agreed immediately. Without Jiang Luo's help, there was no way he could have sold those materials for such a high price. Jiang Luo then mentioned hearing about the battle with the Thunder Bear. You're improving way too fast. Xu Jingming answered calmly. Maybe my talent isn't bad. Jiang Luo instantly burst into laughter. Afterward, he asked about Xu Jingming's plans for the new year. I'll continue training inside the thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming replied. Jiang Luo nodded, but still reminded him of one thing. Come back at least once. There's going to be a New Year auction, and you might find something useful there. Xu Jingming's eyes immediately brightened. His current spear was already starting to fall behind his growing strength. So if there was a chance to upgrade his weapon, he absolutely would not miss it. Elsewhere, inside a quiet room, Tong Xuan spoke excitedly. For New Year's, I want to visit the Thunder Secret Realm. I want to see Xu Jingming. Then she asked Jingming to accompany her. Jingming looked slightly surprised at first, but she soon smiled and agreed. Deep inside, she quietly thought to herself, it seems this little sister is finally willing to share. That's not bad at all. Lightning violently tore across the sky, surrounding the Thunder Tower, as another storm gathered above the massive structure. 6 full days had already passed since Xu Jingming began his intense cultivation inside the tower. Within the reception hall, Xu Jingming calmly placed several thunder crystal cores onto the counter in front of the receptionist. The young woman carefully inspected each core one after another before calculating their total value. After confirming the amount of energy contained inside them, she informed him that the cores were equal to 37 hours of cultivation time on the 100th floor of the tower. While processing the exchange, the receptionist could not hide the surprise in her eyes. She quietly observed the young cultivator standing before her, because the number of thunder crystal cores alone was astonishing. 9 Tier 4 thunder crystal cores were incredibly difficult to obtain, and among cultivators her age, almost nobody had ever seen someone this young collect so many. Her gaze lingered briefly on his calm expression and sharp features as she silently wondered just how powerful he must be to achieve something like this. Xu Jingming then asked whether the tower time could be used across separate sessions rather than consumed all at once. The receptionist explained that it was possible through his pass card. Every time he entered the tower, the timer would activate automatically, and whenever he left, the remaining time could be paused and saved for later use. Satisfied with the explanation, Xu Jingming thanked her before leaving. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Xu Jingming sat quietly inside the cultivation room while focusing completely on refining his lightning power. Thunder energy crackled continuously around his body as he pushed his control further and further. Suddenly, his phone began ringing. A holographic projection immediately appeared before him. The moment he accepted the call, Song Xiaoyun's smiling face appeared within the projection. Instead of directly explaining why she had contacted him, she mischievously challenged him to guess where she currently was. Xu Jingming calmly studied the image for a brief moment. Lightning repeatedly flashed behind her, illuminating the surroundings again and again. Without any hesitation, he answered calmly, "You're in the Thunder's secret realm." Song Xiaoyun froze in confusion, completely unable to understand how he had guessed it so easily. Xu Jingming simply pointed out the obvious lightning flashes visible behind her in the projection. The moment she realized her mistake, Song Xiaoyun let out an embarrassed groan. She explained that she and Xu Xian had originally planned to surprise him, but in their excitement, they completely forgot to ask for his address beforehand. At that moment, another face suddenly leaned into the holographic projection. Xu Xian appeared beside Song Xiaoyun with a playful smile, before teasingly asking whether he was unhappy to see her. Xu Jingming smiled faintly and reassured both of them that they were always welcome. Then he asked for their location so he could personally come pick them up. Before leaving, he briefly returned to the Thunder Tower reception area and swiped his pass card to pause his cultivation time exactly as the receptionist had previously explained. As he walked away, the automated system announced that 4.5 hours of tower time remained. Hearing that, Xu Jingming silently wondered whether the remaining time would be enough for him to successfully comprehend the liquefaction of his lightning energy. If it still proved insufficient, then he would have no choice but to return to the thunderstorm zone and hunt additional crystal cores. Not long afterward, Xu Jingming met up with the two girls and brought them back to his residence. His accommodation turned out to be a modern and elegant villa complete with a large outdoor swimming pool. The instant Song Qiuyun and Chu Xian stepped inside, both of them stared around in obvious astonishment. During their conversation, Song Qiuyun suddenly realized something shocking. Only 20 days had passed since their previous meeting, yet Xu Jingming's cultivation rank had increased once again. Xu Jingming modestly explained that he had encountered several dangerous situations while training, and through luck, he had managed to break through into the high rank of Tier 3. Song Qiuyun dramatically pressed a hand against her forehead in exaggerated frustration, comparing her own progress to his simply felt unfair. At this rate, she believed Xu Jingming might actually become a Tier 7 Grandmaster before even graduating. Amused by her reaction, Xu Jingming casually changed the subject and asked how many credits they had spent to enter the secret realm. Song Qiuyun revealed that both she and Chu Xian had purchased B-class passes, which allowed them to remain inside the realm for 2 days. Each pass had cost 1,000 credits. Hearing that number, Xu Jingming was secretly stunned. After calculating the value in his head, he realized the amount was equivalent to roughly 10 million Great Xia currency. Soon afterward, Xu Jingming offered the two girls their choice of any two among the 4 rooms upstairs. However, Song Qiuyun quickly refused and decided that she and Chu Xian would simply share a single room together. Xu Jingming told them to settle in first and suggested that he would take them out later for a meal to celebrate New Year's Eve. But Song Qiuyun rejected the idea immediately. In her opinion, New Year's Eve should always be celebrated with a proper home-cooked meal. Before Xu Jingming could even ask how they planned to cook inside someone else's house, Chu Xian suddenly raised her hand. A floating cluster of ingredients instantly appeared in midair, every item perfectly fresh and neatly prepared. Seeing the ingredients suspended above the table, Xu Jingming could not hide the skepticism on his face as he asked whether they actually knew how to cook. Song Qiuyun confidently declares that both of them are masters in the kitchen, and amused by their enthusiasm, Xu Jingming agrees to stay while also offering to help prepare the meal. Chu Xian happily accepts, and the 3 of them head into the kitchen together. Later that evening, the dining table is completely packed with dishes, and after finishing the enormous feast, Xu Jingming finally puts down his chopsticks with a satisfied sigh. Nearly every plate has been cleaned empty, while a bottle of wine rests beside the towering stack of dishes, and as he leans back his chair and rubs his stomach, he sincerely praises the girls for their excellent cooking. Both Song Qiuyun and Chu Xian proudly accept the compliment. At that moment, dazzling explosions suddenly light up the sky outside as fireworks burst above the city, filling the night with vibrant colors. Song Qiuyun's eyes instantly brighten with excitement, and she suggests going up to the rooftop to take a group photo to remember the moment. Xu Jingming happily agrees, and a few minutes later, the 3 of them stand together on the villa's rooftop terrace while fireworks continue exploding across the night sky, painting the clouds with brilliant streaks of color. Song Qiuyun raises her phone and positions it for a selfie, and all 3 friends lean closer together with warm smiles as the camera captures the moment. While the fireworks continue flashing overhead, Xu Jingming quietly watches the lights and reflects on how drastically his life has changed since obtaining the mysterious system. For the first time in a very long while, he genuinely feels grateful to be spending such a peaceful New Year's Eve together with friends. The following morning, the trio heads toward the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. As they walk through the building, Xu Jingming apologizes for dragging them to an auction on the very first day of the new year, but Chu Xian immediately scolds him for worrying over something so trivial, while Song Qiuyun explains that she had already planned to attend the auction herself in order to purchase several pieces of equipment she needed. As they continue down the corridor, they unexpectedly run into Jiang Luo. After greeting Xu Jingming, Jiang Luo curiously asks about the 2 young women accompanying him, prompting Xu Jingming to introduce Song Qiuyun and Chu Xian as his friend from Magic City University. Jiang Luo warmly greets both of them, while secretly marveling at how easily his junior brother seems to make connections, and without hesitation, he offers to take care of their auction entrance tickets. Xu Jingming sincerely thanks him. But before the conversation can continue, a group of elegantly dressed individuals walks past them through the hallway. One of the men loudly praises a pink-haired woman among the group, proudly announcing that Sister Li Wanning easily secured their entry into the auction, and his tone carries obvious mockery toward anyone forced to spend millions just to obtain a pass. The pink-haired woman laughs arrogantly before casually remarking that anyone willing to pay such outrageous fees must be a fool. Hearing that comment, Songchun immediately becomes annoyed and asks which prominent family that woman belongs to. Jiang Luo quietly explains that the woman is Li Wanning, the eldest daughter of the Li family, the strongest family among the 6 great families within the Secret Realm. He further explains that her father serves as the honorary vice master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, while her brother, Li Shanlin, has already reached the peak of Tier 4. With that kind of background, Jiang Luo admits that her arrogance is hardly surprising. After hearing the explanation, Xu Jingming calmly concludes that her attitude makes perfect sense considering the influence of her family. Jiang Luo also mentions that Li Wanning uses a spear as her weapon, although her ability specializes in enhancement rather than elemental control. Soon afterward, Jiang Luo leads them toward a pair of enormous double doors, and with a faint smile, he gestures ahead while welcoming Xu Jingming to the Thunder Secret Realm auction. The moment they step inside, the atmosphere immediately feels grand. The massive hall is dimly lit, with hundreds of seats arranged in neat rows facing a brightly illuminated stage. Jiang Luo explains that the annual Spring Festival auction usually attracts around 800 guests, and every single attendee possesses liquid assets exceeding 100 million. After they take their seats, Jiang Luo explains the bidding process, pointing out that each share contains an electronic screen built into the armrest where participants can enter their bid amounts, and once a price is confirmed, simply raising a hand finalizes the offer. Before the auction officially begins, Jiang Luo encourages Xu Jingming to preview the catalog. Xu Jingming opens the list and starts browsing through the items, discovering that the catalog contains 108 entries ranging from rare plants to powerful S-Class resources. Jiang Luo remarks that the auction only includes items up to the S-Class level, though he adds that this limitation is actually for the best, since anything beyond that would already be far outside their purchasing ability. Xu Jingming silently agrees. Sitting beside him, Song Qiuyan asks whether he has found anything interesting, and Xu Jingming explains that several items have already caught his attention, but he would rather wait until the host begins introducing them. Once the auction finally begins, Xu Jingming narrows his focus onto 2 specific targets. The first is an S-Class weapon known as the Qing Sha Black Dragon Spear, carrying a starting price of 500 million. The second item is a bundle containing 5-tier, 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal cores with a starting bid of 40 million. Obtaining those cores would save him an enormous amount of time that would otherwise be spent hunting inside the Thunderstorm Zone. On stage, the female host greets the audience before introducing the first item of the night. The opening lot is a 30-year-old A-Class Frost Grass capable of strengthening the spiritual power of anyone below Tier 5, with a starting price set at 20 million. Bidding erupts almost immediately as the price rapidly climbs past 22 million. An hour later, the auction finally reaches the 36th item, and the host announces the bundle of 5-tier, 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal cores with a starting price of 40 million. The moment the item appears, Xu Jingming quietly lets out a relieved breath. He immediately enters his bid through the electronic screen built into the armrest, and the host quickly acknowledges the offer from seat number 0310 while announcing a price of 41 million. However, the Thunder cores are clearly in extremely high demand, and several participants immediately continue raising the bids, pushing the price up to 41.8 million within moments. Watching the numbers rise so rapidly, Xu Jingming's expression slowly turns serious. There are simply too many people competing for the item, and if the auction continues at a normal pace, the price will keep climbing endlessly. After silently analyzing the situation for a brief moment, Xu Jingming reaches a firm conclusion. The only way to secure the item now is to intimidate every other bidder at once by suddenly increasing the price to a level high enough that nobody else dares to continue. The auction hall is already filled with noise and discussion when a calm voice suddenly cuts through the entire room. 46 million. In an instant, the hall falls silent as every gaze turns toward Xu Jingming. His bid is directed at the bundle of 5-tier, 4 Thunder Crystal cores, and the sudden increase completely crushes the competition. Standing on the stage, the female auction host clearly repeats the price, while reminding the audience that Thunder Crystal cores of this level rarely appear on the public market, since most are usually secured directly by major factions. She slightly raises the gavel and calls out the bid once more. 46 million once. Her voice echoes across the quiet hall. 46 million twice. A final pause spreads through the room, but no one speaks. 46 million going 3 times. The gavel slams down heavily, officially finalizing the sale as the 5 Thunder Crystal cores are won by Xu Jingming. Even Xu Jingming himself did not expect the purchase to conclude so smoothly. Sitting beside him, Jiang Luo quietly explains the reason. Powerful organizations and major clans like the Thunder Martial Arts Hall already possess stable sources of Thunder cores, so they rarely bother competing for them at auctions. Because of that, only independent fighters remained interested, and Xu Jingming's sudden 5 million increase was enough to scare them all away. Jiang Luo then looks at him with confusion and asks, if he needed the Thunder cores so badly, why not simply hunt them himself? Xu Jingming calmly explains that his electric ability has already reached the verge of a breakthrough. He intends to step directly into the liquefying realm, and he wants to complete the entire advancement during one uninterrupted cultivation session. The Thunder Crystal cores will allow him to do exactly that. Jiang Luo stares at him in disbelief as sweat slowly forms across his forehead. Reaching the liquefying realm at such speed is almost ridiculous. Back when Jiang Luo achieved that level himself, he had already been close to graduation. So compared to that, Xu Jingming's growth feels downright terrifying. Nearly 2 hours pass before the auction finally reaches its 98th item. The moment attendants carry the next treasure onto the stage, the atmosphere inside the hall changes completely. Resting inside the display case is a long spear. The female host smiles before making the announcement. The next item is an S-class weapon. She lifts the spear for the audience to see. The flowing cloud golden edge spear, personally forged by the renowned artifact master. Light reflects along the surface of the weapon as she begins explaining its construction. The shaft of the spear is forged from A-class creamier alloy, a rare metal famous for its unusual property. Once ability energy is poured into it, the alloy becomes drastically heavier. The spearhead is even more extraordinary, having been forged from S-class extreme edge alloy, a material renowned for its terrifying hardness and piercing strength. Excited murmurs immediately spread throughout the auction hall since weapons of this caliber rarely appear in public auctions. Xu Jingming carefully studies the spear. He already understands the value of creamier alloy and knows that once ability energy is injected into it, the weapon's weight increases dramatically. The host soon confirms the detail for the audience, explaining that at maximum power, the spear can reach an astonishing weight of 100 tons. The starting price soon appears on the screen. 500 million. The bidding erupts instantly. 510 million. 520 million. 530 million. The numbers rapidly continue climbing, and after watching the pace for a moment, Xu Jingming calmly raises his hand. 600 million. The enormous increase briefly silences the entire hall. But unlike before, the intimidation tactic proves ineffective. Anyone capable of purchasing an S-class weapon is already extremely wealthy, so the bids continue without hesitation. 610 million. 620 million. 630 million. Xu Jingming slightly leans back in his seat. Since intimidation will not work this time, observation becomes more important. As he quietly studies the bidders, one opponent quickly stands out above the rest. Li Wanning of the powerful Li family calmly raises her paddle. 630 million. Her expression already makes one thing obvious. In her mind, the spear is already hers. Very few people would willingly challenge the Li family. However, only moments later, another voice breaks the silence. 640 million. Xu Jingming. Whispers instantly spread through the hall. Most of the audience members do not recognize him, and to them, he simply looks like someone who clearly does not understand the influence wielded by the Li family. Li Wanning slowly rises from her seat, but instead of placing another bid, she directly addresses Xu Jingming. She explains that her older brother, Li Xianglin, is currently searching for a suitable spear, and if Xu Jingming withdraws from the bidding now, she is willing to offer him her friendship along with a favor from the Li family. To most people, the offer would sound extremely tempting, but Xu Jingming remains completely indifferent. In his eyes, the friendship of a peak tier 6 expert is almost meaningless. Before the confrontation can escalate further, the auction host immediately steps in and reminds Li Wanning that auction rules strictly prohibit threatening or intimidating bidders, warning that any further violation will result in the suspension of her bidding rights. Forcing down her anger, Li Wanning enters another bid. 650 million. Xu Jingming responds without the slightest hesitation. 660 million. Gasps spread throughout the hall. Openly provoking the Li family requires tremendous confidence. Li Wanning tightly clenches her fists. It has been many years since anyone dared to treat her with such disregard. Meanwhile, the host calmly repeats the latest price. 660 million. A cold smile slowly forms on Li Waning's face. 670 million. At that moment, Xu Jingming silently calculates his remaining funds. If the bidding continues rising, outside support may become necessary, so he turns toward his companions. Song Qiuyun casually offers 500 million, while Chu Xian goes even further and offers 1 billion, mentioning that her family could easily transfer even more money if needed. Hearing that, Xu Jingming smiles slightly. In his opinion, that is already more than enough. Once the price of a normal S-class weapon surpasses $1 billion, it actually becomes cheaper to hire an artifact master and commission a custom-made weapon instead. Beside them, Jiang Luo remains completely frozen in disbelief, and hearing people casually discuss amounts worth hundreds of millions is enough to make sweat form across his forehead. Completely unbothered, Xu Jingming raises the bid once again. 700 million. The bidding war immediately intensifies. 720 million. 750 million. 790 million. The atmosphere inside the hall grows increasingly suffocating before Xu Jingming calmly speaks again. 830 million. Silence instantly fills the auction hall. One of Li Waning's companions quickly urges her to stop since they have already exceeded their original budget, and continuing any further simply to win the argument would serve no purpose. After remaining silent for a long moment, Li Waning slowly lowers her paddle, though the fury in her eyes never fades. Since she cannot defeat Xu Jingming inside the auction hall, she decides she will handle him another way. The auctioneer slowly raises the gavel. 830 million going once. 830 million going twice. The gavel slams down heavily. The flowing cloud golden edge spear officially belongs to Xu Jingming. Half an hour later, the auction staff delivers his purchases, including the 5 Thunder Crystal cores and the S-class spear. The total cost reaches 874 million. Before finalizing the transaction, the host invites Xu Jingming to personally inspect the weapon. Xu Jingming grips the dark metallic shaft, and golden lightning instantly erupts around his body. Electric energy crackles across the spear as it perfectly resonates with his lightning ability. The compatibility is flawless. Satisfied with the result, Xu Jingming hands over his card and completes the purchase. Elsewhere, inside a luxurious private lounge, Li Waning is still consumed by anger. She summons an elderly retainer known as Uncle Li along with 2 subordinates dressed in suits. Her command is straightforward. The man who humiliated her must die. She orders them to assassinate Xu Jingming and seize all of his equipment. Uncle Li asks for more information, and Li Waning reveals that she has already investigated him. Xu Jingming is currently a Tier 3 high-rank student using a pass issued through Magic City Ability University. Uncle Li cautiously suggests conducting further investigation first, but Li Waning dismisses the concern entirely. Students regularly enter the Thunder Secret Realm, and once Xu Jingming steps into the dangerous zone, they can simply ambush him there. Inside that region, savage beasts roam everywhere, so if he dies there, the creatures will completely devour the body within hours, leaving behind no evidence whatsoever. As for the stolen spear, its appearance can easily be altered afterward. After hearing the plan, Uncle Li orders his subordinates to monitor the entrance to the Thunder Secret Realm and immediately report the moment Xu Jingming appears. Li Waning insists on accompanying him herself. She wants to personally witness Xu Jingming regret offending her. Back at his residence, Xu Jingming begins testing his newly acquired weapon. He grips the spear and carefully studies its balance before suddenly recalling the special property of creamier alloy. Curious, he directly channels his lightning ability into the spear. Instantly, the weapon becomes dramatically heavier. The sudden increase catches him completely off guard, forcing his body down onto one knee as the spear crashes heavily against the floor. After quickly stabilizing himself, Xu Jingming begins estimating the numbers. His current lifting limit is roughly 5 tons, while the spear itself normally weighs around 800 kilograms. However, the moment he injected his lightning ability into it, the weapon's weight surged to more than 6 tons. An idea suddenly forms in Xu Jingming's mind. Rising back to his feet, he steadies himself before taking a proper combat stance, then swings the spear downward with full force. The impact explodes through the room. The wooden floor instantly shatters apart as fragments scatter in every direction. A slow smile gradually appears across his face. If he swings the spear while it remains at normal weight in order to build speed, then injects lightning energy into it just before impact, the sudden increase in mass will dramatically amplify the force behind the strike. The combination of acceleration and overwhelming weight would be enough to crush nearly any opponent. However, controlling the momentum after the sudden weight shift is still extremely difficult. Standing amidst the shattered floorboards, Xu Jingming understands one thing very clearly. This spear is not merely powerful. It is a terrifying killing weapon, and if he truly wants to master it, serious training will be necessary. Once his companions leave, he plans to return to the thunderstorm zone and continue practicing there. The following day at noon, Xu Jingming stood beside the road, saying goodbye to his two friends. Chu Xian smiled as she told him they would meet again once the new semester began, and before leaving, she reminded Jingming not to forget his promise. After school resumed, he still needed to guide both of them during training. Jingming nodded in response and thanked them for traveling all the way here just to accompany him. After exchanging a few final words, the red car slowly drove away. Jingming remained standing where he was, raising his hand in farewell while the vehicle gradually disappeared farther down the road. He continued watching until the car completely vanished from sight, and only then did he slowly lower his hand. The expression on his face gradually turned serious. The amount of time he could still remain inside the secret realm was now less than a week, meaning every remaining minute had become precious. If he wanted to continue growing stronger, he had to make proper use of that time. His next destination had already been decided long ago, the Thunderstorm Zone. Only there could he obtain the Thunder Crystal cores needed to strengthen his lightning ability. What Jingming did not realize, however, was that someone nearby had been observing him the entire time. Hidden among the trees, a man quietly watched every one of his movements. The moment Jingming started heading toward the Thunderstorm Zone, the man immediately activated a communication device and delivered a short report. The target has begun moving. He's heading toward the Thunder Zone, far away inside a luxurious lounge. Li Wanning sat comfortably upon a sofa while her elegant black dress shimmered softly beneath the lights. The moment she heard the report, a confident smile slowly appeared on her lips. Perfect. She immediately stood up. It was finally time to retrieve the gift she had prepared for him. Nearby, her older brother Li Shanglin noticed her movement, and seeing her preparing to leave, he asked where she was going. Li Wanning only smiled faintly before replying that she was about to retrieve the birthday gift she had promised him. Li Shanglin narrowed his eyes slightly. If his sister was personally retrieving the gift herself, then it had to be something extremely valuable. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Xu Jingming was already engaged in battle. With a powerful thrust of his spear, he drove the weapon straight through a monster before pinning the corpse heavily to the ground. Blood splashed across the forest floor. The battle ended instantly, but Jingming did not lower his guard. Instead, he slowly turned toward the bushes behind him and spoke in a calm voice. "You've been following me for quite a while." The forest immediately fell silent. "Come out." A moment later, 3 figures stepped out from the bushes. Li Shanglin appeared first, while behind him stood 2 bodyguards dressed completely in black. Li Shanglin carefully studied Jingming before speaking with interest. "No wonder you're called a genius of Magic University. Even though you're only level 3, your perception is already impressive." Jingming slightly frowned. He did not recognize any of them. "Why are you following me?" Before Li Shanglin could answer, another figure stepped forward. Li Wanning. She looked directly at Jingming with undisguised arrogance. "If you don't recognize my bodyguards, then surely you recognize me." At that moment, Jingming immediately understood why they had come. Their target was the weapon in his hand, the S-rank treasure, the flowing cloud golden-edged spear. Li Wanning admitted it without hesitation. "That's right. I want the spear, and I want your life." Then she slowly looked him over with a teasing smile. "With a face like yours, if you stop resisting, I might even allow you to join my harem." Jingming's expression instantly turned cold. "Are you really so ruthless that you won't leave others even a single path to survive?" Killing intent immediately filled Li Wanning's eyes. In the world of the strong, the weak have no right to speak. She ordered Jingming to kneel and beg for forgiveness, claiming that if he obeyed, she might grant him a quick death, but otherwise, she would make him suffer before finally killing him. In the next instant, lightning violently crackled around Jingming's body as he activated Heavenly Thunder. Electric sparks flashed across his skin while the surrounding air trembled beneath the pressure of his power. Jingming calmly looked toward her and repeated her own words. "Before the strong, the weak have no right to speak." Power erupted outward. Lightning surged around him like a raging storm as thunder wrapped itself across his body like armor, and arcs of electricity illuminated the entire forest. At that moment, Jingming resembled a thunder god descending upon the earth itself. The sight instantly shattered Li Wanning's confidence, forcing her to unconsciously step backward in disbelief. Jingming calmly glanced toward the guards. 2 mid-level level 4 fighters, 2 low-level level 4 fighters, and they actually believed they could kill him, attacked together. The moment Li Xianglin sensed the terrifying pressure radiating from Jingming's body, his expression immediately changed. Something was horribly wrong. "Attack," he shouted, but Jingming had already raised his lightning-covered hand toward the sky. Golden light flashed within his eyes as he entered the divine thunder state. "Die!" The sky responded instantly. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and crashed directly onto the battlefield. The thunderclap violently shook the entire forest as blinding light exploded in every direction. Then silence returned. When the lightning finally faded, the ground had been scorched completely black. Li Xianglin and the elite guards were gone, erased entirely by a single strike. Only Li Wanning remained. She stared at the destruction in absolute horror before survival instinct finally took control. She immediately turned and ran, but panic betrayed her. Her high heels slipped against the forest floor, causing her to fall heavily onto the ground. Behind her, footsteps slowly approached. Slow, calm, and inevitable. Jingming's footsteps echoed behind her until he finally stopped at her side. "Now it's your turn." Li Wanning trembled uncontrollably as she demanded to know who he truly was. "How can someone like you possess this kind of power?" Jingming answered calmly. "I'm exactly who you think I am, a student from Magic University." Realizing that death was already approaching, Li Wanning desperately began begging for mercy. She offered him 10 billion. She promised protection. When money failed to move him, she immediately tried seduction instead, claiming she could personally serve him and insisting she was far better than the girls beside him. Jingming looked at her with complete disgust. "Those girls are pure," he coldly replied. "You're nothing more than a body ruined by drugs and indulgence." The humiliation instantly drove Li Wanning into madness. She screamed vicious threats, swearing that her family would wipe out his entire bloodline. Lightning slowly gathered once again within Jingming's hand. "You don't want to leave here alive?" he calmly said. "Fine. Your wish will be granted." A pillar of lightning immediately descended from the sky, and within a blinding flash, Li Wanning completely vanished. Nothing remained behind except ashes. Jingming simply turned around and walked away. Anyone who chose to kill others should always be prepared to face the same fate themselves. He deliberately ignored her spatial ring. Powerful families often hid tracking devices inside such items, and taking it would only create unnecessary risks. Far away, inside the Li family mansion, a sudden alarm echoed throughout the halls. Bracelet number 003 has detected the user's heart has stopped. All vital signs have vanished. Li Xianglin instantly froze before abruptly standing to his feet because bracelet number 003 belonged to only one person, his younger sister, Li Wanning. He immediately ordered his subordinates to locate her final recorded position. Moments later, the report returned. The last signal originated near the outer edge of the thunderstorm zone. Li Xianglin frowned deeply. She said she was retrieving my birthday gift. Why would she go there? Then his expression suddenly darkened. "Contact her guards." Only seconds later, another answer came back. All 4 guards have lost their vital signs. The room instantly fell silent. Li Xianglin himself was a level 4 fighter, while the guards accompanying her were also powerful experts, yet all of them had died without even managing to send a warning. "This blood debt will be repaid," Li Xianglin said coldly. Soon afterward, his subordinates uncovered another important detail. 2 days earlier, Li Wanning had attempted to purchase an S-rank spear as a birthday gift for him, but someone else had successfully bought it first. "Who bought the spear?" Li Xianglin demanded. "A student from Magic University," the subordinate answered. "His name is Su Jingming. He possesses S-rank ability potential, but his current strength is only level 3. Li Xianglin let out a cold laugh. "It must be him. My sister would never willingly give up on that spear." His eyes filled with killing intent. "A blood debt must be repaid with blood. In my eyes, he's still just a freshman. No matter how talented he may be, killing my sister is absolutely unforgivable." Li Xianglin slowly stood up. "Uncle Quan, come with me. We'll intercept him at the exit of the thunderstorm zone." Meanwhile, deep inside the secret realm, Su Jingming continued hunting thunder beasts. Not long afterward, he sat beside the corpse of another thunder beast, and resting in his hand was a glowing purple thunder core. System notifications immediately appeared one after another. 17 level 4 thunder beasts defeated. More than 4,000 ability points gained. 17 thunder cores collected. Jingming slightly nodded to himself. That was already more than enough. With these resources, breaking through into the lightning liquefaction realm would no longer be a problem. After collecting all the spoils, he rose to his feet and continued walking deeper into the mist-covered forest. Soon, he would leave the thunderstorm zone behind. But once he stepped outside, the storm waiting for him there would be far more dangerous than the one he had just survived. At a heavily secured checkpoint, a man wearing red robes stepped forward before handing over his identification card. He was Bloodkill, an Archbishop of Heaven's Mandate, currently using the fake identity Zhang Heng along with a C-Class pass. After scanning the card, the system approved 24 hours of access to the restricted area within the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The receptionist politely reminded him to use his time wisely, but Bloodkill merely responded with a cold smile. In his eyes, 24 hours was already more than enough. As far as he was concerned, the mission was practically complete already, and today would become the day Su Jingming died. Near the exit tunnel, several men dressed in black suits stood silently in place, naturally attracting the attention of nearby onlookers. People quickly recognized them as members of the powerful Li family, and many noticed that they had already been guarding the area for several days, meaning their target was likely about to appear. Moments later, Su Jingming finally walked out from the tunnel, and one of the suited men immediately reported through his earpiece that the target had arrived. Su Jingming slightly slowed his steps. His instincts had already sensed the sudden change in atmosphere, and a sharp attention focused directly upon him. Without any warning, a figure suddenly descended from above, holding a spear before crashing downward with explosive force. Su Jingming, blood must be repaid with blood. Su Jingming calmly lifted his gaze and instantly judged the attacker's strength. A peak tier 4 physical fighter, Li Xianglin. Even while facing the ambush, Su Jingming remained completely calm and casually thought that if he had known they would locate him so quickly, he would not have destroyed the storage rings he looted earlier and wasted millions in potential value. Consumed by fury, Li Xianglin demanded to know whether Su Jingming had killed his sister. Su Jingming answered without the slightest emotion. Why bother asking when you already know the answer? The surrounding crowd overheard the exchange and was immediately shaken by the revelation that Li Wanning was dead. Some whispered that her arrogance had finally brought disaster upon her, while others looked toward Su Jingming with pity, fully aware that revenge from the Li family would be merciless. Li Xianglin demanded an explanation, but Su Jingming answered plainly. She tried to kill me for my items. She failed, so I killed her. That's all. Li Xianglin insisted that regardless of what mistake she had made, Li Wanning still belonged to the Li family, and Su Jingming had no right to kill her. Su Jingming completely dismissed those words. Talking is meaningless. In the end, everything is decided by strength. The instant those words fell, power exploded outward from his body. His hair turned white as golden lightning surged violently around him. He steps forward without the slightest hesitation and directly challenges him, asking whether he or his family truly believes they can do anything to him, causing the surrounding crowd to freeze in shock as they finally confirm that he is the S-rank genius from Magic City University, the monstrous talent who reached Tier 3 high rank at only 19 years old, an achievement so absurd that many can barely believe it. Though some are already convinced this will also be the day he falls. Li Xianglin bursts into laughter before activating his ability, his body rapidly swelling into a gigantic wolf-like beast with glowing purple eyes as he declares that he alone is more than enough to kill Su Jingming. Su Jingming immediately makes the first move, lightning detonating beneath his feet as he rushes forward without any hesitation at all, while Li Xianglin charges directly to meet him and mocks him for recklessly closing the distance, calling it nothing more than a death wish. Their weapons slam together, unleashing a blinding shockwave that tears through the area. Yet the outcome becomes obvious almost instantly as Li Xianglin is completely overwhelmed and blasted backward. His enormous body smashes violently into the ground and rips through the concrete, while sliding uncontrollably across the battlefield. And despite being injured and visibly shaken, he still cannot understand what just happened because, as a peak Tier 4 physical fighter, his raw strength should have completely dominated this exchange. Yet instead, he is the one being crushed. Su Jingming slowly raises his hand as golden lightning gathers around him into a terrifying concentration of power, and with a cold voice he states that although he normally enjoys longer fights, today he intends to finish this quickly. The sky suddenly flashes, and an enormous pillar of golden lightning crashes down directly onto Li Xianglin, whose beast form releases a painful scream as his body burns beneath the overwhelming force. The rage in his eyes instantly turns into fear as he realizes that if this continues, he will die, and in desperation, he cries out for his uncle to save him. An older man instantly rushes forward with flames erupting from his fists, and the crowd immediately recognizes him as Butler Li Quan, a Tier 5 expert, causing many to assume that Su Jingming is finished. However, before anything can change, another bolt of lightning descends in an instant, and this time there is absolutely no resistance at all as Li Xianglin is killed on the spot. Butler Li Quan stops cold, his face filled with disbelief as he realizes something has gone terribly wrong. As the dust slowly settles, the surrounding crowd remains stunned because the S-rank student has just instantly killed a peak tier 4 opponent. Yet what confuses them even more is how Su Jingming survived the butler's attack. The smoke finally clears and reveals Su Jingming standing there completely unharmed behind a blue energy shield that blocked the flames entirely. Remaining calm, he explains that the shield came from a life-saving item gifted to him by his teacher, and after recognizing it as a powerful ancient artifact, Li Quan immediately understands that destroying it is impossible. He then reports through his earpiece that both the young master and the young miss have been killed. Inside the Li family estate, the moment the news arrives, everything erupts into chaos as Li Tsangha, the head of the family, explodes with rage and smashes straight through the roof of his mansion before launching into the sky like a meteor. Driven forward by terrifying fury, he races directly toward the battlefield at frightening speed. Back at the scene, Su Jingming suddenly lifts his head, and his expression immediately turns serious as he senses an overwhelming presence rapidly approaching. In the very next instant, Li Tsangha crashes down from the sky and slams into the ground with overwhelming force, shattering the concrete beneath him and unleashing a violent shockwave that sweeps across the entire area. His eyes burn with fury the moment they lock onto Su Jingming, and with killing intent overflowing from his body, he declares that Su Jingming has gone too far by murdering both of his children. Then his gaze slowly shifts toward Butler Li Quan, and his voice instantly turns ice cold as he calls him worthless for failing to protect them. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Li Tsangha strikes. A terrifying red energy erupts outward and engulfs the butler completely, rapidly draining away his life force until his body shrivels into a dried husk within seconds. The energy immediately flows back into Li Tsangha as his eyes begin glowing with a horrifying crimson light, and the killing intent surrounding him rises to an even more terrifying level. He fixes his stare on Su Jingming once again and coldly declares that he will be next. Su Jingming tightens his grip around his spear as sweat forms across his body, fully aware that the battle standing before him is far more dangerous than anything he has faced until now. However, before either side can make another move, a calm voice suddenly cuts through the overwhelming tension. Wang Gu, the branch master of the Thunder Secret Realm, steps forward alongside several guards and calmly positions himself between the two sides. The crowd is instantly shocked after recognizing him as a Tier 7 Grandmaster, the strongest expert currently present. Soon after, even more experts arrive, including instructors, making it obvious that the organization has mobilized completely in order to protect Su Jingming. Realizing that the entire situation has now changed, Li Tsangha forcefully suppresses the rage inside him and reluctantly steps back. He respectfully greets Wang Gu while carefully hiding his killing intent, fully understanding that the opportunity to strike has already slipped away today. The suffocating tension in the area eases slightly as one of Su Jingming's friends quickly rushes over to his side and reassures him that nothing will happen as long as the branch master is here. After hearing about Su Jingming's battles, Wang Gu smiles and openly praises him, calling his performance truly impressive, while Su Jingming calmly accepts the compliment. But despite the temporary calm, the situation is far from over. Hidden quietly among the crowd, a dark figure continues observing everything in silence. Bloodkill remains concealed, still disguised, still waiting. A cold smile slowly spreads across his face as he realizes that every one of his targets has now gathered in the same place, making the next step much easier. Branchmaster Wang Gu calmly assures Su Jingming that as long as he remains inside the Thunder Secret Realm, he will be protected. The young student quietly expresses his gratitude, and the surrounding crowd gradually relaxes, convinced that the conflict has finally come to an end because no one believes Li Tsangha would dare act recklessly in front of a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Then everything suddenly changes. From within the crowd of bystanders, a hidden figure violently bursts forward as a terrifying wave of dark red energy explodes outward. The impact blasts nearby people away, while a massive eruption of aura tears apart his disguise completely. His face twists with madness the moment he reveals his true identity as Bloodkill, a red-robed archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Without any hesitation, he announces his purpose. The Thunder Secret Realm will be destroyed, and both Wang Gu and Su Jingming will die. The moment Bloodkill reveals himself, Wang Gu immediately understands the severity of the situation. Standing before them is a Tier 8 Grandmaster from one of the most infamous cults in existence. Bloodkill then fixes his cold gaze on his Su Jingming and silently evaluates him. A Tier 3 capable of overpowering a peak Tier 4 possesses terrifying potential, enough to possibly reach the level of a martial saint one day. Yet Bloodkill coldly concludes that Su Jingming's path ends here. With mocking confidence, he tells the student to call for the university's space-type grandmaster, fully convinced that the distance makes any rescue impossible. Su Jingming, however, remains completely calm. Instead of fear, only slight annoyance appears on his face because he already knows Bloodkill has severely underestimated Vice Principal Li Quan, an S-rank space-time user. A faint smile forms as he thinks about how his enemies always celebrate too early. Without wasting another second, he raises his talisman and crushes it immediately. At once, a massive blue magic circle spreads across the sky, and a glowing portal slowly opens above them before Li Quan descends gracefully from within it, surrounded by swirling streams of energy. The entire crowd freezes in shock before relief rapidly washes over them, because the suffocating pressure radiating from her aura alone makes it obvious that they are now safe. At the edge of the battlefield, Li Tsangha breaks into a cold sweat as the realization hits him that if he had acted recklessly earlier, his entire family would already have been destroyed. Floating calmly in the air, Li Quan looks toward Bloodkill and casually remarks that the Heaven's Mandate sect still clings to the world like ghosts. Bloodkill is instantly stunned because, according to every known limitation, she should never have been capable of teleporting across such a distance. Li Quan calmly reveals the truth, explaining that she deliberately concealed news of her breakthrough because she predicted the cult would eventually take the bait. Her aura suddenly rises to an even more terrifying level, and Bloodkill immediately understands what that means. Li Quan is already advanced to a Tier 8 mid-rank Grandmaster. As a B-class user standing against an S-class opponent, he realizes he is completely outmatched. Panic immediately takes hold, and he turns to flee without hesitation. Li Quan calmly raises one hand, and a glowing magic circle instantly forms as she coldly tells him that it is already too late. In the next moment, a gigantic hexagonal barrier materializes, creating the spatial yin-yang domain and sealing Bloodkill completely inside. The spherical domain traps him without any path of escape, while Li Quan maintains full control from outside the barrier. With a sharp, downward motion of her hand, she unleashes a crescent-shaped blade of spatial energy toward him. Bloodkill roars furiously and erupts with a desperate surge of dark red power in an attempt to resist. The two attacks collide violently, and the battle instantly explodes into chaos inside the domain. Both Grandmasters move at terrifying speed as they continuously clash against each other, their attacks colliding again and again while shockwaves of blue and red energy repeatedly slam into the walls of the domain. Despite the overwhelming force, the barrier remains completely stable and prevents the destruction from spreading outside. Below the battlefield, Su Jingming and Wang Gu observe everything safely from the ground. Realizing the scale of the confrontation, Wang Gu immediately begins issuing orders. He commands the supervisors and Instructor Wu to remain behind and assist, while another group coordinates with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to evacuate nearby civilians. He then urges Su Jingming to leave the area for safety. Su Jingming refuses without hesitation. He explains that leaving now would only make things more troublesome for Li Quan because he has complete faith in her strength, and even in the worst possible situation, she could instantly teleport him away. More importantly, he understands that witnessing a battle between Tier 8 Grandmasters is an extremely rare opportunity to learn. Half an hour passes before the battle finally reaches its conclusion. Li Quan slowly descends onto the shattered battlefield while Bloodkill lies defeated nearby, his entire body battered and drained of strength. Completely exhausted, he collapses face first onto the ground. Su Jingming looks down at the defeated Grandmaster and briefly wonders how many ability points he could obtain from killing someone who cultivated the god's blood secret art. Beside him, Jiang Luo is still covered in sweat, visibly shaken by the overwhelming gap in power he just witnessed. From the very beginning, Bloodkill never had any chance of victory because the moment Li Quan deployed her domain, the outcome had already been decided. Su Jingming casually asks whether Jiang Luo has ever seen Li Quan fight before. Jiang Luo quickly admits that he has not, explaining that she is even more mysterious and difficult to encounter than the head principal himself. He also comments on how exceptionally well she treats Su Jingming, especially after gifting him something as valuable and rare as a spatial talisman. Su Jingming lets out a helpless sigh and remarks that his only life-saving item has now been used up. Jiang Luo immediately replies that possessing even one such item is already an incredible luxury, then jokingly adds that expecting another would be completely ridiculous because at that point she might as well make Su Jingming her personal caretaker. At that exact moment, Li Quan suddenly appears behind them. Her calm voice interrupts their conversation as she asks what the two of them are discussing. Jiang Luo instantly stiffens in panic and struggles to respond properly. Ignoring his reaction completely, Li Quan turns towards Su Jingming and calmly warns him that the Heaven's Mandate sect is still active and may continue targeting him. Then, with a wave of her hand, she creates another glowing blue talisman before directly handing it to him and instructing him to use it again if he encounters danger. Su Jingming immediately accepts it with obvious eagerness and nearly blurts something out before quickly correcting himself, while Jiang Luo is left completely stunned by what he is seeing. Li Quan soon walks over to Wang Gu and begins issuing clear instructions. The true details of today's battle must remain completely confidential. Instead, an official report should claim that she suffered severe injuries and is temporarily unable to use her abilities. Wang Gu immediately agrees because he instantly understands her plan. If the Heaven's Mandate sect believes this information, they may willingly walk straight into another trap and potentially lose yet another Tier 8 Archbishop. Li Quan then adds one final condition. Su Jingming's battle records must also remain hidden so his true strength stays concealed before the National University League begins. Once those matters are settled, her expression gradually turns cold as her attention shifts toward the Li family. She openly condemns their actions, declaring that murdering for treasure and silencing victims are unforgivable crimes, before demanding that Li Tsangha step forward. Terrified, Li Tsangha slowly obeys. Li Quan harshly rebukes him for allowing his children's crimes to continue unchecked and for personally attempting to murder a university student. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she announces his punishment: 20 years of imprisonment. The sentence instantly crushes him. His face loses all color as he realizes there is absolutely no possibility of resistance. In the end, he can only drop to his knees and silently accept the judgment placed upon him. The surrounding crowd begins murmuring among themselves. Some are shocked by how fiercely the university protects its students, while others quietly admit that the Li family ultimately brought this disaster upon themselves. Wang Gu watches everything in silence and calmly concludes that the Li family is finished. Their core members are already dead, and with their leader now imprisoned, the family has no chance of recovering. With the matter finally resolved, Li Quan gives Su Jingming one last warning to remain vigilant because the Heaven's Mandate sect may still target him again in the future. Sensing that her mood seems unusually calm, Su Jingming decides to take a chance and asks whether he will receive any reward for acting as bait. Jiang Luo is instantly stunned internally by the sheer boldness of the question. Yet Li Quan shows no sign of anger at all. Instead of becoming angry, Li Quan pauses briefly before calmly asking Su Jingming what reward he wants, leaving Jiang Luo completely speechless beside him. Realizing she actually took his words seriously, Su Jingming immediately retreats and awkwardly says that he was only joking, admitting that after receiving another talisman, he is already more than satisfied. Li Quan unexpectedly reveals a faint, gentle smile and remarks that it has been a very long time since someone dared to joke around with her like that. Then blue light slowly gathers within her hand as she reveals that she had already prepared something for him in advance. A glowing pendant soon appears between her fingers, and as she lightly raises it and offers it forward, it becomes obvious that this reward possesses far greater value and power than anyone expected. Su Jingming hesitates the moment the glowing blue pendant is offered to him because he can immediately sense that its power far surpasses even the Tier 7 talisman his teacher previously gave him. Li Quan calmly confirms his suspicion, explaining that it is a Tier 8 talisman capable of blocking an attack from a mid-rank grandmaster. Since the item is no longer particularly useful to her, she decides to give it to him as a reward. After accepting the artifact, Su Jingming immediately vows his loyalty to the vice principal. But Li Quan calmly dismisses the promise and simply advises him to focus properly on his cultivation instead. As Su Jingming fastens the new talisman around his wrist, Jiang Luo silently watches nearby while inwardly wishing he possessed one as well. Meanwhile, Wang Gu observes Li Quan floating calmly in the air and realizes just how highly she values Su Jingming, prompting him to quietly decide that building a good relationship with the young student would be extremely beneficial. Li Quan then asks Su Jingming whether he has finished everything he needed to do and suggests that the two of them return together to Magic City Ability University for the start of the new term. Su Jingming politely declines the offer for now and explains that he still has unfinished business to handle. When Li Quan asks how much longer he will need, he estimates that another 2 days should be enough. To his surprise, Li Quan decides to wait for him personally and states that once his cultivation is complete, she will escort him back herself. Su Jingming smiles and gladly accepts the offer while Jiang Luo stands nearby drenched in sweat from pure envy, completely astonished that a high-ranking grandmaster is practically acting like a personal caretaker for a single student. Later, inside his luxurious villa, Su Jingming slowly wakes up on his bed looking groggy as he reaches for his phone. The exhaustion instantly disappears from his face the moment he checks the time, and panic immediately takes over after realizing he accidentally slept for 2 entire days. He rushes out of his room in a hurry, while lamenting that he now has less than 2 hours remaining inside the Thunder Secret Realm to comprehend liquefying lightning. Su Jingming sprints through the hallway, but suddenly stops in shock after spotting Li Quan calmly meditating nearby while floating within glowing blue magical runes. Without even turning around, the vice principal calmly asks whether he rested well. Still visibly stressed, Su Jingming replies that he did, but nervously explains that he barely has any time left to complete his lightning cultivation. Li Quan immediately reassures him and reveals that he no longer has any time restriction because Branchmaster Wang Gu upgraded his S-Class pass into a permanent pass. Overwhelmed with relief, Su Jingming quickly thanks her. Li Quan calmly clarifies that she personally did very little because the decision was originally Wang Gu's initiative, as he greatly values Su Jingming's potential. However, Su Jingming quickly guesses that the branch master only granted such treatment out of respect for her influence. Li Quan agrees with his assumption, but casually notes that Wang Gu still has no idea about Su Jingming's true SS rank talent. Otherwise, the permanent upgrade would have been granted regardless. Li Quan then warns Su Jingming that he should begin preparing himself because his true rank will inevitably be exposed during the upcoming National University League. Slightly confused, Su Jingming asks what exactly he needs to prepare for, and Li Quan calmly answers by listing the temptations that will soon surround him, including wealth, power, fame, and women. She reminds him that SS rank talent is extraordinarily rare, with no one of that level appearing for the past 4 years, and seriously advises him not to lose himself to those distractions. Su Jingming respectfully assures her that he understands. Li Quan then adds that compared to wealth or power, the thing she worries about most is women, explaining that seduction is one of the most common traps used by foreign factions to manipulate talented individuals. She suddenly steps closer while staring directly at him and casually makes a shockingly suggestive offer. If the 2 girls currently around him fail to satisfy his needs, he should simply inform her, and she will personally help him resolve the issue. Completely blindsided by the outrageous statement, Su Jingming instantly turns red and awkwardly stammers that such measures definitely will not be necessary. Before the atmosphere can become even stranger, Li Quan calmly calls towards someone outside and invites them to enter, causing both her and Su Jingming to turn toward the doorway. Branchmaster Wang Gu soon walks inside alongside Jiang Luo. He informs Su Jingming that the hostile Li Sangha has already been imprisoned, ensuring that the Li family will no longer pose any threat to him. Su Jingming smiles and sincerely thanks the branch master both for resolving the matter and for permanently upgrading his pass. Wang Gu casually brushes aside the gratitude and explains that he is simply doing his duty by nurturing the nation's greatest geniuses. Then, wanting to further support Su Jingming, he announces that he has personally arranged 24 hours of access to the highest floor of the Thunder Tower specifically for him. Overjoyed by the news, Su Jingming immediately thanks Branchmaster Wang Gu once again for granting him the opportunity. Behind him, Li Quan raises her hand and creates a glowing golden teleportation portal. She lightly pushes Su Jingming toward it and calmly offers to personally take him there herself. Before stepping through, Su Jingming says goodbye to his senior Jiang Luo and promises that he will return to the university immediately after finishing his cultivation. Jiang Luo waves back and says he specifically came to send him off. Wang Gu and Jiang Luo quietly watch as the portal flashes brightly before disappearing completely. At the Thunder Tower, enormous bolts of raw green lightning continuously strike the exterior of the structure. Meanwhile, on the highest floor inside the tower, Su Jingming sits cross-legged while violent golden lightning crashes around him from every direction. With flashes of electricity reflecting inside his eyes, he realizes that the lightning energy here is far purer and significantly closer to its original source than anything he previously encountered on the 100th floor. Slowly extending his hand forward, he concentrates carefully while guiding the chaotic and jagged lightning into his palm in order to comprehend its true nature. 17 hours later, his efforts finally produce results. The unstable arcs of electricity dancing across his hand gradually begin compressing together before condensing into a dense, glowing liquid. Su Jingming slowly opens his eyes and reveals a satisfied smile while watching the liquid lightning flow smoothly across his fingers, fully aware that he has finally mastered the liquefaction stage. Rising to his feet, he casually manipulates the liquid energy and shapes it into a swirling, condensed golden sphere. He quietly notes that if lightning in this form were simply thrown at an opponent, the resulting destructive force would be devastating. Wanting to properly evaluate his current strength, Su Jingming summons his holographic system interface and begins reviewing his attributes. The holographic screen displays Su Jingming's full attributes, confirming his SS rank ability along with his high vitality and spirit values, his various combat techniques, and a balance of more than 18,000 ability points. After carefully reviewing everything, Su Jingming concludes that 18,000 points are still far from enough to advance into Tier 4. Instead of forcing a breakthrough, he decides to strengthen his combat techniques first while waiting for the upcoming National University League to gather the remaining points necessary for leveling up. His thoughts drift toward the tournament's survival match, which revolves around hunting beasts, and he knows the event will inevitably contain large numbers of Tier 4 monsters. In his eyes, it is the perfect opportunity to harvest massive amounts of ability points. Having made his decision, Su Jingming immediately spends his points to upgrade his body forging technique, the Indestructible Thunder Body, to the 5th stage. The moment the upgrade completes, an enormous burst of energy explodes outward from his body as violent lightning surges around him, and his hair transforms into a brighter, wilder state. Standing within the enhanced form, Su Jingming feels thrilled by the overwhelming increase in power and quickly notes that the 15,000-point upgrade alone raised his vitality by nearly 1,000 points. Realizing that his strengthened physique now requires offensive power capable of matching it, he decides to raise his fist technique to the master level as well. To test the results, Su Jingming steps forward and unleashes a thunder fist, firing a terrifying concentrated blast of golden lightning ahead of him. After examining the deep cracks left behind on the specially reinforced wall, he reveals a satisfied smirk and estimates that his current strength is enough to instantly kill a peak Tier 4 beast, while also allowing him to fight evenly against a Tier 5 monster in close combat. Now that his cultivation and upgrades are complete, the violent lightning surrounding him gradually calms, and his wild hair slowly returns to normal as he turns and leaves the training chamber. The moment he steps into the hallway, he reunites with Vice Principal Li Quan, who immediately looks at him with visible surprise. She points out that although successfully comprehending lightning liquefaction is already impressive, his physical body also became drastically stronger in an extremely short amount of time. Carefully concealing the existence of his system, Su Jingming casually claims that he simply got lucky and managed to break through the Indestructible Thunder Body technique into the 5th stage. Li Quan recalls that the technique was originally created by his teacher, and she also remembers personally approving his teacher's request for an extremely precious SS rank Tier 8 Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood essence to assist Su Jingming's cultivation. With everything at the Thunder Tower finally complete, Li Quan raises her hand and summons a golden teleportation circle, and together the two of them prepare to return to the university. Meanwhile, inside a massive Gothic castle, two hooded subordinates kneel before the leader of the Heaven's Mandate sect and report that Archbishop Bloodkill was killed by Li Quan. Completely deceived by the false information spread by the university, they explain that Li Quan supposedly suffered severe injuries and can no longer personally protect Su Jingming, then ask whether they should resume the assassination attempts against him. One of the hooded cultists, whose mouth is filled with jagged teeth, eagerly volunteers for the mission and swears that he will personally execute the young genius himself. The leader of the Heaven's Mandate sect calmly tells his followers that the sect has already lost far too much combat power because of the nation's extermination campaign. After considering the situation, he concludes that continuing to target Su Jingming is no longer a wise decision. Instead, he orders every member of the cult to remain hidden and patiently wait for the peak of the origin energy tide, when their supreme god will descend into the world and grant them eternal life. Hearing those words, his loyal followers immediately bow their heads and begin chanting praises to their god. Back at Magic City Ability University, an exhausted Su Jingming meets once again with Vice Principal Li Quan. He explains that after forcing his ability to remain in an extreme state for 17 continuous hours in order to achieve a breakthrough, he is completely drained. To help him recover, Li Quan casually offers him a glowing packet of Sunbae crackers. Su Jingming immediately looks surprised because he recognizes the snack as a rare B-class resource that originates from a secret realm, though this is the very first time he has actually seen one in person. The moment he takes a bite, his exhausted body rapidly recovers and his energy instantly returns. Li Quan smiles faintly and explains that the snack is believed to bring good luck. She then expresses her hope that Su Jingming will defeat Jingming University during the National University League and lead Magic City Ability University to first place. After that, Li Quan directly asks Su Jingming to serve as the captain of the university team for the upcoming league. Looking down at the snack packet in his hand, Su Jingming accepts the position and firmly promises that no matter what happens, he will win the championship. Satisfied with his answer, Li Quan tells him that the finalized team roster will be posted on the school website the following morning. The next day, excited students gather together while checking their phones to see the newly announced roster. The list officially names freshman Su Jingming as team captain, senior Kong Shi as vice captain, and senior Yao Fong as one of the main members. Some students immediately question the decision and worry that making a freshman the captain is far too risky, arguing that Kong Shi would have been the safer choice instead. Others quickly counter that although Kong Shi is already a Tier 4 mid-rank fighter, he still cannot compete against the Tier 4 high-rank members of Jingming University, meaning Su Jingming is realistically their only chance of victory. Elsewhere, Li Chengxi stares blankly at his phone in complete shock. The announcement finally makes him realize just how terrifyingly powerful Su Jingming must be to earn the captain position. And after a moment of bitterness, he silently admits to himself that he can never compare to a monster like him. Meanwhile, while walking across campus, Xiongya playfully congratulates her friend Song Xiaoyun and teases her by saying that her man has now become the team captain. Song Xiaoyun immediately denies it and insists that nothing official exists between her and Su Jingming. Xiongya points out that Song Xiaoyun even visited Su Jingming on New Year's Eve and expresses disbelief that she still failed to win him over despite the two of them being alone together. Song Xiaoyun then awkwardly reveals that she actually brought senior sister Jiang along with her that night. Completely exasperated, Xiongya asks why she would willingly bring a romantic rival with her. Song Xiaoyun calmly explains that Jiang is genuinely a good person, and sneaking around behind her back would have made her feel guilty. When Xiongya questions how anyone could possibly share a romance with another person, Song Xiaoyun honestly admits that she personally does not mind sharing Su Jingming with Jiang because Jiang feels the same way as well. Xiongya instantly facepalms in utter disbelief after hearing her friend's reasoning. Song Xiaoyun then explains that with Su Jingming's growth, speed, and talent, countless women will inevitably become interested in him in the future. So in her opinion, it is far easier to accept sharing him with someone she already knows and likes. Realizing the conversation is going nowhere, Xiongya finally gives up arguing. However, Song Xiaoyun adds that discussing this now is still too early because Su Jingming has not accepted either of them yet. Xiongya immediately warns her not to wait too long because once the National University League ends, Su Jingming will become even more famous and attract girls who are far more outstanding. The mere thought of superior girls approaching Su Jingming instantly strikes Song Xiaoyun where it hurts. Her playful attitude disappears as she suddenly becomes serious and realizes that she truly needs to hurry and make her move before it is too late. Elsewhere, inside his master's residence, Yang Qian praises Su Jingming for the decisive actions he took inside the secret realm. After listening to the full story from senior brother Jiang, Yang Qian tells Su Jingming that the best way to avoid future problems is to eliminate threats completely before they can grow into greater dangers. Su Jingming humbly responds that he only dared to take those risks because he had the protective talismans given to him by Yang Qian and Principal Li Quan. Yang Qian calmly says that his own talisman was always meant to be used when necessary. But he also reminds Su Jingming that he should properly repay Principal Li Quan for the protection she provided. Su Jingming immediately agrees. Curious about his growth, Yang Qian then asks about Su Jingming's current combat strength. Su Jingming honestly reveals that in his normal state, his power has already reached the peak of Tier 4, while activating his Thunder Pole state allows him to contend against a Tier 5 low-rank opponent. Yang Qian is instantly shocked that a mere Tier 3 student already possesses the strength to battle a Tier 5 expert. Su Jingming explains that fortunate circumstances helped his indestructible thunder body successfully break through into the 5th stage. Yang Qian then mentions that Principal Li Quan is currently facing intense criticism online because of the team roster she released, and he urges Su Jingming to use his strength to prove that her decision was correct. Su Jingming asks whether he should challenge Vice Captain Kong Shi directly, but Yang Qian shakes his head and suggests a much simpler solution. If Su Jingming wants to silence everyone, all he needs to do is claim first place on the school's glory ranking, which Kong Shi currently occupies. Only then does Su Jingming suddenly realize that he completely forgot about the university's virtual combat system, openly admitting that he previously considered it useless. Yang Qian encourages him to give it a try and assures him that the system is actually extremely valuable. Inside the practical training building, students move through long rows of advanced virtual reality stasis pods while discussing training among themselves. Nearby, one student proudly boasts that he plans to clear the 10th floor and raise his combat power above 10,000. Only for his friend to immediately remind him that fighting 20 Tier 2 beasts simultaneously is impossible at his current level. Meanwhile, a staff member personally escorts Su Jingming toward one of the highest grade virtual cabins reserved exclusively for S-class students. The surrounding students quickly recognize him and become excited that the famous S-rank freshman is finally entering the training system. News rapidly spreads across the campus forums as students begin posting updates online to see whether Su Jingming can surpass Kong Shi. Soon, the entire campus forum erupts in a heated arguments over which fighter is stronger, the Thunder Emperor or the Iron Bear, while countless students eagerly wait to discover Su Jingming's true combat power. Su Jingming calmly enters the stasis pod, and the transparent glass slowly seals shut around him while a nearby staff member monitors the system terminal. Inside the virtual chamber, the AI assistant Eva explains that the simulation will recreate a body perfectly matching his real physical condition. She then instructs him to release his combat abilities so the system can properly calibrate his data. Su Jingming tells her to begin. The pod immediately scans his physical information and synchronizes the virtual body before initiating the transfer process. Su Jingming slowly closes his eyes as a bright light engulfs him and transports his consciousness into the simulation. Moments later, he appears inside a massive hall filled with towering white pillars standing before an enormous marble monument. He quickly recognizes the structure as the university's ranking board and is surprised to see that it contains records for more than 4,200 students. At the very top of the monument, Kong Shi firmly occupies first place with more than 500,000 combat power. Only now does Su Jingming fully understand why so many students question his appointment as captain, because, from the outside, the difference between an unranked freshman and the university's top senior appears unbelievably huge. At that moment, a fairy-like holographic girl suddenly appears before him and introduces herself as Eva. Eva welcomes Su Jingming and instructs him to choose a B-class battlesuit along with a weapon. Around him, countless holographic weapons float through the air, while Eva explains that he only needs to touch one in order to equip it and can freely adjust the weapon's weight afterward. Without hesitation, Su Jingming reaches toward a long spear. In the next moment, he is equipped with a dark combat suit and his chosen spear. Eva then asks whether he is prepared to begin, and Su Jingming calmly confirms that he is ready. Eva immediately begins the countdown, and as a glowing magic circle lights up behind her, the first floor trial officially starts. Su Jingming is instantly transported into a quiet grassy field while holding his spear firmly in hand. Moments later, a herd of enormous red-eyed rhino beasts bursts out from the surrounding mist and charges directly toward him at full speed. Remaining completely calm, Su Jingming raises his free hand and releases golden lightning. A violent explosion erupts across the battlefield, instantly obliterating the charging beasts. The next moment, he is transported back into the main hall, where Eva informs him that he has successfully cleared the first floor before offering him a chance to rest. Su Jingming immediately refuses and tells her to continue the trial without stopping. Elsewhere, inside the senior dormitory, several upperclassmen gather together while complaining about the newly announced team roster. They argue that Kong Shi, a Tier 4 mid-rank fighter, is far more suitable to serve as captain than a freshman. Kong Shi, however, calmly defends the decision and states that Su Jingming's raw combat ability already fully qualifies him for the role. One frustrated senior immediately declares that he plans to personally challenge the freshman himself, but Kong Shi dismisses the idea and says he trusts that Principal Lee Quan must have had her reasons for making the decision. At that moment, another student suddenly checks his phone and interrupts the conversation. Looking stunned, he announces that the campus forums are exploding because Su Jingming has just entered the virtual trial, and everyone is eagerly waiting to see where he ranks. Kong Shi and another senior student sit together in the lounge while checking the virtual trial rankings. The senior suddenly freezes in shock after seeing Su Jingming leap from 0 points straight to 42nd place with a combat power score of 214,000. Kong Shi immediately asks him to check how long ago Su Jingming started the trial. After quickly checking his device, the senior reveals that Su Jingming only entered the simulation 3 minutes earlier. Kong Shi instantly calculates the implications and realizes that reaching such a score that quickly means Su Jingming already cleared the 20th floor, averaging an absurd speed of roughly 9 seconds per floor. At that moment, another student rushes over and confirms that identical reports are flooding the forums as well, proving that the ranking system is not malfunctioning. The senior nervously guesses that although lightning-type users naturally clear weaker enemies faster, the 21st floor should finally be difficult enough to slow Su Jingming down, because it contains a Tier 4 low-rank beast. The standing student nods in agreement and explains that successfully clearing the 21st floor to reach 240,000 combat power already places someone among the university's top students. Suddenly, his expression changes completely as he stares at his phone in disbelief. He loudly shouts that Su Jingming has already passed the 21st floor. Still unwilling to believe it, he insists that maintaining instant kill speed on the 22nd floor should be impossible because that stage contains 20 tier 4 low-rank beasts simultaneously. But before anyone can process the situation, another update appears on the rankings. Su Jingming's score rises again, placing him at 35th with 244,000 combat power. The senior nervously reports that Su Jingming not only cleared the 22nd floor, but also instantly killed the armored Earth Dragon on the 23rd floor. Completely shocked by such overwhelming strength, even Kong Shi begins feeling pressured as he admits that Su Jingming is far stronger than he originally expected. Meanwhile, inside the 23rd floor trial, Su Jingming stands completely unharmed beside the corpse of the defeated armored Earth Dragon. The AI assistant, Eva, cheerfully informs Su Jingming that the university forums are currently exploding with discussions about his terrifying floor-clearing speed. Su Jingming remains completely calm because, in his mind, this level of progress is perfectly normal for someone with an SS rank ability. Eva then tells him that he has officially cleared the 23rd floor and politely asks whether he would like to rest before continuing. Su Jingming immediately orders her to proceed. Eva activates the 24th floor trial and explains that this stage contains 5-tier, 4 mid-rank armored Earth Dragons. The moment the battlefield forms, the massive green-scale dragons immediately charge toward him together. Su Jingming calmly gathers a sphere of golden lightning into his hand before leaping high into the air and throwing it directly at the approaching monsters. The condensed lightning sphere detonates violently on impact and instantly annihilates all 5 beasts at once. Eva congratulates him and announces that his combat power has now surpassed 400,000, placing him among the university's top 10 ranked students. She also reveals that the 25th floor contains a peak tier 4 Storm Thunderbear before once again asking whether he would like to rest first. The moment he hears the name of the beast, Su Jingming smiles faintly because the creature is extremely familiar to him. Declining the offer to rest, he explains that he specifically wants to test his current strength and see whether he can kill the bear with a single punch. As the 25th floor trial begins, Su Jingming asks what his ranking will become if he succeeds. Eva explains that every student ranked from 2nd through 7th has become stuck on this very floor, while Kong Shi remains the only student who successfully cleared it, though even he required a full 30 minutes to finish the battle. She then confirms that if Su Jingming defeats the beast faster than Kong Shi did, he will immediately claim first place on the rankings. A gigantic storm thunder bear soon appears on the battlefield, electricity crackling violently across its body. The sight reminds Su Jingming of the difficult battle he once fought against the same species in the real world, but this time he feels completely confident that the fight will be far easier. Rather than using his spear, he stores it away and chooses to fight in close combat instead. Golden lightning instantly covers his body as he rushes straight toward the beast with a punch prepared. The Storm Thunder Bear roars furiously and raises its enormous claws in an attempt to crush him. But before the creature can even properly react, Su Jingming's lightning-covered fist slams directly into its chest and unleashes a massive golden shockwave. The overwhelming strike completely destroys the beast in a blinding flash of light. Back inside the virtual hall, Eva praises the clean and decisive nature of his fighting style before officially confirming that his one-hit victory has earned him first place on the leaderboard. Outside the simulation, the entire student body erupts in a chaos after seeing the updated rankings. Everyone stares in disbelief as Su Jingming claims the number 1 position with 510,000 combat power. Students marvel at how effortlessly he surpassed Kong Shi, and many can barely believe that he completed the entire trial in only 5 minutes. Kong Shi himself stands frozen while staring at the leaderboard in shock. He asks his friends how long it took Su Jingming to jump from 400,000 combat power to 510,000. The senior beside him replies that it happened in less than 20 seconds. The other student is equally stunned because he knows the 25th floor contains a peak tier 4 Storm Thunderbear, making it impossible for him to comprehend what kind of monster Su Jingming must be to kill it instantly. As the senior quietly wonders whether an S-rank ability is truly capable of such terrifying power, Kong Shi calmly admits the enormous gap separating him from Su Jingming. He fully accepts that Principal Li Quan made the correct decision by appointing the freshman as team captain. Meanwhile, back inside the virtual hall, Eva creates a digital board along with a glowing pen. Smiling brightly, she congratulates Su Jingming and tells him to sign his name in order to officially claim his rank. Su Jingming signs his name across the screen, and the system immediately updates, placing his name at the very top with a score of 5 on 14,000, making him grin with pride as he asks Eva whether he has become the first Tier 3 high-ranked student in history to clear the 25th floor. Eva teases him for a moment before revealing that he is not the first, leaving Xu Jingming surprised as he quickly asks who managed it before him. Eva explains that a century earlier, a boy named Shi, who possessed an SS rank ability, also cleared the 25th floor at the same level, and Xu Jingming instantly recognizes the name from history, recalling how the famous prodigy died while exploring ancient ruins before ever reaching Tier 8. Eva then asks whether he wishes to continue, and Xu Jingming immediately agrees before curiously asking how far she managed to go. Eva tells him that she died on the 26th floor after defeating only 3 out of the 5 Tier 4 peak beasts there, causing Xu Jingming to smirk as he confidently declares that he will shatter that old record right now. Eva begins the 26th floor trial, and Xu Jingming is transported onto the battlefield, where 5 Storm Thunder Bears instantly surround him before splitting apart to attack from multiple directions at once. Xu Jingming praises their coordination, though he dismisses it as pointless while lightning gathers into his hand. Then he raises his power and summons an enormous golden lightning hand from the sky, which crashes into the battlefield and erupts in a massive explosion that kills all 5 bears instantly in a single strike. Back inside the hall, Eva congratulates him for clearing the 26th floor and informs him that his combat power has now reached 710,000. Xu Jingming calmly predicts that the 27th floor will either contain a Tier 5 low-rank beast or dozens of Tier 4 peak beasts, and after seeing that his next opponent is a Tier 5 Earth Black Wolf, he notes that the creature possesses powerful defensive abilities. Since it is his first time fighting a Tier 5 beast head-on, he decides to rest first, and Eva grants him a 3-minute break. Slightly exhausted from climbing so quickly through the floors, Xu Jingming sits down and steadies his breathing while outside. The students notice that he has finally paused. One senior asks Kong Shi what kind of opponent could possibly appear on the 27th floor, and Kong Shi guesses that it is either a Tier 5 beast or dozens of Tier 4 peak beasts. Another standing student doubts the possibility of a Tier 5 beast, believing the jump in difficulty would be too extreme. So Kong Shi agrees that it is probably a massive group of Tier 4 monsters instead, though he admits that defeating such overwhelming numbers would still be extremely difficult. Inside the tower, the break ends and the 27th floor officially begins as golden lightning bursts around Xu Jingming. He equips his spear and activates his thunder armor, wrapping his entire body in purple and gold electricity while preparing himself for the coming battle. Then he openly challenges his opponent to attack. In response, the enormous Earth Black Wolf releases a thunderous roar before stomping its paws against the ground and channeling energy into the earth itself, causing sharp boulders to rain from the sky like a meteor shower aimed directly at Xu Jingming. Twirling his spear at high speed, Xu Jingming deflects the massive rocks one after another, and as he feels the heavy force behind each impact, excitement rises within him because it has been a very long time since he faced attacks this powerful. Finding an opening in the wolf's movements, Xu Jingming leaps forward and drives his electric spear toward the beast, but the Earth Black Wolf reacts instantly by raising a massive stone pillar from the ground to intercept the attack. Xu Jingming refuses to stop and smashes the pillar with overwhelming force, shattering the entire structure into countless fragments. Yet as the dust begins to clear, he suddenly realizes the beast used the wall only as a distraction while it repositioned itself. Caught completely off guard, Xu Jingming looks upward just in time to see the wolf diving down from above the collapsing rocks with its jaws stretched wide open, launching a deadly ambush. Inside the virtual trial, Xu Jingming takes a brutal claw strike from the Earth Black Wolf directly across his shoulder, and blood sprays in the air as he instantly realizes that his current defense cannot properly endure attacks from a Tier 5 beast. He retaliates by firing bolts of lightning, but the Earth Black Wolf dodges every strike with ease, forcing Xu Jingming to quickly analyze the battle and conclude that the beast's terrifying speed makes his S-Class ranged lightning techniques nearly useless. Understanding that long-range attacks will not work, he decides his only choice is close-quarters combat, then rushes forward with his spear as both sides exchange fierce attacks while the wolf aggressively counters every move. The beast unleashes a massive claw swipe, and Xu Jingming blocks it head-on, creating a violent shockwave before immediately jumping backward to gain some distance. Green lightning crackles around his spear as he pours more power into it. Then he swings with overwhelming force and collides directly against the wolf's heavy claws while pushing his strength to the absolute limit. At that moment, Xu Jingming transforms as his hair rises upward and explosive golden lightning bursts around his body, followed by a devastating attack that smashes apart the ground itself and sends shattered rocks flying toward the wolf. While observing the simulation, the AI Eva watches with clear admiration and remarks that Xu Jingming's S-Class strength is exceptional, noting that he is the first 19-year-old in an entire century to display Tier 5 combat power. She further comments, his tactical intelligence makes him even deadlier than the beast. After an exhausting struggle, the brutal battle finally comes to an end with the enormous Earth Black Wolf collapsing while bleeding heavily. And nearby, a completely drained Shu Jingming drops to one knee while using his spear to support himself as he struggles to breathe through heavy pants. Soon afterward, he is transported back into the pristine virtual hall beside Eva, where he quietly reflects on the fight and realizes that lacking an S-class spear technique made the battle far more difficult than it should have been. He decides that he will soon head into the wilderness to gather ability points for a new technique. Eva enthusiastically congratulates him and announces that his combat power has surged to a record-breaking 1,000 points, leaving Shu Jingming stunned by the enormous increase. Eva explains that defeating a Tier 5 beast is an extremely rare accomplishment, which is why the reward is so massive. Then she asks whether he wishes to challenge the 28th floor and reveals that the next trial contains 5 Tier 5 low-rank Earth Black Wolves. Shu Jingming agrees to continue, though he first requests a short break to recover his stamina. Meanwhile, news of his 1 million combat power score spreads rapidly across the campus and immediately throws the entire university into an uproar, as students become convinced that Magic City University will now dominate the National University League with ease. Excited crowds begin rushing toward the training tower, eager to witness the unbelievable results for themselves. The senior students are left completely stunned after learning that a Tier 3 student actually defeated a Tier 5 beast, and Kongsher immediately turns toward his friend with a teasing grin, asking whether he still intends to challenge Shu Jingming for the position of team captain. The student who had previously spoken so confidently instantly loses his nerve, fumbling and dropping his phone before admitting that someone with 1 million combat power could probably crush him with a single finger. Elsewhere, Yang Jinshin checks the updated rankings on his phone while smiling proudly to himself. He reflects on how unbelievably rare it is for a Tier 3 cultivator to defeat a Tier 5 beast, something considered extraordinary even among SS rank users. And he marvels at the fact that the student who acts the most independently is also the strongest student he has ever taught. As the team's coach, Yang Jinshin realizes he now has to completely restructure their entire tournament strategy around Shu Jingming's overwhelming strength. And he also notes that Vice Principal Lin Quan can finally stop worrying about the criticism she faced for choosing Shu Jingming as captain. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Lin Quan relaxes comfortably on a plush sofa while looking at her phone with a warm smile. She quickly realizes that Shu Jingming intentionally pushed for such an outrageous score in order to publicly prove that her decision to appoint him as captain was correct, and she quietly appreciates the effort he made on her behalf. After fully recovering his energy, Shu Jingming activates his Golden Lightning once again and tells Eva that he is ready to begin the 28th floor trial. Instantly, he is transported back onto the battlefield, where a glowing magic circle surrounds the area while 5 snarling Earth Black Wolves appear around him at the same time. The wolf pack immediately launches a perfectly coordinated assault, unleashing an endless barrage of massive boulders toward him from every direction. Shu Jingming desperately spins his spear in rapid circles to deflect the incoming attacks, but the combined pressure of the wolves quickly becomes overwhelming. His defense finally breaks under the strain, allowing one of the wolves to seize an opening and viciously bite into his shoulder before hurling him high into the air. Completely overwhelmed by the combined strength of the pack, Shu Jingming cries out as all 5 Tier 5 beasts swarm him together and violently rip apart his simulated body. The trial abruptly comes to an end as a glowing magic circle forms above the battlefield, and the entire simulation resets. Moments later, Shu Jingming's avatar respawns inside the virtual hall with parts of his body still partially pixelated, and Eva gently informs him that he failed the 28th floor challenge. Calmly examining his digital hands, Shu Jingming accepts the result without frustration, admitting that such a loss was expected against opponents like that, though he comments that the sensation of dying inside the simulation felt extremely strange. Eva explains that the death sequence in the simulation only removes the user's sensory input in order to protect the brain, adding that although she is capable of simulating an actual death experience, doing so carries a serious risk of causing genuine mental damage. Curious about the later stages, Shu Jingming asks what kind of challenge exists on the 29th floor. Eva playfully remarks that she normally would not reveal such information to someone who failed a floor, but decides to make an exception because he is an S-class student. She explains that the 29th floor contains a single Tier 5 mid-rank Earth Black Wolf, while the 30th floor contains 5 of them, then casually mentions that the virtual trial currently ends at the 30th floor. Shu Jingming is surprised by how low the limit sounds and questions why the simulation stops there, prompting Eva to cross her arms and dryly remind him that ordinary students are not monsters like him. Since most graduating seniors only reached here for mid-rank strength, she explains that 30 floors are already more than enough for the average student. With a confident smile, Xu Jingming remarks that the university will probably need to add more floors to the simulation soon just to accommodate him, causing Eva to teasingly tell him to clear the 30th floor first before making requests like that. As his avatar begins dissolving during the logout process, Eva informs him that reaching first place on the leaderboard comes with a seasonal reward of 2,000 credits, which has already been transferred into his student account. Xu Jingming slowly opens his eyes as the physical stasis pod deactivates around him, then steps out of the advanced machine while examining his hand in fascination. He quietly marvels at the university's technology, reflecting on how the virtual world felt almost completely identical to reality aside from the painless sensation of death. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he looks up and freezes in surprise after noticing what is waiting outside the pod. An enormous crowd of students has gathered throughout the training facility, completely surrounding his stasis machine while eagerly waiting for him to emerge. The moment they see him, the students erupt into loud cheers as they excitedly praise his unbelievable 1 million combat power and repeatedly call him by his title, the Thunder Emperor. Voices from every direction urge him to win first place in the upcoming league, while one especially excited girl even begs him for an autograph. Completely surrounded by the overwhelming crowd, Xu Jingming can only smile awkwardly in amusement while silently thinking about how unbelievably enthusiastic his schoolmates are. After finally escaping from the swarm of excited students, Xu Jingming runs into Song Qiuyan, who immediately congratulates him for officially taking the #1 position on the leaderboard. Xu Jingming modestly brushes the achievement aside as though it were nothing unusual, and Song Qian quickly changes the topic by reminding him about the promise he made to spar with her after returning from the secret realm before asking whether he is free later that afternoon. Xu Jingming playfully asks if she still has not suffered enough defeats yet, prompting Song Qiuyan to confidently raise her fist and challenge him to beat her into submission if he truly has the ability. Amused by her confidence, Xu Jingming reminds her how easily he defeated both her and Chu Xian before agreeing to the spar, though he explains that it will have to wait until the evening because he still has a mandatory team training session to attend first. Song Qiuyan happily agrees to meet him later, and as she watches him walk away, she blushes slightly while marveling at how quickly he has grown stronger, secretly hoping that her romantic pursuit of him will eventually succeed. That night, Yao Fong and Kong Shi arrive at a specialized circular training room filled with advanced virtual training pods. Yao Fong asks Kong Shi how he feels about losing his position at the top of the rankings, but Kong Shi calmly answers that he holds no resentment at all because Xu Jingming's overwhelming strength clearly proves that he deserves the title of first place. At that moment, Shun Dongling enters alongside a blue-haired senior student and praises Kong Shi for his mature attitude. But before the conversation continues, the blue-haired student notices someone approaching and immediately alerts the group. Xu Jingming walks into the training facility and finds his teammates already waiting for him, including Shun Dongling, Yao Fong, and Kong Shi. The moment he arrives, everyone respectfully greets him as their captain. Soon afterward, Coach Yang Jinshin gathers the team together and instructs everyone to enter the virtual stealth cabins so they can begin their training session. In a flash of light, the entire team is transported into a bright and completely empty virtual space. And once everyone settles down, Coach Yang Jinshin explains that the upcoming matches will heavily test their coordination and teamwork. To help the members better understand each other's abilities, he decides to begin with introductions while also reviewing the full team lineup, explaining that the squad consists of 8 members in total, including 5 starting players and 3 substitutes. The coach first introduces their vice captain, Kong Shi, explaining that he possesses the A-rank ability solid Iron Giant Bear, which greatly enhances his physical strength and allows him to serve as the team's frontline tank. Next, he introduces Shun Dongling as the team's assassin due to her A-rank Demon Moon Blood Fox ability, while Yao Fong is introduced as their long-range mage who wields the A-rank Extreme Cold Ice Soul. The final starting member is Gu Wan, who serves as the team's support player with her myriad-turning Spiritual Light ability that can heal injuries and strengthen the power of her teammates. Moving on to the substitute members, the coach introduces another warrior named Gu Wan who possesses the A-rank Bronze Body ability, followed by Li Changfeng, a mage who uses the A-rank Abyssal Karmic Fire, and finally Su, a support-type Awakener with the A-rank Gentle Spirit Water. After finishing the introductions for the rest of the team, Coach Yang Jinshin turns towards Xu Jingming and prepares to formally explain the abilities of their captain. But Yao Fong casually interrupts and says there is no need for an explanation because everyone already knows their captain is a rare S-rank Awakener. The coach immediately corrects him, stunning the entire team by revealing that Xu Jingming is actually an SS rank user whose lightning ability is called Duty Divine Lightning. Yao Fong and Shun Dongling can only stare at Xu Jingming in complete disbelief as shock spreads through the group, and the entire team is overwhelmed by the realization that their captain possesses such terrifying talent. Yao Fong quickly points out that this finally explains why Xu Jingming's lightning changed into a golden color, while the others begin whispering among themselves as they try to understand how his ability could possibly have evolved into an SS rank. The coach stops their speculation and tells everyone to focus on the reality that their captain possesses an SS rank ability rather than wasting time wondering how it happened. He then begins explaining the rules of the tournament, stating that all participants are restricted to using A-class battle suits and S-class weapons in order to maintain fairness between schools. As he speaks, holograms of powerful armor and weapons materialize throughout the virtual space, and the coach explains that the students are free to choose from these virtual items while also having the option to upload the data of their own real-world weapons for future training sessions. Xu Jingming picks up a standard virtual spear and immediately realizes that these restrictions exist to prevent elite universities from overwhelming ordinary schools by simply providing students with SSS class equipment. After understanding the system, he decides that before their next training session, he will upload the data of his own flowing cloud golden edge spear into the simulation. Before beginning their teamwork exercises, Coach Yang Jinshin tells everyone to display their abilities so the team can properly understand what to expect from one another during battle. He asks Xu Jingming to go first, and the captain calmly responds by asking whether he should demonstrate everything. Coach Yang Jinshin nods and explains that witnessing Xu Jingming's full strength will help the team develop the best strategies for future matches. Xu Jingming grips his spear and calmly tells everyone that his combat style combines spear techniques, close-range fighting, and ranged spells, adding that he will demonstrate each part individually. The moment he tightens his hold on the weapon, golden lightning bursts violently around his body, and the team immediately stares in amazement as they realize his SS rank energy looks far more terrifying and beautiful in person than it ever did in recorded videos. Xu Jingming begins his demonstration with a series of blindingly fast spear strikes, launching multiple chain lightning spears that rip through the air in rapid succession. Without pausing, he smoothly transitions into his next techniques by casting a thunder prison to seal off the surrounding area, then throws a concentrated thunder spear before finishing the sequence with a devastating lightning-infused punch to display his close-range power. Watching from the sidelines, Li Changfeng and Gu Wan are completely stunned by the overwhelming strength of their captain. Li Changfeng confidently declares that victory in the tournament is now guaranteed, while Gu Wan quietly wonders to herself whether her support abilities would even make a difference for someone as powerful as Xu Jingming. After a brief pause, Xu Jingming stands calmly with electricity crackling around his spear and casually informs his shocked teammates that everything they just witnessed was only a warm-up, adding that he is now about to demonstrate his true S-rank combat techniques. Li Changfeng and Gu Wan are left utterly speechless as they stare at him in disbelief, realizing that the terrifying attacks they had just seen were only the beginning. Xu Jingming activates his S-rank indestructible thunder body before layering it together with his Hell Thunder armor, causing his hair to flare upward wildly beneath surging golden energy. Seeing the transformation, Gu Wan immediately begins sweating as he realizes that Xu Jingming's lightning armor is vastly tougher than his own bronze body defense. Returning to offense, Xu Jingming unleashes his heavenly lightning technique, and the enormous blast of power tears across the virtual battlefield, leaving the team stunned once again after realizing that he has mastered yet another S-rank ability. Even after unleashing such destructive force, Xu Jingming calmly states that the attack still is not his strongest move. He then gathers blazing red lightning onto the tip of his finger and prepares to reveal his ultimate trump card. The instant he fires the attack, a gigantic flaming finger descends from the sky and crashes violently into the battlefield below. The collision creates a catastrophic explosion that floods the entire area with blinding light and raging fire. Once the smoke finally disperses, Shun Dongling and Yao Fong slowly approach the edge of a massive glowing crater and stare downward in complete shock, unable to believe that a student could produce this level of destruction. Terrified by the sheer force of the attack, Kongsher nervously asks Coach Yang Jinshin how durable the virtual floor actually is, and when the coach calmly answers that it possesses the same toughness as C-class alloy, Kongsher immediately turns pale after realizing that any normal human struck by that attack would be reduced to ashes instantly. Witnessing such overwhelming power causes the rest of the team to suddenly feel completely unnecessary. Yao Fong lets out a nervous laugh and jokes that they probably will not even need to fight if their captain starts every match with that move, while Shin Dongling sighs in agreement and admits that their existence on the battlefield now feels entirely pointless. Realizing just how absurd Xu Jingming's strength truly is, Yao Feng desperately begs the coach to force Xu Jingming to hold back during the actual tournament matches. Coach Yang Jinshin simply brushes Yao Feng's complaint aside and tells the team that if they actually want a chance to fight during the tournament, they had better move quickly before their captain wipes out the opposing teams by himself. Looking at his monstrously talented student, the coach quietly smiles to himself as he remembers the humiliating defeat they suffered against Jingming University last year. But now, with Xu Jingming leading the team, he feels completely certain that they will never lose like that again. Xu Jingming finishes his demonstration and calmly states that those are all the combat techniques he has mastered so far. Afterward, the coach instructs the remaining team members to display their own abilities so they can finally begin practicing proper teamwork together. The teammates immediately activate their powers at the same time, causing the virtual space to erupt with dazzling displays of ice, flames, flowing water, blood-red energy, and heavy defensive armor. Curious about how their abilities might work together, Guan walks over towards Xu Jingming and asks if she can test her support buffs on him, because she is uncertain whether her A-rank support techniques can even affect an SS-rank fighter. Xu Jingming agrees without hesitation, and Guan immediately surrounds him in a glowing green light. The moment the enhancement takes effect, Xu Jingming is genuinely impressed after feeling his strength increase by 30%, making him instantly realize just how valuable a skilled support player truly is for a combat team. Once the teamwork exercises finally conclude, Coach Yang Jinshin announces the end of practice and dismisses the rest of the team, though he specifically asks Xu Jingming to remain behind. The other members wave goodbye before logging out one after another as their virtual bodies slowly fade from the space, leaving only the coach and Xu Jingming behind. Now alone with the student, Coach Yang Jinshin explains that they need to discuss the team's battle strategy. Xu Jingming calmly nods and tells his teacher to speak freely. The coach explains that the tournament format is extremely demanding because they will have to face multiple elite schools in consecutive battles. Then he directly asks Xu Jingming whether he is prepared to remain on the battlefield through every match without taking any breaks at all. In response, Xu Jingming simply smiles and accepts the challenge without the slightest hesitation. Xu Jingming has just finished leaving team practice when his phone suddenly rings. After answering the call, he hears a flustered Song Qiuyun asking him to come directly to her dormitory because her newly purchased battlesuit is apparently too inconvenient to wear outside. Xu Jingming immediately agrees and heads over without hesitation. Though as he walks there, he cannot stop himself from wondering what exactly she means. Out of all things, why would a battlesuit be difficult to wear outdoors? Not long afterward, he arrives at her luxurious residence and rings the bell at the front entrance. Song Qiuyun's roommate, Shi, greets him with a knowing smile before inviting him inside and pointing him toward the training room on the second floor, where Song Qiuyun is currently waiting. Xu Jingming finds the strange smile slightly suspicious, but he ultimately ignores it and continues upstairs anyway. The moment he pushes open the training room door, Xu Jingming freezes completely in place after seeing what is waiting inside. Song Qiuyun stands before him wearing a brand new futuristic battlesuit that tightly hugs her body in blue and white colors, with a large exposed section around her stomach. Seeing the revealing outfit instantly makes Xu Jingming blush furiously, and he hurriedly turns his gaze away in embarrassment. Song Qiuyun explains that the outfit is a newly developed high-tech battlesuit designed to reduce wind resistance. Then after noticing Xu Jingming's flustered reaction, she asks whether it looks strange on her. Still visibly embarrassed, Xu Jingming quickly assures her that it looks completely fine. Hearing that answer immediately makes Song Qiuyun beam with satisfaction as she secretly celebrates the success of her little plan. She had intentionally purchased a slightly smaller size just to test his reaction, and through her light-based ability, she can clearly sense his excitement. Preparing for their sparring match, Song Qiuyun summons her halberd from a storage ring in a burst of fiery light before taking up a combat stance and laying down the rules. She tells Xu Jingming that he must suppress his strength to the level of a Tier 2 low-rank fighter so she can finally have a chance to defeat him. Xu Jingming accepts the condition with an amused smile and casually begins removing his long coat. After tossing it aside, he confidently declares that he has become much stronger now and could defeat her using nothing but his bare hands. Completely unfazed by his confidence, Song Qiuyun tightens her grip around the halberd and warns him that she has also been training seriously. The instant she finishes speaking, she bursts forward in a high-speed charge and thrusts the weapon directly toward his chest. Xu Jingming casually leans backward at the last possible moment, allowing the sharp blade to miss him by barely a hair. Then his hand flashes out with lightning-fast speed and clamps tightly onto the shaft of the halberd, stopping the attack completely. Using his grip as support, Song Qiuyan suddenly vaults through the air and flips gracefully over Xu Jingming's head while avoiding the counterattack he throws toward her. She lands smoothly behind him with a playful laugh, earning a compliment from Xu Jingming for escaping so skillfully. Soon afterward, the two fall into a rapid exchange of attacks as Song Qiuyan unleashes a non-stop barrage of strikes, while Xu Jingming effortlessly dodges and weaves around every blow, gradually closing the distance between them until they are standing almost face to face. The intense sparring quickly exhausts Song Qiuyan, leaving her panting heavily and covered in sweat while leaning against her halberd for support, whereas Xu Jingming remains standing nearby without looking tired in the slightest. Wearing a victorious grin, he asks whether she is finally ready to admit defeat and submit. Song Qiuyan looks up at him with a mischievous smile and breathlessly concedes the match, though she teasingly adds that losing does not mean she plans to submit willingly, and that he would have to truly make it hurt if he wants to force her into it. Taking her words seriously, Xu Jingming's expression suddenly sharpens as power erupts from his body and his hair ignites into a brilliant golden color. In the next instant, he lunges forward with terrifying speed, catching Song Qiuyan completely off guard. She can only gasp in shock as he closes the distance instantly before stopping just inches away from her face while gripping her halberd tightly. The moment he snaps out his combat focus, Xu Jingming quickly retreats backward and awkwardly apologizes, admitting that he briefly lost control of himself. Still trying to steady her breathing, Song Qiuyan reassures him that it is not his fault and guesses that the sudden aggression probably comes from the dragon-type beast bloodline he absorbed earlier. The atmosphere between them grows heavy with romantic tension after the intense moment, and after gathering her courage, Song Qiuyan nervously asks whether she can ask him something important. Blushing slightly, she looks directly into his eyes and boldly asks if he likes her. The question leaves Xu Jingming completely stunned for a brief moment as the playful expression on his face disappears. Looking directly into Song Qiuyan's eyes, he answers with complete sincerity and admits that yes, he truly does like her. Her eyes widen instantly, and a deep blush spreads across her face as his honest and straightforward confession overwhelms her. Filled with excitement, Song Qiuyan hurriedly stores her halberd back into her spatial ring and eagerly asks whether he really means what he just said. Unable to hold back her happiness any longer, she quickly confesses her own feelings before throwing herself into his arms and asking him to officially be with her. Xu Jingming smiles warmly as he catches her without hesitation and agrees, then immediately leans forward and kisses her deeply, catching her completely by surprise as he pulls her tightly against him and lifts her slightly off the ground in a passionate embrace. When they finally separate, a heavily flustered Song Qiuyan covers her mouth and shyly asks why he has never acted this boldly before. Xu Jingming playfully explains that behaving this way before they officially became a couple would have made him look like a hooligan. Hearing his excuse make her turn her head away while teasingly agreeing with his reasoning, though moments later she suddenly leans closer and quickly kisses him on the cheek herself. Xu Jingming touches his face in surprise, and Song Qiuyan explains that since Chu Xian previously left a mark on him, she also wanted to leave one of her own, making him quietly wonder just how close the two girls really are. Song Qiuyan then praises Chu Xian's personality and boldly states that she would not even mind if Xu Jingming also liked their senior sister, a statement that leaves him completely bewildered. Stepping closer to him, Song Qiuyan seriously explains that an elite SS rank awakener like him is naturally going to attract multiple women, and she would rather share him with someone she personally likes, such as Chu Xian, instead of a complete stranger. Xu Jingming lowers his gaze in surprise at how open-minded she is, but he gently points out that even if he does have feelings for Chu Xian, their senior sister herself might not want to join such a relationship. A sly smile slowly appears on Song Qiuyan's face as she immediately turns his words against him and teasingly asks whether that means he would not refuse as long as Chu Xian agreed. The sudden question makes Xu Jingming panic, but before he can even respond, Song Qiuyan suddenly turns toward the doorway and calls out to Chu Xian, announcing that she heard everything already and that the final decision is now hers to make. Completely shocked, Xu Jingming instantly whips his head toward the entrance and begins nervously sweating as Chu Xian calmly walks into the room. Wearing a gentle smile, she approaches him and teasingly warns her junior brother not to take back his words now. At that moment, Xu Jingming finally realizes that the two women planned this entire situation together from the beginning, leaving him standing there utterly speechless. Caught between the smiling gazes of both women with no possible escape route left, Xu Jingming finally lowers his head and lets out a resigned sigh before accepting his fate, deciding that since good things come in pairs, he might as well keep his promise. Delighted by his answer, Song Qiuyan immediately declares the matter settled and happily announces that the three of them are now officially together. She tightly hugs one of Xu Jingming's arms while Chu Xian warmly takes the other. Then Chu Xian suggests that they all go out together for a late-night snack. Song Qiuyun, however, insists on taking a shower first because she is still covered in sweat from their sparring session. She grabs Chu Xian's hand and invites her to wash up together, and Chu Xian happily agrees. As the two girls begin walking away hand in hand, Song Qiuyun suddenly glances back over her shoulder with a teasing smile and asks Xu Jingming whether he plans to wait there or join him in the shower. The bold invitation instantly leaves him flustered, and he is just about to eagerly agree when Chu Xian immediately shuts the idea down. She jokingly points out that since he is so powerful, he did not even break a sweat during training, so the two of them will simply shower alone instead. Left standing there by himself, Xu Jingming clenches his fists in devastation and internally screams in exaggerated frustration, while imaginary anime tears seem ready to pour from his eyes as he laments missing such an opportunity. After finally calming himself down, he lets out a helpless sigh. But despite all the teasing, a genuine smile slowly spreads across his face as he watches his two new girlfriends disappear down the hallway. Reflecting on everything that just happened, he can only marvel in amusement at how an ordinary sparring session somehow ended with him gaining two girlfriends at the same time. The following day, Xu Jingming stands within the wilderness area, surrounded by the corpses of massive beasts, while calmly calculating that the 5,000 ability points he recently accumulated will be more than enough to cover his current plans. Leaning casually against his spear, he reflects on just how quickly he has grown stronger, realizing that in less than half a year, he has already become powerful enough to move through this dangerous region almost without opposition, with only a handful of mid-rank Tier 5 beasts still capable of posing any real threat to him. Suddenly, a faint glimmer deep within the dense forest catches his attention. After recognizing it as a rare species of glowing flora unique to the area, Xu Jingming decides to collect some before leaving. He crouches down and carefully harvests several radiant golden 100-color flowers, eventually gathering 3 glowing bundles in total. Meanwhile, back at the university, Vice Principal Lin Quan sits inside her office reviewing official files displayed across a holographic screen projected by a floating drone. When a gentle knock sounds at the door, she calmly invites the visitor inside, only for Xu Jingming to enter moments later. Lin Quan immediately asks whether he has just returned from the wilderness, and Xu Jingming confirms it while explaining that he regularly hunts beasts in order to keep his real combat instincts sharp. Lin Quan praises his dedication toward practical combat and agrees that virtual simulations can never truly replace genuine real-world battle experience. Hearing this leaves Xu Jingming secretly amused because the explanation he just gave was actually a hastily improvised excuse. Yet it somehow earned sincere admiration from her anyway. Politely expressing his gratitude for her support, Xu Jingming takes out one of the glowing 100-color flowers he gathered earlier and offers it to Lin Quan as a small souvenir from his trip. Lin Quan thoughtfully accepts the gift, and despite being a Tier 8 Grandmaster who regularly receives priceless treasures from others, she realizes that no one has ever given her something as simple as a flower before. A faint blush quietly appears on her cheeks as she subtly hides her pleased smile behind the flower's petals. Returning the conversation to official matters, Lin Quan brings up his team's recent success during their virtual training exercises and praises them for defeating one of the university's strongest legendary teams, especially considering that their opponents contained members who had already reached mid-rank Tier 4 strength. Xu Jingming humbly explains that they only defeated the weaker of the university's 2 legendary squads, but Lin Quan reassures him that the accomplishment is still extremely impressive and admits that his team's performance has finally allowed her to relax somewhat before the upcoming tournament. With a wave of her hand, Lin Quan summons a glowing blue magic circle and materializes a neatly stacked set of 10 tickets before gracefully handing them over to Xu Jingming as a return gift. As Xu Jingming examines the red passes in his hand, nervous sweat immediately forms on his forehead after recognizing them as ultra-rare premium interfield tickets for the National University League. Feeling embarrassed, he admits that the gift is far too valuable and says he already feels indebted to Lin Quan for everything she has done for him. Lin Quan simply smiles gently and tells him that performing exceptionally well during the tournament will be the best repayment he could offer. Encouraged by her confidence in him, Xu Jingming accepts the challenge with a confident nod. Later, while walking through a sunny street on campus, Xu Jingming makes a video call to his aunt and offers her several of the tournament tickets. She happily accepts them at once, relieved because his cousin had apparently been worrying for days about finding seats for the event. As he passes by a nearby coffee shop, Xu Jingming mentally counts his remaining tickets and decides to give the rest to Song Qiuyun and Chu Xian. Almost immediately after thinking about them, he suddenly hears his name being called and looks up to see both girls happily running toward him along the paved campus path. Xu Jingming warmly greets them before taking out 2 radiant golden hunter-color flowers and handing one to each of them. The unexpected gifts instantly leave the girls touched, and in their excitement, both of them lean forward at the same time to kiss him on the cheeks. Smiling at their affectionate reactions, Xu Jingming then pulls out the tournament tickets and asks how many passes each of them needs for the upcoming competition. Song Xiaoyun excitedly requests 2 tickets because she wants to bring her friend Xiaoyao along, while a smiling Chu Xian says she only needs 1 for herself. Still clinging tightly to his arm, Song Xian explains that she unfortunately will not be able to properly see him off because she has to leave early, while Chu Xian apologetically adds that she also cannot attend his departure since she must take her level 3 pharmacist examination later that same day. Xu Jingming smiles warmly, gently pats Chu Xian on the head, and wishes her good luck on the exam before reassuring both girls that they will all meet again soon in Qingshu City for the main tournament event. Afterward, Xu Jingming arrives at the enormous combat technique library and decides that before the competition begins, he should learn a new S-class spear technique to further guarantee victory. Inside a private study room, he instructs the AI Eva to display every S-class lightning attribute spear technique available in the library. Eva immediately projects several holographic files into the air, and after seeing that only 5 options exist, Xu Jingming selects the thunder-piercing demon-killing spear technique. The system explains that the technique works by creating a lightning net that dramatically boosts the speed of spear thrusts before ultimately triggering a compressed thunder explosion at the climax of the attack. Extremely satisfied after hearing the destructive description, Xu Jingming asks Eva to retrieve the physical manual for him. An assistant soon delivers a thick tome into the room, and Xu Jingming immediately begins studying the contents with complete focus. After a long period of concentrated study, the system deducts 3,200 ability points and confirms that he has successfully learned the beginner level of the technique. Xu Jingming closes the manual with a sharp clap and smiles in satisfaction, already aware that the explosive nature of the technique perfectly matches his combat style. Leaning back in his seat while stretching comfortably, he silently praises the system's instant learning function, then realizes that this spear technique required even more points than his Thunder Godfinger ability, making him even more eager to test its destructive strength in actual combat. Knowing that his preparations are still not complete, Xu Jingming asks Eva to display the newest A-class lightning combat techniques available in the library. As fresh holographic files appear before him, one particular technique, called Lightning Shadow, immediately catches his attention. The skill uses lightning energy to create an afterimage clone capable of mimicking attacks while dealing up to 30% of the original attack's damage, making it ideal for creating seamless combat combinations. Recognizing the technique's tremendous tactical value, Xu Jingming quickly realizes that the clone's follow-up attacks can perfectly cover the vulnerable openings in his own combat flow, and if used properly, the skill could easily display utility comparable to an S-class technique. Without hesitation, he points decisively toward the holographic display and selects the Lightning Shadow technique, prompting Eva to immediately confirm his choice. The next morning, a massive transport airship waits on a university athletic field for the departing team. Standing near the boarding ramp, Yao Fong openly expresses how satisfied he is with the sleek design of their newly issued official uniforms. Around the field, an enormous crowd of students gathers to send the team off, loudly cheering from Magic City University while repeatedly shouting support for the Thunder Emperor and begging Xu Jingming to show absolutely no mercy during the tournament and completely crush the competition. As Xu Jingming walks up the boarding ramp alongside his teammates, he casually raises a hand and confidently waves toward the crowd to acknowledge their enthusiasm. Moments later, the engines of the transport airship roar to life before the vessel slowly rises into the clear sky, officially carrying the team toward the National University League tournament. Meanwhile, in Qingshu City, the sprawling host location for the competition, Xu Jingming addresses a perfectly organized formation of uniformed students. He warns them that because the city is located close to the number 5 demon lair, security measures must remain absolutely strict at all times, then commands them to properly display the hospitality expected from representatives of Qing Jingming Superpower University. Not long afterward, the airship belonging to Magic City University appears above the landing zone of the host city. Watching its arrival from below, Xu calmly instructs one of the assistants to activate the guiding lights for the incoming vessel. The massive transport ship soon lands smoothly on the designated platform, while powerful gusts of wind sweep outward across the area. As the members of Magic City University disembark wearing their matching long coats, excitement immediately spreads through the waiting crowd. Spectators quickly recognize Kong Shi and whisper in awe about his mid-ranked Tier 4 strength, while others excitedly point toward the intimidating presence of Shun Dongling. Finally, attention shifts toward the last person stepping out of the airship, the rapidly rising S-rank Thunder Emperor himself, Xu Jingming. With a calm and focused expression, Xu Jingming steps forward and silently understands that the tournament has now officially begun, meaning the time for hiding the truth about his SS rank ability is finally over. After arriving in Qingshu City, Xu Jingming warmly welcomes Vice Principal Lin Quan along with the Magic City University team before inviting them to attend a luxurious luncheon prepared in their honor, an invitation that Lin Quan politely accepts. As the group enters the elegant venue, the staff immediately greets them with great respect, though their arrival also quickly attracts the attention of many of the other guests present inside the hall. Nearby, two bystanders begin gossiping quietly about Xu Jingming. One praises the handsome S-rank captain, while the other dismissively scoffs at the fact that he is only Tier 3, assuming that Magic City University is simply using him as a promotional figurehead to attract attention. Overhearing the conversation, Yao Fong quietly whispers to Xu Jingming that those people are clearly looking down on him. But Xu Jingming remains completely unfazed and merely smiles as he replies that being underestimated actually makes things more entertaining. At that moment, Chuang Qi, the captain of Jingming University's team, walks over and formally introduces himself to Xu Jingming. After the two briefly shake hands, Wang Qi confidently remarks that he looks forward to meeting them again at the opening ceremony before calmly leaving alongside his teammate. Xu Jingming silently watches them depart while nearby. Yao Fong irritably comments that Wang Qi acts far too arrogantly, behaving as though Jingming University has already secured victory. Ji Hui, however, points out that the rival captain has every reason to be confident because he already possesses high-ranked Tier 4 strength along with a pseudo-S-rank ability known as Heavenly Universe Meteorite. Clenching his fist tightly, Yao Fong angrily declares that they will crush Jingming University's arrogance during the tournament because he refuses to let them repeat their previous victory again. Xu Jingming casually brushes aside the tense mood and tells everyone to focus on eating instead, mentioning that he still needs to head to the high-speed rail station soon in order to pick up several guests. Meanwhile, a train arrives at the city's rail station, and Tang Qi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di step out onto the platform while admiring the beautiful architecture and excellent service throughout the busy terminal. Standing in the station, Tang Qi looks around expectantly and quietly wonders why Xu Jingming has not arrived yet. Before long, however, a smirking young man approaches her and boldly calls her a long-legged beauty before asking to exchange contact information. Completely unimpressed, Tang Qi coldly rejects him and firmly states that she does not give her number to strangers. Hearing this immediately causes his teammates to burst into laughter. One spiky-haired student jokingly comments that their handsome friend finally experienced rejection for once, while a pink-haired girl laughs so hard that she says she plans to tell their captain later. The mockery instantly humiliates him, and his face twists with rage as he angrily insults Tang Qi by calling her a snob while claiming she should actually feel honored that he even bothered to ask for her number. Furious after hearing such disrespectful words, Zhou Mingyang immediately steps forward to stand protectively in front of Tang Qi as swirling wind energy gathers around his body, and he demands to know what he just said. Seeing someone challenge him only makes he smirk in amusement before he releases his own overwhelming aura, causing nearby spectators to react in shock as they realize his power has already reached the peak of Tier 3. The growing commotion quickly draws a crowd, and people soon recognize his group as members of Baishan Superpower University. Some spectators identify him as the vice captain and begin wondering whether a fight is about to erupt right there inside the station. Feeling the enormous gap in strength between them, Zhou Mingyang begins sweating nervously, but Tang Qi immediately grabs his arm and urges him to leave instead, warning him not to lower himself to the level of a bully like him. One of his own teammates also steps forward to calm the situation, reminding him that they came here for the tournament and should not damage their university's reputation before the competition even begins. Reluctantly backing down, he aggressively points at Zhou Mingyang and warns that if not for the tournament, he would never let them leave so easily, then openly mocks Zhou Mingyang's weak Tier 1 strength and sneers that someone like him is completely unqualified to play the hero. After spitting onto the ground in contempt, Hang Tian angrily turns around to leave, only to suddenly crash into someone standing directly in his path. Startled, he looks upward and freezes after seeing Xu Jingming towering over him. Golden light reflects within Xu Jingming's eyes as he stares down at the bully with an intimidating glare before coldly asking whether his own strength is sufficient to stand up for his friends. Hang Tian becomes too frightened to answer, and seeing the silence, Xu Jingming calmly gathers golden lightning into his palm before coldly stating that the lack of a response already tells him everything he needs to know. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Jingming suddenly swings a lightning-infused backhand directly across his face, instantly sending blood spraying from the bully's mouth from the sheer force of the strike. Before Hang Tian can even react, Xu Jingming grabs him by the hair and violently drives a knee into his stomach, creating visible shock waves in the surrounding air. He collapses heavily onto the floor while coughing up blood and clutching his stomach in agony as Xu Jingming stands over him coldly. Seeing their friend arrive instantly fills Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang with relief, and both of them quickly call out to Xu Jingming while the Baishan University students rush forward to help their injured vice captain. The spiky-haired student immediately recognizes Xu Jingming as the terrifying captain of Magic City University and hurriedly warns the others not to retaliate, deciding that it would be smarter to wait for their own captain to arrive instead. Nearby, an excited bystander begins recording the entire scene on his phone while loudly informing his livestream viewers that Magic City University's S-rank captain just beat up Baishan University's vice captain inside the station. The spiky-haired student glares angrily at Xu Jingming and demands to know why he suddenly attacked their vice captain without any provocation. Xu Jingming calmly points toward Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang before explaining that although he did not provoke him personally, he crossed the line the moment he harassed Xu Jingming's cousin and friend. Hearing those words immediately makes the bloodied Hang Tian look up in panic. At that moment, the surrounding crowd parts as a young man with grayish-blue hair pushes his way through the scene. The newcomer is Ji Hui, the captain of the Baishan University team. Letting out a tired sigh, Ji Hui asks his teammates how they managed to create such a massive disturbance during the short amount of time he spent paying a bill nearby. Turning toward Xu Jingming, Ji Hui acknowledges his identity and admits that his own team was indeed at fault first, though he still criticizes Xu Jingming by saying that using such excessive violence against fellow tournament participants is unacceptable. Completely unfazed by the lecture, Xu Jingming calmly asks Ji Hui which university team he belongs to, casually noting that they must also be participants in the tournament. The question immediately irritates Ji Hui because Xu Jingming beat his vice captain without even knowing who they were. Maintaining a cold expression, Ji Hui formally introduces himself as the captain of Baishan University before pointing accusingly at Xu Jingming and threatening to report the incident. He reminds Xu Jingming that private fights between tournament participants violate the competition rules and could potentially result in disqualification unless he apologizes. Xu Jingming simply smiles confidently and completely ignores the threat, casually telling Ji Hui to go ahead and file the complaint if he wants to. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ji Hui quickly realizes that intimidation will not work on the captain of Magic City University. Muttering curses about Xu Jingming's ruthless personality, he reluctantly orders his teammates to retreat instead. The Baishan students help their badly injured vice captain to his feet before leaving the station, while Xu Jingming's group silently watches them go. Once they are gone, Wang Qi nervously asks whether the incident might affect Xu Jingming's eligibility for the tournament, but Xu Jingming calmly reassures her by explaining that they were clearly in the right and that the organizers would never disqualify a major university team over a relatively minor conflict like this. Elsewhere, after leaving the station, the spiky-haired Baishan student quietly asks Ji Hui whether they truly intend to let the matter end there. Looking exhausted, Ji Hui admits that his earlier threat about disqualification was mostly a bluff because there is no realistic chance that a powerhouse team like Magic City University would actually be removed from the tournament over a small fight. Rubbing the bridge of his nose in frustration, Ji Hui then reveals that his real concern lies elsewhere. He warns his teammates that the situation is far from over because he strongly suspects Xu Jingming has no intention of letting them off so easily. Clutching his bruised stomach, the battered Hang Tian looks up in shock and wonders whether Xu Jingming would really seek further revenge after already beating him so badly. Ji Hui slowly turns back toward him with a grim expression and clarifies that he is not worried about private retaliation at all. Instead, his true fear is that Xu Jingming will choose to take revenge legally inside the tournament arena itself. The moment the Baishan students hear that possibility, panic instantly spreads through the group as they begin imagining themselves getting brutally crushed during an official match against Magic City University. Now sporting a swollen black eye and several missing teeth, a traumatized Hang Tian clasps his hands together in prayer and desperately begs the heavens not to match Baishan University against Magic City University during the tournament. Captain Ji Hui speaks seriously with his team about how difficult it was for them to fight their way into the tournament's top 10 rankings. He tells Wang Ming that if their teammate Ku Yang suffers serious injuries during the upcoming matches, he will need to step in as a substitute and take the field immediately. Nearby, Ku Yang is still kneeling on the ground, looking battered and shaken from everything that happened earlier. Nervously, he asks his captain whether the situation is truly that serious. Already frustrated, Ji Hui angrily scolds him for acting frightened and admits that he can only hope the overwhelmingly powerful Magic City University team will not be too ruthless toward them during the competition. Meanwhile, outside the train station, Tang Chi impatiently urges Xu Jingming to hurry up already. Xu Jingming glances at his phone, pauses briefly, then casually explains that he is still waiting for someone else to arrive. Curious, Tang Chi asks who exactly he is waiting for, and Xu Jingming smiles before calmly revealing that he is waiting for his girlfriend. The answer immediately surprises Tang Chi, while Meng Di jokingly comments that the mysterious girl is probably some beautiful woman with long legs. Not long afterward, Song Qiuyun appears and happily waves as she walks toward them together with her roommate, Qiang Xia. Xu Jingming introduces Song Qiuyun to the group as his girlfriend before also introducing Qiang Xia alongside her. Looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, Song Qiuyun asks Xu Jingming to properly introduce everyone else as well. Xu Jingming then introduces Tang Chi as his cousin and presents Zhou Mingyang along with Meng Di as his friends from Jiang City. Tang Chi quickly compliments Song Qiuyun on her beauty, while Meng Di proudly reminds everyone that her earlier guess about Xu Jingming's girlfriend being gorgeous turned out to be completely correct. Smiling warmly at the group, Song Qiuyun activates her ability and creates 3 glowing red potion bottles before handing them to Xu Jingming's friends as gifts, casually explaining that they are merely affordable B-class items that might prove useful to them. The moment Tang Chi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di receive the glowing bottles, Zhou Mingyang nearly goes speechless in shock because he knows each one is actually worth at least 5 or 6 million, making it unbelievable to hear someone casually describe such valuable B-class items as cheap. Xu Jingming suggests that everyone head back to pack their belongings, then asks Tang Chi where her hotel is located so they can escort her there first. Tang Chi explains that the hotel is roughly 1 kilometer away near the train station, causing Xu Jingming to point out that the area is extremely far from the actual tournament stadium. Tang Chi sighs helplessly and explains that because the event is so popular, every closer hotel had already been fully booked long ago. Seeing the inconvenience, Song Qiuyun immediately mentions that her family owns several villas near the stadium and warmly invites Tang Chi and the others to stay there instead, so transportation will be much easier. Hearing this instantly makes Zhou Mingyang begin sweating nervously because he knows Qingshu City is an incredibly wealthy area where villas cost hundreds of millions and are almost impossible for ordinary people to purchase. Realizing this leaves him astonished by just how rich Song Qiuyun's family must truly be. Tang Chi politely accepts the generous offer while apologizing for causing trouble, but Song Qiuyun warmly assures her that since she is Xu Jingming's cousin, she should be treated like family as well, so there is absolutely no trouble at all. Afterward, Song Qiuyun takes out her phone and calls Uncle Hua, calmly telling him to come pick them up. Not long later, an entire line of luxurious cars pulls up beside the road. Several men dressed in black suits and sunglasses step out from the luxury vehicles, and the leader among them, Uncle Hua, respectfully greets Song Qiuyun as the eldest miss. The sight leaves Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di completely stunned. Zhou Mingyang carefully senses the energy coming from the guards and realizes that even the driver possesses at least high-tier 3 strength, while Meng Di quietly thinks that any one of these bodyguards would already be considered an incredible figure back in their hometown. Acting as though this level of treatment is completely ordinary, Song Qiuyun casually invites the still-shocked Tang Chi into the luxury car, while one of the stern bodyguards respectfully holds the door open for her. Feeling nervous, Tang Chi slowly climbs into the spacious back seat. Inside the vehicle, Song Qiuyun leans affectionately toward Xu Jingming and asks whether he's going to praise her for how smoothly she handled everything. Xu Jingming tells her that she did well, though he gently points out that there was no need to bring her family staff all the way from Sichuan province just for this. Song Qiuyun immediately corrects him and explains that these guards were already stationed in Qingshu City, so she merely called them over temporarily. Surprised by that answer, Xu Jingming asks whether her family's main base is not located at Devil's Cave number 7. Resting comfortably against his arm, Song Qiuyun explains that while Devil's Cave number 7 is indeed their primary territory, the powerful Song family also maintains influence across all of the other major caves as well. Hearing this makes Xu Jingming silently realize just how terrifying the influence and wealth of a true Grandmaster family really are. The following day, the National University League officially begins inside an enormous modern stadium packed with helicopters circling overhead and massive crowds of excited spectators. Sitting in the audience, Tang Chi looks around in amazement and points out that many of the country's strongest factions have even sent elite tier 7 grandmasters to oversee their teams personally. Song Chiuyun explains that the tournament is considered the perfect opportunity for major powers to scout new talent, which is why no important organization would ever miss an event of this scale. Fireworks explode across the sky above the giant open stadium as the tournament opening ceremony officially starts. Standing on stage, the host Feng Lu enthusiastically welcomes the roaring crowd before beginning the introductions for the 10 universities participating in the team competition. He first introduces the defending champions, Jingming Ability University, followed by Jingming University. As one elite team after another walks proudly into the arena, Feng Lu then dramatically announces the arrival of last year's second-place team. Raising his voice loudly, he introduces Magic City Ability University and specifically calls out their captain, Xu Jingming. Wearing confident expressions, Xu Jingming and his teammates calmly walk onto the field beneath the stadium lights while the audience watches closely. The introductions continue smoothly as Feng Lu calls forward the remaining universities one by one, and numerous powerful teams enter the enormous arena before taking their assigned positions across the field. Finally, the host introduces this year's rising dark horse team, Baishan University. Captain Ji Hui leads his serious-looking squad out from the tunnel, including the recently beaten Ku Liang among the group. Once every team has assembled, Feng Lu begins explaining the rules of the tournament. He announces that the event consists of 3 separate competitions: the team battles, the individual matches, and the survival challenge. He further explains that the team and individual events will take place first before the tournament moves on to the final prize ceremony. According to Feng Lu, the winning team will receive custom-made S-Class battlesuits for every member, while the champion of the individual competition will earn a massive 30 cubic meter spatial ring. Finally, the victor of the survival challenge will obtain a grade 6 protective charm discovered within an ancient ruin, an item famous for possessing exceptionally powerful defensive abilities. The incredible rewards instantly shock the audience, and throughout the massive stadium, spectators react in disbelief at how generous the organizers are being this year. People in the stands loudly discuss the absurd cost of handing out complete sets of S-Class battlesuits, while others excitedly agree that prizes of this level will push every participant to fight harder than ever before. Down on the arena floor, Xu Jingming listens to the announcements with a confident smile because he immediately realizes that these rewards are exactly the kind of top-tier items he currently needs. Keeping the event moving, Feng Lu begins explaining the rules for the team competition. He states that every university must face all 9 opposing schools in a single-round format, resulting in 5 matches per day over an intense 9-day schedule. Building suspense, the host gestures toward the massive display screen overhead, and moments later, the board lights up to reveal the opening match of the tournament: Magic City Ability University versus Baishan Ability University. Soon afterward, a glowing blue energy barrier flashes across the arena as Feng Lu demonstrates the tournament's safety system. He explains that an intelligent energy shield will automatically activate whenever a participant faces a potentially fatal attack, protecting their life instantly. However, he also warns that the moment the shield activates, that fighter is immediately eliminated from the match. With all the rules established, Feng Lu officially invites the first 2 teams onto the battlefield. In the audience, excitement rapidly grows as people prepare to watch Magic City University's opening match. Some spectators eagerly discuss the team's famous S-rank fighter, while others remain skeptical and believe Xu Jingming's Tier 3 cultivation will make him weak during actual combat despite his reputation. As the teams step onto the battlefield beneath the sunlight, Kongsher casually remarks that getting matched against Baishan University in the very first round is incredibly fortunate for them. On the Baishan side, panic immediately begins spreading through the team. A frightened Ku Liang desperately begs Captain Ji Hui to substitute him out of the match. But Ji Hui firmly refuses and reminds everyone that regardless of whether they lose, they still need to uphold their dignity and display the strength of Baishan University properly. The rest of the Baishan team quickly support their captain's words. The spiky-haired student and the pink-haired girl both agree that they should face the enemy head-on and fight proudly, no matter the outcome. Ji Hui then draws his sword and commands the team to move out, while a sweating Ku Liang nervously trails behind the group. Soon, both 5-person teams stand facing each other from opposite ends of the massive white arena floor as the audience watches from the towering stands above. Spectators quickly notice the enormous difference in strength between the 2 sides. Magic City University possesses 2 mid-tier 4 fighters, 2 low-tier 4 fighters, and 1 high-tier 3 fighter, while Baishan University consists of only one mid-tier, 4 alongside 4 high-tier 3s. Many people immediately begin pitying Baishan University and comment that the entire team basically relies on one person trying to carry 4 weaker teammates. As the countdown echoes throughout the stadium, the match officially begins. The Baishan team instantly tenses into battle formation, while the members of Magic City University appear completely relaxed by comparison. Someone asks Xu Jingming which strategy they should use against their opponents. But golden lightning suddenly flashes wildly within Xu Jingming's eyes as he calmly states that they do not need any strategy at all. In the next instant, terrifying red and golden lightning erupts around Xu Jingming's body as he launches himself forward alone at incredible speed. The unexpected move shocks the entire crowd, and many spectators immediately think he is recklessly throwing his life away by charging ahead without his teammates. Believing Xu Jingming has made a fatal mistake, Ji Hui instantly seizes the opportunity and orders Ko Liang and Zhou Mingyang to attack alongside him while commanding Old Li and Old Wang to provide support from the rear. Following his orders, the entire Baishan team rushes forward together, fully prepared to overwhelm the lone captain of Magic City University.